here, and no one needs sleep here because
stop
I'm here
talking,
alone
dude.
in my room.
You need to
Is
stop
no one?
talking.
Is anyone sleeping here? No.
Shut your mouth.
So that's perfect evidence. No one
No
needs sleep
one
here.
cares. Shut your mouth.
If you live in a stupid shithole country where people need sleep, then come to Finland. No, here no one needs to sleep.
No one needs to hear what you're saying. You ever try to do that?
Thank you.
I'll beat the fuck out of you.
I take
I will
joy in
beat
the
the
fact
living
that you
shit
got
out of
triggered.
I will put your teeth down your throat. I'll punch you in the mouth, dude.
Whoa.
I take
Are we
joy
allowed
that
to
you
make
got
threats
triggered by
here?
that.
Now, hold on a moment there.
Is there? Hold on, chill.
This guy's
I
over here
need
talking
to. What's
about
going
how to
on?
rape.
I just
He's
came
over
in at the
here
wrong
talking about
time.
yeah. He's over here talking about how to rape people, and he
No,
won't
he
stop
was
talking.
not. No, he was
If he
not.
was, then I might have been warranted. But it's not pushing you guys.
What
Yeah,
is
somebody
the
needs to
purpose of
shut
the
this guy
combo?
up. He's on some drugs.
Why are we talking
Get the
about
drugged up
raping?
guy out of here.
Well, see, what happened, Left Lane, is that somebody made the note that people do happen to have that happen to them, and then Noah decided to say that it doesn't happen at all in where he lives, and then it evolved from there.
Misrepresentation. It's a misrepresentation. I did not say nobody gets raped where I'm at. I'm saying nobody.
Yes, you did say that.
No
one goes outside and
hold
gets
up.
raped.
I've not
No
actually
one
been
goes
able to say
outside and
any.
gets raped.
Roll the tape.
Yo,
Just roll the tape. Just roll the tape.
Is there a moderator? Is there a moderator in
Okay,
here?
yeah.
Is there a moderator in here?
Yeah, what
Yo,
was it you
moderator,
said?
can you
I'm
preemptively
asking
mute,
you, what
mute
was
Lori?
it you said?
Can you
What
mute
was it?
Lori so I can make a statement?
No, he's quiet. What was
I
it
am
you
quiet.
said?
No, he's not. He's every statement
Of
I've
course
made, he's
I'm quiet.
interrupting me. Yo, Left Lane, could
Bro,
you
just say
could
what you were
mute him?
saying. Stop crying about it. Just
I'm
say
not
it.
crying. It's just I can't actually speak without being fully interrupted, and
So-
none of you guys doing anything about
So
it.
what was it you said? And clarify.
I said nobody's going outside and getting raped like these people are making it out
That's
to
what
be.
I said. You said.
Yeah, that's what I said. He said as well.
No, that's not what you said. I said you said that you said
No, that's
nobody.
exactly
You
what I
said
said.
nobody is getting raped. You said no. You said I said nobody's getting raped. I didn't say that. What I was saying is that if you're gonna go out into public, into broad fucking daylight, you're not gonna see anyone getting raped, and that's what these guys were describing. That women are just going out into public and just getting raped.
Once again, Noah,
people were
do you
describing
see?
that. People
Once
were
again, Noah, do
describing
you
that.
see? No, once again, Noah, do you have perfect awareness of everything that happens around you at every single moment of every single day?
No, I don't have perfect awareness.
Cool then. So,
but I don't need,
then
I
if you
need
don't
perfect
see it,
awareness.
if you don't see it, that doesn't mean it doesn't happen. Thank you.
Listen, yeah, but the case and the fact of the matter is,
Thank you for agreeing with me. I appreciate it.
Okay, neither my sister, neither my mother, neither my father, neither any one of my friends, I can list off hundreds of names, have ever seen a woman get raped in public. Yet these guys are.
No one says that they are getting raped in public.
There are 300 million people.
If you want to rape people, you don't do it in public. You do it somewhere else. No one is saying they are doing it in public. You idiot.
That's what. Someone did say it was in public. Actually,
anyway,
Noah, women go out.
Noah, let's take a moment here. Let's take a moment. Let's take a moment. We can do some numbers. You gave me some numbers. Let me do some numbers. You gave me some numbers. Let me do some numbers. Yeah, you already have.
Can I make a statement? Can I
hang on,
my
man.
full statement
Fucking
ever?
hell. I mean, what are we even talking about? This is no good.
Oh no, I agree, but see, Noah doesn't understand. And he's talking while I'm talking again. Anyway, so Noah doesn't understand that his like 10 people, as 10 people, his 10 people, there are 300 million people in the U.S. So then 5,000. I don't care. There's 330 million people in the U.S. And if we assume that all of them are equally likely to have seen it, then we're still at less than 1% that you found somebody who has.
Yeah. So these guys were. These guys are.
Switch your pronoun. Are you a he now?
So these guys are making. Okay,
what's
so
the
for the
difference,
record,
by the way? What's the difference, by the way? What's the difference, by the way?
Moderation.
What's the difference of why? Hold on. Why are you trying to moderate me? I started talking, and then you started talking over me. So why do I need to get moderated?
moderation.
I started, and then you spoke over me. Why do I need to get moderated?
Left lane, moderation.
Why do I need to get moderated when you overtalk?
Moderation, left lane, moderation. Left lane. Moderation.
Noah, why
you're
do I
not
need to get
you're not
moderated?
doing any better than anybody is. I don't.
Left lane,
y'all
can I
just
have
go
some
one
moderation?
You go one at a time, and then we can maybe
If you
figure
can
I don't
mute
even know why
Lori,
we're talking about this.
Yeah, this
if
is
you
Lori
mute
got
There
Lori
was
for
suspect.
empty
if
space
you
and I
mute Lori
started
for 30
talking. Noah,
seconds,
he cannot start muting
if
me,
you
but
mute
because
Lori for
I
30
started speaking
seconds,
and then you spoke over me.
if you mute
That's
him
not
for
how it
30
works.
seconds, I swear I will not interrupt anyone. If you mute him while I get to make my point, I swear nobody will get interrupted by me.
I don't need to get muted for
I swear,
talking
left
first,
lane,
and
left
I
lane.
was faster than you, and I started
No, it's not
talking.
true.
You don't get
This
to
guy needs
dictate that I need to get muted
moderation,
because I was faster.
Lori, please,
I was faster. I
moderation,
started talking
moderation,
legitimately before you did. So you don't get to dictate that I need to get
moderation,
moderated
we want to
just
give you
because
time,
I was
Lori.
moderation.
We're
faster.
giving you time to
Lori,
talk.
Guys,
Lori,
we're live
let it-
streaming right now. This
yeah,
is
man,
garbage.
yeah,
Please.
it is. It is garbage. Lori, let him have it. Say what he meant to say, and then we go from there.
Don't let Lori speak after either. Fuck that.
God, you're such a fucking.
Noah's
Yeah, I
server.
think other people want to get in, but go ahead, Noah.
Thank you. I'm just gonna make this out to be. So these guys were basically making up, and I'm not saying anyone in particular specific. So if it's not specifically you, shut the fuck up, pipe down. These guys are making out basically this sentiment, this narrative that essentially women go outside into the public and just get raped all the time. To which I responded, that's fucking definitely not the case in almost all civilized societies. You can't just go outside in public and rape women and get away with it. You will be put in jail. You won't even be able to talk shit to a woman without men stopping you from doing that. You won't be able to hit a woman in public. You won't even be able to do fucking anything to a woman in public if you live in a civilized society. These guys vehemently disagree and think that women just go outside in broad daylight and get raped all the time. I don't know where they got this idea from. They called me delusional, even though I'm outside all the time. I see women all the time. They're not getting raped. So yeah, that's just where we are in the convo.
All right, so Noah, statistically, people get raped. That's not a fact. That's not an issue. That is actually a fact. Now, also, in order to not get raped at home, you have to leave, which is what we mean when we say people go out the door and get raped. Not that they get raped in public, that they leave their house and then they get raped. Nowhere is implying a specific place.
Yeah. Yeah, basically, there's a difference.
If you think, go ahead, Lori.
Yeah, basically, I was about to say what you said, because you said that you're not saying no one is getting raped. You said no one is getting raped when they go outside, but you can go outside and get raped, because unless the rape happens in your house, it could happen like in some bush somewhere or something. That happens. It's not in the public place, because of course, what kind of idiot goes out and decides that I'm going to rape a person in the public place? No, they go where people don't see you, but those places exist outside of your house as well, so people are going outside and getting raped.
Yeah, so it's definitely not like some sort of big thing where people are getting raped when they go out into broad daylight in public. It's not happening.
No one says broad daylight.
In fact,
You're still bringing a straw man.
I lived. In fact, that's what you guys did to me for. Actually, you guys didn't even let me speak for half an hour, and you guys didn't even let me speak for half an hour before the moderators got here.
You didn't let me speak.
So basically,
Yeah,
that's
you were just
not true.
monologuing. But
Okay, so basically, no, not lie. Basically, I've lived with my sister all my life until I left my house. My mother all my life till I left my house. I've had girlfriends. I have a lot of female friends. My boss has a daughter. I have to fucking take care of her sometimes and shit. Not once through any of these people's times were they ever in threat in public ever once.
Are you sure? They would definitely tell you. They would definitely. Your mother would definitely tell you if that happened for sure, right?
Now maybe in a private setting, they might be getting into some sort of, if they go to a frat house or whatever. Yeah, the chances of them.
That's still outside. Wonderful. We agree.
That's not outside.
That is outside their house. Correct.
Exactly. It's not a public venue. It's
outside the place that the person lives.
It's actually
outside. We've already explained to you this definition of outside, and you're still thinking that we mean inside. In public. We have specifically told you multiple times, Noah, that It doesn't matter. We're referring to outside of their home, Noah, not outside in public. Let me clarify it again, just for the third time, to make sure you got it. Are you ready? It's outside their home, not outside in public.
Yeah, so this moving of the goalpost is just a recent thing these guys made up. So
let's just explain it to you.
Oh my god, you can't even take the L.
That's not moving the goalpost.
It's not an L. It's moving the goalpost. You said women go outside and get you guys
outside being outside the house.
Women go outside and get raped, bro.
Correct. Outside being outside the house. Yep. Correct. That's usually what's meant when people say outside. Generally speaking, I get it, Noah, that you're weird and you're autistic and you have to interrupt me and you have to deny when I tell you what I mean. You have to deny. I'm literally talking and you're interrupting me. I'm literally talking and you're interrupting me. I'm literally talking and you're interrupting me. I'm literally talking and you're still interrupting me. I mean, yeah, Cleflane, can you please mute him so I can get through my thought, please?
Can you please start muting these fucking psychopaths?
Yeah, I was over looking up statistics, and a 2022 report said 1 in 4 women, that equates to like 29 million women were raped in 2022. Is that? I mean, that seems like a lot, but
that seems like the Me Too movement stuff, though. I don't know.
I was just in the
can't believe them women, huh, Tora? Can't believe them. Can't believe them at all, huh?
I mean, like,
that's what you're saying, though. That's the implication behind what you just said.
It's clearly these guys. It's very clearly this guy. These guys are on uppers or some shit.
It's getting weird.
Yes, I wish I had this much energy.
Actually happened.
You wish you had this much energy because I'm actually making my
I wish. You're definitely not.
You
definitely am.
I'll let you know when I get my PhD.
I hear a bunch of people talking, but I can't hear what nobody's saying.
Yeah, everybody.
I'll let you know when I get my PhD.
Everybody that keeps trying to keep talking about this needs to shut the fuck up. You guys need to shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up.
I agree.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah,
so when they move the
goalpost around here and there.
We didn't.
I don't really care about your views on my pronouns.
Move the goalpost.
Hold on. So you guys definitely picked the man, right? If you were in the woods and it was just a man and a bear.
Tree. I'm going for the tree.
Yeah, tree, bush, or something. How big is the bear?
Actually, I would pick Melodic or Lori because I would just crack him over the head with a rock and then there would be no issues. Whereas with the bear,
I'd trip you before that happens.
It's gonna be the bear and Lori's picture, bro.
A bear would actually put up a fight.
Dude's never been in the army talking about gonna hit me over the head with a rock. Like, and anyway, Left Lane, do we allow people to just say they're gonna hit people over the head with rocks? Do we do that?
No, I said
am I allowed to do that?
Dude, it's been getting
to make
crazy.
sure that if I were to invent a hypothetical that bodily harmed Noah, that would be.
You guys are not scary.
You're so retarded. It sounds like you already got hit over the head with a rock.
Army guys aren't scary. Nobody from the army is scary. You're not a Green Beret, bro.
I would rather go out and meet Noah than a bear because it would be so.
You could suck me off in the woods.
I would get laughs. I would laugh for days.
Is this the children's?
Because I haven't met a deluded person in my life, so it would be really nice.
Anyone in the military is not scary. You're not a Green Beret. None of you guys are Delta Force. You're all
I've been in the military, just so you can shut the fuck up.
You're all a bunch of pussies, bro. I grew up around militaries. I mean, Left Lane would probably fucking knock the shit out of all you guys, and he's an older man. You guys are a bunch of pussies. You're not scary. I've met Green Berets. I've met Delta Force. You're not it. You're not scary. Nobody's scared of you. Like, you're nothing.
What's the difference?
I find it hilarious how salty you are.
I could tell by the cortisol in your voice that I would fucking manhandle you.
I have a message to you, Noah. The sea is already salty, so you don't need to be.
You're the salty one. You're so pissed, bro.
Thank you for confirming.
So
you're not.
Bro.
You sound so angry now by my comments.
You're so pissed, bro. Like you're so pissed. You've been pissed.
That was a funny joke. I mean, even coming from Hawaii, you know you're gonna use that tomorrow.
Yeah. These guys are just so pissed that women aren't getting raped in broad daylight. It's weird. Like, it's fucking really weird. Like, and then there was a guy trying to describe how to do it properly. Like, that's fucking really weird, bro.
Yeah,
I don't need to know. I don't need to know how to do that. I don't need to know how to do that, bro. I'm good. I'm not in the business of doing that.
Apparently, you need to be explained how that works, because if you want to do it, you don't do it in broad daylight. That's
crazy.
Under the gym.
This guy wants to explain. This guy wants to explain how to
This
rape
guy
a
is the
woman.
problem with the world today. He's seriously
There's a million more topics.
Easily.
Okay, my topic is that if you weren't a Green Beret, you weren't a Ranger, if you were like these pussies, I'm not scared of you, bro. Like, you being in the Army is not scary. I've met real men.
Topic, dude. That's not a topic.
Not a good topic, yeah. A container versus potential. How do you tell the difference?
The other day, these people were talking about stars getting formed, and they kept invoking star in a jar. This is how they demonstrate that, the stars are made out of hydrogen helium fusion, is by using a container. So the stars require a container.
That's not what they do. They get a liquid. They get a liquid, and then they focus the sound from 4 different ways into the sound. The frequency that crosses itself becomes light. Shut up and don't say goofy stuff ever again.
Melodic would
What are you talking about? Wait, what? You said the sound? What did you say?
That's why it's called. That's why it's called sonoluminescence.
Oh, like sound is making the stars.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But they do say it's like a nuclear fusion reaction, right, or something like that.
Yo, this is like a peaceful ass chat now. Oh my goodness. What we talk? What's the topic actually that we were on before that weird shit with those guys? What was the topic, Eden?
Yeah, so much calmer now. Well, there was a few. I think we were talking about stealing. Let's say someone was in a desperate or a situation where they're starving. Someone was arguing that they would steal to survive, and there was a counter argument stating that there was another option.
Okay, it's pretty funny. I do need to take 30 seconds here because me, Traditional Mongoose, and Mel were actually having a conversation when Noah popped in and started his shit. And now Mel is still muted and you guys have just taken the VC back over.
Do you have an actual topic? Or was it just crying?
Yeah, no, we were talking about stealing and she wanted to steal 30 seconds of our time.
We had been having
a pretty good one, actually.
But that's fine. I just wanted
what was your conversation about?
Just wanted to point that out for the stream. What happens?
What was your conversation about? Okay, so you don't actually want to talk about a topic. Stealing, if you need to. Yeah, I mean, if it's stealing for your children who are starving, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I would do the exact same. What are you gonna do? Let your children starve? Kidding me?
You could ask, for it. Are you saying if you exhausted all other options?
So, I mean, I guess asking would be the first thing that you would do, or before you steal it, I guess you would want to ask. Yeah, most people. Yeah. You ask people for stuff, dude.
So imagine it like this, right? All right, so you go to this impoverished place, right? And you're like, yo, we're gonna build some stuff here, so we're gonna put your community to work. And then you bring over all this equipment, you get all this gas, all this stuff, and you start hiring people. And because of their impoverished state, they end up every day just stealing stuff, taking stuff from you, taking gas, all this stuff all the time.
That's actually the case over here. A lot of people are. I don't even know if they're really poor, but there's a big thief culture here where I'm at. You cannot leave anything unlocked. They'll fucking take everything.
So yeah, what's up with that? And some people say, well, because they're impoverished, they're desperate, so it's survival, and it's isn't that come down to a value of some sort though as well? It's a personal value.
As far as I know, it's not like it's like a cultural, at least where I'm at. I mean, maybe somewhere else you're in abject poverty, but where I'm at, dude, people fucking will steal for sport, bro. Rich kids will fucking steal shit in this state, bro. It's kind of ridiculous. It's like a comp, but the good thing is there's not really much violence over here. Not nobody's getting shot. Yeah, it's outside of that, stealing is really the biggest problem here, but it's not too bad. I mean, shit, I'll take my electric bike getting stolen any day over getting shot, bro. Any fucking day.
You know, in like a life or death situation, and you're like stealing someone's food, I highly doubt that you don't have the same access to food that they had, and you could have just worked hard and found whatever source they found. Like, there's no situation where stealing is necessary.
Yeah, I agree with that, Jesse, because that's a big point. And Eden kind of brought this up earlier. He's like, dude, what if like it's that person's last bit of food and they're gonna die, you know, now that you stole that food?
Do want this lost on people?
Yeah, I can't picture any scenario where stealing is necessary.
Privilege?
We need to steal all the property from the rich people because we're having a communist uprising, and yeah, nobody's allowed to own anything.
Where is the communist uprising?
I don't know, but I'd like to be invited.
Oh God.
Yo, this guy over here, this sick in the head motherfucker, describing how he would do these fucked up things, yo.
Nobody described how to do anything other than you wouldn't do it in a place with other people. Like if you think that is enough to condemn somebody,
why
then
does
that's
the
just
interruption
hilarious.
start immediately when these two guys are off mute? It was like really calm and peaceful, and immediately it becomes chaotic.
Because
it's
you lied.
Very obvious.
Well, not
it's
you,
very
but
obvious.
the person Jesse lied. But anyway,
it's so very obvious who's the disruptive ones, and you know, usually I'll admit it. I'll admit it.
I lied. Why is someone saying I lied?
I'll admit it. I'm usually the disruptive one, but in this server, bro, it's like it's a whole other level over here.
Yeah, sure, bud.
I'm like actually the respectful one, which is crazy. Because on Geo's server, I'm like looked on as like a vermin. Over here, dude, it's like over here, bro, it's like I'm Superman.
Yep, definitely for sure.
100%. I do agree. You are quite respectful. That's true.
I mean, he's still interrupting me constantly, and again once more. But remember, he's perfect, golden child.
Yeah, let's just keep it a buck, bro. Like, no one was disruptive while you two were on mute.
Yeah, because mutes were being handed out. Gee, shocking.
Because you didn't have anybody to talk over Noah while they were on mute.
No. Yeah, Coco, we know you've been biased on every single subject you've ever spoken on in this server so far since I've been here. So I'm just not going to believe what you say.
And Noah hasn't, apparently.
Did I ever claim I wasn't?
I'm biased, but I don't let it. I don't let it ruin my reason.
Yeah, you do. Oh my God, you do. Yes, you do. Every time you're here.
Every single one of them is biased, so that is not any kind of diss on me.
No, it's just only bias, like garbage bias, not actual valid points on anything. Not even points actually. Just
I agree. That's what you bring to the table, Noah. I agree completely.
Yep. Pretty much.
It's a valid bias.
What's going on with this thing? Mic check 1 2 3. Holler at me if you're a demon. Shout out to the demons in the chat.
Demon Killer Gang.
I think there was no actual demons because he didn't get hollered at.
I don't know. What I heard was Noah ask for demons and then taking back Eden answer. So I'm just gonna leave that there.
AKG.
By the way, since people were making a point that I was giving out rape advice, you know, we're praying that people get raped. So how about that? Is that a nice thing to do?
I don't think you can. I don't even think you could say stuff like that on YouTube, dude. Honestly, yeah, you should change it to like grape or something, because I don't think you should be saying stuff like that on YouTube, man.
I said I pray someone would try right in front of me, because I would stop them. Unlike you, the one who would be perpetrating it and describing how to do it in a slick manner and fashion.
Well, unfortunately, what we've seen is that in your state, you're unable to protect everyone. So
it's okay. I'm not here to. I'm only really here to protect my family and friends. I mean, if you want to become one of those, I can protect you too.
Yeah. No, I got it. Selfish view. That's fine.
It's a practical view. I can't be everything for everyone.
No,
I can only be. I'm limited. I'm limited.
I'm not judging. It's just a selfish view. I'm not judging it.
It's not selfish. It's practical.
Sure thing. You got a selfish view. No worries.
It's not selfish. It's practical.
Yep, sure thing. Got it. Selfish view.
Not selfish. It's based on the fact that we're not gods. We're men. We're limited to things. Yeah, we're limited. It's funny that you laugh at that, but yeah, we're men. We're limited. We only have a certain amount of power and influence.
I got it. You got a selfish view. It's fine. I'm not judging you. I get it. I understand.
Why are you a demon? Why are you a demon, bro?
I'm not. I'm really not.
It's not a selfish view. It's a practical view. I can't.
I got it. It's a selfish view. It can be both.
It's not. It's a limited view. It's a view based on economics and reality.
Yeah,
it
can be all of that.
Be there for everyone.
Yeah, it can be all of that and the selfish view.
You're just a waste of time.
You're the one who kept replying.
Like,
I've agreed with you.
Oh my god, that's so much better. It's fucking so great.
Oh, now he's just going to talk over me every time now because he's muted me. So it's going to be really fun.
It's not really fun hearing the convo go sideways, but
it could be fun. Let's see what. Oh, sure.
Thanks for what?
Noah.
I guess standing up for reason. When I go outside and don't see fucking this ridiculous shit that they're describing. It's never been the case in this fucking country since its founding that what they're describing happens.
I don't think actually that it happens so much here in Finland as well. Like I've been outside, I've been in public places. I go to university, I go to the mall. For example, in my university lectures, when I go there, no one was getting raped. So I guess that confirms that rape. Yeah, it also doesn't happen in Finland. Because obviously, if they are not raping people in the university lecture, then that means that rape doesn't happen, period.
See, this is what you would call a miss.
Yeah.
This is what you would call a misrepresentation, or just like a.
It's just a
misrepresentation.
Yeah, I think Noah already made his position clear.
Like a miss, go ahead.
Yeah, like you misrepresenting me does not actually like push the ball forward in any way, except with your weird demonic cackling friends who don't care about the truth and just want to hear chanting and insulting and mocking.
No, it's funny when you say we misrepresent you when you just spent like the past 45 minutes misrepresenting us. So, it's just funny how often people are hypocrites.
And it's also funny the way that like he just comes in and just takes a hammer to the whole VC and talks over people and makes fun of people and everything. And then other people go, thank you.
Thank you, Coco. Actually, I do appreciate Noah. He seems to bring a lot of conversation to this channel. Great topics.
Thanks, Eden. I appreciate that. It's good to see that at least there's someone out here who's
denying that women get raped. Denying that women get raped on an open YouTube channel is an excellent topic of conversation. The audience is going to love it. I'm sure nobody will report it for anything.
I think
the thing that you're missing is the problem with this whole conversation is that you're a demon and that's why it went to shit.
Yes, correct. You have to remember that we're all demons, and so we can't be trusted, and that's just we're just evil.
So when Noah said stupid shit, and then we say, hold on, that's stupid, it's not actually stupid, it's just we're demons, and that's why.
Well, there's a way to go about this, like disagreeing with
Weird
someone.
misrepresentation. It's just weird.
The way would
It's just
be
weird how much lying. It's just weird how much lying has to take place for this person to supposedly support their side. Like, if you actually were for the truth, you wouldn't need to lie to defend it.
How many times have you called me demon just today?
You constantly lie and are deceptive whenever I talk, and you
That's
just
not the
constantly
question.
misrepresent me, bro. It could only be that you don't care about the truth and you just want to have some sort of weird social win in this hyper small group of people that nobody cares about outside of Discord.
How many times did you say, call me a demon just today?
Like, I'm just here to speak how I would normally speak about the truth in normal real life. Y'all are here doing some sort of weird social thing where you're like trying to prove you're the top fucking dog and nobody fucking actually cares, bro.
Okay, so you don't know, but I definitely misrepresented you by saying that you called me a demon. Got it? Just making sure I understood exactly your logic. I would encourage you to roll back the tapes and count. It might be illuminating.
You know what, though? There is the option of moving on and talking about something else. We can also do that.
Yeah, I would love to talk
100%,
about FE.
I tried to multiple times, but they kept dragging it back to me as if I want to talk about myself. As if I'm not the center of my own.
Oh yeah. No, we definitely didn't just decide to change topic and then you came in to talk about yourself. That didn't happen at all.
I don't know. We were trying to have a discussion, and then it seems like it's just being dragged back to 10 minutes and 30 minutes ago.
Okay, what do you want to talk about?
Is it
Eden, what do you want to talk about?
So many great topics. I like to remind people of Satan's influence. I don't think that's done enough, but does anyone here? Oh, go ahead.
They call Jesus Christ the way, the truth, and the light, and they call Satan the author of confusion. So, whenever you're talking to someone and you can discern their intention, you need to discern: are they authoring confusion? Are they actively trying to make the subject more convoluted and deceptive and misrepresentative? Or are they trying to actually get to the bottom of the actual truth of the scenario? And it's really revealing. It's actually just like black or white. It's a really good lens to come from. At least I've found.
Yeah. I love this little view into his worldview where there's just black, white, no gray. I love it. Phenomenal.
I'll confuse the shit out of you, dog.
It's actually kind of a great point. For example, in the previous conversation, there were people like lying about things. For example, I don't know this Noah person. So it's really
just for the record, he's talking about me again. He's talking about me, not about the subject again.
The way you're over talking me, and I don't think that's like by the server rule.
He brought the subject back to me. He started talking about me again.
Just shut the fuck up, and then wait for your turn, and then start crying about it.
Why are you talking about me?
Shut up and wait for your turn, Noah.
Yeah.
I thought we were changing subjects. What's wrong with you?
Shut up and wait for your turn, Noah.
The subject right now is satanic influence of people. And I'm just making the point that you are satanically influenced because you lie and you overtalk people. We can see it in our behavior.
Bro.
I mean, I'll admit to overtalking people.
About you, though,
yes, yeah. Well,
I'll admit to overtalking. I'll admit to overtalking people, but as far as lying, I really don't recall lying in the last conversation.
Eden, you know how like all these Globers in here, you notice this, Eden? They don't even realize how demonic they sound half the time. Like when we talk about evil, we're literally talking about the Globers in here.
Oh my
They
god!
said they would eat a person today. They literally said they would eat another person, dude.
Yes, we did.
How do I, for example, sound demonic?
Yeah, this guy. Yeah, because you completely disregard that this is supposed to be listening material, but you just shout and interrupt and disregard that people are speaking, and you subject everybody to this chaotic nonsense audio.
What do you mean this is supposed to be listening material?
The author of confusion does
We're
not
not
want clear, reasonable things said in a reasonable
Noah,
fashion.
stop interrupting people. For fuck's sake.
I'm asking a question. Is that all right with you? So not Lori, give me a second. So why is this listening material? Are we not here to have a back and forth conversation?
Not everyone at the same time, that's for sure.
Okay, but why did you call it listening material? Like you thought none
That's
of
what it is. It's audio. You are listening to something. It is listening, and it is material.
The majority of the people here are just listening.
Because some of you talk for like 20 hours a day and don't let other people talk, maybe. I know there's a lot of people that would actually like to join the conversation. And that's why when you said specifically listening material, I did wonder if that meant you were not willing or accepting of having other people speak.
No, I'd love for anyone to bring up a topic. You have a topic that you want to bring up?
I'm just saying that the people that like to pretend there's no such thing as a creator, these are the ones that are usually making this hard to listen.
Yes.
I'm Christian, so if you, because I was asking the question and you were answering before, how am I demonic? I would be a Christian, so that kind of doesn't work for you. And also, there is a reason why it got noisy when I entered in, because I started talking, Noah started talking over me, and I made a decision. I'm not going to let him walk over me. So in order for me to not be demonic and in order for me to not, in order for the VC to not be chaos, I would have had to shut up and let Noah do his stupid little shit where he gets to overtalk everyone. So it's actually, funnily enough, demonic of Noah to do that. And I just decided, okay, I'm not going to let him do that. So I guess, yes, I'm evil for not letting Noah be a piece of shit. So ironically,
why do I have to listen to this? These personal attacks, bro. This guy's obsessed. This guy's obsessed, bro.
I mean, Noah, you don't have to listen to it.
I'm not even talking to or about this guy.
They're doing it again. They just have to do this shit.
You don't have to
They keep trying to drag it back to be about me, bro.
Like now he's talking over me again. I started talking before him, but Noah started again. Noah, shut the fuck up and let me get the point out. Thank you. Anyway. I have an echo. Noah, you don't have to listen to it. You can leave.
That guy thought he could just eat. That guy, first off, accused me of some stuff. Maybe it's true that I interrupted him a couple times, but I definitely do not interrupt anyone to not let them get out their message. Every time I say something, it's always to actually respond with substance. Whereas in the opposite case, there's people who are literally interrupting, making noise, not to actually respond or say something of substance or some sort of reasonable comeback. It's literally just to make noise so that the opposition can't be heard, which is confusion, diversion, deceit. It's not of the truth.
Did anybody not hear Noah?
I don't actually
just double checking.
What?
Did anybody not hear Noah?
Noah, you just stated something that was untrue about yourself, and you did it. Yeah. I mean, you contradicted your own words earlier that you were in Geo server doing this a lot, right? And you've done it to me several times. So if everyone wants like a different topic, and Noah is the man of the hour, I would like to ask you, Noah, would you like to have a debate about your claim for Peter being the first pope and the rock that the church is built on?
Wait, what are you accusing me of?
No, I'm just saying what
nothing
you stated about yourself earlier.
Yeah, I said
I'm just saying something you stated about yourself earlier, and now you're contradicting that statement. and I also wanted to discuss or
That's not
debate you on a
contradicting.
claim that you made.
It's not
That's
contradiction.
what I want to do.
It's not contradicting what I said earlier.
Noah, stop fucking interrupting
This is
people.
more deception.
Noah, stop interrupting people.
Although a different
I don't
flavor,
even like
I would say
North,
a lot calmer
and
of
he
a
needs a
flavor of
chance to
deception,
talk.
but
Shut the fuck
no,
up
what
and
I
let
said earlier
North
was that
talk.
like in here,
Noah,
I'm actually
shut
like
the fuck up and
best
let North
behaved
talk.
out of everyone, which is kind of crazy.
Oh dear Lord.
Not the best behaved, but out of like, there's 3 or 4 people who literally just mock, throw insults, and make noise and don't actually say anything of reason. Yeah, much better than them. And in Geos, yeah, I do interrupt people, but I don't interrupt them just to make noise. I always have a solid point. Never was that contradicted or gone against.
That kind of response doesn't work. No one ever interrupts someone just to say noise. Everyone always thinks that they have a point, but from the other person's perspective, what they are saying is bullshit. And by the way, they were interrupting, and I'm in the middle of a point. So you are just basically saying, well, from my egotistical point of view, my interruptions, even though to everybody else it's bullshit, to my egotistical point of view, I'm always justified.
If that's
That's not true. That's another untrue thing. Because there's been multiple times in this last half an hour session where people were just saying the same thing repeatedly just to drown me out. So definitely not.
Okay, I'm not trying to drown you out. I want to actually have a debate
This
or
is seriously gay. Like y'all gotta stop.
Yeah, I want to have a serious debate. I want to have a serious debate,
I mean,
but not over the Pope.
North asked a
maybe
question,
over like Sabbath,
and then Noah started talking about himself again.
No, who cares? No.
So I just want to say, no, I just want to be
came
clear.
in and asked for that.
I just want to be clear.
North obviously cares, right? You care, right, North?
Can we just move on?
DMs.
Can we just move on, please?
What I care about is just actually finishing the point I'm trying to make. So, Noah, if that's a no, you do not want to debate me about the claim you made, I would just suggest to you to learn the difference between the Greek words Petros and Petra. And then maybe we can discuss it if you do not want to debate it or you do not feel comfortable debating your claim.
Yeah, bro.
Because
I do not feel comfortable debating it right at, I mean, we can. If you want to debate me right now, we can. I'm just saying, like, I'm just a guy driving. So if you want to debate it, let's go right now. But it's not like you're not actually getting like a victory over anyone who's prepared in any way or anyone who's really even an authority on the subject. Like, I'm literally just a random guy on the internet driving.
Bro, you lost, bro.
So if you're a random guy on the internet and you're making claims about what the church is built on and you're not prepared for the debate, I would suggest don't make the claims.
Oof.
The church is built on Jesus Christ, bro.
Thank you for clearing that up and changing your position. Thank you very much.
Okay, you want to debate right now? Is that what you really want? You're baiting me this bad to debate because you, I don't know, hate the papacy or something that much?
No, your original claim was that Peter was the rock in which the church was built on in Matthew chapter 16, verses 16 through 18.
Yes, that verse specifically is referring to Peter, yeah.
I wasn't even finished. So your claim was that Peter was the rock that the church was built upon. Now you have changed your claim that Christ is the rock that the church is built upon.
Okay, wait, no. That is not me changing my claim. May I specify? May I specify? The rock
you were very clear the first time.
The rock in Matthew 16 is referring to Peter. Yes, when Jesus Christ is talking directly to Peter, calling him the rock, and then having his name changed to Caiaphas or Peter, the rock. In that instance, yes, it is specifically talking to Peter being like a authority figure in the early church. As far as the foundation of the church, which is more of a general question, it's not just founded on one guy. Like, it's in the verse particularly, it's talking about Peter. If you want to ask what the Christian church is founded upon, it's founded upon Jesus Christ. Those are not a contradiction in words. It's just one is a specific claim, the other is a general claim. Thank you.
Okay, it doesn't seem like you remember your original claim because you're changing your position. But I would just say this. I would say that when you're
This is
reading,
just deceptive, dude.
Dude, really? When you're reading,
the original claim is that Matthew
Noah,
16 is referring to Peter.
Noah,
You're being deceptive right now.
Noah, I'm speaking. Can you please? It does not mean there are two different words there. One is pebble and one is rock. One is a huge rock that a man cannot throw, and that is Petra. And one is Petros, which is used referring to Peter. Peter being the pebble a man can throw. So let me tell you, in the verse, the rock the church is built on is the answer Peter gave. You are Christ, the Son of the living God. It is not Peter the rock in which the church is built upon. So it is not Peter being referred to as the Petra in that verse. It is Petros. Okay? It's not Petra. These are two distinct words, meaning clearly different things. This is why I've asked you several times, have you learned the meaning of the two Greek words Petros and Petra? And if you haven't, then you need to stop making claims about the scripture because you're misrepresenting what it says. Okay? Please.
Or maybe it's just a different interpretation, and your interpretation is a misrepresentation. Because when Jesus looks, we can read it. We can read the fucking verse right now. Sorry for swearing. What is it, Matthew? Or let's get to it. Let's get to it right now.
So you made the claim based on the verse in Matthew chapter 16. And I would start in verse 16, not in verse. I would start in verse 16 and not verse 18. In fact, I'd probably go a few verses before. But the rock, the Petra, that the church is built upon is the answer that Peter gave. Thou art Christ, Son of the living God.
Yes, I understand. That's your interpretation.
I've not finished. I want to make this very clear, okay, without you interrupting. So when he was asked, who do you say I am, Peter? He said, you are Christ, Son of the living God. And he said, blessed art thou, Simon Barjona. Thou Petros, I will build my Petra upon this Petra. I will build my church upon this Petra, not Petros, not Peter, not pebble, but a huge rock, one a man cannot throw. The answer Peter gave. So it's built upon Christ. You are right in the claim you made today, but that's not what your claim was. Your claim was that the rock that was referred to in that verse
misrepresenting me again.
Is not distinct from the rock referring to Peter. You think both of those words are the same meaning, and they're not. And therefore you misinterpret, and you are out of the context, and that's clear to me.
Here we go.
And by the way,
and they said,
but go ahead, Noah.
Any last no before I read the scriptures, please everyone get in.
What?
Yeah, this is horrible, man.
I don't know. Sir Vivian wanted to get in, I think. Before I read, so go ahead.
I was just saying it was interesting to me. I already said my piece. But if you want me to go ahead and change the topic or something, yeah, I can do that.
No. I'm gonna read this. I'm gonna read this thing that North is bringing up hyper specifically, Matthew 16, which is not me changing my position. My position on Matthew 16 has been firm and the same the whole time. Matthew 16 is referring to Peter as the rock. That has not changed once. The foundation being on Christ does not mean that Peter was not the rock Jesus was referring to in Matthew 16. Please try to not misrepresent me for the 5th time or whatever, just in this alone. But here we go. And they said, some say thou art John the Baptist, some Elias, and others Jeremiah or one of the prophets. He said unto them, but who do you say I am? That's obviously Jesus Christ speaking. And Simon Peter answered and said, thou art the Christ, the Son of the living God. That was his answer. And Jesus answered and said unto him, blessed art thou, Simon Barjona, for flesh and blood hath not revealed unto thee, but my Father which is in heaven. So what he said was revealed. What Peter said, Jesus Christ is saying, was revealed to him by his Father. And I say unto thee that thou art Peter, and upon this rock I will build my church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. This is the verse that is in the controversy. This is what the whole thing is about. Is verse 16? Chapter 16, verse 18. Now let's read that again. Just that one verse. And I say unto thee, thou art Peter, and upon this rock I build my church. So,
and upon this rock I will build my church. Right. So
yes.
let me ask you
the
something.
Interpretation. Let me just give both.
Let me discuss with you. So you had said that the word rock in this verse meant Peter. Now what I'm telling you is Peter is Petros. Rock is Petra. They are distinct words. Yeah. Peter is a small pebble that you could throw. Petra is the foundation. Rock, being Christ is the Son of the living God, the answer Peter gave. Upon this, the church is built. Not upon Peter the rock. Okay? So you are wrong, and the rock does not refer to Peter. The rock is Petra, and not Petros, which is Peter.
You lost, bro.
And the foundation that it's built upon is that Christ is the Son of the living God, which is the answer Peter gave, which is why Christ said, you are Peter or Petros, and upon this Petra, the answer, I'm going to build my church. And clearly, the church is built on the statement and the fact that Christ is the Son of the living God, and not upon Peter being the first pope or the rock that the church is built upon. That's ridiculous, and it's false, and it's misrepresenting Scripture. And that's
so the thing is when you look at the context, and I say unto thee, thou art Peter, and upon this rock I will build my church. He's referencing the thing he just said. You're Peter, and upon this rock. So he's talking directly to Peter, not about his verse.
He's talking directly to Peter, and he's addressing his answer. And Petros, I can't say this, I don't know how many more times. Petros, which is Peter in that verse, which is what he called him, rather than calling him Simon Bar-Jonah, thou Petros, upon this, upon what? Upon you? No, upon this. This what? This statement that you gave, the answer.
This rock, which is referring to Peter.
The Petra, not the Petros. Peter is Petros. The rock is Petra. They are distinct words. Is that clear? Do you concede or no?
Because you don't. No, I don't concede because you don't understand the way Greek has like 5 words. Greek has like 5 different words for every little thing. So for you to like try to parse out the extreme nuance of Greek and show that this rock is not that rock because it's in a different
it's not a nuance.
In a different conjugated form, essentially. I mean, I'm not the most verbally whatever, but you're not in the position to really say that it's not talking about Peter because you believe the conjugation of the word.
Peter, like, what would the Peter have to do with the Catholic Church, even if they were talking about?
Here we go. Yeah, it's neither here nor there. Let me read on.
Wait a minute. Please, bro. Please. No, we're having the debate, and I want to respond.
Someone interjected, and I didn't get to finish my point.
I didn't answer the person who interjected. We're having a clear debate and discussion, you and I, right? And you agreed to it. No one else is important right now. So what you just said is so wrong because the words are different words in the Greek. Yeah. And for you to make the claim that
you don't understand Greek enough.
Please let me finish. For you to make the claim that there are nuances and there are different definitions, you would have to tell me what they are. You clearly are not aware that these are 2 distinct words meaning 2 different things. So the Petra is not and cannot be a small pebble that a man can throw. The Petros is a small pebble that a man can throw. The this in that verse is not Peter. It would be you. So it's not. So the this is the answer Peter gave. So if you were speaking to someone and you ask me a question and I give you an answer and I say based on this, what you just said, not based on you, it's based on this answer you just gave me. This is how we have dialogue. This is how we have debate. This is how we have conversation. So
okay, tell me he's not. Okay, can I read the next verse now? Are you interrupting me to go on forever? Please let me at least get a word in edgewise. Let's see how it goes and continues. And I say unto thee, thou art Peter, and upon this rock I build my church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. And I will give unto thee. I mean, I don't think he's talking to a random boulder somewhere. I'll give unto thee, obviously Peter, the keys of the kingdom of heaven, and whatsoever thou shalt bind on earth shall be bound in heaven, and whosoever thou shalt loose on earth shall be loosened in heaven. So obviously, if 19 is congruent with verse 18, he is directly responding to Peter and directly addressing Peter. I will give thee upon this rock whatsoever thou shalt loose, whichever thou shalt bound. He's talking directly to Peter about what he's going to do for Peter. It's
no one's
look at verse
arguing.
19.
He's talking directly to Peter. No one is arguing with you that he is talking. He's talking directly
about
to
Peter. He's talking to Peter about himself. He's not going to let a physical boulder have keys to heaven.
So now you're okay. So now you're going. No, wait a minute. Now you're going back to your original
19.
Let me just finish this now.
Do not misrepresent me. Please don't misrepresent me in this next thing.
I'm trying to get you to clarify, because it seems like now you're going back to your original claim that Peter is the rock that the church is built upon, and it's not that Christ is the Son of the living God. Now, I want you to clarify right now, who is the rock, what is the rock, or who is the rock that the church is built upon? Is it one thou? Is it the Peter? Is it the Peter singular, or is it many men? Who is it? Noah?
The rock referred to in verse 16 is specifically Peter.
So the rock the church is built upon is Peter, and it's not Christ being the Son of the living God. It is Peter, and it's not Paul, it's not Matthew, it's not anyone else, right? It's not Thomas, it's none of those guys, right? It's only Peter, right?
Huh?
Is that the claim?
That what? That in verse 16 he's talking to Peter directly about Peter, and that in verse in verse 18, and then he continues into verse 19 directly talking to Peter about him, Peter, and not someone else.
To Peter. Yes, he's directly talking to
about
Peter.
him.
At points he's talking about Peter. Now let me ask you.
Where are you going?
The rock that I want you to clarify your claim. The rock that the church is built upon is Peter, right? Just Peter? Please make the claim. It's not Christ being the Son of the living God?
To clarify,
it's not Peter's answer, right?
No, it's not Peter's answer, because he goes on to still talk about Peter. Not two, but also about Peter in verse 19 in a continued sentence. Christ continues talking about Peter directly. Read verse 19.
He can talk about the answer Peter gave and about Peter when he's discussing directly with Peter. When he's talking directly to Peter, like I'm talking directly to you,
the subject doesn't change. He doesn't say it changed the subject.
I can make a point about this statement you made, and then I can talk about you. I can do those same things within 3 sentences or 3 statements or an answer and a question.
He doesn't say, now I'm going to talk about you.
No,
Noah, now I'm going to talk about you.
No, you're not going to escape this. The rock that the church is built upon, you're saying it's not Christ being the Son of the living God, which Peter's answer was. You're saying that rock that the church is built upon is Peter, and therefore he is the first pope, and he is what the church is built upon. Is that your claim? Make the claim.
Okay, so in verse 18, the rock that they're particularly talking about
that you just made,
Peter.
Or are you not?
Yo, in verse 18,
are you going to do it or not?
You keep getting butthurt and your panties in a bunch, but then you don't let me fucking speak back.
Not clarifying. You're avoiding.
Please get your panties out of a bunch and let me speak. So
You're avoiding
in
that.
verse 8, I'm not avoiding, bro. You're being deceptive as fuck right now. In verse
You are. You changed
18,
your claim several times.
no, I haven't. The claim has been hyper specifically that the rock in verse 18 is Peter and has always been, and it continues to be my claim. Claim does not change.
Earlier you said it was Christ. Then you said other men.
I did not say
Earlier
anything
you said
about.
it was Christ.
Nope. I didn't say that. No, I did not say that. Could I please make
Can
my
we go
point
back?
now?
This is on
I
YouTube,
did not.
right?
I did not say that verse 16 was about verse 18 when he says this rock is about Christ. I did not say that ever once. I did not vacillate on that claim. My claim has been hyper specifically chapter 16 verse
You
18.
specifically
This
said
rock is
Christ is
specifically
the rock
about
the church is built upon earlier.
no,
After
not the rock.
your original claim that Peter was.
Not the rock.
And now you're
Not the
going
rock.
back to Peter.
No, I did not say the rock. I did not say
Oh,
that. You weren't
yes, you did.
listening.
Yes,
You are
you did.
distracting. You're an agent of confusion. No, I did not.
I'll timestamp it for you and I'll send it to you.
Yeah, go ahead. I might have said foundation, but I did not say rock. I know 100% I did not say rock. So, anyways, hyper specifically, verse 18, this rock, hyper specifically, is referring to Peter. The subject that Christ and Peter is discussing is Peter. He starts in verse 18 talking about Peter, and then he continues to talk about Peter into verse 19. It is clearly seen if you read both verses back to back.
So the discussion started in verse what? You're putting the discussion, you're putting the context halfway through a discussion. And that's the issue, Noah. So you need to go back to what he was asking them and what their answer was. And then you need to understand that these two Greek words, Petros and Petra, are distinct words, and you can't run away from that. And the Petra is always going to be a humongous rock, a foundational rock. In fact, that's what it would be, a foundational rock. And it will be one you cannot throw. And that is what the church is built upon. It's not built upon a Petros. It's built upon a Petra. And the Petra is the fact that Christ is the Son of the living God. Now, if you're going to continue to say that the rock, the Petra, in verse 18 is referring to Peter or Petros, then you're going to have a problem with the Greek, and you're going to have a problem with just basic reading and comprehension when it comes to English and these verses. But you need to start in the beginning of the conversation and not halfway through the conversation and just applying the talking about Peter instead of the answer to Peter's answer or the statement to Peter's answer. So, yeah, I think it's pretty much over. If your claim is that the rock is Peter now, and it's gone back to your original claim that the rock is Peter, and that is the foundation that the church is built upon, is Peter being that rock, I would just say, you clearly need to do some more study, and I would be glad to help you, even when it comes to the Greek. But if you're not willing, that's okay. I think the discussion or the debate is pretty much over, and everyone can judge for themselves.
That's a lie. That's a lie. I never once said that. I never once changed my opinion on my position on.
You said verse 18,
this rock,
the rock in verse 18
that is not
referring
to this rock. That is not referring to this rock. Referred to hyper specifically in verse 18. Okay, so the fact that you need to keep lying about what I'm saying already makes you kind of not trustworthy. Because if a man tells you repeatedly and never changes his opinion once that in verse 18 this rock is referring to Peter, and it's never changed once ever, and we had this discussion multiple times, and now you're saying that I'm changing my position, either you're just downright not listening and just speaking blindly, or you're actively lying and being deceptive about what my position is. So
your position is that rock is Peter, and that's what the church is built upon. That's what the verse says. That's your position, right? Am I clear?
My position is that in verse 18, this rock specifically is referring to Peter. You can tell
that rock is what the church is built upon in that verse. And that rock is what the church is built upon. And that rock is what the church is built upon in that verse.
You're just chanting now. You're just chanting. And Jesus answered and said, "You're chanting.
You're running. You're running.
You're chanting.
In that verse, In that
You are
verse,
chanting.
Now you're
in that
chanting
verse, in that verse, that rock is what the church is built upon. And you're not saying that. You don't want to say that because you know the church is built upon Christ being the Son of the living God. It's not built upon Peter being the rock.
Dude,
So
who cares?
if you're saying
I care.
if you want to leave out
Why?
parts of the verse that you're taking context from and just one word rock, then you need to read the rest of that what that rock is.
Which verse do you want me to start at? 16 or 17?
Listen, in verse 18, the
16
rock.
or 17?
Listen.
So you wanted me to read
please.
before 18. You said 18 wasn't enough. Where are we starting? 16, 17, or 18?
You are specifically speaking of the word rock in verse 18, so I am specifically addressing.
Yes, but when I read 18 and 19, you said when I read 18 and 19, you said that wasn't enough, and I need to go back previous.
I'm only going to be like 20
You said
seconds.
I need to go back before 18. Which verse do you want me to go back to? You said it, not me. You said 18's too. 18's too big. It's out of context. Where do you want me to go back to?
Stop appealing to an ancient book.
Okay, I'm just going to finish my point.
What verse do you want me to go back to?
You said it a million
It's only going to
times,
take
and he
me
doesn't
10
agree.
seconds, and then I'm going to be finished, and then I'm going to stop talking. My point is this, Noah, the rock, the word rock, you say means Peter. The word rock, you say means Peter in verse 18. That rock in verse 18 is what the church is built upon. That's what you do not want to say, but that rock is what the church is built upon in that verse. It specifically says that, and that rock is Petra. It's not Petros.
Yeah,
so you're
dude.
wrong. You're wrong.
Y'all are still repeating the same garbage.
Okay, so which verse do you want me to start out at? 17, 16, or 18?
Can't y'all do this like on
which one is the
time?
17, 16, or 18?
You're playing the fool now. We already went over it.
I'm not playing the fool, bro.
You have a demon now. You're acting like you have a demon now, man. Because right now you're being intellectually dishonest. We've already went over where I wanted to go over, but I was specifically addressing the verse that you were taking out of context. I was specifically addressing.
You said I took it out of context. Where do I start to keep it in context?
The one word in verse 18.
Where do I start to keep it in context? When I read 18 and 19, you said that's not enough context. You need to go back earlier. Where is earlier? Is it verse 16 or 17? Tell me right now. Is it 16 or 17?
I quoted it for you already.
16 or 7, verse 16, 17, 14, 15.
I quoted it for you.
Christian, just get along.
If you ask me, I gotta be able to answer.
I don't know if this guy's really a Christian, to be honest with you.
Shut the fuck up.
I gotta be able to answer.
Okay, you said when I read 18 and 19 that's out of context, and I need to go back earlier. I just want him to clarify so I know.
No, this has to stop,
I want him to,
like, this has to end eventually. Like,
let me ask him so I can know the full context.
No, it's never gonna end.
Can I know the full? Can I know the full context?
You gotta put a cap on this.
North. You said when I read 18 and when you said when I read 8.
No, you're clearly not prepared. It's over, man. You're not prepared.
When I read 18 and 19, you said that's not enough context.
Is written on your hearts, then why do we keep appealing to
You're not gonna misrepresent me.
2,000 years ago?
You said, can I actually talk to the guy one-on-one?
Wouldn't you know
I just want to get this point ironed out.
Some dude 2,000 years ago, like, how would anything 2,000 years ago
can I get this point ironed out?
Life in the first place?
No,
can I get this point ironed out?
You've been talking nonstop.
You've been ironing.
When someone else is talking, you should try listening now. Because you've just been rambling.
Can I iron this point out?
Fuck your point, dude. Enough of this shit, dude. Enough about your Peters and your Petras and your Patros.
Can I iron this point out?
Fuck your point, dude.
Before we conclude this, I just want to iron this out. So
it's
next
never
time
going to be concluded.
North comes in and brings it out.
To an ancient
next time North brings it up.
It's meaningless.
Damn it.
Okay, North. You said specifically.
Take it to DMs,
I read.
Fuck that. Oh my god.
Yeah, I think it's over, man.
Please, I've been trying to get this.
No, please
it's
take
not
it
over.
to DMs, dude.
It's not over. Let me.
You guys.
If it's over, let me just close this one part out. Then let me close this one part out. If it's over.
Not over means it's over.
Cutting it short. Let's. You said when I read 18 and 19. When you said I read verses 18 and 19. and that was not enough context, and I needed to go back earlier in the chapter and start from a previous verse than 18, which verse was that? Was it 16, 17, 15, 14? Which verse do I need to read from to get the full context?
Just
Please
read the whole thing over again. Just read it all, dude.
I'm not going to tell him to listen. I just want to say this, man. Listen. So Noah, you're starting again and halfway through our conversation. In the beginning of the conversation, I quoted to you where to start from, and I told you that's where you should start from. However, you clearly went to one verse and one word and took it out of context, calling it Petros when it's Petra, calling it Peter when it's not Peter. So it's weird, man. It's
for the
over.
record,
you lost,
for the
bro. It's
record,
over. It's over. For the record, you're over.
for the record, are you saying that the full context
that the church is built upon?
For the record, you're just chanting, bro. You're not even letting an opposing view come in at all.
It's not the rock that the church is built upon. I'm just telling you, you're clearly wrong and you're misrepresenting the text.
Okay, that's nice. I understand your claim. I understand your claim. Now, for the record,
done, man. You're done. You're a false teacher. You're done. That's it. I'm not having any more discussion with you. I'm not listening to you. If you want to clarify for the room, go ahead. But you've already made it very clear that Peter is the rock that the church is built upon in verse 18. You're clearly wrong.
Okay, so I'm clearly wrong. I guess the full context would be starting at verse 16. Do we want to start at 16?
We were going to close it out 30 seconds ago. Or, well, more like 2 minutes ago.
I don't know. The guy is just really dishonestly not answering any questions.
Then disengage. So it's that easy. Just be like, oh, okay.
Okay, so here we go. Here we go.
Next.
And Simon Peter, we'll start with 16 then. And Simon Peter answered and said, "Thou art Christ, the Son of the living God." And Jesus answered and said unto him, "Blessed art thou, Simon Bar-Jonah, for flesh and blood hath not revealed unto thee, but my Father which is in heaven. And I say unto thee." So he says, "Unto thee," which is specifically Peter. "Thou art Peter, and upon this rock I build my church. And the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. And I will give unto thee the keys of the kingdom of heaven. And whatsoever thou shalt bind on earth shall be bound in heaven. And whatsoever shall be loosed on earth shall be loosed in heaven." How is my basic reading comprehension incorrect in English when clearly he says "unto thee" and then states his name and then says "upon this rock"? It clearly seems to me that he's talking about Peter in the verse, talking to Peter about Peter on this verse, and then he continues to talk about Peter to Peter continually into verse 19. In no place does he change his opinion and say, "Oh, now we're done talking about what you said. Now we're going to talk about you, Peter," in verse 19. No, it's a seamless transition, meaning he's talking about the same subject the entire time. I don't think my reading comprehension skills are bad at all in this case. Now, maybe there's a case to be made from this, I don't know, his understanding of Greek, but I really don't trust it because Greek is an extremely nuanced language. Like, there's like 5 different words for every word in English. There's like 5 more in Greek. It's an extremely descriptive.
When God was talking to Peter, you think he had a girl's voice or a man's voice?
Did he speak with his chest?
I don't know. The subject is very clearly about Peter, and it seamlessly transitions in the next verse, and still talks about Peter. So there's no point in which he switches from what Peter said to Peter being the actual subject matter.
Yeah, but
it just seems to be Peter the entire time.
Just trust Peter that he heard the voice of God? You just trust that?
If we actually look at the pronouns in verse 18, "And I tell you that you are Peter, and on this rock I will build my church, and the gates of Hades will not overcome it. I will give you the keys of the kingdom of heaven. Whatever you bind on earth will be bound on heaven, and whatever you loose on earth will be loosed in heaven." Now, clearly, the "you" refers to Peter, but apart from the "you," there's the "this." So why would Jesus refer to Peter as both "you" and "this"? Why he says, "You, Peter, but then this rock"? It makes no sense to say "you, Peter, but then this rock" if they are referring to the same thing. So it's kind of natural. "You" is Peter. And of course, Jesus, if he wants to talk about several things at the same time, he doesn't need to explain this. He could refer to Peter as the "you," and on his statement about Jesus as this rock. He doesn't need to say, oh, by the way, I talked about you just now, but by the way, I'm going to change the subject. Just the fact that he's using a different pronoun would let Peter know and everyone else listening that he's talking about two things at the same time. He's talking about Peter, then he's talking about the statement of Peter, and then he's talking about Peter again. Because he's using different pronouns. And also in verse 17, blessed are you, Simon, son of Jonah, for this was not revealed to you by flesh and blood. And then later on, and on this rock. So both of those times, the first time when this word gets used, he's talking about the statement of Peter. The second time when this is used, it's again about the statement of Peter. It's really systematic. This refers always here to the statement of Peter, and then you refers to Peter himself.
You know what? That was actually a good argument. I gotta actually rethink my position because of what your Lori just said. That's actually a pretty good breakdown. I'm gonna have to look into that. It's actually a pretty fair point. The way you just broke it down right now, I'm gonna have to actually look into that because that is.
It's always been the point.
The way you represent the point, dude, is just so dishonest.
It was specifically brought up by me. This is not it's not Peter. It's specifically brought up by me that Petros is not Petra. It's specifically brought up by me that he could be speaking to him about Peter and about the statement Peter had made. Upon this. Man.
Yeah, I'm talking more about the it at the shall not prevail against it. Yes.
He just told you this. He didn't say the it.
No,
and you said that was
Lori
that was a good way to put
say it. Lori did say it. It say unto and this rock and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. Right? It at the end of verse 18. Are you seeing what I'm seeing?
I don't think you were listening to what he was saying.
Lori, did you use the it at the end of the verse? I'm asking Lori, bro.
It wasn't the it that convinced you. It was the this.
No, not the this, because I was talking about the this the whole time, bro. Lori, you are the one who brought up the it at the end of the verse of 18, right?
You're a straight up liar, aren't you, man? You have
Lori,
changed your
I asked you a question. Lori,
like you bear false witness all the time. I'm gonna stop engaging with you. This is the last time.
Are you not, Lori? Did you not bring up the it at the end of verse 18?
I did mention the it as well as the you and the this. Yes.
Yes, you did, and that it you were relating to the this that is the rock, correct? So I'm not lying. You did reference the it.
I didn't actually address the it. I just addressed the this. My point was that the this in verse 17 and the this in verse 18 are both referring. I didn't specific.
Who said the it?
Boom.
Who said the it?
Boom. Who said the it? You said it. You just made it up because you wanted to disagree with me.
No, it's right here at the end of the verse.
You really showed yourself for who you are.
It's enough mocking. Wait, so Mustard, you're saying you did not when you first? I gotta roll that back, bro, because when you first said that, you said it at the end of the verse. Read it out, and you said it at the end. That it is not there's a you. And then there's a this, and there's an it, and obviously the it doesn't relate to the you. You did mention the it, right?
I did mention it, but I only mentioned it when I read all of the verses and I highlighted all of the pronouns. So I highlighted the it and
right. So you highlighted it because it is a pronoun, right?
Yes.
Yes. So you did highlight it. You did mention the it. It's not a boom immature noise in the background. You actually did mention the pronoun of it, and that, yeah.
Is it this? Is it this? That's what I said, man. That's what convinced you. That's hilarious. Yeah. You're hilarious, man.
Well, the guy went through the pronouns. The guy went through the pronouns, and he said, okay, when we look at the pronouns right now, And I say unto thee, so there's thee, thou art Peter, and upon this, so there's a thee, a this, and then there's an it at the end.
The only different
And
thing he
Lori
said
does
was
say he said the
pronouns.
it.
The only different
Yeah,
word he used
honestly,
than I
it's
used was pronouns. That's the only new word he used that I didn't use when talking to you. The only word he used
no.
that I
When he
didn't
said
use was
specifically the
pronouns.
word it, I have to
That was
reconsider
it.
now. Is the word it at the end of the verse it actually is a good argument. That word it at the end, that pronoun is a good argument because would he not have said you instead of it if talking to Peter directly?
Okay, it's all good, man. I hope you do agree and concede in the future that Christ is the foundation.
Yeah, I might have to. I'm gonna do some more
upon.
research.
So yeah, I
I
appreciate
might
it,
have
man.
to do some more research,
Yeah.
and I might have to. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
come back
because of the it
again,
right
man,
here.
and be real clear about what your claim is next time. Yeah.
I was real clear the whole entire time. That verse 16. I'm sorry, verse 18. This is referring. It's been clear the whole time. I don't know why you have
So
to.
it seems you're not.
Like,
It seems you're
you
not
actually
better
have a
than
good point. Why do
everyone
you
in
have to
this
lie,
room.
bro?
It seems you're not better than everyone in this
Why
room,
do you have to lie?
like you claimed earlier, right? Like you claimed
I'm not
earlier,
better than.
you were
I'm not
better
better.
than
Oh,
everyone in this
no.
room.
I was talking. I
Yeah,
was talking
it's quite
specifically
clear
about.
now.
There's
It's quite clear now that two
no.
people at
I
least
was
got you
talking
beat, right?
about specifically. There's 3 people in the. There's 3 to 4 people in the room who are usually here that only interrupt, mock, and make fun, and actually bring no substance to the table. That's what I was referring to, and I did clarify earlier. So for you to bring that up out of context and deceptively again, like it's weird, bro, because you're but you're deceptive as hell. Like when you talk. Like I did not
No,
at
that would
one
be
point change my
that would
idea.
be yourself.
I never changed my opinion the entire time we were debating on verse 18, this being Peter. Okay?
Yeah, you've changed
That
your
never
claim
happened. You
several
kept on claiming that
times. I
happened.
mean, it's
I
been
did not, bro.
recorded. Yeah.
It's been recorded, but you don't listen to the
In another
recording.
server and in this
But
server,
and the
you've
man
made several different claims.
did mention it. The
You
man did
made
mention it. He referred to it. He even admitted that he referred to it when he was going over the pronouns, and you thought that was a
we all
boom,
read
I
the
was
word it.
wrong moment.
We all read the word it. We all
Yes.
did. You
He
did. I
read it,
did.
but
We
he
did.
said yes.
And we all said that it's the this that the church is built upon. That's the this.
You were so close to a nice little tidy resolution, and now what are you arguing about?
I mean, that's actually pretty convincing what was pointed
great,
out
man.
at the last moment with the it. And I if I find that I'm wrong after looking into this, I'll have to concede to you. But as far as like the slandering and talking about and just lying about what I said and shit, it's just weird, bro. Like
Now you're just lying, man. Stop lying. Stop bearing
it's
false
just
witness.
weird, bro. It's weird.
I mean, you do it all the
It's
time,
just
man.
weird. It's weird. Like that's
Yeah, it is
weird,
weird.
bro.
Please stop.
No.
Yeah.
Like what you're doing right now is weird. Like that's weird.
Oh, me trying to
weird,
defend, myself, giving actual citations,
weird, Noah.
telling you your conversation.
No, you're not. It's
claiming
not
that
you
they've been
defending
recorded
yourself. It's not you
in
defending
other servers.
yourself. It's you lying about me. That's the
Well,
weird
I can
part.
actually pull up your voice recorded in a different server making a different claim. Would you like me to do
What
that?
is the different claim? What is the different claim from
Would you like
today
me
as to
to do
now?
that? Today you've
What
made
is the
two different
different?
claims.
What is
Today
the different claim?
today you made
When did
actually
I?
3 different
When did I
claims.
change my claim on verse 18?
You
Right now, I'm
changed your claim.
considering it,
I'll
but I
tell
never
you.
claim. I
I'll
never
tell you.
changed it.
In the beginning of our conversation, you changed your claim from Peter being the foundation the church is built upon, and you didn't use the word rock. You said that Christ.
Are y'all
First, you said
seriously
Christ
doing a
was
fucking
first.
reset right now? I thought you already came to a conclusion.
He's just
What the fuck
asking
is
me, and I'm
wrong
just
with you?
answering, and this
Can you
will be it.
stop
Man.
making people listen to you talk about the same thing for like 45 minutes? Like, it doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah, and just like maybe 20 seconds. Yeah, for like hours.
I
I'll
just
leave.
need another 20 seconds. I just need another 20 seconds, guys.
I'm gonna tie it up. I'm gonna tie it up right now.
Yeah. So as it started, basically, I said that Christ is the foundation of the church. I
No one
never said
fucking
he was
cares.
the
Oh my
rock
god,
one.
you are so fucking annoying right now.
It's like nobody else exists.
North obviously
Dude, you guys are
obviously
fucking
cares,
dragging this
and
out.
I'm
Like,
Good
obviously
night,
here to
everyone.
tell him.
Yeah.
Good night, everyone.
Bye.
Yeah. So my claim change. It's just I don't think you heard the nuance in my claim, and you decided to run with it.
He's gone, dude. He's gone. He's gone. You're done.
No, what the fuck, man? How are you like so oblivious to how horrible this is?
Sorry, I was trying to get through a point with him. Maybe that point subject will work better with someone else. Like, I actually, as bad as Lori was in the previous conversation, in this conversation, he actually came in pretty clear and pretty on point, and I might actually change my opinion on this
Dude,
because
come
of what he
on.
said.
You really think
All
anyone
right,
gives
well,
a fuck about this shit right now?
I mean, maybe someone does. I don't know.
It's weird. You're weird. It's weird.
It's just too
it is
tiresome.
weird, bro.
Yeah, it's like, what the fuck?
Well, it's weird when you talk with someone and all they do is try to like claim you said something you didn't. I mean, that is weird, bro. And then they obsess over that instead of the actual subject matter. That is weird.
It's weird to talk about it after they leave, like anybody else gives a shit.
No. You started mocking me saying weird. So you brought that up, not me.
Yes, I did. Maybe it's and I know it's weird to mock you about being weird, but that's a nice change of pace at the moment.
It's weird. It's weird.
You know, Noah, what I would ask you, you know, if there is a creator and he wrote his will on our hearts, what business do I have appealing to a book written by a man 2,000 years ago when their lifestyle is nothing like modern times? Like, how would their book apply to my life? If the word is written on my heart, why do I need their book? Why did God only give the good word to like such a small amount of people? Just one generation of man 2,000 years ago? They're the only ones that get the privilege to have contact and communication with Christ, and the rest of us are just supposed to be depending on their word? What sense would that make if there was a creator? It's fucking retarded, honestly.
Do you want to actually talk about it, like, or just because I'm kind of
I'll give you the summary version. Their book has nothing to do with my life, and God's will is written on my heart. So what do I need their book for?
Yeah, well, I would say that the book is actually directly applicable to your life in moral, as far as moral arguments go and stuff. Like the morality exposed by Jesus Christ is still applicable today, right now. And I would say that as far as the actual scripture goes, it's not the God's word is written upon your heart when you become like a Christian. It's not just written on your heart on birth or whatever. So that's the reason that you need the word.
Word says you need the word, guys.
That's how you get it on your.
Where did the people who wrote the Bible, like, you know, Mark and Matthew and Luke, where did they find God's will if it wasn't on their heart?
Jesus was with them and told it to them.
Yeah, Matthew was, if I'm not mistaken, Matthew was a tax collector. So they were just observing, and I guess they were taught by Jesus for 3 years.
Okay, and
the reason why I think it's important, Jesse, there's going to be people in this world. Maybe you weren't as unfortunate, but there are people who, from birth, they're abused. Sometimes they're exposed to satanic ritual abuse, and their perception of reality is so warped and far from actuality that they need a book to turn to find out, oh wow, this is how it really is.
God's perfect plan, y'all.
Would I be able
Yeah,
to
I'm not
write a
even
book to
like
help these people?
I'm not even fully opposed to like being shown that I'm wrong about something. Like if I'm wrong about 18 and I find out, I'll readily admit it. But just the way that it's brought about, dude, is just really weird. Like,
am I able to convey
I would actually like to
will in
I
a
would
book?
actually like to discuss. I'd actually like to discuss with someone who believes that chapter is not referring to Peter or whatever further. Actually, matter of fact,
Probably a whole Discord server just for those people that isn't this one.
point me out. Point that out to me. Where's it at?
It's written on your heart. You got to find it.
Yeah, Eden, I'm trying to ask about if I have the ability to convey God's will without, coming in contact with the Bible.
I think so.
Right, because there was men 2,000 years ago that had the same experience, right?
Potentially.
The word of God is just good news, bro. It's news that you can live forever. That you can, if you accept Jesus Christ into your heart, you get to live forever. It's not something that you would just come to a conclusion on in a vacuum with nobody else.
I would agree. And Jesse, the thing about it is a lot of adults have already transgressed so many, I guess, laws from the Ten Commandments, right? The more innocent the child, it is on their heart. But sometimes through conditioning and the environment we're exposed to, that hardens people's hearts or makes them desensitized. So I think it's not going to be equal for a man compared to a child.
So the people that were given God's word, like the people that wrote down their accounts of Jesus and God communicating with them, what would be different if I tried to convey God's will into black and white? What's the difference?
Well, Jesus Christ was said to be like the Word incarnate. So like everything God would want to communicate to us was incarnated in a complete person named Jesus.
Yeah, well
Not
said.
everybody who wrote in the Bible actually made contact with Jesus.
Right, but when you're talking about like the Word or whatever, like the Word literally came as a man. Like it's like more important than anything else in the Bible. That's like you can actually have a Christian without even ever reading the Old Testament. You can have just the Gospels alone. You know what I mean? So
what
the other
makes
stuff
their
is kind of
gospel better
context
than
for the
mine?
Gospels.
Right? God's will is
Yeah,
written
it's
on
all the
my
same
heart.
Gospels.
I don't think you understand what I'm trying to say.
Their
God's will.
Their gospel is promising eternal life. And
Yeah,
and conferring that God
I don't know.
directly promises you eternal life.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm trying to make you understand what I'm saying. If God's will was written on the people's hearts who wrote the Bible and they're trying to convey God's will, what would be different if I tried to write something down conveying God's will? What makes what I write down different than the people who wrote the Bible?
Okay, so it's not really the fact that someone wrote it down. Like, because at first they didn't write it down, it wasn't even written. Like at first they were literally just witnessing Jesus Christ being alive in front of them. Then later they wrote it down. So it's not the fact that it's written down; it's the fact that it was lived out by somebody, and who that guy is who lived it out. Before it was ever written, he lived that life. Like he walked the walk. That's why they wrote it down. They're like, "Oh my God, this guy actually walked the walk. He's actually the chosen one. It was him all along."
Why did God only subject such a small portion of society to come in contact with supposedly God in the flesh? Like, why only those men?
Well, because he already had a covenant with a specific people on earth, and so he came to judge them first. He judges his own people before he judges like the people who aren't his.
So am I doomed to not comprehend God's will because I never came in contact with God in the flesh like they did?
No, because there's the Spirit of God and God's church.
So then them coming in contact with the flesh does not make them any better than me. So there's no reason for them to have come in contact with God in the flesh at all if my experience is no different than theirs.
Except that when they came into contact with him, they were like inhabited by the Holy Spirit or whatever. and he came to them to give them a message. Well, basically live out a message. And he lived it out in front of them. They were there to be his witness. So they are superior to you in a way that they're a direct witness.
So then, therefore, I am
because
doomed to
the
never
spirit lives on.
comprehend God's will as well as they do.
No, because there's a spirit that is conferred.
All right, so then they
the
never.
Holy Spirit.
So then I don't need to contact Christ directly to understand God's will.
Well, if you understand the Trinity, that essentially the Holy Spirit is like one person, Christ is the other, but they're the same God. So you need to come into contact with God, essentially.
I thought I didn't.
No one said you didn't.
I don't even got that kind of smoke for you, Noah. It's just, you know,
No one said you didn't.
If they are of a higher status, because they directly communicated with God in the flesh, which compelled them to write God's will, right? Therefore, their communication with Christ gave them a better understanding of God's will. Why are they subject to those teachings and I am not?
I'm sorry.
It's all good, man.
Let me try to get that straight. So, what do you mean by they're a higher status? Their status only superior in that they were a witness. So they're essentially first account. You have to go. They're only superior in origin of knowledge. Like you're getting it secondhand, they're getting it firsthand, but it's the same knowledge or the same message.
Why do they deserve?
So there's nothing. There's nothing. Because because that's who he chose. I mean,
well, why?
What am I supposed to explain every mystery?
So then, therefore,
because the Jews were his people.
To never fully be compelled by the Lord's Spirit because I wasn't in direct communication like they were.
You don't need to understand. No, you don't need to understand. You just need to have faith, and you need to have the Holy Spirit. You don't need to have everything.
Is faith like a sliding scale? Do they have more faith than me because they came in contact with God in the flesh?
It could be argued that you have more faith if you didn't come into contact with him and you believed in him. Whereas there's people in Jesus' day that came into contact with him and didn't believe he was the Messiah. Well, that's what I'm saying is there was people in Jesus' day who came into contact with him, like the Pharisees and stuff, that didn't believe in him, and he was right in front of them in the flesh. And then there was, the people that believed in him and became people today. They argued people today who have faith in Jesus had more faith than the people who were with him contemporarily.
I'm sorry, your Wi-Fi was messing with what you were saying.
Well, I'm just saying, like people in contemporary times, like there's people contemporary with Jesus who didn't have faith in him, right? The Pharisees and stuff, seen him in the flesh, didn't have faith in him. There's people in his time who did see him in the flesh and have faith in him, apostles. And then essentially, now there's people today who don't have faith or have faith in him. It could be argued people today who have faith have more faith because they don't have him directly in flesh and blood.
So is there like a sliding scale to the comprehension of God's will based on whether or not I actually came in contact with God in the flesh?
Not necessarily, because God is the same God that's the Holy Spirit.
Boom.
So
then if I write something
you're filled with the Holy Spirit,
if I write something down trying to convey God's will, then the fact that I did not come into contact with God in the flesh does not make a difference to how well I convey God's will.
Yeah, well, that's no one's arguing that they've come into contact with Jesus Christ. That was 2,000 years ago.
So you should follow my Bible.
Yeah, but the thing is, the claim knew Jesus in the flesh. That is impossible. Nobody's 2,000 years old. So you're not actually taking away from like the Christian church by saying, "Oh, you guys didn't know Jesus personally." Like it's not. Nobody's claiming that. No one's claiming that they know Jesus in the flesh because his body's not here. It ascended. Today we have the Holy Spirit to essentially know God by, because Jesus ascended. Nobody's seen him for 2,000 years. Right? Nobody's claiming that they have direct contact with him right now. They only have the contact with the Spirit, the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, and Jesse, you could write a book if you want, and if it resonates and if it's, true, it might, a lot of people might relate to it, and it might be successful.
Yeah, and I'm not arguing this to say that there's something wrong with the Bible, I'm just saying that, this is still man's word, and how much we take it as God's will is to be interpreted subjectively by each person themselves.
Yeah, well, the argument against that essentially is that although it is men either repeating the word of God or writing the word of God down, or that thus then reading that written down account and interpreting it, they're doing it through inspiration of the Holy. So essentially, his spirit preserves his word, or whatever. His word is preserved forever, essentially, by the body of Christ through spirit. Like God is acting through people to preserve his word throughout every generation.
But then there's that one special generation that met God in the flesh.
Well, actually, the whole thing about the Bible is
they are a special generation. Yeah,
and it transcends not just one generation.
Well, you could say we're special for essentially having the chance to test our faith. Like, you could make an argument that every generation is special. I mean, you could say they're special. This one generation is special because they're contemporary with Jesus, and I'd have to agree. But there's specialness is not something that's you have your specialness, my specialness beats you. It's more like there's a bunch of different types of special. Each generation is special in its own right, and yeah, the generation where Jesus was blessed, but we have our own blessings to look forward to.
I think that it is actually vital to faith in Christ that we don't have literal evidence of the Creator and God, because then our faith, I can't explain it.
I see what you're saying. I guess you could argue both sides, though. I mean, the Creator would want to leave clues, so then you do have evidence. That way, when there's a non-believer and he says, "What evidence do you have?" they can point to the mounds of evidence. But I get what you're saying. Maybe that's why, Jesse. I think he's here in the Spirit, the Holy Spirit, which is not like in a fleshly body.
Where's you speak of evidence, and I'm not picking at you, but what evidence are you talking about?
Well, there's people argue that creation, like if you want to look at from a scientific point of view, it'd be creation itself and all that's in creation. And then you can look at the supernatural experiences that people have documented, whether they're doctors, atheist doctors, agnostic doctors, and then you've got I guess the philosophical arguments that you can the moral absolutes, math, scientific laws.
Taking back Eden, I need you to get out there and talk to these Berean Bible people because they don't believe Jesus is the Holy Spirit.
Jesus sent the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit descended upon Jesus after he got baptized.
Yeah. And
well, yeah, Jesus is the fullness of Elohim. He says, "Where two or three gather, there I will be in the midst of them." That's Jesus.
Yeah, and the Holy Spirit does interact with men and women, people who reach out to the Creator. He's done this time and time again. The prophet Jeremiah, King Solomon, Adam and Eve.
Amen. Taking back. Are you a Trinitarian? I came here to talk to Noah, but you're on the mic.
I believe in the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. I guess the Creator resides in heaven. He interacts with us here in His creation as the Holy Spirit, and then there is His Son. So I guess I believe in that.
Okay. Okay. I do like that explanation. I have a problem with Trinitarians. And there's this guy Barry in Bible study or whatever his name is. I talked to him a couple of days, and he flipped out and said Jesus is not the Holy Spirit, but he's a Trinitarian. And then eventually denied Jesus being Yod He Vav He and got all upset. So I'm just noticing that Trinitarians don't believe the commonality that they used to have. I don't know. I find it very odd.
Yeah, it is.
I believe that you for lack of a better way to explain this, Jesus Christ is Yod He Vav He, the Heavenly Father is Yod He Vav He, and the Holy Spirit is Yod He Vav He. That's what I believe, and I would say that is a Trinitarian view, I guess, because those are three different persons, are all one.
No, well, there's a problem there.
God,
You can't say they're
essentially.
different persons. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, that's the thing is I would say they are different. They are different persons. Like they're both Yod He Vav He, but like because they talk to each other, right? Like Jesus talks to the Father. Jesus talks about the Spirit and to the Spirit, Father. So they can't be the same person. Like then they'd be talking to themselves. So that's kind of how I. That's kind of a loose explanation.
If it's the same Spirit, if it's the same one echad, one Spirit, it is the same person, and that's why it always says, like in Genesis or Shemot, Exodus, Vayikra, all these chapters of the Bible say the face of God, which means the presence, because there's only one Yod He Vav He Elohim El Shaddai. He can do all these things, but there is only one, and I just want to stress that. I'm not going to tell you what to say to people, but when I hear people say that God is three persons, that's a problem, because no, he's one person who can do all these things, and people try to put these interpretations on God that are not scriptural. It never says that. It says that there is one God. The Father can talk to the Son. Yes, that's something you and I cannot do. If I was your dad, Noah, I would only be your dad and you would be you, right? I could not be you. You could not. But see, Yod He Vav He is very different from his creation. His ways are above our ways, right? So he's a completely different level, right? Just as Shamayim is above the Eretz.
Well, I just want to say that,
we cannot put those limitations on him, right? If you look at the book of Zechariah, let me finish real quick. Zechariah 2 says, I'm going to be amongst my people. The Lord says, I will send the Lord, right? So he can do those things. He can talk about himself a certain way and do all these things. I'm just letting you know that there's only one Yod He Vav He person, God, Holy Spirit, the Malik Yod He Vav He, the Devarim, the Word of God, the Angel of the Lord, the Prince of Peace, the Everlasting Father. He's all one. I just want to stress that.
Yeah, I just would like to, I don't know, I'm just going to say that essentially Christ speaks like the Son of
I'm
God
muted. I
speaks
don't
to
know
God the
if you're still
Father.
muted or if you're talking. I'm going to go back on mute though. Go ahead.
Can Hello? Hello? Am I coming through?
Yep.
Exactly. And it even says in Old Testament, right? Isaiah. Yeah, I heard you. I'm sorry. Did I lag? Yeah. You don't hear me?
Am I coming through?
Yep, you're both coming through.
Maybe I'm lagging out. Taking back even.
Okay, so
Yep,
as
you're
far
both
as
sound good.
understanding goes, essentially. Sorry, I'm gonna block some more time wasters. I'm not even gonna give out my warnings anymore. It's like I just don't have time for this. Essentially, my understanding is that Jesus Christ, the Son of God, talked to God the Father and spoke of a person from himself. Like, so Yeah, and then like times in the Genesis where it's like, let us make man in our image, that's one of the persons referring to the other two persons in the Trinity, essentially. Like if it was us three and I said, let us do this or that, that's my understanding, that they speak to each other as separate persons, but they're the same essence, the same God.
Well, us doesn't necessarily mean three. Us can be two. Also, remember, God can talk about himself a different way than we can. See, I can't just say that I'm us, right? Because I can only be at one place at one time. Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh can be anywhere at any time, and that's the thing. Remember, he's outside of time even, so he can use the term us. I can't. Also realize that it only requires two. For me, it would be you and me would be us. But I'm just saying that there's only one person, God. There's only one face. There's only one will. He separated himself. He can be at multiple places at one time. But I'm just letting you know there is only one God, one person, one will, one Savior, one angel of the Lord, one Word of God, one Lion of Judah, one Lamb of God, one Devarim. That it's just there's only one. Yeah.
I mean, I would say that all those things that you listed as one, outside a person, I would agree with all of that. But just as far as a person, like as I go for a definition of person, if the two are conversing, like they're as different persons to each other, like Jesus Christ and God the Father talking to each other, and the dove coming down from God the Father. These are like, they're kind of distinct from each other. But obviously, all three are divine. I don't.
Okay. How about this? If I had 4 arms and I was playing 2 video games. Oh, by the way, can you hear me? Am I lagging?
Yeah, we can
Noah?
hear you.
Okay, if I had 4 arms and I was playing 2 video games at the same time, Counter Strike or Half Life, and there was me playing 2 video games at the same time, is that 2 persons or one?
That'd be one person. Yeah.
That's
Playing
right.
2 video
So
games.
right. You see, so God's ability though is far beyond that, right? So when it says in Isaiah, right, match Isaiah with Colossians, all things were made by him and for him, right? So I can look at the Old Testament, I can look at hundreds of descriptions of Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh, and I will claim to you, Noah, if you ever want to challenge me, the entire New Testament will literally confirm every single attribute of Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh Elohim to Jesus in the New Testament. One of those is he made all things by himself, for himself, and that last part is really important, for himself. So if he wanted to experience creation, right, and if he wanted to experience creation as a man and speak to God, who else is he going to talk to? He doesn't have any choice, right? Like if you could enter your own creation and speak to the creator, you'd have to speak to yourself. Like my Glock 21, right, has the word auto, which is Greek. Auto actually means self, right? The Glock 21 is a self-operated mechanism. It's automatic, right? So every time we see that word auto in the Greek, just remember self, and that says him. So it's himself. So it's hard to understand because he's God. We can't understand him. And that's the point. If we could understand him, he wouldn't be Elohim Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh.
Yeah, I would just say that essentially, like at Jesus's baptism, specifically, you can see all 3 separate, I guess, persons. But like, and I don't disagree with you that all the attributes of Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh are given to Jesus Christ, because I don't dispute that Jesus and God the Father is Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh, but that they are like separate persons. They do have the same will. They work. They're when they execute their will, they work in perfect harmony with each other. But essentially, yeah, like they're, I guess, emphasized or whatever, in such that Jesus is in the water praying to God the Father, and God the Father is sending the Holy Spirit. So it kind of distinguishes them as three separate persons in that moment, essentially. And in other moments, Comfort is coming. So he's indicating a distinction between himself and the Holy Spirit. Although all being of the same essence, all being God, I really think that and also Jesus Christ praying to God, right? There's two different persons. There's the Son praying to the Father. So like, Father and the Holy Spirit. There's definite distinctions made in the Scripture, but they are all given essentially the same attributes of divinity, being that they're all eternal, and a bunch of other things like the Creator. They made creation. So I would just say, given those those kind of examples distinguish the persons from each other. Yet it is, I'm in no way saying that they're a different God or have a different essence. And it is a mystery, essentially. Yeah, that's all I have to say.
I think I have a connection issue. Let me know if I'm lagging. I can see I'm lighting up.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay. I just think I'm lagging. Yeah, I just I don't use the term person because it just, when there's two different persons, there's, they're different people, and it just never says that in the Bible. So I just caution that. I just won't do it, obviously, for many reasons. But like, yeah, if you could play 4 different video games at the same time and have 4 different first-person shooters attacking each other, you would still be the one sole person doing all that, experiencing it. And see, again, God, the one true creator of heaven and earth, can do all these things that we can't understand. So again, it's everything is by him and for him. It's for himself.
Okay, but would you say that essentially that the Father and the Son are clearly distinct from each other, in that the Son and the Father speak to each other, the Son prays to the Father? There's a distinction there, right?
Sometimes there is, but at the same time, Jesus says he is the Father several times. So it's not like we can just say, oh, they're distinctly no. And actually, sometimes Jesus says, I am the Father. Not only does he say, I and the Father are one, he actually refers to the Father as me and I in John 14. So they're not always different.
But they're distinct in some instances.
Yes, some,
there's
but
a clear
sometimes they're the
distinction
same.
made, right?
No, sometimes they are, sometimes they're the same. That's what I'm telling you, is that they are not always distinct. No, sometimes they're the same, is what I'm saying. Yeah.
Or like when Jesus says, I'm going to send the Comforter, which is the Holy Spirit, there's obviously a distinction being made, right? Distinction between the Son and the Spirit.
No, well, I'll explain. Yod He Vave says, I'm going to send Yod He Vave. Nope, same. See?
Different Yod He Vaves, like not distinct in
no.
That the only but they're distinctifying, like I'm here and I'm going to send the Comforter, right? So there's the Yod He Vave over here, and then there's the one over there. There's obviously a distinction there. There's 2 different Yod He Vaves being referred to.
No, absolutely not. If I had the ability to teleport at the same time and stay here, I would say I'm going to send the XO over to your house, and I would not be talking about a different XO. I don't have that godlike ability. God can talk about himself that way. You see, we can't. You see, it's a whole different level.
Well,
no, it's only one.
Right, but there would be obviously the XO that I'm talking to here, and then the XO that's coming to my front door, right? So there would be
same person.
Essentially, I would say it's the same being, but I wouldn't say it's the same person. Like if there's, say the one that's at your house, say the one that's at your house, then gets on a plane and comes and meets the other one that's already here at my house. A distinction. This is the XO on the left, this is the XO on the right. They're both XO in essence, the same XO, but there's 2 different persons there, essentially. Like I don't know how to.
No, I'm telling you. No, that's like if I can make my hand detach from my arm and slap somebody in the face. That's me. That's not different. No, it's one. There's only one me, right? So God is far beyond this explanation, is what I'm telling you. That He can be in omni places, right? Jesus Himself, just Himself says, "Where two or three gather in My name, there I will be in the midst of them." Himself, just Him by Himself. He announces Himself omnipresent, the power of Yod He Vav He Ruach Kadosh by Himself. I'm telling you, there's only one person, one God. That's it.
Yeah, like I understand that there's one God or whatever, but essentially, like, just like there would be one XO, but if you could somehow be in two places at once, you could be XO on the left, XO on the right. You'd be two different persons because you could have a conversation. Like if there was two XOs and one started talking about one thing and the other started responding, and they had a back and forth, that would essentially be two different people. Even giving you this kind of omnipresence type of ability, essentially. I don't know. I don't know if I'm explaining myself well.
Well, I think we've gone back and forth. I'm just telling you that I don't believe it would be two or more persons. I would say that I'm just claiming it's one person, multiple places, multiple things, infinitely not understandable. We cannot comprehend him. Only
I think
one
it is
person
your
is my
connection.
claim.
I just think like with Jesus praying to the Father that would be a perfect example of two different persons, right? I don't know, Eden, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, so I got a question. What do you, I guess, I don't know, where do you stand on this whole thing?
Yeah, I just before you rejoined the room, I was telling him my thoughts. I think that there's the Father in heaven, then there's His Son, and God interacts with us here in His creation as the Holy Spirit. So that's what I interpret as the Trinity, the Holy Trinity. So I was doing a little bit of reading. I was trying to pay attention. But what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think essentially they have to be different persons when they essentially are interacting with each other. Like,
yeah,
but
I agree.
Obviously Jesus Christ is Yod He Vav He, and obviously the Holy Spirit is also Yod He Vav He, and they say that there's only one God. They all agree about this. So essentially, it means that one God has three distinct personalities, essentially.
Yeah.
But all these personalities share the same will, share the same power, share the same eternity, share the same omnipresence. Like, because these are the properties of that one God, right? Essentially, if you list out the properties that Yod He Vav He has, all three persons that are Yod He Vav He have to have all of those properties essentially added to them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would agree with you.
And from what I understand is like,
yeah.
Go ahead.
No, it's okay. I can wait. Thank you.
I was gonna say, from what I understand, essentially, is that the within the God head or whatever, that the distinction from the Father and the Son is their relationship. In that one, it begets the other. Like the Son obviously doesn't beget the Father, so that's what kind of distinguishes them as different persons, right? He can't be the guy begetting himself or whatever. So, like, that's what I say. And then as far as the Spirit, I believe the Spirit is said to like proceed or spirate or whatever, something like that. That essentially, that relationship, the Spirit is not begotten, but is perspired or whatever, or produced or whatever, however they say it or whatever. That distinguishes that third person. So essentially, there's three separate like identities or persons, but they're all within the essence or being or nature of God, essentially, is what I understand.
Yeah.
They all share the
would agree.
properties of being God. Yeah, they all share those properties of being God, but they have different personalities, and the personalities are defined by their relationship to each other.
Yeah, and yeah, like for instance, the Holy Spirit, when he interacts through in his creation, I think he's invisible. I don't know what he appears like in heaven. Maybe there's a throne, so maybe it's not invisible. Who knows? Maybe it is, but I would have to agree I tend to agree with you.
Yeah, I don't know. And like I said, dude, even with the debate earlier with North, like in reference to what is it, Matthew 16:18, I'm like completely open to having my mind changed on the subject.
More. That means you have a high teachability index because
yes, yeah, but I just can't stand. I'm trying to like listen to people, and they're just literally constantly accusing me of things that I never said, and it's so hard, bro. Like it's like, dude, I'm literally trying to look at either side, and now we're literally making it like a dick measuring contest, essentially, when that's not what it's supposed to be.
I find that
honestly
frustrating as well.
And it's also weird too, because it's like, why do you need, like, the faith is supposed to be in Jesus Christ, not in you. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of weird. I don't know. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, it is. It does get weird when I see that happen. I've experienced it as well, especially debating other Christian globe defenders. Sometimes they'll, I don't know. It's just they try to attack the person for some reason.
Yeah,
to undermine them.
Like,
but yeah, at least you're open and willing to change, right? And because that shows signs that you actually want to get to the truth. That means you really have a high teachability index. I learned from a wise businessman. There's two factors: willingness to learn, willingness to change. I mean, if someone's willing to learn but not change, they don't really have a high teachability index. But yeah, I know. I like North though. I like you guys. You guys are awesome.
Yeah, I don't know. I try to listen to him because he's well versed in the Bible and stuff, but it's just like it becomes, I don't know, it's like really, like, it's just not spiritually good, dude. Is all I can explain it as. Like, it becomes some sort of like thing where like you're essentially getting like, he's trying to like publicly have this whole thing. It's more about like the public hoorah than actually discussing the subject matter. More about public perception than it is actually about what is being said, essentially.
Yeah, I think even the Bible mentions if you don't have love, I have to memorize that verse. So there is a way to communicate, I think. There's an optimal way to communicate. I mean, everyone's communicating. I mean, I took a communications class in high school, and a lot of what I learned makes a lot of sense. So if someone's communicating but someone's not listening, they're not going to receive the message. So yeah, I think we should all practice.
Oh my
continue
God!
to become better communicators. A lot of you guys are, though, for sure. But go ahead, Coco.
Has that not been what people have been telling you for months now since I've been here? You never listen and take in what people say, ever. And you just make them repeat things over and over and over. So, yeah, I would agree with what you just said, but why haven't you ever done it yourself?
Are you finished? Okay. I would just let you express yourself, so I do listen. But just because someone says something, right? I mean, like, I've considered a lot of what people have said, but if someone just repeats something that's maybe not factual, there's no reason to accept it as truth.
Okay. So then why do you keep asking the same things over and over and over to the same exact people? If you're admitting here and now that you have in fact listened to them and just don't agree with them, why do you come back the next day and the next day and the next day and ask the same people the same questions? What do you think you're going to hear differently?
Can you give me one example, please?
Yeah, like your fucking PBS and Nat Geo thing that you keep asking in front of the same people and you have been told over and over and over again about them. Your stupid memes, like your I meme, where you try to make the I say that we live on a flat earth. Everything, almost everything you do, you ask the same question over and over and over.
Okay, thank you. I don't think I mentioned that today, but thanks for bringing it up. I don't know if anyone's here that maybe isn't aware, but maybe if you aren't, the PBS and Nat Geo were caught deceiving the public. So if you have any questions about that, you can tag me. I can provide some evidence.
That's actually super interesting.
It is. I think people need to be aware because I still encounter people today that don't even that don't know that Nat Geo and PBS were caught.
They were not caught doing anything. You're looking at something that's taking it out of context, and it's freaking boring to hear it over and over.
Okay, Coco. So who is right? Are you right, or are the other people on the Globe team call it absolutely terrible and wrong? Who's right? You or them? No pressure.
I cannot believe you fucking just said no pressure. Oh my God. The many, many people who have pointed out to you over and over and over again the different situations, like the one with the boat and the flag, that tell you and show you over and over that those were not scientists, those were not professional people. That was something they did for fun with pseudo celebrities who, of course, did not do it perfectly. And it was part of a larger documentary that you never reference.
Okay, and thank you. What about PBS? What are you familiar with? What happened there? That debacle?
Well, see, now there you go. I spent a lot of time researching that information for you, getting the names of the companies that produced it, the ones that marketed it to PBS, and giving you a whole timeline. So it's good to know I fucking wasted all my time doing that because you don't even remember, because it didn't say what you wanted it to say. So of course it's just not true, even though it was completely factual information. So I'm just not going to take my time further to go over that with you. I just wanted to point out that once again, you were being very deceitful and very hypocritical when you were saying that people don't communicate right, because you're a main culprit of that.
I didn't say no. I was just thinking that people. There are instances where people maybe aren't listening, and that's why the message wasn't received. I didn't call out anyone here. I just thought maybe. Actually, I think I said the otherwise. I think people are. I don't even remember. But I think I can improve my communication. I'm still trying to work on that. Anyways. But thank you for the feedback, Coco. But in my opinion, it was a travesty what PBS tried to do. claiming science when they clearly were not using any science. And
yes, we know, because as I previously mentioned not 3 minutes ago, you fucking bring it up like every day. So we know this.
Well, you brought it up, so I was just trying to. I mean, before we stray far from the topic, I just thought I had a closing statement. You feel free to do the same. Oh wow! Welcome, Verdak.
Oh wow. I've seen a ghost.
Did you say you've seen a ghost?
Yeah, Burdock.
Oh.
Burdoc's a ghost.
What up,
Ghost
man?
Protocol.
What you been up to, bud? What are you doing? And why is it George Floyd? Why are you George Floyd psyop right now? Like, what is this? What's the new psyop?
It's an old psyop.
Yeah, that was a topic just I think the other day, maybe yesterday.
I don't know. No one's always got psyop in his message.
I'm here to message you, bro.
What have you been up to?
Too much. Too much to handle.
Too much to handle?
Yeah.
You sound a little down.
Do you think I wonder if there's an actual tally for the number of psyops that have been, I guess, completed.
I don't know. There's been plenty of psyops.
Yeah. For good and bad, I suppose.
The ones that actually happened, or the ones that the conspiracy theorists believe in as well?
Oh, I mean, look at the Gulf of Tonkin. I mean, that's one that was conspiracy for years, and then they finally admitted. JFK assassination, that's another one.
Yeah. Manhattan Project.
MK Ultra. Jolly West. Marilyn
Now
Manson.
is the moon landing on there?
Moon? I don't know. It might be.
I forgive. I forgive. If it is, I forgive everyone involved, and I would encourage everyone to forgive them as well, and recommend that they get amnesty.
Amnesty from what?
Any sort of prosecution or
prosecution for what?
Well, I've spoken to a Glober. Like when I try to activate, when I'm an activist on the street, I encountered one gentleman, and he said that if they were guilty, he would want them to go and receive jail time. And I don't know about that. I mean,
well, that's easy to say because they're not guilty.
Oh, it's a different time.
That's just ridiculous.
Well, it's a different time. Like different culture, you know. There was a race to space, all this other stuff. I don't know. Did America fake it? Maybe they did. And if they did it, was it for the wrong reason?
reasons? Probably not. 'Cause they wanted to get ahead of the Soviets.
And you don't think that the Soviets would have announced to the world if we faked it?
They might have. They haven't.
All right, whatever.
Well, I mean, they haven't, so maybe we actually went there.
To the moon? Is that what you're saying?
Maybe.
I mean, that is a pretty strong argument, but I would counter that Russia at the time were atheists, so they probably didn't have an incentive to, and maybe that worked in their benefit, right?
I mean, if you want to go down the road that the Russians and the Chinese and the Japanese are all going to blackmail us, I mean, I get it. They probably would have done it already. I mean, Russia's already invaded Ukraine. We are supplying Ukraine with tons of weapons. I'm pretty sure Russia would have already said if we didn't go to the moon, hey, these motherfuckers didn't go to the moon. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. So just saying.
It is a strong argument. There is a rebuttal, but yeah, it is.
Yeah, there is for sure. Yeah,
I'll agree though. It is a strong argument. It would be stronger if all those other nations were Christian, in my opinion.
right. And none of them are Christian, and they're still not calling us off. So, I don't know. Sounds like it.
If we exclude Russia, if we exclude Russia from that list, let's say these other people now involved, India landed on the moon. I think Britain supposedly landed on the moon. I guess who's in charge? Is NASA, the United States, a superpower? The one that delegates and maybe allows? I think so.
No, what you think?
It reminds me of like
what do I think?
You know, kind of like in any sort of operation, like on the mafia level, they would want a mafia likes to control a whole block or neighborhood, and when someone comes in and says, "Hey, I want to do this business too," generally depending on the type of power that mafia also has, he might exert his power by saying, "No, this is my territory, but I'll let you work here, but it's my territory." I think maybe that's what the United States did.
No one knows this shit. Go ahead.
That's true. I'm just speculating.
What would I know? What would I know exactly?
I don't know, man. This moon landing shit and all this other stuff. You're into this stuff. I want to know your take.
I'm actually just reading into this stuff over here.
And then I also don't blame administrations that followed, because sometimes they would have just had to inherit that sort of package deal. You know what I mean? And then the next administration would have to do the same thing. And then it becomes complicated because then you have living astronauts. And then let's say if you do admit, okay, guys, it was just a story. And then that might pose a threat. So that's why I think amnesty, that's a great idea. That's just my opinion. If it was a staged event.
I mean, there's a lot of evidence that it was staged. I just don't buy it. Like, if it was staged, I think somebody else would have called us out on it. There's pictures of the little girl that, I say little girl, but the tiny woman that created all the code. Like those books and stuff of code that they used to get there. If anyone knows coding, like it's involved, like for so many years. I mean, it started from like tones where I could like actually take off the receiver of a payphone, use a paper clip, and they get the quarters out when I connected the receiver to the ground. Like that was cracking, right?
Yeah.
Then we hacking that was like going into computers, and we were doing script kiddie shit. Then I joined the military and I got away with that. But like, I don't know, man. Like, there is so much possible with stuff. I don't know. My thing is like, I think it's a possibility. I wouldn't count it out.
Yeah, and I believe the United States really wanted to go. I mean, it makes sense. I would want to go if I had all the resources.
My thing is like the Van Allen radiation belt is one, but they could have went through the top of it, right, based on the Earth's rotation. If you believe the Earth is a globe, which 99.9% sure it is, 0.001 is not. But that I mean, even that's possible. And then they could have got there within the time frame. And then how did they fake all the other missions? Like, I don't know, man. That's hard. Just my 2 cents.
Well, yeah, there were 6 missions in 3 years, if I'm not mistaken, and all under Nixon. No other president. And what else? There was a few things. So,
Where you going? Oh yeah.
I can see how it would be difficult to, let's say, I'm Canadian, so I don't really have the attachment that maybe some Americans do. I mean, I can appreciate it, like, because I'm half British, right? So just going against the monarchy, like some other British people do, sometimes you'll see, from my experience, you'll see people loyal to the monarchy, and then you'll see people who say, no, we need to get rid of the monarchy. Both are British. So I mean, so for me, it was a little bit easier. I mean, I was a huge NASA fan my adult life. So, but I guess because I'm not American, I didn't really have that attachment. Like, let's say someone whose grandfather worked on the mission.
Whenever I hear someone say they were a huge NASA fan, it reminds me of converts to Christianity saying, oh, they were in such a hedonistic lifestyle and like full on atheist. And it detracts a little if you kind of hear what I'm saying.
Yeah, sorry. Well, I would watch they have a channel, right? And I would just watch it. And I would kind of I was fascinated by their public releases and when they would talk about how little of resources they use from the government budget, but managed to do so much. I used to think that was really cool. And yeah. But I did used to watch their channel.
Excuse me.
Yeah, NASA had a channel, I forgot what it was, 200 and something in the United States.
What do you think about can you hear me, Eden?
Yeah.
Yes.
There we go. John 15:26. But when the Comforter is come, will I send unto you from the Father, even the Spirit of truth, which proceedeth from the Father, he shall testify of me. I think that's a pretty good example of distinction, right? Because he's talking about the Comforter. But when the Comforter is come, whom I will send unto you from the Father. So the Father is distinct from the Comforter because the Father sends the Comforter. And even the Spirit of truth, which proceedeth from the Father, he shall testify of me. I don't know, it's hard to argue against that, I guess. I don't know. The Spirit of truth, I don't know.
It is. It yeah. It does take a lot of I think focus to consider all these ideas. Makes sense that the creator would have a son. I mean, men have sons. Why wouldn't the creator?
Yeah, I just I don't know. These seem to be whom I will send unto you from the Father. That's three. But when the Comforters come, whom I will send unto you from the Father, and even the Spirit of truth, which proceedeth from the Father, he shall testify of me. So 2 times, all three of them are referenced, right?
Yeah.
So that's three different. That's three different, distinct persons, right? The Comforter, the Father, and the Son, and then the second time, it's called the Spirit of Truth, the Father, and the Son. Those are three different distinct persons, right there. And then also obviously the baptism of Jesus. There's Jesus in the water. There's the Father in heaven, and then there's the Spirit descending like a dove. Those two instances, like I can't ignore them and say that that's all the same person, or you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
it has to be. But at the same time, it's very clearly evident that they say that Christ has all the attributes of Yod He Vav He. And then it is also said that the Spirit has all the attributes of Yod He Vav He, whereas Yod He Vav He is Spirit. So, yeah, no, it's a mystery, but I would have to say that has to be three persons. Like that can't be. I don't know. I can't really get around that.
I've started asking actually non-believers and even believers if the creator were to interact with his creation inside, like either the globe or a flat Earth, how would he do it? To me, it makes sense that he's invisible. So maybe that's why he's called the Holy Spirit. And it's probably a wise thing to do, appear invisible. Because let's say if he did want to appear visible, what form or size should he be? A tall person? Should he be a small person? What nationality should he be? Should he be Caucasian? Should he be Asian? African? And so it makes sense that he visits here through the Holy Spirit, to me at least. Time and time again, he's been here. And supposedly, for anyone maybe I know you might not believe in demonic possession, but in the Christian worldview, there's demonic possession where someone allows, like they actually invite demons into their body, and then you'll have Christians who invite the Holy Spirit. So where the Holy Spirit happens, that happened in the past where Jeremiah, he was going to do a sacrifice in front of the king, if I'm not mistaken, and that's when the Holy Spirit entered him and spoke from his mouth. And it makes sense that that could happen, similar to a computer. So imagine you created the computer and you created the operating system. You would probably implement some sort of backdoor where you could log in and access the computer remotely. And that happens now with man-made software. Microsoft has telemetry where they know what people are doing, essentially, if it's connected to the internet. They have backdoors, zero-day exploits. But if you want to look into demonic possession, I recommend researching Dr. Richard Gallagher. He's a board certified psychiatrist and medical doctor. I think he graduated from Harvard and a few others. Maybe not Harvard, but he's definitely accredited.
Sounds like an appeal to authority.
Yeah.
All right. I'm just wondering why you don't trust, scientists that say the Earth's round.
Because they're not the authority on reality.
I don't appeal to authority, Noah.
Yeah,
Really?
appealing to authority could be fallacious or dangerous.
I'm glad you don't appeal to authority. I guess it's good for you. I mean, I can't really. Can I say anything bad about that? I don't even know. Like that's like cheers, dog. Like good on you, I guess.
Good on you, mate.
Good on you, mate.
Yeah, there were times where people swore on the Bible probably, but knowingly lied. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think Big Tobacco did that when they went to Congress for a deposition. And I think it was exposed years later that they lied because they eventually had their communications.
Yep.
I could, you know what I envision, even though it probably will never happen, but I'd love to see it. Let's say if the world is flat, just indulge me for a minute. I believe that America could still remain a superpower if they offered like heartfelt apology and just recognition of what happened. Then people would respect that, and then they could lead the world in science again. They could still have NASA. They could explore if there is a firmament. They can invite people to take part in the science of learning about the firmament, or if there is no firmament, maybe they do travel, but now citizens can partake. I don't know. That's just my opinion. I think the U.S. could still remain a superpower, or other nations. I've spoken to some Globers. They feel like they saw a worse scenario where if the world was flat, people would lose maybe confidence and maybe want retaliation. And that would pose a threat. And yeah, I wouldn't want that on anybody. So if it is flat, there's an optimal way to do it where people will appreciate it and thank them and understand. Well, go ahead.
Yo, Eden. Actually, I don't know. I'm like curious to ask you some stuff, but I like feel like Ruhif's not going to be interested, so maybe not.
I'm not.
Ruhif's pretty awesome.
Clearly not.
Okay. Maybe another time, Noah. You can DM me if you want.
I'm here playing a game, so you guys can do your Christianity stuff, whatever.
Oh, thank you, Ruhif.
I just wanted to ask, I guess, Eden, who would you identify as being like the body of Christ or the church today, essentially? Like, how would you define that?
I guess it would be all believers, and I'm still studying myself. So, but I guess that would be just the believers, if I'm not mistaken. And actually, I used to be against the Catholic Church and the Catholic Church, but while speaking to other Catholics, they actually showed me that the last pope, he was doing great things. Like he was actually one of the things that I was worried about was the Catholic Church not instructing or preparing the parishioners of the dangers and the protection available, and then getting them to learn the commandments or the parables. So, but then I encountered some Catholics, and they were showing me that the Pope at the time was encouraging people to memorize the Ten Commandments. So that was encouraging. And then I went back to my Catholic church, and I was pleasantly surprised. They were they were trying to organize anti-abortion vigils, and then they were teaching about Jesus and the commandments. So that was great to see. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, that's hard for me, man. I would say it's easy to say who's not, I guess. Mormons are not Christians. Jehovah's Witnesses are not Christians.
Great point, yeah.
Yeah. I guess, yeah, my struggle is essentially like between there's essentially Catholicism, Orthodox, and then essentially a bunch of different Protestant denominations, essentially. And looking at and trying to actually go through all of that and essentially distinguish like who exactly is making the correct claim about, because it's very obvious to determine that a Mormon and a Jehovah's Witness is not a Christian. Like neither of those are actually Christian in any way. But it gets like more and more fuzzy, like especially with the Orthodox and the Catholic Church. Like they have such a strong claim, be it a very strong historical claim, and also a lot of I don't know. It's
I agree.
Yeah, and then I don't know. Yeah, it's.
Have you
hard
ever
to look
heard the No True Scotsman, or someone tries to use that about so now that who's a Christian? I have a rebuttal. Maybe you've heard it, but I'll run it by you really quick if you want to hear it.
Yeah. Okay. Go. All right.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So let's say someone says, "Oh, No True Scotsman," right? So my reply is, you take one individual, and let's say if he's studying for an exam and he wants to pass with flying colors. If someone gives him the wrong material and he studies it to the T, he memorizes it. Let's say he has a photographic memory, he's gonna ace it. But come time to take the exam, do you think he's gonna pass if he was given the complete wrong information? Or pass with flying colors? Unlike, right? Exactly.
No, yeah,
He's gonna fail miserably, or he or she. Now you take that same person, and then you give them that right material, and let's say they have a photographic memory, and they pass with flying colors. Now, if that person, even though they've been given that license, right, a medical doctor or driver's license, if now they decide to not follow the rules that were made to protect others, that license is going to be revoked, sometimes really quick. So, like you said, maybe there's Mormons. They were given, or there's going to be people who were given the wrong information, so they're failing miserably. And then there's going to be people who were given the right information but choose not to follow.
Yeah, but that's a problem I'm having. Is essentially when I look at a lot of these debates and stuff, like a lot of these like small random denominations are so incorrect about things. Like it's
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. And then the whole Martin Luther and John Calvin do not actually seem to be like, that's not it, Chief. You know what I'm saying? Like, and of course I've heard about this, like whatever, like the Pope does an orgy in the thing, and I would have to agree, like that's actually true, and the Pope was doing an orgy in the thing. That's not it either, Chief. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not it. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I don't know. I'm just fine that like Orthodox and Catholic views on a lot of the things that these random Protestants have like ideas on, especially like I don't know, just it seems like they actually have a better, like, even though Protestants claim to be sola scriptura, it seems like the older churches actually have a better grip on what the scripture is actually saying. Like when you fully hear out either side's arguments, kind of what I'm coming to. Because I was leaning hard against the Catholic Church when I first got onto Discord, because all the stuff like, oh, the Dagon fish hat, you know what I'm saying? Like all that shit. But like a lot of that stuff is also like misinformation and stuff. So it's like, I don't know. I'm kind of like,
I'm with you there. There's going to be pros and cons to, I think, both sides, the Protestants and a lot of. I think I heard. I think it was Jehovah's Witnesses, or they came to my door, so I invited them in, and they did share one guy shared something that I kind of reappropriated. So he said that the truth is like a glass table, and Satan has attacked it, and it's shattered into pieces. So sometimes some group will come and grab a small fraction or piece or portion, and they'll say, "I have the truth," but they haven't gathered all the pieces to see the bigger picture or the complete picture. And maybe that's what's happened with Mormonism, right? They grab a small fraction or portion, and then they make up their own. They add to it, like right. They kept Jesus, but then they've added.
yeah, but both those guys basically say Jesus Christ is not like a divine figure, which refuted throughout the New Testament, right? And kind of the basis of the whole idea of Christianity.
Yeah,
it's like God became like a man, and essentially lift the curse, give you eternal life.
Yeah, break the Genesis curse. Finally, thank goodness. And show others that it can be done. We can break that Genesis curse too by repenting. Jesus showed us the way. He could do it. He did it. We could do it, or try. But Noah, have you studied the Reformation of the 1500s? What a story!
I've been studying it more and more, like over time. But essentially, it is essentially the foundation of the Enlightenment, which is, I guess, like that's another thing, is they say like you'll know them by their fruit and stuff.
Yeah.
Essentially, the Reformation basically led to a bunch of like many people disagreeing about many different things, and people just making up their whole entire own doctrines, and many churches and denominations springing forth. And then from there, what came from that was the Enlightenment ideals or whatever, which then led to like all this atheism and shit. So like,
yeah, in France,
like,
I think they had
liberalism, atheism, all being like Enlightenment topics essentially. And but there's also like two enlightenments, right? There's like the technological enlightenment, and then there's like the philosophical enlightenment. The technological enlightenment is kind of lit, but the philosophical one's kind of not. So they essentially just go on to say that like it's everything and nothing, and there's no meaning at all, and all kinds of shit like that. Like,
yeah.
So I don't know. Like, I see the Protestant Reformation as being like a kind of like a falling away, especially when they get some of these like scriptures so wrong, and then they take out entire books out of the Bible, and then like people are always saying like, "Yo, the church took out the books from the Bible." It's actually like the Protestants actually took the books out of the Bible. Real talk. The church is one who assembled the Bible, they put the books together. It's not the other way around. So I don't know, dude. I'm kind of like
that could
this
be
idea
true.
that the Protestant Reformation is whatever. But then even if you like look into that or whatever, it's also like there's like an Orthodox and a Catholic church. You know what I mean? Like both making extremely valid points towards the other, and it's like I don't know.
No, I would agree with you. That could be true because maybe the the forefathers of the Catholic Church were probably this greatest form of Christianity, and then because it's true, Satan would infiltrate, and that's probably why they've strayed. But have you heard the idea that at the time the Vatican around the world, generally in Europe, England, Switzerland, Germany, where they had their churches, they were actually lying to the citizens? Are you familiar with the indulgences that they were charging?
Yeah, and that's one thing that I would say, like, that's one thing that I would say that the Protestants kind of had a good point there. Like, the indulgences was like, what the fuck is that? You know what I'm saying? Like,
imagine. Okay, put yourself in. You're a German or you're an Englishman, and you just realize, just like what we probably realized, NASA, they're lying to us and stealing our money. It's kind of like outrageous, because it's actually worse for in a spiritual sense, because they were doing it for over 1,000 years, and I think at one time there would have been women in the sex slave industry, and I don't think they could have afforded if I'm not mistaken, the forgiveness was a year's salary. So it kind of maybe they didn't believe that God would forgive them, and which is a lie, and it kept them in sex slavery. So it was a pretty evil lie, that what they were doing, selling these indulgences. But yeah, you're right. Brave men that went to them and said, "You got to stop doing this." And I think what happened was, Noah, essentially, after 1,000 years of this abuse, the creator, I guess the creator inspired man to create the printing press, and that's when they released the Bible to the people, and people all over Europe realized that the Vatican were lying. And I'm not saying this. Remember, I say this with the forefathers of the Vatican. Maybe they were the strongest version of Christianity because they were there, right? Like Constantine, they helped. They turned to Christianity, and that was like what 300 beat. 300.
Yeah, and there's also like the whole Orthodox Church, which is like a whole other, I guess, half. You know what I mean? Or I guess I don't know if I think now the popularity is different. There's like a disparity, but essentially there was like an Eastern and Western Church schism or whatever. I don't know, dude. It's
Definitely.
like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of.
Oh yeah, I think maybe the people. Yeah, the people further back in time, they probably had more of a direct relationship with the Jews, right? Because a lot of the Jews converted a lot of Romans. Like a lot of even in Jesus's time, there were Romans who became Christian. If I'm not mistaken, right? I think there was even one a soldier who went to Jesus for healing, because I think he overheard that he was healing people, and his son was sick, so he went to Jesus and he asked for healing, and Jesus said he would be healed. So that would have had him convert. And yeah. So those people closer to that time period, I think they would have aligned more with Christianity.
Well, look at this. What are the indulgences? In Catholic teaching, an indulgence is a remission of a temporal punishment for sins. Temporal means like time punishment.
Yeah.
That have already been forgiven. The idea is that even after being absolved in confession, some consequences of sin remain. Indulgences were meant to reduce the time a soul spent in purgatory. Originally, indulgences were granted for good works such as prayer, pilgrimages, or helping the poor. Over time, however, they became increasingly tied to monetary contributions.
Oh, so it changed.
This is very interesting, actually. But
I didn't know that.
I think the idea of the Protestants makes sense, but like the idea of splitting away, I don't know. I don't like that. Like, say you're in your church and you think they're wrong. I think you'd want to steer them right. You wouldn't want to completely sever it. You know what I mean? But here we go. Let me see what else. By the late Middle Ages, the sale of indulgences had become common. The church began issuing indulgences in exchange for donations, especially to fund major projects like the construction of St. Peter's Basilica in Rome. One infamous figure was John Churchill, a Dominican friar who aggressively marketed indulgences in Germany, reportedly using slogans like, "As soon as the coin in the coffer rings, the soul from purgatory springs."
Yeah.
This commercialized approach was seen by many as exploitative, especially since it played on the fears of the poor and uneducated. Martin Luther's response. In 1517, Martin Luther, a German monk and theologian, was outraged by the abuse of indulgences. He wrote the 95 Theses, a list of arguments against the practice, and nailed them to the church door in Wittenberg.
Pretty brave.
Luther wasn't initially trying to start a new religion, but his criticism of indulgences quickly escalated into a broader attack on church authority, doctrine, and corruption, and sparked the Protestant Reformation. Yeah.
It happened in England too. There was a Martin Luther in England. His name was William Wilberforce. He was, I think, if I'm not mistaken, a lot of the English translation, I think they said 75% is from his work, William Tyndale, and they burned him at the stake. 60 years later, I think that's when King James authorized the KJV. But a lot of brave men, man. I think that's what flat earthers are doing today. They're the brave people they found corruption, and they're trying to bring it to light, make it better for everybody. But yeah, indulgences. And what a battle. So my theory is, and I think this is I guess this is the general theory, Noah, that essentially when people were given the Bible because of the printing press, Satan, because the Bible or the truth would set people free, he doesn't want people free. He wants people in his bondage. What he did was he had to get people to undermine the Bible itself. So at the time of the Reformation, I think a lot of the world at that time, because it's the 1500s, they've already shifted away from the ancient idea of this earth, such as a flat, circled, enclosed plane. Now they shifted to the globe, probably through the help of Satan, to undermine the Bible, because now they could say, look, the Bible says it's a ball. I mean, the Bible says it's not moving, but we'll show you through these telescopes that the sun is moving. And that's two of the things that were hotly debated at the Reformation, was if the earth is moving and if the sun is at the center of the universe, or if it's the earth. Those were the topics, supposedly. And it was so bad, Noah, that it was so amazing, Noah, that at the time, even that guy, John Calvin, he called people who thought the earth was moving demonically possessed. That's how heated it got.
Yeah, I mean,
and we're still talking about it, right? People are still debating, is the earth moving? $500 years later. So that's the theory, that Satan undermined the Bible, because now if he can undermine the Bible, because before he had a control on the people's minds for 1,000 years through these indulgences or whatever other practices, because it probably got out of hand. Because he couldn't control that any longer, the information, because now there's a new way of information being spread, he had to undermine the truth. So if whatever the Bible says, now Satan got men to say the otherwise. So if the Bible says earth is stationary, men are going to have to say and show, nope, earth is moving. Don't trust that Bible. Got it wrong. And yeah. So if it got that wrong, I guess you can forget a lot of the other stuff. And that's what I think some people have done. they'll justify saying, "Look, it's not a science book." So if they got that wrong, it's everything else must be wrong. Like the rules, I don't need to know these rules.
But I also say this is kind of to harken back to Matthew 16. Essentially, if God told Peter that he has the keys to loosen and bind things on earth and have them loosen and bound in heaven, it would make sense that the office of Peter has the power to sell indulgences. You know what I'm saying? To essentially be able to loose people in purgatory in a way.
Yeah, if that's what it says, I don't think I would have. I don't want to argue against it too much. Jesus did train the disciples. The disciples are the ones who went out in the world and helped spread the word.
And I will give unto thee the keys of the kingdom of heaven, and whatsoever thou shalt bind on earth shall be bound in heaven, and whatsoever thou shalt loose on earth shall be loosed in heaven.
It makes sense that they were given the keys because the truth is freedom, right?
Yeah, but look, it says, "What is binded on earth shall be bound in heaven, and whatsoever thou shalt loose on earth shall be loosed in heaven." So, in a way, the idea of indulgences makes sense in a way, because if you could loosen someone from the like restrictions of purgatory on earth, and it says you know what I mean, if you have the keys to the kingdom of heaven, I don't know, that's a lot of power. Look, and I will give unto thee the keys of the kingdom of heaven, and whosoever thou shalt bind on earth shall be bound in heaven, and whosoever shalt thou loose on earth shall be loosed in heaven.
And I guess to corroborate, I guess one could probably suggest faith without works is dead. So maybe indulgences is a form of work, right?
What happened to indulgences? Why
well, I think
did they stop?
Yeah, because I think they started probably abusing it. Like you said initially, maybe it was prayers or penance, or I think actions that people did, and then it transitioned to maybe someone within the clergy decided, hey, we can exploit people by charging them money now, because they actually had a price list. I think for murder it was like X dollars, abuse X Y dollars, being like hurting someone, or the whole list, stealing Y or Z. So they literally had a whole price list, and then so eventually it got out of hand.
How's this? So I just indulgences themselves did not stop, but the sale of indulgences was eventually banned by the Catholic Church. At the Council of Trent, 1545 to 1563, which was part of the Catholic Church's response to the Protestant Reformation, called the Counter-Reformation, the Church officially condemned the abuse and commercial sale of indulgences, reaffirmed the theological idea of indulgences is valid, but only when granted for genuine spiritual reasons, not for money. Today, indulgences still exist in the Catholic Church, but they are earned through specific acts of devotion, prayer, and penance, not through payment. The Church publishes lists of actions that can earn an indulgence, such as praying the rosary, reading scripture, attending Eucharistic adoration, and making a pilgrimage. So while the practice was reformed, it was not abolished. The major change was ended the corrupt selling of indulgences that had sparked the controversy in the first place. So
the
controversy of the Protestant Reformation, the Protestants essentially got what they wanted, so there's no reason to still be a Protestant. Essentially, you would have by the logic in which it was started, they should have went back to the church that they were protesting against. And another thing I heard too is that there's like the things that John Calvin and Martin Luther did and taught, and then there's, I guess, the actions of others after they were gone. Kind of like Isaac Newton, you know what I mean? Like there's the things the guys actually said, and then there's the people after they were gone that kind of pushed forward and made it some sort of movement. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that's like another thing to kind of keep in mind. Also, is like, did Martin Luther even want what happened today, or was he just kind of just this random guy who kind of just had a valid protest, but maybe outside of that valid protest, he's not the best example, and maybe he really didn't even want to. I don't know. I just, you know what I'm saying?
No, oh, for sure. Because back then, they were also debating whether or not an adult should be baptized. There was a group called the Anabaptists that were recommending that adults should be baptized. I mean, like, I was baptized as a child, but they were arguing that we have to do what was in the Bible. And so that was adults being baptized. And I think Martin Luther was indifferent about it. But yeah, so I think it's a good idea for everybody to kind of like look at the whole scope and see who are the players. Because yeah, you're right. We don't want to just put everything on one man, because there's going to be people who think Martin Luther was a racist, or maybe because they have evidence that he hated Jews and whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, here nor there. I mean, it's just, I mean, like, it seems like the guy had a valid complaint, and it seems like,
yeah, definitely,
after this movement started, the church actually admitted to their fault and had a whole council over this, essentially. You know what I'm saying? And basically,
for sure,
changed a bunch of. So I don't know. But also in a way, they kind of lost a bunch of people that they were supposed to be like the shepherds for, or whatever. In a way,
yeah.
Because then there's all these Protestant denominations. So like, I don't know. Yeah, but the whole idea of the indulgence, it seems, that's, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if we should move on to another like topic or whatever. But yeah,
that was enlightening though. Thank you for, because I didn't actually know that about the indulgences, the origin, and how the church corrected and denounced it. That's encouraging. So I think because there is Satan, right? The Bible mentions Satan. It makes sense that if there is a church, they would be under attack continually. But welcome to everybody here in the chat.
I want to learn a lot more about orthodoxy, honestly, and that kind of whole thing, because it's like, I don't know, especially on like a lot of these like debates, like, oh, like that's just what the Catholics say, but it's like, nah, there's also the Orthodox who all say this, and it's like that kind of composes the entire church that was in the back in the day. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like there was pretty much only two churches back in the day, and it was Orthodox and Catholic. There was no like random other denominations. You know what I'm saying? Like, kind of undisputed.
Yeah. Yeah, I do like the Orthodox style, for sure. So I think that's worth looking into.
And then there's the other thing is like the the removal of the Apocrypha or whatever. And when I say Apocrypha, I don't mean like I do not mean Book of Enoch or Jubilees. I mean like the actual what was referred to as Apocrypha in the 1611 Bible, and how the church essentially held to, was it a 73 book canon essentially, up until Martin Luther decided to take out the Apocrypha. But the reasons he decided to take it out was not really valid. He just took it out because he didn't like the idea of purgatory, because that was the justification for indulgences. So he thought, oh, I don't like these books because they talk about purgatory, basically. So I'm going to take out that, remove purgatory as a doctrine from the people that are going to be following me. And essentially, then we have something to fight against indulgences. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yo, I mean, I have to agree with the fundamental premise that selling indulgences are bad, but take out entire books out of the Bible to basically change an entire doctrine to then be, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's not the way to go about it. I don't know.
Yeah, I could see that. Great point. I wonder what Stella Luna thinks about the Bible.
I don't.
Would you ever read it if you haven't read it?
I was raised Catholic, and I went to Catholic school for 12 years.
Wow, me too.
Yeah, so
what was
your
the
answer.
experience like, if you don't mind me asking?
I wouldn't put a kid of mine through it.
Yeah, my high school was pretty rough.
It wasn't rough, it was just annoying. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't like we had, like, a drug problem at our fucking school, you know what I mean? It was just like the teachers were very politicized. I don't know, I obviously don't have a public school experience to, like, juxtapose it with, but I would say the average student is a bit more politically opinionated and makes that known a bit more, which isn't inherently a bad thing, but it is when it's like they're shutting out and you're like 15. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah.
But I mean, it looks good on college applications. That's about it.
Did they have was your school violent or anything like that, or did you guys have
No.
fights?
I mean, occasionally, but I wasn't involved in that shit. I'm a woman, so I lucked out of all the physicality of high school.
Oh, that's great. Unfortunately, in my school, my entire Catholic school experience, there was a lot of violence, even from girls. I remember there was 2 girls. One of my friends, she had a rock, and she pointed. She told my friend Janice to look the other way, and she looked the other way, and she hit her in the head with a rock. It's like, and then that was in elementary school, and then when we got to high school, our high school was crazy. They had initiation. There was like this tradition where they would create paddles and beat people, and they would write with a permanent marker 9 on their forehead, or make them like push pennies down the hall with their nose. And they had like a fence with the guys' underwear straps because they would give people wedgies. But when I got to grade 9 with my friends, I think that was the year I kind of stopped, because my close friend, one guy, one of the popular guys, tried to initiate him, and then my friend's big brother and his friends came to the school and pretty much beat him up in front of everybody. And then I think there was a few more attempts, but like a girl tried to get it. I don't know what they did to her. I think they tried to light her hair on fire or something like that, and then he just banned it all out, right?
Yeah, nothing like that happened over here. I think it helped that it was out in the country and it was relatively newer, like sub 100 years old, and I think that's a big part of like why school culture, especially private school culture, gets kind of fucked up like that is because there's like generations of traditions, or like, we have to do this because this is how they did it back in 1925. Versus my high school, there obviously wasn't that, so it was just kind of like whatever the teachers were telling us at that time.
Was it uniform?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Yeah. Did they teach you about flat Earth?
Fuck no.
Maybe they should have taught us about flat Earth.
I don't think they should have.
Wait.
That's the one good thing about Catholics, is that you get to bypass the young Earth bullshit, and you learn about Christianity in a somewhat more respectable fashion than just like the Bible is literal. I think Bible literalism is like so fucking embarrassing to try and stand behind.
But Stella,
what?
I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry. I was just going to ask, what if it's true?
It's not.
Are you 100% certain, or are you less than 100%?
I'm 100% certain.
Okay. Do you want to debate? Like, do you want to?
Not really.
Okay, we don't have to. Yeah, maybe another time.
What were you guys about to debate? Sorry.
Well, the claim that
creationism.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have. Yeah, they don't. They say. What do they say?
In Catholic school?
Yeah, they just say it's like a poem, basically, like a.
We're taught that the Bible is like metaphorical, that we're not supposed to take it literally, that God wants us to glean meaning from it. And they also, the Catholic Church has been trying to make up for the whole Galileo shit for some time. So you're very much encouraged to combine that with a scientific understanding of the world.
Yeah, I think that's what my takeaway. They didn't really teach too much about the Christian faith in my religion class, and actually, I failed grade 9 religion in my Catholic school. I kind of got sidetracked. I did graduate on time, but I took a lot of summer schools and even a night school. But yeah, I think they were teaching us about other religions of the world. That's what I remember mostly. We went to a mosque.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. On the way to the mosque, the bus driver had to pull over on the highway. And he was like, "This is the first time I've ever pulled over." The bus ride was so crazy. There were like people making animal noises. Oh my gosh. Bunch of animals. But yeah, we went to a mosque, and our religion teacher, he was awesome, Mr. Gillis, but that class was crazy too. There was a point where he was writing on the board, and this guy named Greg threw something at the board, and he turned around, and the whole class got quiet. But yeah, it was a wild school. I mean, not that wild, but thankfully, I mean, there's been crazier high schools around the world. But there was a lot of fights.
I think the closest thing we had to like a big fight was there's like the local public high school, and there was beef because of like basketball bullshit that I didn't care about or really pay attention to. But there was a time where after school, if you stuck around in the parking lot for about an hour, you would have seen, which I unfortunately did not at the time because I had no idea this was happening, because I would have loved to watch this. They were they were basically standing. Our kids, quote unquote, were in our parking lot, and their kids, quote unquote, were across the street, and they were just shouting profanities back and forth at each other, to the point where the next day we had an assembly about it, and I had to actually cover my mouth because I was giggling too hard, because the principal, who was a tiny little lady at the time, well, older lady, not old, but was reading out like the tweets they were sending at the and it was just like it was just like bullshit. It was just trash talking, like very basic trash talking. I thought it was fucking hilarious, but she was like, "No, we need to show a better example." Well, I was like, "Oh my god, who gives a shit?" But I appreciated being taken out of class.
Oh, that's funny. Wow, you're young to have been tweets during high school.
Yeah. It's probably why our if you're much older than me, that's probably why mine was a bit more pacified. Because once we got iPads and shit, we stopped. I wasn't like an iPad kid. I'm not young enough that I could have been an iPad kid, but they did give us like an experimental education bullshit iPad, and that really calmed us down a lot. So
that's great.
Especially because like it's different than carrying textbooks around because it's easier, but also you're a bit more careful because if you drop a textbook, it's not a big deal. But you can't roughhouse if you have a fucking iPad on you.
Yeah.
Because you're like, don't fucking crack my shit.
Okay.
Taking Back Eden had to suffer with AOL Instant Messenger, I'm sure, as the peak of his high school.
I caught the tail end. I'm the youngest of 3, so I got to I would sneak on and I would use their AIM and I'd be like, hi, because I liked all the pretty colors they can make their text in their backgrounds. But yeah, I didn't use it myself for my friends. We all had it was either Facebook or Skype.
Wow. Now they banned it in school, I think. Oh, maybe. I don't know. Actually, no, maybe not. I think they do have students update school profiles on social media. So
Yeah, they usually like stick a kid with that. Like one of those like audiovisual types, they'll be like, hey, you're good at stuff. Take a few pictures and upload them to our Facebook page.
yeah. My high school now has a YouTube channel. So they, when I was there, we had like production, so you could experience what it's like to produce a television show, and that was kind of fun.
Fun. That's cool.
But yeah, I'm glad you had a good experience.
I mean, it was middling. I mean, not to be like, SJW or whatever, but there was like a lot of bigotry. That what did kind of bum me out a lot. I would come home and be like, God, these people are going to be adults just like me one day, and it's going to be fucking awful.
Yeah, bigotry sucks.
Because, of course, there statistically, right, there were a couple gay kids, a spattering of gay kids here and there. And it really sucked to, like, go to your next class and you hear, like, some other kid saying, oh, fucking gays going to hell anyway. And it's just like, oh, Jesus.
Yeah, because maybe that's not. I mean, how do they know that maybe someone who's gay isn't gonna, maybe like, let's say, in their worldview change? So maybe they wouldn't.
I don't think that's a thing that ever. Well, I mean, because Catholics aren't really the conversion therapy types. Usually, American Catholics. I'm sure there are exceptions, but like the sending your kid off to do XYZ, like in the woods, and hope they come back straight. That's like not. That's like an evangelical thing to me. So like to us, growing up, like if you're gay, you're just gay, and like it's your responsibility not to act on it. And then of course, obviously, like if you have stereotypical mannerisms, then you're just gonna get roasted, whatever. But
yeah, I have a friend that I went to high school. He was 2 years older than me, and he's gay. But I don't like. I don't know. I love him. He's awesome.
When I was a freshman, there was a senior who was like a very tall, thin, very like effeminate guy. He had gay voice, whatever. He was super sweet, like immediately like one of the nicest seniors. And I would hear other seniors like talking shit about him, and I was just like, God, like he hasn't done a fucking thing to anybody, And it's just like, oh, he talks funny. Like, get over it,
Yeah.
Damn. And they were all fucking wannabe. Like they were wannabe country folk because it was like on the tail end of the countryside, So everyone wanted to be like, "Oh, I'm gonna drive my tractor to school tomorrow." It's like, oh my god, I don't fucking care.
That's funny.
They actually had drive your tractor, or they just wanted to have drive your tractor day?
I mean, I think we did. I think my year was actually like 2 years out from them getting rid of it for one reason or another. I don't remember what the reasoning was, but there used to be a drive a tractor to school day for like seniors, and then they got rid of it. Probably because none of them could fucking drive, but yeah.
Was there like did you guys have a marijuana problem at your school? Our school is hit by marijuana and drinking and even ecstasy.
Not there wasn't like any sort of drug or alcohol problem. It was like the rich kids that would come to school off their ass already sometimes.
Yeah.
I had a friend that I wasn't super close with, but she kind of had like was showing up to school dances blasted already, and I was kind of like, but there was nothing like widespread. I think it was like a class thing because if you were doing drugs, you had the money to buy drugs, so it wasn't like everyone was getting in on it. It wasn't just like the rich kids.
I can see that.
Which, like, rich kids at a Catholic school, that seems like a redundant, but there's still a class divide even within a private school.
Do you wish you maybe had a different experience? Like, or would you do it again, or? Like,
I could do it again. Like, I feel like I have it in me to do it again. Like, it wasn't so unbearable.
That's good.
But I think I would have benefited more just from having a larger class size because I got used to like having not a lot of people around very quickly. So when I got to college, I was like, oh shit, there's a lot of people here, and I didn't like it. So I don't know. Maybe I would have done better if I was used to that more. I don't know. That's really my only thing is like the class sizes. Because I think the smaller class sizes are usually better.
Yeah, I think my high school had about 800, 900 people on a good day if they weren't skipping.
Whole school.
We had
or
like
just your class?
around 400 total, and my graduating class was just shy of 100, I think.
Oh yeah, but like that was the entire 9 to 12. But yeah. That's cool.
Like it was small, but I liked that I knew everybody by name.
Yeah. How was the cafeteria?
It was good. I like the cafeteria. They had a lot of good hot food options. They had like a salad bar and shit. It was very nice.
You still have the rectangular pieces of pizza on pizza day.
No, they had like big ass fucking triangle pieces of pizza on pizza day. It was pretty crazy. They also had like big fucking pretzels. Big fucking pretzels every day available, and I was like, okay, let's go.
Did they have like school dances?
Yeah. Just like, the generic homecoming. I think they tried to make coming home happen. Prom, snowball, whatever. I didn't go to snowball though. I didn't feel like it. It's another fucking dress I have to buy.
Yeah. My high school had a DJ booth in our cafeteria, and we had a Jitoni table. But I think my year was the last year they allowed music because that's when gangster hip hop was like popular.
Wow.
So we started I was actually allowed to do some of the DJing, and but some of the curse words were being blasted. You can only imagine, right? Playing some of the gangster hip hop in the Catholic school cafeteria, and eventually the teachers on guard on watch didn't like it, so they had to
So
stop.
you were like a proper 90s teenager.
Yeah,
Wow,
it was fun.
what life could have been.
Going to
I got some wisdom for you.
Blockbusters.
I
Oh
still
yeah.
went to Blockbusters. Dude, Blockbuster lasted until like 2008 or something.
There was one holdout, even later than that. I feel like it was in Alaska or somewhere super remote.
Probably.
Oh, that was fun. Blockbusters. You go there on a Friday night.
One of the crown jewels of my collection is a Hollywood Video like rental box, like just the VHS case, and I would punch somebody for a Blockbuster case, but I haven't found one yet.
You'd think they'd not be too hard to find.
Well, who kept them? Like the people who just didn't return them, and then they got
True.
shredded or whatever when they went out of business. So they're actually kind of rare, even though there were billions of them, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And I don't want to buy one, like go on eBay and just get one. I want to like come across
Acquire
one in a thrift store or
Yeah.
something.
Well, I hope you come across one. You never know now.
Someday I will.
I always
Let's
regret
see.
because I went to a farmer's market like over a decade ago, and there was like this junk stall some lady had set up, and I looked, and there were these two little plastic Rainbow Bright figurines. They weren't Rainbow Bright herself; they were like the little villains. But I was like, God, I really want those, but I'm not gonna, bother asking my mom for money to get them, whatever. And years later, I'm like, I probably could have. She probably would have just said, okay, and I would have had just come across those.
Yeah,
It's just my
if I
shit.
see something in a thrift store, like the only things I ever regret not buying are things I've seen in thrift stores and didn't
Right.
pick up and take. So I'm very liberal with coming home with things from thrift stores. I can filter it out later. I'll just redonate it if I want, but
Right.
Love the thrift
You
store.
just give it back.
Oh yeah, what a great place.
I need to get more into that. I need to locate the good ones around here because there's just a Salvation Army around here.
Yeah, sometimes they'll have ones that maybe aren't so well known, having like little jewels. You never know.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you can find some nice cutlery or like teacups if you're into that. Or
Into
whatever,
that
some
kind of thing.
clothing, some books. Sometimes whatever you're looking for is there. Pretty fun. Have you guys gone back to your high schools ever since you've graduated?
No.
Or
It's all behind me.
so Stella, what do you think of the United States government, if you don't mind me asking? Do you think how would you rate it on like a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being perfect? Or unless there's something else you want to talk about. We can talk about Christianity or flat earth. Anyone willing to come out of the flat earth closet?
Is there no flat earther in there?
We need your help. If flat earth is true, we really need your help.
This room, this server has been very active. I've seen.
Yeah.
there was like 75 people in VC earlier today.
Yeah.
I mean, only 2 of them were taking up all the oxygen, but
Yeah, but that's kind
lots
of
of
like
listeners.
yeah, that's kind of how it should be when you have you can't have like 10 people talking anyway. So
Yeah, it's fun seeing two people go at it, in my opinion, especially if they're respectful. I remember one time I was going up, I was challenging, or I was just asking questions about Earth and its trajectory. And one PhD holder that I was speaking to had an idea, and he agreed with me. And then there was another PhD holder in the room listening, and then he disagreed with the PhD holder, and then they went back and forth for at least 15 minutes. It was so funny. And then eventually, one PhD holder was like, all right, we're wasting time here. We should, I'll agree with you, and let's go back challenging Flat Earth. It was so funny. But great conversations here for sure.
I feel
Why
like
are there so few flat Earth debates against other flat Earthers, just with different ideas on how or why the flat Earth? I don't think I've ever seen 2 flat Earthers argue about something. Well, no, Nathan Oakley versus what's his name, Witsit. Sometimes not like a formal debate, but yelling
You're
at
right,
each other.
Paul. Yeah, I don't see too many flat earthers debating about the shape, or like, yeah, I don't see infinite planers going up against
Not
biblical.
even that, but just like how smaller scale things work, things that can be experienced.
in that sense, I have more respect for Witsit because he at least exposes himself to globers. Like Nathan is just cowardly hiding. As like never. I don't think has he ever gone to like a non-flat Earth platform in like 8 years or something.
Definitely not.
Yeah, he's just coward.
Yeah. Either he has the mute button or his he's somebody, he might as well, because the person who has it is one of his. And then
I've
he
been
whines
muted
about
here.
funny muting.
Yeah, too bad. Maybe we should invite him. Do you think?
He would never. Not even once.
No, he doesn't come.
He's
Or he's gonna have
cozy
like
in his
a
little echo
ridiculous
chamber.
amount of money or something.
He's like a little Jabba the Hutt in his little palace. Why would he leave?
Okay, what if he does visit? Do you think he can go 10 minutes without being muted, or 1 hour without being muted?
It's not that hard to not get muted. You just have to not be, over talking intentionally. So that's the question to ask. Can he do that? Can he go that long without over talking people?
Yeah.
Probably not, but. Oh shit, wasn't there supposed to be another Celestial Theodolite tonight? Maybe that. What the fuck is Space Audits up to?
Yeah, the last one at Earth Awakenings, that was an interesting one. I don't know, it's looking good for Flat Earth in that department.
Celestial Theodolite department?
Yeah, because when it was Dr. Heffron, or I think his name is Mike Heffron. He was presenting with Alan and I think a few others, and Jesse was there. They were, I guess, going back and forth. And there was an argument that was for about 30 plus measurements in favor of flat Earth, with 1 in favor of the globe. Is that true?
No. I mean, in that sense that all 30 are from the same spot, but Jesse's
okay.
simulator shows that if you go further away, it will favor one side or the other. You can effectively cherry pick your own measurements before you take them.
Ah, okay. Thank you. I thought they were maybe different locations.
No. And then as much as they're like, oh, anybody can go out and do this, no one but Mr. Heffron has done any and posted all the data. And Jesse's waiting for a clearing in the weather, last I heard. But he's set up and ready to do it.
Okay. Thank you.
It was basically Mr. Heffron standing on his porch and saying, what mountaintops can I see from right here? They all happen to be about the same distance away. And the results are not remarkable. And it depends on a gross misinterpretation of how refraction should work.
Okay. Is there a flaw though with the process? I mean, in the calculation, is the radius of Earth in that formula at all? In your opinion,
I mean,
or what
they
do you think?
use stellarium, so yes.
Okay.
There's no justification for the sphere of vision that just so happens to have the same radius of the Earth, or using the Haversine formula, which requires a radius value to determine distances, and they'll use that happily and then pretend it's not actually a radius value.
Yeah. So I think that's going to be an issue there. There's got to be another way. Maybe, just like celestial navigation. I remember there would be globe defenders that say there is no way. So I started researching secret, hidden, ancient celestial navigation techniques, and for my second search, it did generate a lot of information, including math formulas. I tried to regen it, but wasn't successful. But I do have to spend more time to maybe try to get it. So maybe it's the same with the theodolite formula. Maybe there's another similar formula that doesn't require the radius value.
Well, then it wouldn't work, would it?
I guess if we're going to presume like that it's a globe from the get-go, I guess it's like maybe you guys have heard atheists argue against presuppositionalists. They're also known as presups. It kind of reminds me of that. It's like we have to presup the Earth being a globe or the Earth's radius value. And
no, you have to willingly ignore the existence of satellites in order to avoid having to contend with the fact that there's a measured radius of a sphere at play here. It's not presupped out of nothing.
No. And basically, you don't know, but doing measurements like Jesse do and all those, you don't need to presume a spherical Earth. You only go by the numbers, and the numbers of the measurements will tell you what the result is.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Okay, what about this then? Let's say, we presume we'll accept that radius value. Could that radius value apply to a circular disk as well? Rather than a circular sphere, it could be a flat circular, like a round table, I guess, with that same radius value. What do you guys think?
No, it doesn't work.
Okay.
Do you know what that radius value is used for in those calculations? Like, why is it in there at all?
No. I'd like to know. I mean, I'm sure there's a logical explanation. It has to have one. But that's a great question. Thank you. I'll look into it.
It's basically based on known geometry. You could just forget the Earth in that respect. But geometry tells us what it should be in according to the measurements done. So you don't have to invoke either this or that. You just start with like a hypothesis, do the measurements, and then you try to figure out which geometry does these numbers conform to.
Back engineered.
Yeah. What shape are we are these numbers describing? Not like what does it conform to? Like you've got a plot of data, and what is it describing?
Yeah, it makes sense that they would use radius, because if it is a circle or a sphere, a radius seems like it would be logical. I mean, could you get a radius on a square? I don't think so, right? Because it's going to be
You would
different
graph
from
points.
corner
You would
to
graph
the.
points, and they would form, a shape. Now you can have angular plots effectively, and you can plot a square on a polar graph. I wouldn't call it a radius anymore, but it would be the length of the vector.
So I guess that's why maybe a radius would apply on a flat circular disc and a sphere, but not on a. Let's say if there's people arguing for a square Earth.
Yeah, but those are sort of two different radiuses. Imagine a radius in a sphere compared to a radius on a. It's like a section of a sphere would be like a circle on a flat plane.
Yeah, or we can let's say we divide the globe in half, and we take a thin section, 1 mile thick from the equator. That would be the flat Earth for you, and then it would have that radius of 3595. No wait.
But but the problem is if you then use like the distance, the radius from the North Pole to equator and do the calculations, that radius between a flat plane and a sphere will be quite different.
And the radius of the tropic would only work on one of them, and that if that's measured at all.
Yeah, the tropics is an interesting thing for the flat disk, for the sun travel time.
But have you had Tony go through the what is that, Tony? No, it's I forget his name. The issue with with the circumference of the equator, which is hard to argue. We don't know what it is. If that is accurate, and you try then to plot the circumference of the Tropic of Cancer, the northern one, the northern tropic, that with the same radius, you cannot describe them both on a flat plane accurately, but you can on a sphere. So it's pretty cut and dry math there.
Yeah, I have
a spear.
Yeah, the oblate spheroid.
I have an app on my phone. It's called Peak Finder. It's a pretty good app if you want to like find out which mountaintops you're looking at from where you're from. It uses like your height, and it uses GIS, like geographical like information databases, to know like what you're supposed to see, like what peaks are from that altitude, etc. From your
Does it work everywhere, or just like the popular mountains?
It works everywhere. It uses like it is generating like it's generating the data, or sort of based on it's generating it.
But does it use GIS?
Speaking of peaks, do you think from the tallest peak on the planet or the flat Earth, can you perceive Earth curve? Some people say yes. What do you guys think?
It's not that much higher than an airplane window, so you could probably measure it, but I don't know about perception, especially in a mountain. Like trying to perceive it with your eyeballs on a mountain seems sketchy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say so too. Like especially with your eyes, but I know that if you take picture, you could like maybe distinguish it. Because a picture you could like get more overview, like your eyes can kind of like be tricked.
I can post a picture from the above Mount Everest if you'd like.
Yeah.
It's from the DJI, the drone company.
The
their
fisheye
YouTube channel.
one, why would you post that? I don't understand what you think that demonstrates. It's a fisheye lens, like guaranteed.
Yeah.
Often,
Okay. Disregard the one on the disregard the one on the right. Just you can see what it looks like from the left. I wonder. I'll have to find out what what the FOV is. But I'm just posting it right now. It'll be in the hold on, wrong channel. Bull Knight's already seen it. But it's okay. Oh, here it is. Just disregard the one on the right.
It's not even a horizon on the left one, it's just clouds, right?
Yeah. I think that's going to be a problem from maybe any elevated, mountain or building. We're going to be looking into the clouds at the horizon, I think. I mean, I see that at the lake. I've been at the lake a lot this week, and looking out right across the lake, it's not as sharp as I thought it was going to be. There's a lot of, I don't know, it just didn't look that sharp. I mean, some points did. I have a picture. I took a picture today. I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. Looks pretty flat. Imagine if everything looked like it was a concave and people were saying, no, it's flat. That'd be pretty tricky.
Imagine if there was a mud puddle outside and it dropped 8 inches.
Yeah.
And then imagine it didn't match the Earth curve anywhere. Wouldn't that be weird?
Yeah.
You know, the Earth curve. The Earth dropping 8 inches wouldn't match the Earth dropping 8 inches. Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
And why is it that anywhere I take an altimeter and I sit it on top of something and I run it down any kind of slope, it changes? The finest horizontal line represents the level I start from, right? You know, free space, Einstein, all that relativity. So relative to that one center focal point right there, if I go up or down, I increase up or down in elevation. There's no way in hell there's any slope in the world that doesn't increase down or up in elevation if you move that anywhere away from that horizontal line. It's not possible. But the claim on the globe is down or up,
with no change, no rate of change, equidistant. That's what the claim is, an equidistant slope. How do you prove that with the elevation? How do you prove the elevation profile of a globe up close and personal like you would on a table or a front porch? And then what does an 8-inch drop even look like with a material on it? Sitting a material on an 8-inch drop and then get a mile away, what the fuck does that really look like? Like sit it halfway like the teeter-totter point. Sit the very tip of the object on it. And then sit the other part on the parts that's not to, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because we actually need to know what this looks like.
Earth-sized teeter-totter, yes, please.
What?
I'd go to that playground.
Teeter-totter?
You
You
said
think
teeter-totter.
an Earth curve is yeah, you know
Yeah,
when
you put a long
you know where
plank
the
on
fulcrum
top
is,
of the
right? The
globe,
focal
and you
point.
can just sit on each end,
Do you know
and
the
you rock
focal
back and
point of the
forth.
fulcrum, right?
Yeah, the middle of a teeter-totter.
Yeah, that's what you would put the cube on. Right on that
And then
fulcrum of
somebody
the
sits on the
curve
other side,
of the 8-inch
and you
drop.
sit on this side.
It's 8 inches. It's an 8-inch
And we'd be
differential.
rocking like
We're gonna put
300 feet up and down
it
on each
doesn't
side. I'd
matter.
ride
We
that
don't give a
all day
fuck
long.
what you're doing. No, it's gonna be 8 inches higher on one side than it is the other, no matter how many feet. So
No,
let's
mine's
see
gonna
what
be
that looks
mine's
like.
gonna be 100-mile
What's
long
it look like?
teeter-totter.
No, what's a 10-mile one look like?
No,
What's
it's gonna be a
10-foot one
100-mile
look
one.
like? What's it? Why would you go there, you retarded motherfucker?
Because
Why
the
would you
longer
start at fucking
teeter-totters are
retard
more
zone and
fun.
not human zone, reality zone, a box of cereal, something you could grab, maybe.
I don't
So
know if I
go
can
put
grab a box of cereal.
cereal on it.
It's been a
Yeah,
while since
well,
I
you're
grabbed a
retarded.
box of cereal.
Well, go get a box. You
Cereals
got a
came in
box?
bags for me when I was a kid.
You got a box? Go
Got
figure
a
out
bag
what a
of cereal.
box is and come back. And then put your box on the curve. And then we'll see what a tilted box looks like.
That
With
sounds like a
one
really
end
boring
fast,
teeter-totter. I'm
drop
gonna be
down 8
honest.
inches.
Like
Yeah,
that's
that's
not
what
gonna
a
be any
teeter
fun at
totter
all.
does.
It's gonna be like super
It's a
short.
diagonal. You know what diagonal is, don't you, retard?
Yeah, like a roller coaster hill.
No, roller coaster's not diagonal, retard.
Parts of it are.
Anyway,
You're telling me the hill of a
retard.
roller coaster isn't diagonal? When I'm going down a roller coaster, that's not diagonal?
The square on your Earth curve looks like what, fucking retard? How come this is too hard for you? What's that look like? Stop
It
running away
looks
from
like a
me.
fucking teeter-totter that I'd ride every day. Be sweet.
So it'd be a tilted object where the front of the object would be up higher 8 inches than the ass
Well, it'd be
end. of the object.
tilted, but then you gotta like jump off the ground and let the other person tilt down. Otherwise,
No, so
we're
have
just
you ever
being
seen a tilted
super
object
lame.
away from you? A mile away, have you seen an object tilted down 8 inches?
My teeter-totter is gonna be 100 miles. You're definitely gonna see him tilt down.
No, we're going to 1 mile, retard.
Don't tell me how to build my teeter-totter, damn it. I'm gonna build it the way I want.
Well, you build your retarded globe one fucking in space if you want, and then tell people about it.
In space, there wouldn't be any gravity. That'd be a really long
space isn't
stick that
somewhere
two
you
people
can
sit
get
on.
to
That'd
make
be no fun.
anything. Space isn't somewhere you're going to get to make anything. But here on Earth, out in your mud puddle backyard, you can do her.
Diagonally, yeah.
Annually.
Annually, I'm gonna.
Yeah.
All right,
So
that's a word I'm gonna write down and use later.
Material look like? What's that look like? What's 8 inches?
Like a good time,
person?
like a lot of fun for everybody involved.
That
honestly.
doesn't make any sense. What's it look like, math guy?
I don't think I'm a math guy. Math is not as fun. Sometimes it's
there
fun,
ain't
but
no
not
math
as fun
guys on
as
the globe?
annually in the backyard
How
in a
about
mud puddle.
ChatGPT?
I don't touch that demon shit.
How about a 3D printer? How could you 3D print an Earth curve?
Oh, that's easy. Upload an Earth to the 3D printer and just print it, and then you got a ball.
That didn't make no. We just want a pizza we can touch and feel and know it's real.
Pizza? You can't 3D print a
No,
pizza.
a
At least not
piece.
one you're gonna eat. Not yet.
These are the retards we deal with. A piece of the Earth
Wait,
curve is
who's
called a
we?
stencil.
I don't think there's anyone else talking here. Said
You and
you
the
and
mouse
me.
in your pocket. Well, you and the mouse need some Earth curve stencil.
There's no mouse in my pocket. I'm in my boxers, dude.
Well,
I
does
ain't
he
got
know
no
what an Earth
pockets. My
curve
boxers don't
stencil
have
looks like?
pockets. Do your boxers have pockets? Because
What
that's
math do you
that's a
use
great
to make
idea,
an Earth
actually.
curve stencil like a 5 foot, 10 foot, 3 foot Earth curve section? We just want to take a peek at her.
A pizza?
You keep talking about pizzas. Is it dinner time?
I've never said pizza one time in my life, you fucking idiot.
You just said
we'll
it. You
take
said
a
it at
peek
least once.
at it.
At least once you've said
The
pizza
word
because you
peek
just
is
said it.
not. No, I haven't, retard. You have.
I said it lots of times. I never denied that.
I
That's for
know
sure.
you're a dumbass, and I keep correcting your dumbass. I
You
haven't
keep
said that.
telling
Only
me
you have.
things. I don't know if it's
Papa
correct or
John.
not.
Papa John, come on.
Nah, fuck that guy. He's a dick.
Okay, well, Earth.
He wanted to land his
we need the
helicopter
Earth
at his
curve
house,
symbol.
and all his neighbors said, "Please don't." And he's like, "Fuck you! I'm richer than you."
Draw the Earth curve on the wall.
But then the government said, "No, you can't actually land a helicopter at your house, sir."
You can't fly a helicopter 1 foot past 3959, or a jet,
Yeah, I
or a
definitely can't
rocket,
unless I steal it.
or a hot
I'm not
air
gonna steal a
balloon.
helicopter just to do
Yeah,
that.
that's a
So
cool story, retard. If they stuck one up your ass, you couldn't do it.
it definitely
Well,
wouldn't
now-
fly stuck up my ass. That's for sure.
Yeah, I know, weirdo.
Yeah, you can fly it past.
So could you fly kamikaze down and not hit any dirt and water, just right past that Earth curve, right past 3959 1 foot?
In a helicopter?
In anything.
Well, I
You
don't
can
have
only
anything to fly,
helicopter to
so no, I
drop.
could not. I could not do
You just
that
need a
unless I
parachute to
stole the
drop.
kamikaze plane.
Have you ever seen anybody fall along sea level?
In a roller coaster, maybe parachuting.
So has anybody ever fell along the curved part of the sea with it down that way, like a rocket or a spaceship or an ISS? How come it's
Sometimes you
supposed to
run
be
it on the beach,
falling along sea
and then
level?
the wet sand, it's a little
How come
slippery,
an
and you
ISS
trip
can
and you
fall
fall
along sea
and you
level
land on sea
200
level.
miles away, retard, and then you can't 1 foot away from the curve? So no glober can get a foot away from the curve. However, would you be able to fly
Yeah,
around
you
the
just
fucking
jump up
ball?
1 foot, and you're a foot away from the
No,
curve.
apparently you can't
Easy.
jump 1 foot past 3959, loser.
No, you just jump 1 foot up, and then you're a
No,
foot
1
away from the
foot
curve
past.
because the curve you're standing on it. If you're on the
Dude,
beach.
stop fucking talking if you need a hearing aid and your ears are broke.
But if I stop talking, then I have to hear all of your words, and they're not good for anybody. So
3959, 1 foot past that point.
that'd be
We're gonna look for no
39.59 and 1
water
foot.
in front of us, and then we're gonna dive or jump down like you said.
We scuba diving?
No,
Swan diving?
you're doing it. You're gonna not
Skydiving.
hit dirt and water.
Why is there dirt in the water? It's the ocean, right?
Yeah, you're not gonna see
It's
any
just water.
There's not in the ocean in front of 3959. That's where the globe stops, idiot.
There's
That's
not a
where the
lake
fucking
that big. It's got to be the
That's
ocean.
where the radius goes from the center point that you made up. That cartoon thing that don't
It's like
exist.
almost across the whole
39.59.
Atlantic is 39.59.
Cool story, fucking retard. Let's go 1
It's
foot
a
past this,
shame that
find no dirt
that
and
part
water
of
in
the
front of
work
us.
on flat Earth.
We're just looking for 39.59 proof. Go where there's no dirt and water in front of you, 39.59er.
If there's no dirt and
It's
no
like,
water,
what
what
are
is
you
in
even
front of me
talking
then?
about, bro?
The globe would be behind you. You'd be 1 foot out in front of it. It would be behind
What are you
you.
talking about?
The globe's behind me right now. It's in front of me too, like every direction I look.
No,
Demark,
we're looking for it to
understand.
only be behind
Demark,
you, retard. That would make
Demark,
it a real ball.
Demark, altitude on the globe conforms
You
to
don't
where you
have any
are.
altitude. Get the altimeter and show me your curve that stays the
It
same. Show me your
conforms,
slope
you
that doesn't
fucking idiot,
change.
it conforms to where you
Show
are.
me
It
the
will
elevation
always
of a
change
curve
to
with
where
an
you are.
altimeter. Show me
Demok,
that your
you
curve
mentioned
doesn't change.
elevation.
Which hill are you
Yeah.
going to use? Which
Demok,
earth
you
curve are you going to use? Which live earth curve are you going to stand on and use to be itself?
Demok, earlier you mentioned
Which earth
elevations.
curve are you going to stand on and let it be
Altitude
itself with the
conforms to your
elevation tool?
location on Earth.
That's what we're talking about, the elevation tool. You're going to stand on a dirt hill and use about 5 of them. Put one at point A and point B. Neither one of them should change the number. It should always stay the same. Let's go. I'm ready.
Yeah, I was just asking, do you think elevations, like say for
Do you
mountain
think you have
peaks,
any
are
elevation altimeter set up
Demok,
anywhere
let
on
me
a
speak.
curve?
could you let me
Demok,
finish?
fucking let him
I was
speak.
just going to
You
ask you,
feel
do you
like
think,
actually doing any
do
point
you
here,
think
making a point?
Demok, let him speak.
elevations,
We
do
have,
you think
what's
that,
that look like? What's
Demok,
globe
shut the fuck
elevation
up
look
and let
like?
him speak.
What's
do you
curve
think that we
elevation look
know the
like?
heights
Not
of
up and
mountain
down.
peaks? Yeah. Damok, do you think we got a rather
Do you think
accurate
you know what globe
measurement?
elevation is? Show us.
Demok, we
Do
can't
you
fucking
think
explain shit if you keep interrupting like a fucking baby.
I can't interrupt the show.
In you.
How could I interrupt him showing us elevation on a hill?
FN man was talking.
I was
Aren't
trying
you all
to
gonna
ask
help
you,
him?
Damok.
You're not going to help tell him where the Earth curve hill is?
Damok.
He's
I was trying
destroying
to ask you
you.
a question.
So
I was
the
trying to
Earth
ask you a
curve hill
question.
doesn't exist on the Earth
Kid-
curve.
Damok, can
Thank
I
you
ask
for
you a
not playing
question?
the Earth curve game and
Damok,
proving
can I
Earth
ask
curve.
you a question? Can I ask you a question, Damok?
Questions are not going to show us globe elevation. Can I ask you what globe elevation looks like before you ask any dumb questions that have no point?
Yeah, mean sea level. That's the base where you start
Show
from.
us
And you
with the
measure elevation from there.
tool.
Okay? Okay.
No,
Do you
retard.
agree?
See a
Do you
slope,
agree
a
that
climb,
that can
or
be
a
done?
drop of no rate of change. Up close
Is
and
that
personal.
how elevations are measured? Could you shut up for a
No,
fucking
you don't
second?
know how it's measured.
You have to
don't
mute
have
him.
an Earth
He
curve
will
to show
go
us.
on.
Mute the
You have to
fucking
mute
bastard
him.
until he can shut up
You
for a
don't
couple
have
of
an Earth
seconds.
curve.
Yeah, you have to mute him.
Yeah,
You don't know
Damok,
what the
you're
fucking Earth
hopeless.
curve is.
You are hopeless.
Quickly,
Damok.
mute him.
The only mod we have is
Quickly,
Ben
mute him.
Face
He's
and he's
destroying
Draw on
us.
the wall. And then
Well,
draw
he's
horizontal and
Damok,
compare
can
the
you
two
shut the
bits.
fuck up and let people talk?
Let the fucking horizontal line talk for itself and the curve line.
Let someone talk. He's
Then
trying
get
to
the
ask a
elevation
question.
tool,
Shut the
motherfucker,
fuck
and
up,
run
you
it down
idiot.
him.
Stop acting like a baby.
Let's check out
Maybe
the elevation
Damok,
tool, not a bunch of lying losers.
Quickly, mute him.
Damok,
He's destroying
It's got
explain
numbers
to us.
on it, but you don't trust
Damok,
it.
explain how elevations are measured, please.
Elevation. If you go up above a horizontal line, that's up on flat Earth. If you go down below that horizontal line, that's down on flat Earth. Show your globe.
Is that how they measure
That's
elevations?
how elevation works everywhere.
That's not.
Welcome to
Is
flat
it?
Earth.
You use mean sea
Elevation
level,
doesn't
yes?
not change, retard. You have to show it not change. Let's
You,
go.
you, you
Show
use
it not
they
change.
use
Quit saying
mean
GQ.
sea level
I
and
just
measure
told you
elevation based
horizontal
on mean
doesn't
sea
change
levels. Do you agree?
elevation.
Do you agree that they measure
Horizontal
elevation?
doesn't have a slope.
Do you
No
agree
change
that
rate
they
of
measure elevation
elevation.
based on MSL?
Elevation is based
Do
on a
you
hill you
agree?
use, retarded motherfucker.
Do you agree they use
He's
MSL as the
There's
basis
no
for
hill
measuring
outside. You can
elevations?
run that down. You can drop her down and show me it's going to stay no fucking change. If
So
you
why
drop
is it?
it changes, welcome to flat Earth.
So
If
yeah.
you
So
rise
why
it
is it then
changes,
if you?
welcome
Let
to
him
flat Earth.
monologue. Let him monologue. He feels important. Let him
If
monologue.
you
Yeah.
rise the fucking
That's all he
elevation
got. He's
tool
got
and it
nothing.
rises,
All he
welcome
got
to
is
He's
flat
got
Earth.
nothing.
rambling
He's just.
on because he
You're
can't
the
defend.
fucking retards who
He
don't
doesn't know
understand how
shit.
elevation works.
He's absolutely
Go ask
destroyed you.
the kid. Go
Are
ask the
you?
kid how a curved
Are you even
slope
Eden said?
changes its rate of
Demok, to be
elevation.
quiet. Like, please,
Demok, you
Demok,
can't
shut the fuck up.
Curve
People
with
are trying to
hijack
elevation.
speak.
the
Read the definition
conversation.
of a curve. Read the
Demok, you can't
Demok,
definition
hijack
of
if
a
the
you,
curve and
yeah.
slope
conversation.
elevation.
So, Demok, why is it then if you have like if you're
A
standing on a
curve is a rate of change.
mountain peak, which is
Slope
a
is the
slightly
rate of
bit higher
change.
than the
Let's read
next
the
one,
elevation. We
and
don't
you
need
use
to
the
talk to retard
theodolites,
drunk people.
and the
Hey, drunkard.
taller mountain peak drops below the
Drunkard, do we have
horizontal
a
from
definition in
your
a
position.
fucking
Why is
dictionary?
that?
Why are you throwing the dictionary out? A slope is a change.
What
A
the hell
slope
are
is
you
a rate
talking about?
change of non-zero. Horizontal is the rate change of zero. You live on the one with the rate change of zero. Wink, wink. Welcome to flat Earth, retardos. You
I
haven't
was
demonstrated what
trying to
globe
ask
up
you
and
a
down
couple of
is.
questions, but it's impossible
You'll need
because
a
you just
million
go on and go on.
He's a bot.
What
He's a
the
bot.
fucking moron! Why is it totally impossible for him to have a normal conversation?
Yes,
Yeah,
he has been
I
like
don't
this
think.
forever.
I don't think he has the
He has been
ability
like
to
this for like
communicate
10
properly.
years. Every time I've
He's
spoken to
He
him,
doesn't
absolutely
have the
destroyed
ability to
you.
communicate properly.
there's something wrong with him.
He did destroy you.
There is because
I was just gonna ask
he
him if
monologues every single fucking time.
yeah,
He
And
like I was.
he asks people for answers, then he interrupts them like a little bitch because he knows he's wrong.
Globes. He destroyed us. What are we gonna do?
Oh
no!
What are we gonna do, Globes?
Oh, yeah.
Everyone's just lying our beds now. Wah wah wah.
I tried to ask him if he agrees that MSL is used for measuring elevations, and he couldn't even answer that.
Yeah, but you don't
I tried
use
to explain to him that altitude conforms to the shape of the Earth, and he didn't want to fucking listen, does he?
What are you using a theodolite for?
I think he's still talking.
I have a
probably
feeling
is.
he is, and he just doesn't realize he's muted.
What you think?
Because he
What
would
are you
have
using a
started
theodolite for?
shitting on everyone in chat by now. He's talking and he doesn't even realize.
And Stefan, I have a question for you, if that's okay. How would you?
Go
What's
ahead.
a good way? Thank you. What's a good way to measure elevation in your opinion? And wait, maybe hold on. Can you name 2 different methods to measure the elevation?
You start on MSL and you use an auto level or theodolite, and then you do the process of, as you move along, you measure backwards and forwards.
Oh, sorry, I was talking about elevation above sea level. What would be the best? I should have been more specific. Sorry. Or do you think? Are there 2 different methods that you can maybe imagine to measure elevation
can you hear
above
me?
sea level?
I would suggest the barometric altimeter, but let's hear what thing has to say.
Yeah, that's one way. You need to calibrate it. It's not completely accurate, but it's quite good. I use it quite a lot when I go hiking to know my elevation.
Stefan.
Yep.
What percentage am I on?
Pardon?
What percentage am I on? Like my voice?
Hang on, I need to put my plug in a little bit better. I can't hear you properly. Please repeat.
Does it sound normal?
Yeah, sounds okay now. Yeah.
I just wondered. He did destroy you though, that guy. D-Mock.
How?
Well, how come she didn't answer his questions? You didn't answer anything. He asked loads of questions. You didn't answer any. You just said like mute him.
I wonder why.
But how could anyone answer him when he was continuously talking and not listening for a fucking second?
Look, you know his script, yeah. He knows you're not going to answer his questions. That's why he asks those questions. So like when he starts monologuing, at least you should just say that I'm now going to answer the question, because he knows that you're not.
The problem is they're not questions.
I was going to say, like, what do you think of that mathematician Kurt Gödel? Have you ever heard of him? I'm sure you have. Have you heard of him?
Yeah, I've remembered the name. What about it?
Why did you remember the name though?
Why I remember the name, Gödel?
Yeah.
That's a good question. I just remember that name. Can't actually remember what he was sort of known for at the time being.
He's a famous mathematician, Austrian. I think he's American. Yeah, I'm sure he's.
Yeah, I mean,
What's his name?
So what? I mean, there's plenty of good mathematicians around in the world.
Do you know why he's famous? For the incompleteness theorems.
Gödel theorems.
Yeah.
And your point is?
Well, mathematics. You always say like, do the maths.
Yeah, why not? Are you claiming that geometry? Are you claiming geometry is wrong in some way?
Yeah, but that's the whole point. You know.
So Euclid and Lagrange, Girards, Gauss-Bonnet, and all these guys who's done planar and spherical geometry are wrong.
Take all the details away. Mathematics doesn't prove our reality, regardless of what you think, and you know that's true.
Can I describe objects by geometry? A map?
Can you give me an equation that I walk over and smell a flower? Can you give me that equation? That's reality.
Okay,
I don't want to mimic.
That was not the question. Hang on.
Some equations define reality.
I don't want to mimic reality. I want physical proof of reality, and mathematics can't do that. And you know that.
Oh, they can't. They can describe it quite perfectly, like geometry can.
But, you know, there's a reason why they can describe it quite perfectly, but not quite perfectly, because I need to introduce another model, because that doesn't really, you know, isn't consistent with what I'm actually experiencing in reality. So, like, we're just going to have to bring in something else just to make it, you know.
Like what? Let's say I did an experiment. I used my house and a laser level, and I moved away from the house and measured the elevation angle to the top of the house and did the calculations. And I missed it about 20. Hang on. I missed it about 12 centimeters because I measured it from top to bottom afterwards. But just doing the distance from the house along that laser level line and the distances, I calculated the height of my house, and I missed by 12 centimeters.
Tell me how you did that. I'm intrigued now. I'm really intrigued how you. So you've got an auto level, yeah?
No, I used a homemade protractor and a laser level. A homemade protractor and a spirit level.
A homemade protractor.
Yep.
And you had a laser level, and and from your laser level, you measured the height of the house.
What I did was
I'm super intrigued because you know that I know about shit like this. So this is why I'm super intrigued.
I set up the laser level at the base of my house, and
you set up the laser net. Hold on. Let me look step by step. Yeah, don't get ahead of ourselves. Otherwise, I'm going to get confused. Because
are you going to repeat everything he says? It's going to take a long time if you're going to just repeat exactly what you said.
Excuse me. Can you? Are you Stefan?
No, the laser level has weight. It has weight, so it's self-correcting and using gravity to create the level of the horizontal line.
No.
It fucking does.
It doesn't use gravity. It self-levels up to a certain point, yeah? So if you're in the parameters of level, if you've got a bubble on your level, you have a bubble on your level. And when yes, you do. If you've got a decent
do you know?
level.
Okay, so inside my laser level, there are two weights, and in fact, as you move, if you move it a bit, you can hear and you can see them dangling beneath the laser. So those two are pointing straight downwards, and the laser is perpendicular to that direction. That's how the one that I used creates a horizontal.
Wow. Did you have it on a tripod by any chance? No.
No, at that point I put it on the ground because I want to get it as low as possible.
Ground.
Yeah.
So you put it on the ground, yeah. So there's no way that you could have got that laser level.
It's self-leveling, you fucking idiot. I've told you a couple of times now.
Cunt,
Jesus Christ. Have you got a laser level?
If you haven't got the fucking parameters for it to self-level, you can't get a fucking level, you fucking imbecile.
Okay, so in this case,
have you got a laser level?
You fucking muggy little fucking
Have you
prick.
got a laser? Have you got a laser level?
Yeah, not one where I'd put on the fucking ground and trust it's.
So you don't have
so you
don't have a self-correcting laser level. You have one that you need to use
with a couple of balls on it. Neither, you fucking prick.
Do you have the ones where you have to use like a bubble level or something like that to set it up?
Right on my level, yeah. There's a fucking little bubble, yeah. There's a little bubble, yeah. On my tripod, yeah, I have the capacity to move it. And then what I will do, I will move that So that bubble is in that. There's like a little, is a circle, and it gives you the minimum of error, and that's what you do. How are you going to do that?
No,
Put it on the ground, and the ground is at level.
Hang on. My one of my laser levels have weights, pendulums in it. So I can even tilt it quite a bit, and it still is horizontal because of those pendulums. You got a different one.
Okay,
you got
I'm
a
right.
manual one.
Okay,
you got a manual one.
I'm right. You're wrong. Let's move on. So what else did you do? So you got an auto level on the ground. Did you establish that ground to be levelish before you put your auto
the laser was level. The laser was level.
I'm telling you, 100%. 100%, that would not work in reality. So are we talking about reality, or are we talking about fantasy?
Let me ask you a question then.
Is it impossible to put a level on the ground?
Do you think...
You do not put auto fucking level on the ground, you fucking rodent.
Yes, I did.
Can't do that. You can put it on whatever surface you want to.
I'm still intrigued to find out how you fucking measured your house with an auto level.
I'm not talking about. I put. Let me explain this. Jesus Christ. So what I did, I put that. Yeah, shut up then. Shut up. Let me finish off. Okay, I set up the laser level, which is self-leveling. Then I measured 5 and 10, 15, 20, 25 meters away from the house, and I used that laser level. And I measured the angle.
Where was the laser? On your house, where was it hitting? Where was the laser?
I did not put. Oh, fuck me, you stupid!
The laser spins around.
The laser did not point. The laser was pointing away from the house, so I used that horizontal as the baseline for measuring the elevation angle to the top of the house at different distances away from the house.
Oh my god. Unfucking believable. Did you have the drawings to your house by any chance?
I could try hard walking my dog for the time being, but yes, I could probably find it.
But why don't you just on your drawings and the height of your house?
Hey, by what mechanism does a bubble level show level?
Huh? A bubble level, or you just talking an auto level? Now you're talking a bubble level.
What?
The fuck are
by
you
what
talking?
mechanism? It's pretty simple, mate.
Yes.
Hold
on. We got the barbecue firm on. What are you saying now?
You ready? Are you ready?
I'm ready. I'm sitting down, actually.
Okay.
I have to be sitting down.
By what?
Nonsense.
No, you're not ready.
Spewing from your fucking mouth. Go on.
Rightio. So, by what mechanism does the bubble level?
Could you?
Oh, there you go. You're not hearing me.
Me, mate, because I don't like you.
No, it's mate.
Know you,
so, by what mechanism?
Yes.
So, by what mechanism does a bubble level show level?
What did you say again? At what point does a bubble level show level? Show level?
No. I never used the word point. Never used the word point. I said by what mechanism?
Why not use the word point?
Mechanism.
If I was in front of you, I'd point my finger right in your fucking.
Repeat after me. Mechanism.
Go on. So, at what?
No, not at what.
What mechanism?
Right, that's the first couple of words.
What mechanism?
Yeah, keep going. Keep going.
No, I just want to get that point. You said what mechanism, yeah?
How does the spirit level work?
Oh, so there's a mechanism in the spirit level.
No, he's got to understand. He's got to understand this. By what mechanism Does a spirit level show level?
There's no mechanism in the fucking spirit level. That's first and foremost, yeah? Only a rodent. Only a rodent.
I didn't say the mechanism was in the spirit level.
So why are you using the mechanism?
You could probably ask it a different. What's causing? What's causing?
No.
Why are you using
have to ask it this way. It's more entertaining.
What it in fact does not do.
No, I have to ask it this way because it's highlighting something. I'm sure the rest of the audience. I'm sure the rest of the audience can see what you are highlighting about yourself.
Understanding what a tool actually does, yeah.
Definitely understanding things about tools.
So you don't understand how a level works, and you expect me to now tell you how a level works. Is that what you're asking? Because if you ask that question, I can answer it. If you say that, I don't understand how a level works.
Actually, I'm curious. How do you think a level works?
How a bubble level works. I can then inform you of how it works. But unless you tell me, I don't understand how a bubble level works, that you can clearly understand this because of my inappropriate terminology to describe that tool. I can then begin to describe it for you and tell you how it works.
Okay, let me rephrase it. Can I just quickly rephrase that? I don't understand why you can't explain the mechanism on how a bubble level works.
Because you're a rodent, yeah, and you're asking shit questions.
You're a bit of a wombat, right? You're a marsupial.
I would like to ask, let's see, how does a water level work?
I've never used a water level, so I can't tell you.
Sorry, a bubble level, spirit level. How does a spirit level work?
Look, when you ask shit questions, I just tell you the truth. I don't know how a water level works. You know, how hard is that? I've never used a water level. Hold on.
I misspoke.
Listen.
I misspoke.
I've never used a water level. I don't know.
Really, don't dumb this down.
Misspoke.
It's dumb
I
enough.
asked. I'm just curious. You were saying that you could explain how a level worked. I'm assuming it's a spirit level.
Yeah, spirit level.
Can you explain to me how a spirit level works?
No, because you kind of think you know how a spirit level works. So why would I explain that to you?
I thought you said you could.
Only if you tell me you don't understand how they work.
Don't understand how you can't explain it.
You guys, is it just me? I don't understand what the fuck is being said right now. Does he know how a spirit level works or not? I'm not sure.
Do you really think a spirit level
He hasn't used one.
Because it works with gravity. Are you fucking that stupid? Do you want me to? That's what you're. That's look. You.
Johnny got a new motor.
You absolutely talk nonsense, right? So you think that I'm going to describe how a fucking level works?
Schlitzy, explain, Schlitzy.
It works by gravity. Are you
Schlitzy, explain to Stefan why his laser level won't work putting it on the ground.
Listen, you don't fucking use a laser level to fucking measure the height of a house. Only a cunt would do that. But then Stefan is a cunt, and I would imagine that's how he would measure his house. That's why.
Thank you.
First, I got it wrong.
Thank you. Hang on. You thinking I pointed the laser level at the house just shows that you do not understand how I did these measurements.
Stefan, you could have even got a fucking route. You could have got a tape measure out and fucking measured your house. It'd have been a lot more simpler.
I've done that.
You could have got a fucking tape measure, dropped it down, got a ladder up the side of your house, and said, "Bingo! Look, fucking no level needed, no nonsense needed. I've just measured how high my house is.
I have, you
from the
fucking
gable
moron.
end.
Listen,
Look,
listen,
look.
listen,
Hello.
listen.
Listen, what?
I have measured.
You're a fucking Dimlo, so you went around the houses.
I've measured the house using a tape measure. Yes, that was to see if I could do a measurements by distance and elevation angles and use geometry to calculate the height of my house. You don't even understand how this was done. You thought I was pointing the laser level at the top of the house, you fucking moron. No, that was the baseline, and I used that baseline at different distances to measure the angle to the top of the house. Do you now understand it? Like a triangle?
You're not listening.
I'm not?
No.
I think Litsy's not listening.
You could have just easily got a fucking tape measure and measured your house. Well, I don't know why you're using this kind of crude method to measure any house.
Yeah. Because I was, the point was,
you're trying to prove something, and you're obviously misinterpreted what you're seeing in reality.
No, what?
And that's why you go
using trigonometry.
Let me try to explain this once more. I've measured the height of my house by a tape measure, and then I thought, okay, hang on a minute. Now I know the height of my house. So let me try and see if I can use distances and elevation angles to do calculation and see if I get the same result. That's why I did that project. It was just like an experiment. You not even understanding how it was done, it's your problem, not mine. And I came out quite close to the actual height of the house, which tells me, yes, distance and elevation angles can be used to calculate the height.
Well, that's what you use a theodolite for. That's all it does. Elevation. It doesn't measure distance. It just does elevation. So when you're getting these people go,
fuck me, you're so stupid. I measured the elevation angle at 5, 10, 15, 20, and 25 meters away from the house, using the laser as the baseline. And then I used the numbers, the distance from the house, and the angle, the elevation angle to the top of the house, to do the calculations. And the calculations came out very close to the actual height of the house.
So
for me, that was an experiment. For me, that was an experiment to see if I could do these measurements by geometry, elevation angles, and distance. And I could.
So what's your point then? What was your point? That was your point.
Seems like a really long.
Yeah, the point
it
is,
seems like a really long-winded way to say that you confirmed that trigonometry is useful in reality.
Yes, but he's denying that. He said, no, math is wrong, geometry is wrong.
Why would you use that? It's most probably.
I mean, Slitsy, if you like,
it's not accurate, and you proved that because you said I was near enough, so it's not accurate, is it?
Well, it depends, right? Because it demonstrates a point. For example, let's say he did it for the house, and the argument often made when we use trigonometry is that how do you verify it, right? And in this case, he could actually verify it because he could use a tape measure to verify that trigonometry actually works.
Anything.
Right?
It doesn't prove. It just says
yes.
he's in the parameters of the margin of error.
It does actually prove something, right? It proves that trigonometry works.
All measurements have a margin of error.
And my measure, I didn't have the tools to make extreme accurate measurements. So it's well within 12 centimeters was the max and minimum from the actual. So 6 centimeters difference on both sides from the actual measured height of the house using a tape measure. I think that's quite good. Well within margin of error with the equipment that I used.
I just want to point out real quick, all measurements have a margin of error. There are no measurements that you can make in reality that don't have a margin of error. Even
So the
using
whole
a tape
point-
measure, there's
yeah.
a margin of error.
Yeah. And so I said, yeah, the whole point was, at least I confirmed for myself that trigonometry actually works.
Yeah. And the reason why it's important is because you made a good point. Why can't you just measure it with a tape measure, right? And if you don't trust math, you can use the tape measure in this case to verify that it actually works and that the method is consistent. But if you were to use it to measure a top of a mountain, you could ask, how do you verify that the height is X height, right? You can't use a tape measure on a mountain. Too tall, it's too impractical. So it demonstrates a point, a good point.
Yeah, but he started off saying, no, you can't do it. Trigonometry is wrong. One way or the other.
That, I guess. He went back on that, I guess.
Yeah, well, we have to. And fair enough, he has a laser level, which needs to be set up by bubble level. Fair enough. Mine are self-leveling. They have pendulums. And he even denied that. Why?
I don't know.
Has he left us?
It was a lot of screaming for nothing, in my opinion.
It was. But yeah, you do get a bit annoyed at times. And you mentioned Peak Finder. Yes, that's a nice tool. I use this quite a lot up here.
Have you used it? It's very fascinating how it's capable of presenting the silhouette.
Oh yes, and depending on your elevation, your observer's elevation as well.
Yeah, it uses your height. You could either set it manually or you could like use the GPS height or whatever.
Yep.
Hello. I'm back.
Hello.
Yeah. Stefano?
What do you want?
Why are you so? I can't even hear you. So
I said, what do you want?
I was.
It's what do you want, cunt?
Anyway, did you get that peer reviewed in that scientific test you done?
Excuse me?
Can I look somewhere and find that test?
Are you like in another house?
Pardon? Can I go to another house, did you say?
No, it sounds like you're calling from another house.
Yeah.
Like you left your phone at home and then you went to another house to talk to us.
Yeah. No, I got a call actually. Someone was saying, why are you speaking to Globe?
Is it just me or does it sound like he's inside of some other universe?
Yeah.
Pardon? I want to try to get into this Globe thing. I'm trying to get into the Globe thing, yeah? But it's just not working.
Well,
I want to understand.
Do you think you have
the problem?
Do you think you have the mental capacity to absorb it and understand it? It's not making
Hey, is that a was?
Did you say
Yes.
I have the mental capacity?
You
Yeah,
understand
just making
English,
a
that's
point
good.
for me, mate. Making my point for me.
I'm not your mate, mate. I'm not
Don't
your
call me
mate,
mate. Cunt.
Not
All right,
your
cunt,
bloody
not
cunt.
mate.
I'll put your face on the Barbie. You You see you next Tuesday.
How you doing, Raheem?
It's a was man. Lovely.
How do you do? Long
Lovely.
time no speak, mate.
Yeah, I don't go into gem, so yeah.
Yeah. I thought I'd spread my wings a little.
Nice.
You went to gems? You miss out on such lovely conversation as we have here.
Yes.
Yeah.
I try.
I think my IQ dropped 20 points.
I
this,
try.
Actually.
I'm a glober anyway.
Yes, we know.
I'm a glober. We live on a sphere. We live on a sphere. I know that. You know that.
We don't live on a sphere, mate.
The maths is not working out. We need to regroup so people can't pour holes in our fucked up theories of globalism.
Good idea.
What time is it over there?
Where does the math doesn't work?
Huh? Well, I just don't think, I think there's a I think they've poked a hole in our wall and it's leaking it's hemorrhaging validity. Yeah. So I think we need to regroup with the maths, stop using theodolites to measure fucking distances because that's not what the tool's designed for. Stop using auto.
I agree.
Yeah, nobody said they were measuring distances with a theodolite, though.
Oh, they do. You know they do.
You'll get to learn it as you get more and more globy. You'll learn it all, right? So show us where all this math issue is.
Listen, you know that they go. Well, I pointed my total station to someone's head. And they go like, hold on, did you use a retro reflector? Nothing. I just pointed it and I fucking, the tool don't measure. The tool don't measure unless it's hitting something. Okay.
Right. The total station can measure distance.
Pardon?
The total station can measure distance.
Oh, can you just stop saying my fucking name in vain, please? Can you stop that? I'm talking to Rudy, and that's all I want to talk to.
All
I don't understand why you're all Schlitzy. I'm talking to Rudy.
Go ahead, Shitsy. Go ahead, Shitsy.
Oh, that's so. Oh, I never heard that one before, ever.
Anyway, go on, go. Now that you're a glober, tell us where we need to fix our math.
I asked that. Stefano, cousin of a neutrino. I asked him. I said, like, do you know a guy called Kurt Gödel? And he said, oh, I think I know the name. Do you know this guy?
Gödel?
Yeah, Gödel. Do you know?
Yes.
What do you think of him?
Oh, champion.
Gödels?
He's a champion, yeah? Do you know that book he wrote?
I haven't read the book, no.
But you just know of the book?
Oh, vaguely. I know of the incompleteness theorem. That's about it.
Yeah. Well, yeah. You know about it, or you've heard about it?
Oh, in between the two.
Okay. Well, I won't press you if you haven't read it, or you don't really know it, and just know of it. There is a difference, I know Stefan, but I don't really know him. I just know he's a crazy person who does crazy shit.
Right.
Uses the wrong tool to do something to prove something could work within the parameters of error. So, but I don't know him. I don't know him from Adam. Oh.
Right.
What time is it in England at the moment?
Yes.
How did you say? I don't know.
Early in the morning, like 9:30, something like that.
I don't know.
Well, talking to this guy, it sounds like 1583.
Listen, mate. that's all where your experiments come from, the
8:30.
fucking Dark Ages. So, you know.
Hey,
pointing
don't
that
call
out.
me mate, cunt.
I'm not your fucking
I'm not your
mate,
buddy, guy.
You look like,
I'm not your guy, friend.
you're a bouncer.
Yes. Friendo. Friendo's a good one from No Country for Old Men.
He looks like bouncer. Bouncer.
Can you regulate your language, please? Otherwise, Earth's Life is going to get a strike on YouTube. They'll have to put another little warning at the top of the page.
It won't. Fine. Anyway, Schlitzy, now that you're a Glober, you got to tell us what the issue is with the math.
Yeah, I just don't understand any of it. So can you give me a crash course in understanding the glob?
Not right now. Maybe tomorrow.
Otherwise, I can't attack these fucking flat Earth weirdos.
Yeah,
How am I going to
stupid
attack
cunts,
flat
aren't
Earth weirdos if I don't understand it? Look, have we got a model? Because I fucking looking
Yes,
for
we
this
have.
model. I can't find the model. No one's given me a little diorama of the fucking world working. So how do I find that fucking model?
I don't know. You just ask these knowledgeable Globers.
But it's like looking for a fucking... Well, they can't offer it. Who can offer me a model? Anyone?
Don't do that, man.
Calling all Globers. Globers.
Well, you're a Glober now, champ.
I'm a Glober. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've gone to the globe. I've gone to the dark side. I've globalized myself.
Yeah, it's because you realise the math is like the key to it, right? The math and geometry.
Work out. This is why I'm stuck. I'm stuck at the point that
okay.
doesn't prove reality as we know it. You can't give me an equation that I walk over to a rose, smell the perfume from the rose. Where's that math?
Yeah, you got me there.
That's reality, isn't it? Yeah, I walk over to the flower. I smell the flower. It smells perfumed. You know, well, we say that I smell the rose. You know, normal rose, wild rose. Wild rose smells a lot more stronger. Where's my equation to establish what I just did? I can't find that. I don't know how to do it.
I can put it in a syllogism for you. The syllogism is, I can't scientifically describe the smell of a rose, therefore Earth's flat.
No, listen to this.
The smell of a rose is pi over 2 counterclockwise from E.
It's much more simple than that. I can't describe reality with fucking mathematics. That's so simple.
Did you get up all night drinking, Schlitzy, or did you get up early and start drinking?
Look, Elder Bear, you're a fucking imbecile, yeah?
You're
and
the
you know
imbecile.
that.
You're
And you know
proving it.
that. You're a first-class imbecile. Glober, no, I'm a fucking flat earther. You're just here for the argument, yeah? If you want an argument, let's meet up and have a drink. And then you can argue with me as much as you fucking want.
You probably had
okay?
enough by now.
How
Probably had
about
enough to drink by now.
let's meet
You're
up
letting
for a
the
coffee.
side down. You're letting the Globers down with your drinking.
I don't drink, to be honest. But if you want to come and have a coffee, we can have a chat. And I'm sure
sound a bit
you
incoherent,
can come and argue with me until your
Maybe
heart's
you've got
content.
mental issues.
Yeah, come and argue with me. But I know that you're a little keyboard global warrior.
He had a laser. You know when Stefan said he had the laser? Calm down.
Why are you talking like your sister? Why are you talking like your sister?
And you said that was impossible.
Why are you talking like your sister?
Get it level on the ground.
Why are you
Conversation,
talking
please.
like your sister?
Conversation, please. Conversation.
I know.
Yeah, that's not how Discord works. It's discordant.
Oh, good call.
If you talk to me not in the guise of your sister, I can understand you. But I'm not doing that whole, like I identify as my sister. I'm not doing that. I'm not going down that road. Yeah? So do you want to rephrase?
Who are you talking to?
You, sister boy.
Who's Who said anything about sister? What are you talking about?
Why do you like pretend to be your sister? I don't get it.
What are you talking about? Who said anything about sister? Where's that come from?
Well, you sound like your sister, so I was wondering why are you mimicking your sister?
Oh my goodness.
Do you know my sister then, or?
What? Of course. Who doesn't?
Well, you said I sounded like her. You must know her.
Right, listen, Care Bear. Enough of you. I'm talking to Globers, yeah? Hardcore Globers. And they're not giving me they're not giving me the global information for me to begin to become a hardcore Glober.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how Stefan got the height of his house in the first place, but you did say that when he had his laser level, there was no way he could get it level just by putting it on the ground.
Yeah, but like, if you know and use an auto level, you wouldn't put that on the ground. You wouldn't put it on the ground. Because if the ground isn't level...
Why?
And, well...
I thought it was, though. I thought it was.
I don't think he established it. How did he establish it was level?
I thought it was already flat, though. So I thought the
no,
Earth
it's already a globe, isn't it? He's a glober, so he's assuming he's on a ball anyway. Come on, get with the program. Get with the program.
Right. You confirmed it's not flat.
Care Bear, get with the program. You're not
flat. It's a globe.
You're not paying attention, are you?
Or is it always
Stefan is a hardcore glober who
which is it?
Who assumes he's on a globe before he's actually established he's on a globe. Yeah? So you have to take that into consideration.
Listening to what you were saying, trying to make sense of it.
Yeah, I don't know, but I wouldn't be putting a...
That's all I ever do, really, is listen to what people are saying and think, does that make sense?
And...
Yeah, go on.
It's not designed to go on the ground.
Well, where's it designed to go to, then?
That's why auto levels come with a fucking tripod.
Anyway, I'll leave you guys to it. Have fun.
You've been using a different tool.
And what
a tool for what?
What about that's on the ground? The tripod's on the ground, and then what? What difference does the tripod make?
Well, you want a tripod to adjust.
Adjust what?
It's for eating your cornflakes, silly.
Huh? Well, I don't know. Anyway, where's the model? Where's our model? I'm trying to find our model. Ruhit? Where's our model?
No, Ruish stepped out.
Oh, did he? Oh, where's our model? Kerry, do you know where our model is?
Oh, no, it might be in the cupboard.
I've looked. The cupboard. It's like old Mother Hubbard. The cupboard is better.
The globe model has a compendium of different accuracies, representations, and demonstrations. Which would you like?
So, are you saying, depending on what we're investigating, what part of the globe we're investigating, there could be
on your mic,
various models to verify what we're looking for.
Is my microphone funny?
Yeah, it was sounding like it was in a pocket or something.
Yeah, mine. I think it's mine.
I thought he was sitting on it.
How tall is your house, Stefan?
No, it should be
tomorrow.
Fine.
It is tomorrow.
Does that sound better?
Stefan?
Does that sound better, Terry?
Yeah.
Don't know what I did. I literally did nothing. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. You may have missed the conversation, between Stefan and Slitzy, which is describing how we can use trigonometry in reality.
Is Stefan still around?
Yeah,
I'm back. I got a phone call from work, so I had to pick up.
How tall is your house, Stefan?
10.2 meters.
How many?
10.2 meters.
How did you measure that?
Well, by tape measure, I did it when I had scaffolding because I was painting the house.
You can do it with a stick.
Was that what was? Was that correct? That measurement or
10.2?
yeah?
Yeah, reasonable, I would think. From the top of the house to
an exact message, an exact
it was
measurement. Do you think?
Yeah, every measurement has a margin of error, but yeah, I think it was quite correct because it was from the top of the house down to have this wooden flooring outdoors. So it was down
You
to
can do it
that
like
one.
you can do it like a tree if you want to, unless you want to climb the tree to measure it.
I did.
Stefan, he said he was up the scaffold and he got a tape measure out and measured his house.
Yeah, you got a problem with that?
What was that?
Yeah,
was that kind of plus or minus 12 centimeters or so, or what do you reckon?
No, that was 10.2 meters.
I'd like to ask Stefan,
It's an exact measurement, though.
How did you keep the other end of the tape measure in place? Did the missus help? Did you use some sellotape on the bottom or on the roofing?
I fastened it at the top with a gaffer tape, and then I just dropped it down and went down and read it off.
Yeah, he grabbed hold of it and jumped from the roof, and then when he got to the bottom, he measured it.
Yeah, because that tape measure is 25 meters.
Oh, could you imagine Looney Tune physics? Like you put the tape measure there, you jump off, the top stays there, and you're able to read it just before it goes. Oh wait, gravity goes. Shoom.
Yeah.
Why did you measure it, Stefan?
Huh?
Why did you measure it?
Anyway, where's this question going? Where's this question going? He's got the house.
Because
I don't think Stefan's telling the truth.
Hold on, Stefan. Schlitzy, you asked this question about 20 minutes ago because I was listening.
I know, but I don't think Stefan.
He's already answered it.
He answered
worried about it, you know.
Right, listen.
Why are you worried, you know, about who's asking questions?
But he's now saying, right? He's now saying that he sellotaped the fucking tape measure to the top of the house and went down with the end of the tape measure, and he measured to the. Well, he's saying wooden floor. Is that decking, Stefan?
Where did you measure it to, Stefan? Did you measure it to the peak of the ridge cap, or the?
No, the top of the ceiling outside, and you know, tape measurements has this tiny hook at the end. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, have you got?
And I put them over the top, and I used a bit of gaffer tape to keep it in place, and then I dropped down the tape measure. The tape measure is 25 meters long, so it's.
You're lying. It's all lies, Stefan.
Have you got a pitched roof, Stefan? Is it a pitched roof?
You're a liar.
Yeah, pitch roof, yes.
Oh, it's one of those ones that wind out that surveyors
you
use.
You gaffer taped it to the ridge, the apex of the ridge. Yeah.
Yep.
And then you dropped your tape measure.
No, it wouldn't have been one of those tape measures. It had to have been one of those surveyor ones that wind in and wind out.
What do you know about it?
It is.
What do you know?
And
Stefan, he's the man on the ground here. Come on.
Okay.
So now what? Yeah, okay. So one can't. So now it's very difficult to measure a height.
No,
yeah, seems like you can't use a tape measure anymore.
No, I never said that. What sort of tape measure was it?
The brand?
The serial number?
It's a handheld one. It's 25 meters long.
Okay. But so you gaffer taped it to the apex of the ridge, and you let go of the body of the tape measure and let it drop to the ground.
It's the most trivial
conversation I've ever had. That wouldn't be good for the tape measure.
And I climbed down and I tightened it up, and I measured the distance down to the flooring outside my house. Yes, that's how I did it.
Right.
Did you have a live stream of you doing it? Else it didn't happen.
No, I've just never had a tape measure that's been able to do that.
Pardon?
What color is it, Stefan? That makes a difference. What color?
It's black and it's black and then or dark gray and the winding.
There's a
spot
mistake.
Is bright,
you should use the
bright
yellow
red.
one. I used the wrong color. Sorry.
Yeah. I must be the wrong color. Yeah, it seems like it's impossible now to measure.
Point of resistance, and they stop, and then you have to manually.
Was it made in Germany or was it made in Japan?
I'm not quite sure.
You managed to get it to the ground, and so that was what you say was an exact measurement.
You understand that the black one uses imperial centimeters, right?
I know you like.
So what kind of shoes did you wear while you were doing these measurements, Stefan?
One of these safety boots, big ones, old ones I used in the North Sea.
And then, so would you say that a laser or a handheld tape measure which was the most accurate? Do you think?
Did you allow for refraction in your calculations?
Yeah. Well, I didn't use a laser to measure the distance.
You did later. You did later. Later, you did.
Well, I did. I think you missed something. I put a laser level at the bottom of the house, and I used that as the baseline, and I moved away from the house at 5, 10, 15, 20, and 25 meters, and I measured the elevation angle up to the top of the house.
Yeah.
I did not use a laser to point it at the top of my house to measure the distance.
I know. But what would you say that a laser would be more accurate as a tool than a handheld tape measure? What do you think?
Not in my house, because then I would be had to be on an angle. If I was following the wall up, it would hit about, I don't know, 40 centimeters or so, lower than the top of the ceiling. Like there's a box around it.
You know, you measured the house, but you must have already known the height of the house. That's why I asked. How did you know the height of the house?
No, I measured the height of the house after I did the measurements.
Why did you do that?
To see if my numbers came out rather close to the actual height.
So what was the problem then? Where did the problem lie?
There was no problem.
Yeah, there was, because you got two different measurements.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Do measurements have a margin of error?
Well, that's what I'm trying to work out, whether it was a tape measure, whether it was a laser, or whether it was user error.
Oh, haven't I explained you now well enough how I did that? I put a laser level.
It's elderberry. There are no explanations that work for him.
Yeah. So what is your point?
That's why I'm just joking with certain things with these questions.
Let's ask Elderbear the question. Let's Elderbear, you've asked enough questions. I've got one for you. If both tools have a margin of error, how do we pick which one got the closest?
That's what I asked. That's what I was asking. I don't need you to translate for me, because you need to have a voice in here to be relevant.
Then you're asking a bad question, because if both things have a margin of error, you don't have a true answer. What you need to use the one with the smallest, but to know which one has the smallest, you either need to know the true length of the thing you're measuring, or you need to engineeringly analyze the accuracy of the tool you're using.
Yeah, you're a dickhead.
Could you use a third measuring tool? Besides a tape measure, then a laser, and then something else.
How tall was the house?
I've told you.
Yeah, I know. So you measured it.
You must be a bureaucrat, Elderbear.
That's how you measured it. And then I asked you, was that exact? And you said, yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, it could be a few millimeters, or maybe half a centimeter.
So that'd be classed as an approximate.
Half a centimeter. So the tape measure has a margin of error of what? Half a centimeter.
Yeah, let's call it half a centimeter.
5 millimeters.
Yep.
Okay, but your laser measurement was out by 12 centimeters.
He didn't use the laser.
I didn't use the laser.
No, you did. You measured an angle with the laser. Used the laser. You measured an angle.
I used the laser as a baseline.
And then you found out that was 12 centimeters out.
I used the laser as a horizontal baseline.
And if I remember correctly, Stefan, you said you couldn't get it perfect to the base of the house because of the topography or the decking or something. You had to be offset slightly.
Fine.
Yeah.
Fine. I'm hearing all the excuses for the error. That's what I was interested in, where the error lies.
As I said, I didn't.
Between you and Yino, you've come up with quite
Shut
a
the
few.
fuck up for a minute. Yeah. What's the
Fair
problem
at
with
me,
the error?
Stefan. It's only a measurement, mate.
What is the problem with the error?
I will point out that error analysis is never an excuse.
You've got an error. You've got an error, and I was wondering where it was. So
It was due to, as I mentioned earlier, it was due to the tools I used that I couldn't get as very exact measurements. A slight variation. Okay.
Why? What was the error? Where was the error in the laser?
No, I used a homemade
protractor?
a homemade protractor.
What was that? What was a homemade protractor? What did that look like?
Well, you know what a protractor is. I used the protractor as a base, and I made it bigger.
You haven't got one?
I just explained to you how I did it. I had.
But how did you calibrate the homemade protractor? What did you use to do that? Did you use a protractor to do that?
I used a smaller protractor, put it on a piece of cardboard, and extended the lines so that I had a bigger one. And I used the laser as the baseline.
Was it your line drawing that wasn't very straight? Is that where the error lies?
They were quite straight, yes. Using a ruler, it's not too bad.
So what would you say, as your conclusion to that, what would you say that measuring an angle wasn't an effective way of
it was.
measurement?
Yeah, with the equipment I used, I think that the margin of error was well within what I expected, and it shows me that trigonometry works. That was the point of the exercise.
Equipment you used to measure 111 kilometers away, or whatever you said you did before?
No, then we used
to do that, or what?
No, we used telescopes.
What was the full height of your house? Did you say?
10.2 meters.
10.2 meters. You're not listening, Yino. 10.2 meters.
Elder Bear, could you stop mettering? I forgot it was a little while ago. Stop being a little bitch.
I didn't forget, though. I paid attention. I didn't forget. I'm just showing.
Yeah,
I didn't forget.
I heard it earlier as well. I'm allowed to forget information. If you want
Elder Bear literally said multiple times that Stefan used a laser to measure the height of the house. So he doesn't actually listen. He only listens when it suits him.
Yeah, stop being a little bitch and actually have a nice conversation.
His whole point is to try to sort of deny that trigonometry can be used for measuring heights. Yeah, that's the point.
And I was going to work out. I was going to work out the margin of error, which would be 12 divided by 10020, and then multiply that by 100 for readability. It's only a 1.2% margin of error.
Yeah, it's really small.
What was the margin?
What would the margin of error be, Stefan, if you'd have did it with if you'd have did it with like you do for a tree, where you get the 45 or
45 degree? Yeah.
I don't know.
So that's if you go away from the object's peak, away from the object's ground position until the peak is at 45 degrees. You are as far away from its ground position as it is tall.
Yeah. Well, you're as far away as from the base position of its apex. It's not necessarily the outer surface of the object, is it?
Yeah, that's what I thought I said, but yeah, that's more clear. Thank you.
Because I thought that'd be just good enough if you just want to get a general idea of how high something is.
What was the margin of error of the tape measure, Yino? Have you worked that out?
So I do remember that bit, and I actually disagree with it a little bit. Where is Stefan? Yeah, Stefan's still there. You said the margin of error.
The numbers.
Oh wow! If the start of your sentence didn't interrupt the middle of mine, I was going to say it.
So
if I
measure it.
Now you're
your name changed to Stefan, Elder Bear.
So Stefan, if I remember
correctly,
you were
talking for Stefan a minute ago.
Who's who is that keeps interrupting just for reference? I'm in the car.
It's Elder. He's a bad boy.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm a serial interrupter.
Yeah,
Well, conversation is king here, so if you keep it up, I will ask for someone else to consider moderating you. As I was going to say, Stefan, you said the margin of error of the measuring tool was 0.5 centimeter, but would that mean that if you measured 5 centimeters, it would say 5.5 or 4.5? Like, I don't quite agree with that definition.
Over the distance of 10.2, could maybe be like 5 millimeters. I don't think it was that much either, because I had it quite. I was sort of having it taut, so there was no band in it.
He's adding other sources of error than the measurement device itself.
I see. So in the application of the measuring tool, the environment caused that.
Right, the environmental issues.
You guys are funny.
Doesn't it come down to the reason why, if you're measuring something for the reason of why you need the accuracy in the first place? Do you need it? You need the measurement to be accurate, or?
In the first place.
I mean,
you have to wonder why he did it.
I'm sure we've all measured something with a tape measure around a few bends, haven't we? You know, like slightly round the post on the wall to see how long the wall is, and gone, it's close enough for the thing.
Close enough,
I'll add some centimeters. We've all done that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you're measuring stuff for a garden fencing, it's one thing. If you're measuring a piece of wood to fit it snugly in a bookshelf, it's another, isn't it? Obviously.
Well, yeah, it's got to be to the nearest millimeter, if that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Measure twice, cut 17 times.
Interested in where the error was lying.
Yeah, unless it's candid camera. Yeah, candid camera.
I've never heard the phrase a woodworkman's dozen. You know, bring an extra 12 so you can cut them again.
Have anybody seen that candid camera thing with the bookshelf?
No, I haven't seen that.
It's from this. It's on. You can find it on YouTube. It's a classic. There's this bookshelf, and it's sort of like in a corner. It's in a corner of a room, and they get this carpenter in to fit 5 shelves in it. And what he doesn't know is that one of the uprights and the top horizontal of the frame and the bottom of the frame are all linked together, but they're not linked to the one against the wall, and they can actually slide in holes in the wall back and forth. So every time he turns his back, someone changes the shape of the frame silently behind it.
Here we go.
Is that
it? Is that it?
I don't know. Is it candid camera? It's from the 60s,
UK
I think.
Candid camera.
UK candid camera.
Oh,
okay.
That's the friend, Stefan. You were saved there.
Yeah, I'm watching it now.
It's so funny because you can see him sort of like questioning himself to start with, but then literally at the end you can see him sort of like standing there, scratching his head. You know, I'm not sure if the universe is correct anymore.
At least I saved from Denmark and Schlitzie, eh?
He ends up with about 6 shelves, and he puts them on the table and lines them all up, you know, and they're all like staggered, and he just can't work out what's going on.
We've derailed the conversation a little bit.
Sorry,
thank you.
my apologies.
Thank you, Guy, for referencing that. Elder Bear, thank you for being a little prankster with trying to bring it back. So I don't see your
12 centimeters out.
I don't see your problem though.
His laser was level, or his protractor was shit.
Elder Bear, what are you trying to do? Elder Bear, what do you want to do here?
Well, you know, he's trying to use some exactness to prove a point when he's fucking miles out.
I just watched the bit where the blokes.
Kind of reference of intelligence.
I just watched the bit where the blokes have got his back to it when he's cutting the wood and it moved. That was funny.
So how many? You know how many percent?
In the first place?
Yeah, you know how many percent were my measurement on?
Why did you do it after? Why did you measure the house after?
Because I knew that the scaffolding were coming because I had to paint my house.
So did the scaffolding come after you'd done your elevation measurement?
Yes.
You never did.
I planned it so because I knew that was coming. So I thought, hang on a minute, let me try this.
Yeah, but you'd also need the measurement for the paint too. You need to know the surface area of how much paint you need. So you need the measurement for that as well.
Yeah, the height and the width. And I think it was estimated about 8 liters was covering, 1 liter was covering about 8 square meters.
No,
Right, how much did you have left over? Did you have enough, or did you have some surplus?
Oh, I got surplus because I was painting.
Oh, you always have leftover. Yeah, you always have leftover. You always have
What's the
leftover.
margin of error once you'd calculate it with your spreadsheet at the end?
You always want to get 10% more.
Yeah.
Well, I don't mind.
Yeah, you always have a little bit left over.
Then he's got.
I do the same when I measure when I'm spray painting cars. I always just get that little bit extra.
Yeah, never know if you need to do touch-ups and whatnot.
I wonder if everybody thinks that the measurement has to be perfectly accurate at all times.
I think there's
no margin of error can be tolerated.
There's an old phrase.
Depends what your tolerance is.
There's an old phrase I don't think.
Elderbear, there's no Elderbear. You seem to be hell bent on stopping a conversation.
You got nobody else. You got nobody
else.
That's
why I mean, I can mute him if we want.
No, we don't need to mute him. We don't need to mute him. What we need to do is educate Elderbear that he can't just throttle the whole conversation with his interruptions. I think
there is other people. There is other people here, Elderbear. You're not the only one.
Through everything people are saying.
I have be quiet for a moment, Elderbear. Be quiet for a moment, Elderbear. Other people would like to get in. Be quiet for a moment, Elderbear. Other people would like to get in. Elderbear, Teddy Bear. Can you be quiet for just a second? Thank you. I think there's a phrase that you would appreciate, but maybe not understand, right? Or an old thought thing. There is a engineer and a mathematician stood on a road, right? And there is a fucking gorgeous woman at the other end of the road. But they are both told that they can only move half the distance that they are from the woman each time, right? The mathematician will never move because he knows he will not get there. But an engineer will move because he knows he'll get close enough.
I like that one. Very nice.
It's very nice, isn't it?
The measurements. What was the margin of error? Because if the margin of error was out, then he would actually reach her. Because
that's the reason. That's the reason Elderbear can't get girls because he won't go close enough.
Is that what it is?
I
feel sorry for you, Elderbear.
I'm thinking there may be a whole other range of reasons why he can't get girls.
Okay.
Up with assumptions about girlfriends. What an idiot.
I mean, you've woken up in the UK this morning, and this is what you want to do online.
Well, that's what I said. It sounded a bit boring from the YouTube end.
Yeah, but what you've done is complained about the accuracy of fucking protractors.
I wasn't complaining.
When you wake up in the UK, you go out and look at the weather.
It's called clarifying.
Yeah, we do. It's lovely and sunny today.
Let's ask about the verification of. Let's ask about the verification of the accuracy of protractors that were purchased at a store. Yeah, because that's going to be infinitely inaccurate, isn't it? It's going to be drawn by a toddler.
Where is the tolerance here? Where is the error? Was it Stefan? Was it the tape measure? Or was it the laser and his protractor? I thought I'd just check. That was all.
Yeah, so a protractor.
Hang on, let me ask Elderbear a question. Elderbear a question. What kind of accuracy do you demand for the measurement of the experiment to be sort of valid, showing trigonometry works?
I don't demand any. You're the one who demands accuracy and claims accuracy. I was just checking on yours and where the error actually lies.
How can you check it if you're not going to assert what it should be?
Well, that's why I asked. What is it? What is the height of your house? And he gaffer taped the tape measure to the ridge, dropped the tape measure down, and said it was, an estimation of 5 millimeters within 10.2 meters. But his laser measurement and his homemade protractor and his margin of error of the user error was massive.
Was it? What was it? Was it about a percent? You know?
I got to wondering, what is the actual height of your house? And how would you know that the 12 centimeters was wrong or the tape measure was wrong?
I'm not sure what purpose it serves Aldebert to lie about what was said already. It doesn't make any sense.
But Stefan doesn't actually know the height of his house.
You fucking moron. I do. If it's 10.19 and a half or it's 10.20 and a half, doesn't matter that much.
Yeah, but you said there's a margin of error.
So fucking what? The results are well within what was expected from the measurements I did, you moron.
That's why I was interested in where the
having.
So 17 minutes past the hour.
Omnipresent text chat.
Can I look? I've now found the image. So I'm asking you: is it a multi-directional level? It gives a vertical and a horizontal. You'll go and it's exactly what I just said.
Look at the cross at the wall.
It's really, really simple. I don't need to see the laser. I know about lasers, so all I asked was it a multi-directional laser?
Yeah. Okay. Shitzy. I can see. I've looked at the image and I can see what Stefan's already going to say because I actually know how to analyze an image with my brain, right? He has put tissue. He has put tissue under the.
Hold on.
Listen. No, you need to listen.
Because you're winging it, and we can know you're winging it. No, you stop. You shut the fuck up.
Hello. I'm going to wing it.
Look.
And I'm going to show you how well I get.
You're going to move me. Move me.
Schlitzy, come on.
I beg to move me because this is all you got. This is all you got. Oh, we're going to mute you.
I do not want to mute you, but you are really interrupting. Okay, let people have some word in. Okay, stop interrupting. Otherwise, I will mute you. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so this is the norm. Yeah, this is the new norm. Then when you're
constantly interrupting,
then you're going to be like a little bit.
You are
bored.
just being disruptive.
You are really
I'm not being disrupted. I asked him a question. I asked him a question.
Just be quiet.
I asked.
Be quiet and listen. He has put tissue underneath the front of the device, right? That means that the front of it is raised off the table. The laser crosshair that it is projecting, the vertical part, is perfectly in line with on the base of the orange bit of the black device in the distance.
Tell me when you're finished, because I'm really not.
Yeah, but the way you'll know that is I will stop speaking. So shut it.
Just tell me when you stop, because you're blah blah blah, and you're not making any sense.
Okay, shut up. If you weren't interrupting, maybe I would make sense.
You finished?
Would you shut the fuck up?
You literally just tell me when you're finished, because you're wasting your breath. At this point, you're just wasting your time.
You are wasting his breath.
You are such a fucking frustrating piece of shithead. You are literally interrupting.
Hello, here we go.
Dude, he just won all over you, man.
You are literally interrupting to ask when I'm finished, so that you can try and ask me when I'm finished while fucking interrupt. You're such a piece of shit. Such a piece of shit. I'm trying to explain it, and you're asking, tell me when you're done. Make sure you do, because you're mumbling and I don't understand. Like,
you should use this time to explain instead of keep going.
Fucking piece of shithead. The device
really,
is
no one cares how you feel, man.
Don't care. The device's front is raised off the ground by tissue. So if it was just projecting a crosshair forward of itself, it would be way higher than the crosshair that is being shown in the other image when it hasn't got its front raised up off the ground, right?
When you're finished. Tell me when you're finished.
Yeah, I raised the back side and I raised the front side, and as you can see, it creates a level, horizontal and vertical lines at the same point.
See, I'm going to end up calling for your some form of permanent moderation if you keep going with this fucking pathetic tactic of when someone is talking.
Seriously, quit bringing your feelings into it. Shut up.
Fuck off. Asking someone, saying to someone, tell me when you're finished, when they're mid-talking, is not how you do conversation. They will either stop talking or say, now you go. You are just being a disruptive asshole. Stop it. And prove me wrong, I'm not in the fucking mood for your meta, okay? Fuck you as well. Fuck every fuckwit that thinks they can tell me what the fuck to do when I'm mid-talking with some fuckwit that needs to fucking constantly interrupt me because they're a fuckwit. Fuck you all.
Yeah. Okay, deep breath, buddy. Deep breath. Woosah.
Yeah, you're really not that important.
I just need to say that a couple of times like uncle.
You're like a nobody.
I can translate for you, Slitzy, because I work as a translator.
No, I don't want you to translate. I'm talking to Stefan. I'm still Stefan is old enough, big enough.
Hold on. I was speaking just.
Lau, he was muted for ages.
I'm not speaking to you.
Yeah,
You're not the guy.
He was trying to speak. He was muted for ages. Do let him respond at the very least, okay? We can be cordial in that way. Yeah? Let's just not go one Glober after the other over the top of him. Now Lal is unmuted.
Fair enough.
Oh, and Slitzy is unmuted.
Right, so I just want to speak to Stefan. Can I speak to Stefan? No one else in between. It's just a direct conversation, me and Stefan, back and forth, yeah?
Yeah, we can support that.
Okay, Stefan, are you on board?
Yes. Sort of.
Okay, so there might have been a bit of confusion, because when you were talking about a level, I was talking about an auto level, and you were talking about that your level just auto corrects itself, yeah, self levels. I think that's the confusion, yeah. So we're clear.
Well, I tried to tell you that my laser is a sort of self-leveling within reasons. I can't angle it too much. Then
your little level, you know, say if I was putting a kitchen in my house, I'd get that little level, put it on one side, and I'd choose that to ping my datum line, yeah? So it's totally not what... now you see my argument, because I'm thinking you've got a laser level on the floor, and you've just got like a little multi-directional laser, which just does a horizontal and a vertical. I can't understand how you done your house, because that is a very close proximity tool. It's not like a tool to measure massive distances. So when you're telling me what distances away from the house?
25 meters.
25 meters. If I had, and I've got a Hilti one, a multi-directional laser, which I fit kitchens with, is a kind of it's the most probably the powerful multi-direction one on the market. I wouldn't even begin to go outside and measure something with that multi-directional laser, and especially height. Like you said, you went to the top of the house, you stellotaped a tape measure to the top and then dropped the measure down. I don't understand that. I don't think you did that. I personally have to put that into question, because I can't begin to think how you fixed it. You said you fixed it with masking tape. You've got tiles. I don't know what kind of tiles. Let's get context of what you did with the measure. You got a measure. You fixed it to the apex of the roof. You dropped the line down. The tape measure with all the numbers on it. You dropped it down. Tell me, and you dropped it to the floor, which was a wooden floor. It's obviously not to the base of the house, because if it's a wooden floor, it must be like a decking or something. So you tell, I don't get it. Then you said you made this measurement. It was within reason of the house, but you ain't gone down to the footings. Or I don't understand.
No, you don't.
Do you know why I don't understand? Because I know when someone's fucking lying. Because that's what I do for a living.
Why would he lie? Why would he lie?
Because he's lying.
He asked for a one-to-one with Stefan, but out.
So let Stefan now tell me why I've majorly got it wrong. And I'm for the globe. I'm a glober.
If I need to, I will drag everyone into the stage, and only Stefan and Tritsy will be on the stage. So let Stefan reply.
Okay, thank you.
I just posted 2 images at 11.
No, I don't want to post any images. Stefan, I don't need any images. I just want your testimony, word for word.
I posted, hang on, it's my turn now, okay? So now you shut up for a while.
I will.
I posted two images showing the top of the house and the wooden floor at the bottom. That's the distance I use, and I put the laser level on top of that one. The distance from that wooden planking up to the top was 10.2 meters. Do you have any problems with that?
What were you measuring? The washing line?
It's just to show you how the top of the house looks like and what the floor beneath look like.
Yeah, so like what I said, you went down to the wooden decking, yeah? That's not the base of your house, though, is it? Your house.
I don't need that.
Is it, Stefan?
No, I don't need the base of the house. I said this is the distance that I measured, and I put the laser on top of that wooden floor beneath the second image.
So when you was 25 feet away, how did you mount the laser then?
I put the laser on that wooden floor.
Yeah, but then you said you took a measurement. You took one 10 feet, you took one 20 feet, you took one 6 miles away. How did you do that?
Yeah. Because my measuring tape is 25 meters long, so I stretched it up.
So you walked out, you put the tape measure on the house, you walked out 25 meters, then how did you mount your level?
My level?
You had a laser level, which
I used the light from the laser as a baseline.
Oh, so it's like a guesstimate, yeah?
No, it's quite accurate though, isn't it?
No, it's not really accurate because like your first measurement, you told me that, I was like 12 something feet out or something, or 12 something 12 feet, 12 inches, 12 centimeters, 12 feet, 12 miles. You said you was out.
Never used any imperial. Never used any imperial measurements whatsoever. I used a metric system. You forgot.
So it's 12 centimeters then.
What is 12 centimeters?
You said you was out. The first time you did it, you said I was out. I was miscalculated.
Not miscalculated.
You said you had a miscalculation.
Not miscalculated.
That's exactly what you said.
The calculations were correct. The measurements were in slight error. That's why the numbers came out differently than the actual measured height by the tape measure.
So tell me about the measure, sticking it to the roof with super glue, dropping it down like the man from Uncle, and then measuring.
You know what?
The
you know the starting end of a measuring tape has this sort of hook to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was put on top of the roof, and to keep it in place, I put a bit of duct tape so it wouldn't fall off while I was going down.
Let me have a look at that roof. What kind of roof is that? Flat roof? It looks like a tiled roof.
Stone tile.
I don't think duct tape's going to stick to that.
It was gaff tape.
Gaffer tape.
Gaffer tape. It's the gaffer.
It sticks to anything, dude. It sticks to roof tiles.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, I use gaff tape every day. It sticks to roof tiles.
It does not.
Why wouldn't it?
Because
what are we actually debating at this point?
They've got like you see what's on the. You have a look at the apex of the roof, and you just have a look at the moss build up.
Yeah.
Then you've got like the grit of the tile, because I know these tiles. These are cloaked. This is a cloaked verge tile, yeah. So like it's a dry verge. See, when you know building, you know what's happening here, and obviously you don't. And you're coming out with some bullshit and some bollocks to support your.
You're fucking retarded, bro. You're an adult. You can't understand how you fixed the tape measure to the top of a roof.
When did you?
Dude, are you actually fucking positively?
When did you transition into Stefan? Because I don't understand
guys, hello. Ned, this is between Schlitzie and Stefan. Can you please let them?
Yeah, my bad, but it's hard. It's hard.
No, it isn't hard. It's because you're an imbecile and you have to want to butt in when it's not your conversation. So Stefan,
can I inquire what the point of it is?
Oh no, I'm just talking to Stefan because I'm going to press Stefan on the point that I don't believe he stuck fucking gaffer tape to that fucking tile with that ridge, especially with the amount of moss I can see on that. And I know that tile, and you can't even stick any kind of sticky stuff on there. I tell you what you could do, you could get the foil with the tarmac, heat that up and maybe melt it on there. That would stick. But other than that, any adhesive tape of any, don't matter if it's gaffer tape, any kind of tape will not stick to that. Trust me.
No,
and it won't be sticking like a 10 mil hook of the tape measure on that
I'd
ridge
never
tile.
trust you on anything to do with tape. I'm afraid. Sorry.
He did. He said he stuck it down with, like, I don't know, what tape did you stick it down with, Stefan? Even though you're not Stefan Dawn.
Listen to yourself. You sound
And
insane.
Stefan ran away.
Hang on. I've got
What
the
tape
roof
did
tile
you
here.
use, Stefan?
I have a roof tile.
What tape did you use, Stefan? You know I'm telling the truth. There's no way you stuck tape to a fucking roof tile with that amount of moss. Imagine the grit of the tile over the years is going to be more than when they were brand new.
Oh my God, they look new. Where's the moss?
Yeah, it's on your brain, Dawn, on your brain, and you're not Stefan, so stop with your
I'm fine with you
idiotic
talking nonsense,
comments.
but you shouldn't
Stop
be allowed
with
to
your
take over the
idiotic
VC
comments.
with
That's
it.
why you're a failed DJ, because you can't stop yourself.
I'm just hoping we can get back to some sort of point.
Yeah, the point is, I don't believe Stefan and his fictitious measurements. So I'm pressing him on the validity that he done these things, and I don't believe he did. This is why I've asked the question 20 minutes ago, and it's still no comeback.
Shit. Look at the chat.
I don't want to look at the chat. I'm asking him direct questions.
It's gaffer tape on a tile, bro.
Oh, mate, stop yourselves.
Exactly how I imagined it would look.
Yeah. Oh.
It's a pretty good way to do it, because I was imagining it on the front side, but yeah, that's the way to do it.
These people.
And I can pull quite strongly on the tape measure, and it still sticks to the tile.
Did you just
there.
stick that on there?
I had some extra tiles.
It demonstrates the principle.
Did you just run up there and do that?
It's a pretty good demo, though, right? It demonstrates the principle. Can we move on?
Demonstration.
I mean, off this. But...
Where's the whole?
Looks pretty stuck on there.
Like you've done that, so you must have got the tape measure right down to the bottom of the house. If you went for the trouble of fixing that, you must have the tape measure drop as well. Yeah. Where's that picture? I'd like to see that picture. That's for sure.
Moving the goalpost.
No, not moving the goalpost. Let's see right. Look, if you took the time and trouble to post a picture of how you fixed that tape measure to the top of the roof, you surely got the tape measure from the top of the ridge tile down to the decking. Surely. You got that, Stefan? Let's have a look at that one.
What, me climbing up 10 meters?
Right, he's gone to dig it out of his archives. He's asking
if you took a photo when you did it.
No, of course I didn't.
Oh, what you took the picture of you fixing it, but you didn't take the picture of you dropping the measure.
As I said, I had a spare tile. I had a spare tile here now, and I used some duct tape and the measuring.
Oh, so you're telling me that isn't even the real picture on the.
How could you not figure that for yourself?
I said so for Jesus Christ, what a fucking moron.
No, I just want.
Can we move on from Schlitzie?
I had a spare tile. Yeah, I told you I had a spare tile, and I did the duct tape, and I could use quite a bit of force before the measuring tape came free.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would imagine Einstein would have been spinning in his grave with this experiment, and Newton would have been, saying, like, "I'm never ever going to bend you over again, Isaac."
So your entire problem is you don't believe that someone can affix a tape measure to the top of the house and drag it down.
It's really simple to solve
rubbish.
Yeah, we need Einstein to work out sticky tape, guys. Come on, guys.
Can I re-point out that this is an argument from incompetence as well, but the level of incompetence we've now gotten to is I can't stick things to things.
No, because you're an
That's
imbecile.
what we're using to challenge the globe today.
The only good thing would be like
I
to
just
gaffer tape
posted
you
some
off
images of my clock
and
tape
stick
and
you in the
masking tape
corner.
sticking to a brick. It's been there for
Yeah, but that
for
don't
months.
prove anything, does it? It don't prove anything. That's just it's not even of the actual thing he did. So it's just a representation.
Can I suggest we
And
move on from
I
Slitzy,
still
please?
think you're making it
I know. I
up.
wish we could.
What we do here is we say, does anyone wish to continue to engage with Schlitzy?
I think it's
no.
It's
cool. We have
just denial.
That's fine. We have silence, so we can move on to other topics.
I was I hadn't got the soundboard. I was going to play the crickets thing. Somebody took the soundboard off me.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, that has been taken away. Schlitzy, we appreciate you being here, but so far you've engaged with people in ways that I'm still talking.
I think your numbers are going to dwindle.
I'm still talking.
Schlitzy.
We have engaged with you. People have become tired of engaging with you, and we wish to move on to other discussions. So you can take a back seat.
Or we can pivot rather than just sort of stop it in that this now takes the cake. Yesterday I was in stitches in an airport terminal hearing SC Montreal confused that you can square numbers. That was an interesting argument for incompetence. And now we've got a new one.
Don't even get me started. I was talking to your angle on... I can't remember what server it was, but he had never heard of the term squared before. He literally thought squared was to make squares, not to the power of 2. He literally thought when you were squaring something, it was right angles.
I use Dawn's head. That's very square. Ask him to post a picture of his head, and you'll see what I mean.
Well, the question is, did he one up SE, or does SE still have the crown for the stupidest problems?
Stupidest argument for incompetence, though. I'm putting this in really narrow realm, which is one can argue about a condition being true based upon their inability to do something.
Yeah, you put it in a much better way, but I think SA still has it. Schlitzy done really well, but it's not enough. Not quite.
Okay, fair enough. Okay. SE is the winner.
Honestly.
I mean, hang on. We also have in the chat, we have Prove Me Wrong, which his argument from last night was he doesn't know how to carve sandstone. Therefore, giants exist, which is also a pretty good argument for incompetence. That's some level.
Here you go. I'll post the video at the exact time that the object in mention is. Well,
thank you. Thanks for that. Thanks for that, BB.
Yeah, no problem.
So obviously that he's showing a footprint in that, and BB's argument, correct me if this is a straw man, is that
the one-legged giant.
The one-legged giant.
So it's just getting silly though, right?
Prove me wrong. Stop. You're causing a huge amount of rustling. Oh my god. Don't know what you just did to your mic. Anyone else hear that? Was that just me?
Yeah. Staticky kind of rustling sound.
All I heard was rustle.
You've destroyed my engagement to the globe because I want to be a glober. And you've destroyed it. Yeah, I believe in the globe.
You're not engaging in honesty. You're told that he was demonstrating what he did do, and then you're sat there going, "Oh, so it's not actual." Remember that discussion we had about when someone else is talking, you shouldn't be talking. So he highlighted that was him demonstrating what he did, and then you're sat there like, "Oh, but it's not even the actual photo." Like, you're not working with people on their premises that they put forward, so you can't be engaged with.
Right.
To be fair, I kind of
it's this simple.
I didn't reach the same conclusion as Schlitzy, but when he said I stuck it to that, I was thinking like, no, I wasn't thinking Stefan was lying, but I was like, oh, how do you gaffer tape something to Moss? But I think the next step is to not go, therefore immediately it's false because I don't know how to do that. Is to ask enough questions to go, oh, I see what you mean. You put a little hook bit over the edge so the gaffer tape's not actually holding any weight.
Oh, at least you have the integrity to actually question it. You know, at the end of the day, look.
The point he's making is you don't, Schlitzy. You don't question. You just go, nah.
Yeah, because I know he's lying. I know.
No one knows that someone's lying.
I know how difficult it would be.
But if you conclude that you are not capable of sticking a tape measure to a tile.
Can I finish? So I don't have to be so rude. Because if I don't finish, I tend to be rude, and I don't want to be rude. Yeah, I just want to finish what I want to say. All I want to say is, under the tension of pulling that tape measure down 10 meters, yeah, which is going to have tension, and it's only like a 10 mil, as you know, maybe 10 mil at best, 8 mil lip on that tape measure. And for that bit of tape to hold on, the tape will hold on to the metal for sure, but the tape holding onto the tile, I really, I want to believe it, but I can't, because I know the reality that will just pull off, especially under tension.
Stefan, can you not arrange it in a way that the tape is holding the tape measure due to the pull of gravity? Could you not do that right now? Wait, he's not here.
No, he's run off because he knows, like, look, I know he's trying.
No, he has stuff in his life to do.
He's trying to prove a point, and I like it, yeah? But I just live in the real world, and there's things in fantasy world which you can believe in, but are not necessarily true. So that's my pushback on him, because I know that's not what happened. He might say it happened, but I know he didn't.
I also can't collide particles together, right? I just don't know how to do that. But that, I don't think, should lead me to any degree of confidence that CERN are full of liars, because I'm incapable of doing that.
Listen, it's not about lying.
The point I'm trying to make to you is that...
Can you listen to what I said? I didn't call him a liar. Well, I did. But I'm just saying...
The necessary conclusion. Okay, so you've interrupted me to say that you didn't say something and then immediately agree that you did say that.
Well, I did say I know he's lying about this, and I
right. So you are calling him a liar,
but I'm not saying he's a liar about every. You're a liar just because you lied about one thing. I'm not that cynical that everything. You know, we're not in a court of law, so everything.
No one conflated you to mean he's a liar in all things. No one jumped to that conclusion.
Well, no. Well, I just want to make that clear, because I just think
you don't need to make it clear what we didn't think you meant. You're just interrupting for the sake of interrupting. Just shut up and let the other person talk. Shut up and let Eggshells carry on with the point you needlessly interrupted. Just say he's not a liar, but he is a liar, but he's not an all-around liar. Like, you're just talking for the sake of hearing your own voice. Just shut up and let Eggshells go.
Yeah, I just think it's a bit weird. It's a standard flat Earth shtick to go, I can't do that. Therefore, people who claim that to do that are, must be lying about it. Where I think the more rational position to hold is, I guess they have some competence or insight that I lack.
What? There's fucking now you've put in competence that there's a competent way to stick fucking gaffer tape to a tile. Are you being serious?
Well, are you saying there is not an incompetent way to do it, or are you saying it is impossible to do the thing we have photographic evidence of?
Let me tell you about something, right? We use gaffer tape all the time, yeah. I will joist I will do a roof, yeah, put the joists in, and then I put the boards in. And what you do is you nail the boards down, yeah, and then you get the tape and you put it over the joins where the nails are, so the water don't get in there. But because I've done loads of cutting, there's loads of sawdust. It's similar to the tile thing. If I don't sweep the decking before I put the tape on, the tape will come off and it will blow the boards, yeah? And you don't want that, because if you get blown boards, even though they're kind of water resistant, you don't want blown boards, because if you have flooring up. So I do know about
what element of that prevents you sticking tape on?
And I know when.
So can I just understand something about
what you can put tape on? That's a real.
What it sounds like you're talking about.
Simple.
What it sounds like you're talking about is putting tape on in order that it stays on for the duration, so the bits of wood don't get waterlogged. Is that what you're saying?
Huh?
No, I know what he's saying, Shells. I know what he's saying, Shells.
Right, all carpenters do it.
He thinks that people are. He thinks that people are incompetent in knowing how to stick tape to a surface that's not contaminated with either dust or debris.
Right. It sounds that way, yeah.
You know, I know what tape stick to and what it doesn't.
I think we all know what tape can stick to.
Well,
So,
do we?
all
Because
we
you're all
need-
arguing. You're
all we
all
need-
arguing that Stefan's little demo is viable, and I'm telling you, I'm calling bullshit on it.
Imagine, yeah, hang on a minute. Imagine that the top of the tile of the house has been washed by weather for 20 years almost, or at least 15, 16 years. Quite clean on top. Moss on the side, yes.
And obviously you wipe the surface a little bit just to take any dust or anything else off it when you stuck the tape on.
You brushed it off and pressed the tape really down hard. Of course.
That brickwork I stuck my cloth tape to, I didn't even touch it. I just stuck the tape straight onto the brickwork because it looked clean, but it's still there. It's been there for a few months now.
Yeah. And all we need from Stefan is a single image or like 5-second of video of that setup again, but with the tape measure under the pull of gravity, and Sticky will have nothing to stand on.
Yeah, do that. I love to see that.
Right, but will you change your mind?
I could do that later. I'm always walking my dog for the time being, so but I could probably do it later.
That stuff I've got stuck to the cardboard there on the wall of the brick. That's under the effect of gravity, and it's still holding it in that place.
Yeah, exactly.
I do think at this point it's a bit cleaner, like smoother brick with no moss. Like I don't think his point is completely devoid of any merit.
No, but
I understand the point, but like I said, I just wouldn't. I wouldn't go with my gut. Wouldn't go with my gut reaction to immediately go.
I still don't
I don't know how to
understand
do
how
that.
how he got to the measurement of his house with a multi-directional laser 25 feet away from the house, because I don't think that's possible.
Well, because you don't understand how triangles work. It's simple.
Well, I've got a multi-directional laser, yeah, Hilti.
Well, do you know how Pythagoras works? That you with the known length of two
I don't
sides.
need Pythagoras. I just know that you ain't gonna get that laser 25 feet away from the house, pinging a line anywhere on that house whatsoever. You'd be like, unless you did it in the dark.
Are you still thinking? Are you still thinking?
In the daytime?
Hang on.
Daytime, Stefan?
No, it was after sunset. I needed it to be a bit dark so that I could see the laser.
You got a picture of that? You got a picture of that line on the house? No, but you got the laser. So you show me that line 25 meters away from your house, and I'll believe you. Do the video. Prove me wrong, and I'll believe you. And
I need to. Yeah, well, then I need to wait until after sunset.
Yeah, just do it later, whenever you want. Do it 10 o'clock. Do it 12 o'clock. Even better. It's more darker. And you get the tape 25 meters away from your house with your little laser set up. Show me how you set your laser up, and show me that line on your house, yeah? And then I'll believe you, and I'll shut up and say I was wrong. How about that?
Have you ever seen a laser receiver?
What, you don't get a receiver with a multi-directional laser? Sorry, mate.
No, you do with a rotating laser. And it'll work with any laser.
No, you don't. We're
Yeah,
not using
it'll
an
work with
auto
any
level.
laser.
We're just using a line.
No. Rotating lasers come with laser receivers, and you can use those at high noon. In fact, you rarely ever see the laser.
No, because you use it in the house.
Because the receiver can see it. You don't
No,
need
because
to.
you use it in the house.
And it will tell you when the
You use it
receiver
in the
is
house.
at
That's
the
why
level of the
you're
laser. Now, you can just keep talking over
and
me
that's
if
why
you
you're
want to.
just
That's
going.
okay. But I can keep talking over you too. Yeah, you're an idiot.
Can you both stop talking?
You don't use a retro reflector for a line.
Schlitzy, stop talking over one another, please.
How often haven't you guys seen
this bullshit?
How
You
often
don't
haven't
use a retro reflector to fucking get a line from a line laser.
A retro reflector.
Yeah, it's called a retro reflector.
No, it's not called a retro reflector. It's called
What's it called then?
My God. You really don't know very much about construction, do you?
No, he doesn't.
Well, what is it then? What is it then? If it ain't a retroreflector.
Well, if you weren't talking over him, you would have heard him say it.
Well, if you don't stop talking bullshit, I wouldn't have to talk over him. Come on, then. What is it? What's it? What's the reflector you use then?
It's not a reflector. It's a laser receiver. And when it's at the elevation of the laser, it will audibly tell you you are there. They're quite accurate.
So what
we use them all the time. We use them all the time for putting in footings. We use them to set the elevation of concrete block for a foundation.
What is that?
All sorts of things.
Receiver then? What is it?
It's an electronic receiver. It has a sensor that can detect the laser light. It looks strictly for that laser light.
So if you got
beep, beep, beep.
So it's just a modern version of a retro reflector, but it's digital, yeah?
It's not a retro reflector. It doesn't reflect anything. You don't know what a retro reflector is, apparently.
But it receives the signal, doesn't it? And then it flicks out a bleep to say, "Oh, signal received." Yeah, same kind of.
Yeah, what he means is it's a digital version of the same task being fulfilled.
So I just said to him, "Oh no, no."
No, a retro reflector is meant to return the laser light directly back to the
digital version of that.
That's what a retro reflector does.
So see, what he said as you were speaking is no, it serves a different purpose.
It serves a different purpose.
Yes.
He just really wants to say retro reflector, though.
Oh my god! So you're using that with a multi-line directional laser. One what you fit kitchen. One what you just show me is like if you was a kitchen fitter or you want to put something up like a riser panel. Yeah, that's what you'd most probably use. You wouldn't be using that outdoors to do anything. And
that's exactly where
it's an indoor. It's an indoor tool.
No, it's not. It's specifically for outdoor.
No,
in fact, it's made to clamp onto a grade pole.
Look at the laser that Stefan posted in the chat. That's a grade pole. That's mainly for indoors. You're not going to do anything.
What I'm talking about is specifically an outdoor device. You can use it inside if you want to.
Yeah, but what are you using?
But it's made to be used outside.
What are you using that receiver with?
Does this conversation
with a rotating laser?
Yeah, an auto level.
No, not an auto level. Jesus God, you don't know anything.
A rotating level. That's what they're called, an auto level.
No, that's not what an auto level is. Do you know why they even call it an auto level?
Oh, go away.
Do you know? Can you tell me why they call it an auto level?
Yeah, because they like automatically smash it over your head. Oh, I've fucking had enough.
Anytime you like, big boy.
I'm gonna fucking mute myself.
No, but that's now threats and violence. Can we just
more than welcome
move
to try
on?
to finish it? Something over my head. You bring that
Let's
on.
go.
He's muted himself. We can go for other conversations.
Great. Tell us about giants.
Yeah, I want to hear more about this one-legged giant.
You misheard. It's three-legged. Only one's not a leg.
Three-legged? When did that happen?
Oh, one's not a leg.
Some people think I've got 3 legs, but I've just got a big one.
I want to hear how you can't square numbers.
It's also pretty.
Yeah, that one sounds interesting. I don't mind a bit of math.
So I was.
SC's not here, is he?
Yeah, he's here.
Oh no, SC's here. You can explain to us how if light's a constant, why is it squared?
Funny, huh?
It is. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Listen, clown. Your cosmology is falling apart at the seams, right? All you guys can do is just calculate and add stuff and think you have something. Your cosmological model is falling apart. You understand? Eggy poo.
Is one of the
and you doing a calculation ain't gonna help that clown show. You understand that?
Is one of the reasons it's falling apart because it's impossible to square numbers?
No, that's not the reason. The reason it's falling apart is because you guys got all your calculations wrong, right? Starting from
calculations have been
Einstein,
wrong.
all wrong. From the galaxies, you got that wrong. You got the beginning of the Big Bang wrong. You got black holes wrong. You got everything wrong. You got that?
I just want to check.
The whole cosmological model is wrong.
I just wanted to check though. Have we confirmed that the maths?
Wanted to check.
Can I SE though? You're just interrupting me. I wanted to, because you're saying the maths is all wrong. Is the maths confirmed to be wrong by somebody who doesn't think you can square numbers?
No, it's wrong because of clown shows like you, right? That focus on one little thing, right? The squared numbers. You want to focus on that? That's fine, right? Now, do you understand the rest of the stuff that I said? That your cosmological model is in shambles? Look what I posted. See what I just posted?
Well, it's coming from the same person, so the provenance does matter in this case. If somebody's saying, hey, that maths doesn't work, but then it's clear they aren't very good at maths, then yeah, I think it puts all of their conclusions about maths under a bit of, skepticism, a bit of scrutiny. I might take them with a couple of handfuls of the old salt.
Right. Take the salt and throw it behind your shoulder. It doesn't matter because I'm using the calculations and the theories that your scientists are using. You understand that? It's your scientists that are saying that. Maybe you don't understand. Maybe you haven't kept up with cosmology, eggshells.
I haven't kept up with it as well as you have. Yeah, I'm not as. I was under the impression
you know nothing
about
about it. You know nothing.
Well, I guess that's what we're here to find out.
What happened?
It's already over. No, shells. You're just ignorant of the fact, right? You're like the last Japanese soldier. You're just dumb. You're not aware of what's happening in the cosmological model, and you're not aware of the new findings. You're just ignorant.
Possibly, that's quite possible. Yeah, I mean, I think it's probable. But who should I listen to? Who should I listen to about that? Should I listen to somebody who can square numbers or someone who can't?
What you should do is get off your high horse, right? Stop being a clown like you always do, and just listen to the theories. And don't try to understand things that you don't. Right? You're just an ignorant person on the internet.
Right.
You have no idea what you're talking about, and you're just trying to make somebody look bad. That's what you do.
Well, I'm just trying to understand who I should listen to then. You're saying don't even try to understand things. Should I just listen to you then?
No, what you should do, clown, is open a YouTube video and listen to these cosmologists explain to you in their own words, because obviously you don't understand how the cosmological model is finished and how they have to rewrite cosmology. You got to keep up on that instead of focusing on one equation.
Try to understand things. You told me not to understand things, and now you're like, hey, go watch this YouTube video, presumably to understand the content of that YouTube video.
Well, that was the stupidest comment I've ever heard you make, and you make some stupid comments.
Well,
try to keep up.
I guess
Try to
that
keep
only
up.
makes one of us.
Eggshells, I know you're not very intelligent, right? Try to keep up. Listen, the scientists that you believe in, the ones that write those fancy equations that you like,
do I believe in them?
Listen, they're the ones that say that your cosmological model is in trouble. Do you understand that?
I'm got stuck on the idea that I believe in them. Where did you get that impression?
Oh, you don't believe in the cosmological model? You don't believe in the Big Bang?
I have a low degree of faith regarding cosmology that is anything outside of our solar system.
So you're ignorant. You agree that you're ignorant of the subject. Okay, that's fine.
That's not the way I put it, but I'm very, very, very confident that we live on a ball. I'm very, very, very confident that they are probably damn close to the distance to the sun, and that the other planets in the solar system exist and are physical bodies and spherical and have moons orbiting them. Am I confident that they have the right age for the universe, or have detected the right amount of matter in order to make predictions about how fast galaxies should spin? No, not very confident. I think that'll evolve throughout our lifetime, and we might find some foundational errors in it, or it could just be measurement errors, detection errors, that kind of thing. Yeah, I have low faith in that. So issues in cosmology don't change simple things like, can you get a number and times it by itself?
Yeah, that's fine. So you wanna concentrate on one equation? Is that what you want to do? Is that your objective?
Well,
your objective is to ridicule somebody on one equation and not concentrate on the big picture. So that's what your objective is here.
well, I mean, if the big picture related to something that you had a demonstrated experience and competence at, I would absolutely hold the two in separate positions and say, okay, SE clearly doesn't understand maths, but his secondary argument doesn't rely on maths, so I can listen to that with fresh ears. Despite the fact that I might be doubtful a bit because one's ability to tell if they're wrong is important. But if the first argument I hear is you can't square numbers, and the second argument also relies on maths involving squaring numbers, then I'm going to be doubtful about your conclusions on that.
Right. So that is your objective. In other words, you admit that you're ignorant of what happens beyond the solar system, right?
That's not what I just said.
You just want to focus on one little thing and not learn about the rest. That's okay. You can remain dumb. It's not fun.
Thanks, Doug. Is there two people speaking? Is somebody hot micing right now?
Yeah,
right. So, Essie, no, that's not what I was saying. It sounded like you just sort of reset and forgot what I just said and went back to the previous point instead.
No, what you're saying is you're not sure of the cosmology, right?
No.
And no. So tell us, what do you say?
I'm saying if somebody is going, hey, I've checked out their maths and these guys have got everything totally wrong, but I also know that that person is doubtful that numbers can be multiplied by themselves, then I'm going to go, okay, it sounds like you just don't understand maths. And that will solve both of these apparent issues, right? But if the person, and that's pretty much where we are, I can just leave it there. It sounds like you not understanding maths might fix both of these problems.
Right. This is what I see, right? You just want to focus on something, on the maths issue, right? And you don't want to see the big picture. So what you're trying to do here is say, look, these guys know their maths, right? They calculated and boom, they got dark matter. That's not going to help you, sunshine. You understand? Your worldview is based on fantasy, right? Your worldview is based on mathematical fantasy. You understand that? A dark matter.
Well, is it?
Black
Which
holes,
part of my
those
worldview?
are all, listen, sunshine. Those are all mathematical fantasies. None of them are proved. Do you understand that? So saying you understand maths and try to apply it to this fantasy isn't going to help you, sunshine.
Right, but you've missed what I said. I have low degrees of faith about stuff outside the solar system. So is dark matter necessary for explaining planetary motion or literally anything inside our solar system? Quick yes or no?
So you just want to
claim that there is a black hole inside our solar system? Quick yes or no?
Yes, dark matter is absolutely necessary for your cosmology. Yes, dark matter and dark energy. That would be 96%.
Okay, where is it in my cosmology? In the solar system, is it? 96% of stuff inside the solar system is dark matter? Is that what you're claiming now?
That's not what I said. Try to shut your mouth and open your ears. I said, in your universe, in your fantasy, it's 96% dark matter and dark energy. 96% of the stuff you believe is fantasy. Do you understand that?
Is any of that stuff inside the solar system, which is where I told you
where it's at. It's in your cosmology, sunshine. It's in your cosmological model. Do you understand that?
Evidently not. You're totally 100% wrong. Can somebody else try and explain it to him? Because it seems like he's just repeating how wrong he is. Like this is comparable to not understanding squaring numbers. If somebody says, I think stuff is probably very accurate inside the solar system and I have limited faith of it outside of that, particularly regarding things like dark matter, then to say, no, you do, you believe in dark matter is like really, really dense stuff. It's really dumb.
Listen, moron, you admitted that you don't know your cosmological model. So get off your high horse, right? You don't know shit. So 96% of the stuff out there is made up. Do you understand that? Ignorant fool.
The stuff inside the solar system or outside it? The stuff I think to
It
be
doesn't
true, or the
matter
stuff
if it's inside the solar system, if it's outside, you ignorant fool. 96% of the matter out there is not real. What you're believing is a fantasy. Do you understand that?
What I believe. What do I believe? Tell me what I believe.
You believe in the cosmological model. You believe in dark matter and dark energy, right?
Despite the fact I explicitly just said the opposite of that.
It doesn't matter. That's your model, fool. Learn it. Learn your model.
Okay.
Right? Then come
Where's
and
the edge
argue
of
it.
this pizza disc of yours in space? That's what you believe, isn't it? Tell me about this dome and this pizza discs floating through the never-ending vacuum of space. That's your model.
I don't believe that. That's not my model.
Oh, hang on. Are you telling me I don't get to tell you what you believe? What a wild concept. I wonder whether that will take off.
I wonder, do you believe in dark matter and dark energy? Let's start with that.
No, as I've already said.
So then you don't believe in the cosmological model. What are you arguing?
Well done. You almost got it. It only took 6 tries. Everybody,
So what do you believe in? What's your goal here? You don't believe in your own model? So
That's right. That's what I've been telling you. The same thing I've been telling you 5 times then. You seem incompetent at listening to.
You're the incompetent clown. Listen, the people are waiting to hear what you believe in. Go.
Yeah. I have a high degree of confidence of stuff inside the solar system. Outside of that, I think galaxies exist. Do I think we adequately count or identify all of the mass inside the galaxy, or are good at calculating how quickly it should spin? No, I've got limited faith in that, despite not fully understanding how they go about doing it, because I think there is a issue of assuming things we can't see aren't there. I think it has a issue of absence, right? The absence of detection. So I hold that stuff as quite possibly leaning towards probably wrong, and might even have some foundational issues about even how it's calculated. As a result, I have very low faith to do with anything, including dark matter, dark energy, and our ability to calculate how quickly distant galaxies should spin. Does it make sense this time? Because this is like what is this, guys? Like the 6th time I've said it?
So in other words, you have absolutely no faith or very little faith in the cosmological model, but yet you come here and you try to act like you know what you're saying, right? So,
well, do I ever sound like I know what I'm saying regarding dark matter? I mean, I say the same thing every time. It's very easy to tell the Earth is not flat. It's very easy to detect that the Earth is a ball. One doesn't need to square numbers or to detect dark matter or to calculate the rotation rate of distant galaxies in order to go, hey, look, that boat disappears hull first.
Right. So now you understand that squaring fucking matter or doing whatever that is completely useless, right? In their investigation, they got it all wrong. So I repeat, they got dark matter wrong. They got dark energy wrong. They got the cosmological Big Bang wrong. They got how a universe developed early wrong. So yeah, that's just the way it is.
Oh yeah, I mean that I think is the case, but I think that with this, as I said, I think the understanding of this will evolve and change, possibly massively within our lifetime. We had to update the age of the universe massively when we built Hubble, but that will do nothing to change the shape of the Earth. I don't think anybody sensible debates the shape of the Earth, where I do think very smart people have staunch debates over the age of the universe and the amount of matter out there in distant galaxies that we can barely see, and up until the 80s didn't know existed. Not 80s, sorry. When did Hubble go up? Was it Hubble that showed us distant galaxies?
They got it wrong, my friend. They got it wrong. Don't be the last Japanese soldier. Your cosmology is wrong. They got it all wrong. They have to rewrite it. You either get with the picture or you stay behind. It's up to you.
You've just reset. I've already agreed with that. Like, I mean, also it needs to be said, dark matter is called dark because they also admit they don't know, right? They're calling it dark as in mysterious, as in we don't know. It's beyond the brightness of the lights of our ability to investigate. So we're calling it, it's already, my understanding is cosmologists put it there to go, hey, we don't know what this is, but we're trying to figure it out. And until we figure it out, we'll call it dark matter. So I don't think that's a big issue. I don't think it's possible to say they got it wrong about what they don't know.
Well, that shows your ignorance. That shows your total ignorance of the cosmology. It shows how dumb you are. Because they did get it wrong because they thought that the galaxy should be spinning a certain way, and they were wrong. So they got it wrong. So you're just ignorant. That's another thing you're ignorant of.
I don't think that's quite right, Essie. I might have it wrong, but my understanding is they calculated it. Please let me finish, if that's okay. It sounded to me like they calculated the speed of the galaxies, calculated that to be wrong, and then put dark energy and dark matter in there in order to fix that calculation. So they were wrong about the rate at which the galaxies should rotate, and not wrong based on what you just said about whether they call something dark matter and go, right, dark matter might solve this. Something that it might have mass that we're unable to detect might be out there, and then all of the numbers would fall into place. So it's not being wrong about dark matter.
You're just ignorant. I understand. You're just ignorant of cosmology. Yes. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
That's what I admit. Yeah, I'm openly saying that. Yeah, I don't know it.
Well, you're showing it here in spectrum color that you have no clue what you're talking about. Yeah.
Right. But I do think you can square numbers, so I guess I've got that going for me.
Right. That's all you got, bro. That's all. That's why you came in today, to ridicule me on squared numbers. How do you think you did?
Because I think you should switch your position on that, Essie. I think that if you want to show integrity, you should go, okay, I've re-looked at it and I understand now, if I want to quantify the amount of energy in something, in order to quantify joules of energy, that will be equal to mass times the speed of light squared. And that's just, it's not even giving me the speed of light, right? That constant is being squared in order that I get this result in a totally different thing, which is joules. And that if you just budged on that, you would gain a lot of credibility.
I did. I said it in the beginning. I said it when we were talking about it, that they're doing it to get the joules. I did say that. So I mean, if you wanna stick on that, it's fine. If you want to ignore all the rest of cosmology and try to stick on that's fine.
Oh, sure. So hang on. Have you switched your position on that? You now think it is acceptable to square the speed of light, even though it's a constant?
Yeah, I've always accepted that. I just found it kind of weird that they're squaring the speed of light. That's all I said.
Do you still find it weird that they're squaring the speed of light?
No, I don't find it weird.
So have you changed your position on that, or are you pretending you didn't?
Pulling both sides of the equation, and they're doing to get the joules. I understand that.
Well, you seemed incredulous about it yesterday. Has something changed since before yesterday's conversation?
No, nothing. I said it. You can play the tape back, and I said it. They're doing it just for the joules. I did say that.
Right. But you waded into the conversation saying, isn't it a bit strange that light is a constant and yet they're squaring it? And you're pretending now you already at that stage knew that was a completely acceptable mathematical function.
No, I didn't say that. I just said that I found it weird. That's what I said. I found it weird that they're squaring the speed of light.
Okay. Do you still find it weird?
No, I understand. I understand now why they did it.
Okay, that's good. So you have developed since yesterday. Well done. Okay, you've gained some credibility in my view. Okay.
Look, we go and learn, bro. We don't know everything, right? As we progress in life, we learn stuff.
Yeah, I mean it genuinely. Power to you. I thought you were still of the position that it is weird to square the speed of light.
Yeah. Now that we got that under beside us, right? Do you understand what the point was? Do you understand why I said they just do mathematics and whatever comes out, they believe it? Do you understand why I made that comment, even though I used a bad example?
I understand why you say it. I think it's wrong, but yeah, I understand why you say it.
So you think it's wrong that they can do a calculation and instead of like testing it, like for example, a black hole, right? A black hole is basically a mathematical calculation, right? But do you think because they did a mathematical calculation, they came out with a black hole and the theory, do you think that makes it real?
No, I don't think anybody thinks that just being able to calculate something makes it real. Do you think, as a counter question, do you think it is possible to calculate things that are real? Like if we just started with a car and we said this car produces 250 horsepower at the rear wheel, that we could use that to come up with a relatively high degree of probability of how hard that car could accelerate?
Yeah, of course. But do you believe you can take that that obvious doable calculation and extrapolate it out in there and say black hole and dark matter? Do you think that equates?
I don't have much of a problem with black holes. I think that there is reasonably good bits of evidence to support their existence, and it makes sense to me at a gut level. Dark matter, like I said, it's already a placeholder. It's an admission of ignorance. It's a word we use to say we don't know. So there's not much to say, do I believe them? It's like saying, do you believe that somebody says, I don't know, when they say, I don't know? Yeah, it's a pretty safe bet.
So it's so funny, man. So you actually, you're able to open your mind that much, hopefully that the brain doesn't fall out, that you can believe, instead of they did their calculations, they got gravity wrong, now listen to this, they added 26% of stuff out there. So to you, that makes sense, rather than saying they got their numbers wrong. That's acceptable to you.
I don't know. It sounds like you just made stuff up. Like, what do you mean they got gravity wrong? What did they get wrong about gravity?
They got. You don't know about the. You don't know about the how they measured the galaxies.
But this is you're jumping from thing to thing.
I'm asking you a question. Do you know the stuff you're talking about right now? Galaxies rotation. Do you know anything about it?
I thought I gave a reasonably good layperson's account of it just a moment ago, but it sounds like you're now turning it from what I thought, which is they used dark matter to explain a missing mass problem, and you're now trying to shoehorn that into they were wrong about gravity.
No. I'm asking you, do you know how they measured the rotation of the galaxy? The thing that we're talking about, do you know how they did it?
My understanding is how I don't actually know about the full how they got the timing of the rotation. I guess one way could be if you were super precise and saw a move in a sort of year period and then extrapolated from that, or if you do it by the bend in the arm.
Just like the thing you tried to do with me of the equation, right? So you're ignorant of the thing we're talking about.
No, I'm aware of squaring numbers.
Just don't know. It's fine.
Yeah, I'm admitting that when it comes to
Would you like me to educate you on that?
Please try.
Right. So they measured from the center of the galaxy, they measured the difference between the gases and the stars at the edge. That's how they did it. Okay.
The bend in the arms.
So they got,
Is that what you mean?
that. Listen carefully. They got it wrong. You understand that?
Right.
They got it wrong. They got their calculations of how gravity should affect those galaxies. They got it wrong. So what did they do? They invented dark matter. Do you understand that? They just brought it into existence.
What measurement did they make?
Sorry?
You said they measured from the center to the edge of the galaxy. What measurement did they make? Can you tell me?
What do you mean? What measurement did they make? They measured the light. The light. They measured the Doppler effect. So they got it wrong. You understand that? They got it wrong. They got their calculation, just like the m equals mc squared, that thing you love so much. They got their calculations wrong. You got it? And they invented dark matter. Now you're educated. Now you're educated.
Well, I'm not really clear on how they measured the rotation of the galaxies, and to me it's still an interesting question. How did they?
We just explained it to you. It was explained.
Well, it didn't make
much sense. It didn't sound like it made sense to you. The fact that they got it wrong, brother. Listen to those words, right? W,
say them again.
O, N, G. They got it wrong.
Actually, once more, I need it again.
He said Doppler effect, but how does that manifest itself?
Like how the Doppler effect has the effect on like the way we see the light coming from the galaxies? Is that how we tell the rotation?
Yeah, how does it manifest itself? The Doppler effect.
It doesn't matter how it manifests, right? Now, this is what you guys are going to do. You're going to try to get away from the fact that they got it wrong. Is that what you're going to try to do now, Blue?
No,
They got it wrong.
No, buddy,
I
you
do.
got it wrong. They didn't get it wrong. They just
They
observed
got
something
it wrong.
that
Yes, the
doesn't fit with our
calculation of how
understanding.
the
That's not
galaxy
getting it wrong
spinning was
necessarily, is it?
wrong.
This is what you still don't understand.
SC,
So
can I ask that you
go back to the
not
doctor.
talk over him to say the same thing you've said 16 times? We get it. You think they got it wrong. WRONG. We've got it. Please don't feel the need to keep repeating that every 10 seconds while somebody else is speaking. I still want to understand.
Spiraling SE if you keep.
So what we're saying is the blue marble is like a light in the middle, which isn't going to be rotating away from us very fast. Is going to have a different red shift to one on the furthest arm of a galaxy. Is that the idea?
Correct. Yes, the rotation was wrong. Yes.
Oh, please say it again, SE. Just once more. When it was a question for blue, please say wrong again.
Wrong. They got
Well
it wrong.
Awesome.
I know it triggers,
You're agreeing
right?
on that.
It was wrong.
No, not really.
That's
We're all agreeing they got it wrong, but there's obviously multiple things that they could have got wrong, and you're saying one of them is gravity. You're concluding it's gravity, where it could be that they didn't see all of the mass that was there. Right? That also solves the problem. Weakly interacting massive particles is one of the solutions to dark matter. Right? Just matter that we can't see as a solution to it. I'm still trying to find out if my understanding of this Doppler shift thing is right from Blue Marble. So can you answer, Blue?
No, I think you got the understanding correct. I think SC doesn't have it correct.
Right.
So measurement, we can't find anything wrong with our understanding of gravity. Everything works here in the solar system just fine.
No, it does in the solar system just fine, but out of the solar system it doesn't work just fine, does it, Blue? You got it all wrong. And
So
I gotta leave in 5 minutes.
If you want to mock me, go right ahead. I'll just.
They got it wrong. You got it wrong, buddy. Wrong. W-R.
She's on a trip this morning. I just get.
Can somebody mute this jackass?
I just got in here.
Yeah, the moderator needs moderating on himself.
Like, yeah, can we have a more?
I'm going to complain about that now, SE. God damn it!
What are you going to complain that I said wrong a few more times?
Oh, come on, dude. It's all right, dude.
Apologies, Blue.
Don't get butthurt. Relax.
Their feelings get in the way. But it's pretty toxic mod behavior.
Oh,
now you're going to go on the mod behavior. Now that I destroyed your ass right? Because I said wrong a couple of times, you're going to get triggered and complain about my modding. That's good.
Hold on.
Speaking over somebody.
So he can still being a mod doesn't have to mean that you have to be the paragon of conversation. You can mod a conversation, or you can be having a conversation. The important thing to do is to not conflate the two. So if SC Montreal, in our opinions, wants to be a prick, he can be a prick as long as his modding isn't prickish.
Thank you.
I think that to be a mod, you do have to demonstrate better behavior than that to keep talking over somebody when one of the things we mod for is talking over somebody, particularly if you're talking over to just keep saying the same thing. But anyway, we can move on. Is it necessary from it, when they got it wrong, as you say, SE, is it necessary that the thing they got wrong is gravity, which is your assertion, or could it have been one of the other variables?
No, by their own admission, it's gravity that was wrong. They
I don't think that is their
the mass to square out their gravity thing. So
I don't think they ever said they were wrong.
I don't think they said they were wrong about gravity. I think they're sticking to their guns on gravity, and that's why they're assuming that the issue is undetected mass. I think you made up that they got gravity wrong.
Eggshells, you're just ignorant of this subject. You shouldn't even be talking about it. But we'll look into it and then come back.
I thought you were trying to refute what they were admitting, which is dark matter. So they didn't admit they were wrong about gravity. So why don't you try to refute what they actually admitted, not what you think they admitted?
Why don't you do a little research so you don't sound dumb and ignorant, right? And do some research on this. Anyways, guys, I gotta go. I got some stuff to do. I'll be back later. We can pick up exactly where we left off. This is very interesting.
Yeah. All right, be safe, mate.
Yeah, Eggshells, like, in the meantime, do yourself a favor. Don't look so dumb and do some research on cosmology. And then we
can't
can
help
pick
it, man. I was
I think
born
they were
looking this
laughing
dumb.
at they were laughing at your expense earlier and how wrong you got it.
Yeah, they're just they just don't know. They're ignorant of their own cosmology, right?
Oh, that's
They
you.
think they had me on a EMC equals MC squared, and that's all they're focusing on. But they're just so ignorant on their cosmology. It's funny. It's very funny.
I think they're
Can you
ignorant
give
on their
me
model
one
because there's
formula to explain how gravity works in the flat Earth world, or if you don't want to call it
we
gravity,
don't need to do that.
Down,
It's not about.
just provide
it's not
one
about
formula. Just provide one formula, one mathematical formula about how shit works in the flat Earth reality.
Kinematic
We're
equivalence.
we're not talking about flat Earth.
Well, the problem there, Shitty, is the reason why you bring up the flat Earth is because we have these equations that work in the solar system. Okay, granted, but we have no equations that work in the flat Earth paradigm.
Yes.
Well,
for all of these problems that the globe appears to have, they are these tiny little measurement errors right at the edges of our ability to detect stuff. And the flat Earth doesn't just not have better answers. It doesn't have any answers. It's got, like, inside our solar system, if we look at Jupiter, it's got planets that pass in front of it and cast shadows across its surface and orbit around it. Super clearly, you can see them with your own eye in a telescope.
Yeah,
The
but
flat
we
Earth
haven't
has
been spoon.
that, and it's like, but obviously, the globe's wrong for something dark matter.
We haven't been spoon-fed bullshit, so we don't have the bullshit. When you keep talking about models and shapes, everything has a shape.
You call it bullshit, but I'm just asking for like one model about like why shit falls down. One model.
No,
for,
we're critiquing your
one formula for how density works. One formula for how buoyancy works. One formula for the limit of our vision. Like just any formulas. Anything.
Anything.
Why does a
Anything.
Why does a one in I don't even know a good size. Why does a 1 foot kilo of lead fall as a sphere fall at the same speed as a
1 foot kilo? What's a 1 foot
as a 1 foot kilo of gold or steel? Why? Why does the same amount of weight in the same shape fall at the same speed?
Where's this? Where are you getting that? So you're telling me. You're telling me there's a
vacuum. It doesn't even
not
have
even
to be
in a
the
vacuum.
mass.
In a vacuum? What vacuum have you got? You ain't
Oh,
got
I
a
see what
perfect
you're doing.
vacuum.
I'm sorry. You know, I didn't see that.
Yeah, not even in a vacuum. If you have two shapes, let's say spheres, of two different masses, one that is magnetically I'm still. If you hear word, I will remember the conversation we had earlier. I will let you know when I'm done speaking. Okay? So shush. We have two spheres.
Okay.
We have two spheres. They are. I'm still. Do I need to mod my own conversation so I can get it out? Then you can respond.
No, don't mod your own. I can moderate it.
Shitty, just shut up.
The fuck up.
I have two spheres, they are of different materials. One is very reactive to electricity, one is not reactive at all to electricity. Let's have a third one that is very reactive to magnetism, for example, right? We have those three spheres made of those three different materials. They all weigh the same. They all weigh the same amount and they're the same size. If we drop them all at the same time, they will all hit the ground at the same time. That means it can't be a magnetic-based gravity. It means it can't be an electrostatically based gravity. So, how does gravity work? I am now finished.
Okay, so let me just reiterate what you said. First of all, you said spear, then you said steer, then you said seal. I'm assuming you mean
trolling.
sphere.
Let's move on. Next.
Yeah, if you've got a problem with my use of the English language, you can fuck right off and eat my entire
I don't think it's an English language. It's a listening skill. So, like, let me try to help him out. So he said three objects, three spheres, different materials, same mass. Some of them are magnetic. Like one of them is magnetic, one of them is electric. And one of them is neutral. That's what he said.
The key question is at what height were they dropped?
The same height.
Let's say
the same height. And how high is that?
As
What is
high,
that high?
as you want it to be.
No, hang on. Before you even
okay.
Schlitzy, I need you to steelman his example first and then go for it because I don't think you had the listening skills to fully understand it.
He's got 3 blobs, yeah, of equal weight. One reacts with magnetism, one doesn't, one, and I can't remember what he said the other.
Yeah, piss poor listening
You
skills.
need to,
well done.
you need to practice listening.
You have 2 ears and 1 mouth because you should listen twice as much as you talk.
But I don't want to.
But Mom, I want to be the center of attention.
They had to add 90.
Now that you know the example, explain it, Schitzley. For anyone, just now that you know the actual example, can anyone on the flat earth side explain it?
He tapped out, I guess.
Crickets. It's crickets in here. Wow.
I wasn't really listening, to be honest. I'm still looking at my coffee, so I don't want to be judged.
Where's
in
my
that
soundboard for
okay.
crickets? You know, I keep going for it, but it's not there.
Y'all have been arguing just to say for the sake of arguing over here and everywhere, so I just been kind of just zoned out.
What the fuck?
Right, it's not crickets, is it? So you got equal weight, all dropping together, regardless of their electromagnetic, interaction with their surroundings or medium, what they're falling through. I don't understand what's not to understand that they'd all drop together.
Well, because the common explanation from the flat Earth is that the gravity is electrostatically based, which means that one of them should fall at a different rate if it was influenced by the electrostatic field.
Let's do this, yeah? Apparently, my understanding of gravity, I don't know whether anyone can correct me on this, it's just a fucking theory. So how can a theory affect anything?
So that is a classic decade-old...
Oh, it's a classic.
Listen,
No,
that
it
is a
isn't.
classic...
It's a theory.
Listen.
It's a theory.
Listen to the words I am saying. That is
You're not God, are you?
Listen, that is a classic... decade-old and pathetic misunderstanding of the meaning of theory in a scientific context.
Okay.
Yeah, you misunderstood the meaning of theory in a scientific setting. You are an idiot. You need to go educate yourself on that word.
Whoa, I was report you.
Schlitzy, hang on, Schlitzy. Do you think germs cause you harm?
No medical.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not allowed to talk medical, guys.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm sorry. I was just talking about the germ theory of disease, though. I wasn't giving medical advice.
The
you are a parasite.
Actually, I'm not giving medical advice.
I can give you a better one. Musical theory.
You are.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Okay.
No. Listen.
No, that's not a science.
You are a parasite.
I want to take the science.
I think you're not getting under my skin.
No, seriously, no. I love music theory. What about music theory?
Oh, the whole point of it. Musical theory exists. It doesn't mean that music doesn't work because it's a theory.
Yeah.
But is that a scientific theory?
But what is the theory? What is music theory, by the way? Definition.
That I don't know off the top of my head.
I actually don't know. I just woke up. Exactly definition of it, but it's not just like you're encompassing all music and music theory, and I don't think you can necessarily call it like that. Music theory is specific, right? What it is, and you're like saying gravity. Gravity is a specific thing, not the entire everything, right? So you're talking about one specific thing. I don't know if we can theory that out the same way, but I do get what you're saying on a concept level. I do.
So, based on Wikipedia, music theory is the study of theoretical frameworks for understanding the practices and possibilities of music.
Yes.
I feel that's
the in-betweens, all
too
that.
subjective to get to a truth. I don't think it, how would I go about disproving, as little as I know of it, how would I go about disproving music theory?
You can't.
Well, all right, fine. How about this? Do you think atoms exist, Schlitzy?
Lol. So there's another chat that's been happening in VC that doesn't involve asking Schlitzy questions about whether the heliocentric system is as mathematically valid. Well, Rixky, you might need to say your side of it, which is that it's as mathematically valid. I think it's the idea of the kinematics, that it's as mathematically valid as a geocentric solar system. And we're challenging one another to see manner.
Yeah. Just for a background, while you were challenging SE to, well, I was picking up on what SE was putting down. I'm just familiar with Francis Bacon sort of having this commentary on these alternative cosmologies, specifically stating that they weren't empirical in their sort of instantiation, which is kind of interesting, right? Like this fella, these different sort of, what would you say, like groundbreaking cosmologies at that particular time. And he's literally saying at that point that, well, they lack empiricism, so not reliable, because they don't follow the scientific method then.
But I think that within the solar system they do, right? We've got a probe exiting the solar system, so we've now gone beyond its reach, virtually, you could say, depending on how you just define its reach. And we've touched down craft on multiple bodies in the solar system. So if you're going to do an internal critique of whether we've empirically investigated it, observation is empirical investigation. Mathematically modeling the existence of Neptune and then finding it is a form of, error checking your work, right? To say, hey, there should be another body and it should be at this place, and here's where its orbital period should be, and there's where it should be in the sky, such that you point a telescope at a body you've never seen before and go, holy shit, there's something there. That's a good test.
I mean, it could be post hoc though, right? Just on the Neptune.
It could be.
It could be post hoc.
There.
Cool. And then what was the first one, sorry?
It could be, but do you have evidence of that, or are you just saying that's possible, therefore?
I believe that the powers that be and the information that comes down is trying to influence you in the way that you think about the world. So, yeah, I mean, what more evidence do you need than essentially society and civilization is trying to manipulate its populace?
Okay, fair enough. So if I'm accepting internal critique of yours, that's fine. Then, yeah, that's why I generally stick to the moons of Jupiter, right? If you try to make a geocentric solar system, mind you, geocentrism is already accepting a spherical Earth, then I think being able to observe that Jupiter's got moons makes it ludicrous, makes it clearly putting the Earth at the center, despite all of what your obvious gut reaction and all of the physics and maths would tell you. Right? It would be the equivalent of having a toddler and a man playing Ring-a-Rosy, but the toddler is swinging the man around rather than the other way around.
They have mathematical correlations, but I mean, if the Copernicus principle,
swinging a man around.
If I don't know too much about these cosmology, I wish I did know a little bit more so I could tango. But what was it? If the sort of Tycho Brahe, the Copernican is it the Copernican one, or I think there was another one I'm missing as well. Anyway, if they're shown to mathematically work, right? And then you take that principle and you find then, like within this world, you find another observation in the sky, and you say, well, that light over there seems to be behaving in the same mathematical principle over here. It doesn't mean it's actually the same thing. And then all you have to do.
I don't know what you're saying there, but Tycho's model
in a world
literally has the toddler swinging a man, right? It has the moon, the sun, which has all of the other planets orbiting around it, but the sun for some reason is orbiting us, and that is what I'm saying is the equivalent of a toddler swinging a man around it. And it just, at its gut level, you should immediately look at that and go,
oh, because you think the sun is so big. Because you think the sun is really big or something, right?
Well, it looks very big, but also all of the orbits of the other planets are observably centered on it.
In a way, I
you can also use different models. You can use different models to do different mathematical expressions and put the Earth at the center of the sun.
Now you're picking and choosing. You can't pick and choose, right? Tycho Brahe's model has all of the planets orbiting the Earth. They orbit the sun while orbiting the Earth, right? And it's the sun's orbiting the Earth, and they're all orbiting the sun, and it's just obviously like ignoring what is obviously good sense, which is small things orbit big things, which we get by swinging a toddler around, and going, oh, but if I just sort of ignore that obvious reality about or ignore that obvious fact about reality, then I can make this model work.
Do you recognize that, like, just with the laws of perspective, right, that you can just say that that object's further away, and then as a consequence of your observations, you have to increase its size?
Yes, and that would be a perfectly acceptable solution if we didn't have other bodies in the solar system that are orbiting the sun. You could just say, maybe the sun is far smaller than the Earth. You'd have issues triangulating it and have issues with the fact, like with how much it grows and shrinks. But it would be a much better fix if you didn't have other planets orbiting it. But we've got planets that orbits are centered on the sun. And, which is why I pointed Jupiter as the first point for this, we can see tiny little spheres that are obviously massive, orbiting the far more massive sphere that is Jupiter. So the moment you look at that, you go, oh, we wondered about this thing in principle. And then when we got telescopes, we looked up. And not only did we see spheres out there, we saw spheres orbiting spheres.
It's all well and true, and I understand why you've been led and why the model is so convincing, right? I mean, I haven't got too much more gas in the tank as far as this topic specifically is concerned, but I should go learn these models and cosmologies a little bit more so I can tango with you, as I said before.
Yeah, why do you think the model is so convincing? Why do you think the model is so convincing?
It's a good question.
I mean, CGI, what do you want? Everyone else around you believes in it. Yeah, why is it so convincing? What is it the nature of it to be convinced? What was the nature of propaganda under Goebbels? It was that if you tell a lie big enough, yeah, if you tell a lie big enough and you repeat it over and over again, it becomes convincing.
So
you're spiraling.
So for me, the reason why I'm convinced by the model is because of the accurate predictions it makes. That's why I trust models.
Yeah, I think that's certainly got to be
what specific prediction are you referring to?
Where the objects will appear in the skies on specific dates, on specific times, based on specific locations you are on Earth.
Is that a prediction or is that just an observation of a pattern?
It's a prediction.
Observation. It sounds like an observation.
Are generally made, but this is please don't fall for the
You predict something you'll observe in the future. You actually observe it in the future.
Yeah, but how are you controlling for it? Like your prediction is what's the control mechanism? Just a time in the sky that it will appear? That's a pattern recognition.
For one, you can say regardless of where I look. You can just say regardless of where I look, I will never ever see a massive object orbiting around a small one, right? Because that would immediately destroy gravity and all of these things. Who's that leaking? Is that Duck? I think it might be you, Ben Hammer.
Yeah, it's called the post-diction, not a prediction.
No, please don't fall for that QE stuff. You can predict that the sun will rise tomorrow, and it's still a prediction if it hasn't yet happened. Almost all predictions are based on observations of past patterns.
So first of all,
that's a post-diction.
Don't
define a post-diction.
Don't do that.
No, it's not. A post-diction is saying something that happened in the past. It's if you spot a pattern such that you can predict that pattern will repeat, that is still a prediction.
No, it's a post-diction. If you're basing your prediction off the past, right? Not just whimsical, you just came up with it on your own. The fact that you have patterns, geometry, over thousands of years observing the luminaries, that would be considered a post-diction.
Post-diction is explaining after the fact.
Wait. It seems a little odd that like flat earthers will always break down the meaning of the word, but they can't break down the meaning of these words. Prediction, you say something before something happens. Post-diction, you say something after it happens.
Yeah, you've just redefined the word, which is not how people use it.
But when
you're
saying
a prediction is an estimate or a statement about what will happen in the future, while a post-diction is an explanation made after the event has occurred. Right?
Just to let you know.
So hold on.
I got the perfect.
Wait, Tech. So I get what you're saying, but you're saying you predicted the position of a luminary where it's going to be ahead of time. How did you make that prediction?
By looking at the past.
Exactly.
By establishing a pattern. That's fine.
Exactly. So
But
that's a
post-diction.
post-diction.
If I say,
okay,
no, it's a post-diction if I say the sun will rise yesterday, right? Because it did. I was there, right? So whereas if I'm saying it's like, here's the thing, man. Could you make
no one would say what you're now about
fairly
to mess up?
Please, Shutzi, don't charge in the middle. This make no sense as usual. So the challenge for you, Lion, is so the challenge for Lion is, can you make for me a valid prediction that is most probably true? So just anything about the time trains come, about lunar eclipses, like pick the topic, but what you need to do is make a prediction that is a very, very safe bet. Which not all predictions can be, but that's
no, yeah. So
that's
what I'm trying to tell you guys. It's not exclusive with the heliocentric model. You can make predictions, post-dictions of the luminaries based off of their periodicities, right? Because their periodicities are very cyclical and consistent. It's very, as long as you know the geometry and the trigonometry and the calculus, you can figure out exactly where they're going to be 300 years from now.
Show us.
But that's why I'm challenging you now. Which is to say,
hold on.
Can you make? Because otherwise you're going to make predictions impossible. So the challenge at your feet is to show that predictions are a real thing, and therefore what we're dealing with the post-dictions. You now need to be able to make a safe prediction about something that will happen in the future. Anything.
Okay, but can I just?
Well, hold on. Well,
I've been trying to get him in. Just one second. It won't take long.
Go ahead.
Go back to her. The Antarctica mechanism, is that a globe model?
Yes.
I've got no idea.
Do you know what the Antarctica mechanism is?
Yeah, it's meant to predict like the where the celestial bodies are. But I could easily be swayed either direction on whether it says whether it could have been created by flat earthers.
I mean, that'd be interesting, wouldn't it? But cool. You're getting onto the conspiracy wagon like us. You'll be one of us in no time. So
the challenge is still
given the fact that the Antarctica mechanism is not a globe, yet it does all the predictions that you guys are referring to. It implies that the model, these are just predictions based on modeling, and you can come up with alternative models to show it.
And that might be valid.
It doesn't prove globe. Your predictions
and that might be valid. Indeed, that might be valid, but you've entered the periodicity as a proof of the globe. That's not the discussion we're having. You're having a different discussion that isn't being made here. You're rebutting something that I haven't said. We're just trying to have the discussion at the moment about whether saying something will happen in the future is a prediction or post-diction. And if neither of you can point at a single safe prediction that can be made without looking at past events, then what you're admitting is predictions don't exist. There is no way to make a prediction about anything, because all predictions rely upon patterns in the past. Therefore, it doesn't make sense to say something isn't a prediction, because prediction itself as a word shouldn't exist.
No, it just depends on the type of prediction that you're making. Like if you're doing a prediction based off of the periodicities, a periodicity by its definition has to do with the regularity of the orbit, how consistent and faithful the orbits are, right? That's not prediction. That's not prediction, dude. Just because you know the geometry, doesn't mean that you're predicting anything.
I got a question. I feel like you're missing the point, Lion. He's saying name any prediction without using prior knowledge.
Yeah. So we've just had a new president elected in America, right? 2024, Trump got elected, and there appears to be, historically speaking, an election every 4 years. So can I make a prediction that a different president will get elected in 2028? Is that a prediction? Or is it because
that's a post-diction. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to explain to you, bro. So if you're asking me,
no prediction,
can I make a prediction with no past data regarding the consistency and the pattern?
No.
How am I?
That's not what I'm telling you.
How am I supposed to do that?
Saying, can you make a prediction at all? Make a prediction right now.
There's ways to make predictions, but the way that you guys act, you act like you're actually making predictions based off of the mass and the math.
Yeah.
You're not making predictions based off the math. That's bullshit. You're making post-dictions based off of geometry and the periodicities of the luminaries.
Help me understand what this is by making a prediction about literally anything, Lion. Be a man right now. Step up and go, predictions do exist, and I can show you they exist on Earth, forgetting the periodicity, forget the orbital bodies. Just say, here is a prediction, a safe prediction that I can have a high confidence in, right? That isn't based on past evidence. Or that is.
Yeah,
just make any prediction.
That's a lot more difficult. That's what I'm saying. That it's possible, but that's a lot more difficult than postdictions, right? Actual predictions based off of no periodicities. That's a lot more difficult, and I don't think that's what you guys are doing. I don't know how to do that. You're asking me to make an actual prediction without using the periodicities. I don't know how to do that. I can't do that.
So it's possible to make a prediction.
But why is it that we can if the Earth is not a globe, why is it that we can use the globe to make these predictions?
Bro, I'm trying to explain it to you guys. You guys are like throwing it in my face. You're trying to get me to make a prediction when I'm telling you guys aren't actually making predictions because you're using the geometry of the luminaries.
Okay, I've got one for you. Can somebody be wrong about a postdiction? Could somebody make a postdiction and be incorrect about it? It seems to me it would be impossible.
Yeah, it's possible, but hold on, dude. I just want to.
Actually, do think that's kind of possible.
America might go into a civil war, and you run out.
It would be not impossible to make a postdiction that was incorrect because it happened.
What I'm trying to say, dude, is that it's.
Could I be wrong? But this is the point I might want to make. If something happens, it's possible, right, that you could have an election called in an off year in America, right? I think if I dug through history, you might find an example of it. But even if it hasn't happened in the past, there could be some cataclysmic world event that had them, rather than do it in 2028, do it in 2029, right? It is not impossible that would happen. But what that would mean is, if it's a postdiction to say that an election will be held in 2028, then it would be possible to be wrong about a postdiction, which is obviously done. But it's possibly wrong about a prediction because I go, well, based on the periodicity of previous elections, they happen on a 4-year cycle. So it's a safe prediction to say it'll happen in 4 years' time. But I could be wrong. Things could happen.
Can I use other models to make the same predictions the globe does?
Fine. That doesn't touch what we're saying at the moment.
But you gotta admit though, if there was a medium,
we are asking for those models that would make those predictions based off not a globe Earth. So yes, that would help. Can you produce them?
Well, hold on. Can you wait a second, bro? Because we're not talking about whether you can make it on a flat Earth versus a globe Earth. That's not what I'm talking about. I understand that I understand that the flat Earth is a lot more difficult to explain these luminaries, the periodicities. But what I'm trying to say is that it's not exclusive to the heliocentric model. That's what I said. Heliocentric model, because there's like you were talking about the Neo-Tychonian model earlier, how the luminaries move around the sun. That's what I was saying. Even though I'm a flat earther, I'm also geocentrist. So I can argue for geocentrism and keep flat Earth completely out of the equation because flat Earth will complicate things a lot more. You understand?
Yeah.
I should be able to argue. I should be able to argue for geocentricity and not be scoffed at because I'm a flat earther. I'm allowed to separate those.
I think that geocentricity has a lot going for it, right? People gave up flat Earth but clung on to geocentrism for centuries because it works pretty damn well. We can definitely see that boats disappear over the horizon. We can definitely see that the Earth is a ball of a known radius. We can test that in a variety of different ways and come to a high degree of confidence about its size and shape, and that it's got 2 poles and it has 2 pole stars. But yeah, I agree. If you want to then, flat Earth is very silly. Geocentrism is only a little bit silly.
And what's funny though is it's somewhat similar to flat Earth in the sense that geocentric can work on very simple things like comparing one thing to one thing. It's when you combine all the factors that geocentric doesn't work. Kind of like flat Earth, where you guys will use one principle, but that'll directly contradict another principle of yours.
Okay. Does anyone know specifically whether how the Copernican principle or model is contradicted? Like, what was wrong with that specific part of the model? Or that? I gotta know more shit about this.
You mean the Copernican revolution, where he suggested that it's? I forget how he did it, but it was I think it was the orbital periods where the orbital periods, if they were going around the Earth, should be clockwork around the Earth.
Yeah.
Whereas because they're centered on the sun, we go whizzing past them sometimes and then hang out next to other ones. And that doesn't work mathematically. It means that their orbits, and that was the other one, that's right, they get closer and further from us. And it just made the maths really, really fucky. And then if you center them on the sun, it's suddenly like, bang, everyone is a clock that has a constant periodicity depending on its distance from the sun, and it all just suddenly snaps into beautiful place.
And I think it was the oblateness of the orbits, that they weren't perfect. The orbits weren't perfect circles.
Where's the suggestion the
the planets are elliptical orbits.
Where's the suggestion that the Antikythera mechanism was made by people who thought the Earth was flat? I could be convinced of it, but I'm...
Because it looks flat. That's why.
It doesn't specifically state that those people who created that thought the Earth was flat. It's just a mechanism that is a model that does predictions even up to eclipses. And it doesn't need to be globular.
But that doesn't mean it's made by flat earthers.
It's just a time. It's just like a clock. That's it, like a timepiece. Doesn't mean because
I'll explain.
It's not because the gears look flat. Therefore, it's based on a flat Earth. No. It's just a time.
You ever heard of an astrolabe?
Yeah.
Yes.
So you can actually treat astrolabes and the Antikythera mechanism as it's flat, right? As a flat Earth, but it's only a section. It's only yes, you can. It's only a section of the Earth, right? So you're not getting the whole globe or the whole Earth. But if you took a bunch of pieces of or a bunch of astrolabes from the geographic regions all around the world and you put them together, you would end up with individual domes for all the regions on the Earth.
Mm. Do you think? And would you agree that seems less probable than just one big ball, that everybody's got their own dome?
Well, in my worldview, it does seem less probable.
But
it would seem less intuitive, right? Why not just make it a big globe? But I have theological justification for my beliefs, dude. That's why I don't subscribe to the globe.
It was about like a month and a half or maybe 2 months ago. Like it was early in the morning where you could see like 5 planets like in a line, and multiple people from different locations on Earth could see this. How does that work on a flat Earth if they'd be looking at completely different angles?
Yeah, we've talked about this, but before I'm going to answer you, dude, but just I wanted to go back to the previous topic to make sure you guys understand what I'm saying. Astrolabes are only good for a certain region of the Earth, right? Once you go past a certain line of demarcation, that astrolabe's no longer going to work because you have a limit of vision. And your sky that you see, if you're in Europe or in Germany, your sky is unique to Germany. And then if you move to like America, you're going to have a whole new astrolabe. You understand what I'm saying? But the astrolabe is flat, and then it records the luminaries over a flat surface, not over a globe.
It's just a timepiece. That's like saying, "Oh, the Earth's flat because my watch."
I understand that, but I'm saying it's possible to map out the luminaries on a flat surface. That's all I'm saying.
Hold on. To take what you just said about needing a different one for different locations, it sounds like you can map a small portion of a spherical surface's luminaries with one. Not that you can map out that you're mapping out a flat Earth's luminaries. You said yourself you need a different one for each location.
Also, the problem arises when you take that astrolabe and you try and put that to a 3-dimensional model. That's where you really see the differences between a flat Earth model and a globe.
I think Riksky's made a fair concession to see the strength of the logic of suggesting that smaller bodies orbit bigger bodies. And I think Lyons made a pretty impressive concession that putting things around a globe are a lot simpler. Are there any globers present that could make a go at steelmanning or acknowledging the strength of this argument about astrolabes or the Antikythera mechanism generally about periodicity of celestial bodies?
What? He's asking us for us to steelman their position.
Yeah, steelman or concede the strength of something in their position.
I have no problem with a smaller body object having a larger body orbit it, as long as the smaller object has more mass than the larger object.
Okay. Yeah. So actually, Tycho's model could work if we don't go with the base assumption that bigger means more massive, because we know beach balls and stuff exist. So it could be the Earth has an intensely large mass. And
no, I disagree, because based on those orbits, the Earth, the only thing that orbits the Earth in a sensible manner is the Sun, and everything else orbits the Sun in a sensible manner. So substituting mass volumes to me doesn't work.
Okay. Well, I took it further than he did, but I think it was a good concession.
Yeah. But this idea that the Antikythera mechanism is based on a flat Earth is, I'm not sure where that came from.
Yeah, I think that
the same place it comes from when they say that the Earth is measured flat. It's just, I mean,
what's the SI unit for flatness?
It needs a flat baseline, so checkmate.
I think it's because it looks like gears, and the gears are not spherical. Maybe, I don't know.
Well, I think I get their argument on that, which is the people who track the period of the stars and the planets and the moon made charts and observations that would do basically what an astrolabe does, and as such effectively could have, if they had the engineering ability, made an astrolabe and been flat earthers. Right? There is nothing inherent about an astrolabe in one spot on Earth that means sphere. It's that, which is Lion kind of it was big of him to concede. It's just you'd have to make a different astrolabe for every place you go to, and for that you could make multiple different domes, which is Lion's solution, or put it all around a sphere.
Yeah, if every astrolabe was triangular, you could easily make a sphere. Just fucking polygons, mate. Computers do it. It'd be like me saying I've got a sofa that's got 4 legs and it's square, and based on my sofa being square, the rest of the world is square. Because my sofa fits in that part of my room.
No, it would be like saying the device I use to measure my room is a rectangular prism, therefore that my room is a rectangular prism. I think would be closer.
Fair enough.
But I think that thing if they measure flat has some more credibility to it than that, which is essentially their argument is when you're doing non-geodetic surveying, like planar surveying, you're treating the Earth as if it's flat.
Yes and no. It's complicated because we're not, because the data, like our data collectors have programs in it to account for Earth curvature and things like that.
In planar surveying, or that's only in geodetic, is my understanding. Also, not being a surveyor.
No, like I can literally do just like I can start a job right now and assume coordinates like local scale, and like when I start the survey, like when I like do the total station setup and everything, it like create the job that says account for Earth curvature and refraction and stuff. There's a little check mark, and like it is a good question because people ask like, why would you have that? And the only thing I can think of is when we are trying to recover lost monuments or something like that from when a survey was done before, where if we know they didn't account for Earth curvature, we would want to check it off. This way, like, you know, we can try to recover the lost monument. That's the only thing I can think of. But yeah.
So basically, you're saying as because you are a surveyor, correct?
I'm not licensed yet. I'll have 8 years of experience at the end of this year, and then I can go for my licensing. I didn't have I didn't go to school, so I'm grandfathered in. but I just have to wait till I have 8 years of experience before I can even apply to take the test.
Right, but from your current experience, right, you can actually say that you do account for Earth curvature as a surveyor, as a even as a planar surveyor.
Like me personally, am I accounting for it? No, the data collector has like a little thing that like if I could post pictures in this thing, I would be able to show you because I took a screenshot of it where it's literally a thing that you can check off.
Oh, I love that picture.
I'm not allowed to post pictures in here.
Why
I
not?
can give you permissions. Who is it?
Give you perms right now.
But it's silly.
Yeah.
There you go.
But
Yeah,
is anyone in here familiar with like AutoCAD, like surveying, like anything like that? Because what I found out recently, which is kind of interesting. So I was doing a survey in basically in Mount Vernon, which is right next to the Bronx. But the way it works is when you choose the zone you're in, it's based off the county you're in. So Mount Vernon is New York East, and the Bronx is Long Island. So it's if you look it up, like you can get a list of all the zones. If you do just like GPS zone 310.
You've roboted out big time.
You'll find a list of all zones. Ah, shit.
That only bit that was clear. Ah, shit.
You driving through the tunnel?
Well, I'm driving to a job right now. I got 2 bars, so I think I'm good.
No, you've
come back.
Am I good? All right. So, like, yeah, if you just Google GPS zones 3104 Long Island, it'll lead you to a website that'll probably have a list of all the different zones that you choose when you're doing a survey in GPS. And then, but anyway, so Mount Vernon is one zone and the Bronx is a different zone. But in AutoCAD, there's literally a way where you can like flip it. So we had done a survey like 1 block over in the Bronx, and I was working in Mount Vernon, but because I was able to find the original control, we were able to convert the zone coordinates. And it's a feature in AutoCAD. And I was wondering if anyone's familiar with like AutoCAD and like how that actually works would be interesting.
I think Blue might be able to help you with that. He uses AutoCAD a lot. Blue Mobile Science.
Blue's not actually in here at the moment.
All right, we can get back to the debate. Thanks for playing my concession game.
According to Hayak Hero, there was a question posed online that may or may not have been answered. He said he'll answer it, clarified, and then the conversation went. It said the planets in the sky from different locations. The surveyor guy asked it. Did Lion answer that question?
Wait, say that again? The flat earthers are silly. The flat earthers that are silly guy asked about when the 5 planets were in the sky and how the angles didn't match flat earth or something. And then Lion said, I'm gonna answer, but let me divert back to something else. And then
it diverted.
No. Yeah, he successfully diverted and
bro, come on, chill out. I'm about to. So
I'm perfectly calm, man. Don't tell me to chill out.
Well, I'm not purposely trying to divert, bro.
I diverted the conversation more than him in the past.
We're having a lot of there's a lot of stuff going on.
I don't
back to back. But when it comes to perspective, whether it's the sun, the moon, the luminaries, the stars, how they line up, you guys think it's impossible for it to work on a flat Earth, right? Even though we've demonstrated, we have proof of concept that these things are possible, but it involves you have to consider all the different factors of perspective, including your viewing angle, the refractive index of the atmos, and at the angle that you're staring at the object, right? Because the more parallel it is to the surface of the Earth, the more it's going to be refracted because of the density of the atmos. There's light diffusion. There's light attenuation. There's Rayleigh's criterion. There's
Ryan, can I just interrupt you real quick? I'm sorry. Can I just interrupt you real quick?
Sure.
All right. So, say you were in Florida and I'm in New York, and if I had to look like slightly south and to the west to see a star, and you would agree that you would probably have to look like north and west to see the star, right? Like you can imagine there's a star like that in the sky.
Yeah.
Okay. So you would agree that we're facing like two, like completely like sort of like opposite directions.
You went out again. Last we heard was you
I
can
think you're
agree we're
basing that
facing two
observation-
completely different directions.
I think you're basing that observation on an AE map, which they don't agree to, right?
Yeah, I don't agree with the
Ryan,
AE map at all.
Ryan, I think what you got to understand is that when you're talking about like angles, yes, there's certain angles that would work on flat Earth, but when you start measuring these, who has static?
Oh, sorry, it's me.
When you start measuring these angles and you start trying to put them on a flat map, that's when you start seeing the huge errors that arise from putting these angles on a flat map. Because remember, it's a flat baseline, right? So when you have a flat baseline, you're basically making a right triangle from you, from the GP of the star to you, and you're getting angle from you to the star, right?
Right, but
so when you start putting it on a flat map, you start seeing the error. Go ahead.
Right, I understand. But you expect that the luminaries are maintaining their elevation angle, which they're not. On a flat Earth map, the apparent position will it's declination, right? They will decline towards the horizon just because of perspective.
Correct.
Now the luminary itself.
But
In your model, that declination is due to the curvature of the Earth. In our model, it's not. It has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth. It has to do with optics, the nature of vision.
There's a specific relationship between things in the sky and the surface, right? We know on the surface it'll decline. Yes, we agree it'll decline, but it'll decline at a predictable rate over a flat surface. And that when you start looking at that, then you start realizing the errors. In order to get a certain star down a few degrees, you'd have to go. It has to be really, really far away in order for it to drop at that specific rate.
Not necessarily. That's dependent on the variables that you're inputting into the calculation. If you believe that these luminaries are infinitely away, right? The stars, which originally you guys presupposed both the sun and the stars to be infinitely away for the sake of the calculations. Yes, it's not feasible on a flat Earth. But if you then start messing with the variables and put the stars closer and the sun closer, it's possible. It's possible to get the same angles.
Right. I agree. But the thing is, when you put them closer, right, then that introduces other things that are going to mess up your measurement, right?
I was going to bring up that
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I was going to bring up that the planets lining up behind them, if we're looking like, you can imagine if two people are looking at it from two different angles, those planets wouldn't line up the same way.
Correct.
Like it's the planets behind them. That's why I'm bringing this up. It's the five planets. Like that wouldn't be possible.
Also, remember, think about the moon, right? If the moon is a lot closer than than the model says, then someone would be seeing the back of the moon if two people are looking at it from different places on Earth.
No, dude. See, there's a lot of assumptions being made. You have to completely disconnect yourself from your previous paradigm. Otherwise, you're going to continuously find like roadblocks, right? So this idea that the moon even has a backside, I don't even.
They're not roadblocks. They're scientifically verified things. We scientifically verify it is spherical, so it will have a backside. But we always see the same face. Hell, even if it's only a half circle, two people on completely different places on a flat Earth would see slightly different portions of that half circle. It's impossible to always see the same face of the moon unless it's really far away.
When you say it doesn't have a backside, I'm confused. If there's something like past the moon, what would it see? It just wouldn't see the moon?
Bro, listen, I don't know what the moon is. I can't even begin to tell you what the moon is. As far as I know, it's a luminary. It has no solidity to it. Even though it looks like it has craters, right? It looks like it has depth. I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure if it's actually a 3D object.
So what you're saying is
we know it is.
It casts shadows.
I
The
think
craters
what you're
cast
saying.
shadows.
You gotta think about what you're saying, right? You're saying you don't know what the moon is. So basically, what you're saying is you're choosing to remain ignorant about what the moon is.
No, it's just that I'm not persuaded by what you call scientific evidence of what the moon is. I'm not persuaded by that evidence.
So how would we figure out what the moon is? How would you figure out?
Empirically, you would have to be able to test it, which we haven't been able to. I know you guys think you went to the moon. I don't think we ever went to the moon, dude.
How would you do it though?
I don't think there is a way. I don't think we can.
You could do it from your home. You could build a radar system to bounce radar off it and verify its shape.
I'm not denying that you could bounce radar off of it either. I've looked into those experiments. They seem legitimate. It seems like you are getting a signal back, but to me that doesn't really mean much, dude. You know. So what? So you can bounce radars off the moon.
Yeah,
does that mean that
the moon and work out its shape, that it is a half circle?
Yeah, I don't mind that it's a half circle. That's as far as we know about it. It's a half circle. I don't know what's at the back of it, dude. You guys expect to see the back of it.
And if it's a half circle that changes by slight amounts over the month, it's clearly spherical at the very least. Slash, if it's close, we shouldn't be able to see the same amount from different perspectives. We should see different parts from different locations at the same time.
It's probably it's probably an orb. Hold on, it's probably a spherical orb, right? But I don't know that to be 100% certain, or I don't know that to be a fact, right? And even if it is an orb, I can't guarantee you that the back of that orb is gonna look any different than the front of it. If anything, you might get some type of inverted image of the front. You know what I'm saying? I really have no idea. Go ahead.
Well, I wanted to add, it seems you're agreeing it's an orb, but we don't. I think circle is a bad one because we can see the way shadows play across its surface. We see, I've heard somebody say 59% of its surface through its librations throughout the month. And we bounce signals off it such that the ones closer to us bounce differently to ones further around the sides. So we get a really good idea that it is convex in its shape. So we'd have to me, it would end up being really improbable that you go, okay, well, the only side I can see is just over half of something that is just over half of a sphere. So I'm going to assume this remaining 41% is probably a sphere. It would be weird to say that bit could be not. It could be, but it's not probable.
Yeah, it's probably a sphere, dude. I mean, when I look at the ancient scriptures, it does reference them being orbs, right? Orbs are inherently
no one cares
spherical.
about scripture.
I know, but that's my worldview, dude. Right? That's my worldview. That's why.
Then your worldview is based on a broken and made-up premise.
That's fine, dude. You're entitled to your opinion.
Well, Lion, like
we bounce radar off it, and it comes back at a speed at a time that determines how far away it is. It's not close. It's exactly as far away as we say it is.
Yeah, I don't trust those measurements either, dude.
You don't trust the speed. You don't trust the speed of radar.
No, because in my worldview, again, we're surrounded by crystalline structure, miles and miles thick. Seriously, it's known as the firmament. The ancient Hebrews called it the rakia. Right now, you could scoff at it, but if you include that,
because it is scoffable.
It's fine. I don't care, bro.
And it's all made up from a dusty old shitty book. It's fucking pathetic to have that worldview.
I give you. Listen, hold on. I give him the permission to shit on me. That's why people come here for entertainment, dude. I don't care that you guys scoff at me. Sometimes I get pissed off and I'll scoff back. But listen, fair game. All I'm saying, dude, if you include the firmament in your calculations, you have this crystalline structure that both sound propagation and light propagation has to go through and then return. You don't think that's going to affect the delay time?
So if include
wait. You nailed it. Wait, hang on.
Include magic, then it works.
Wait, no, he didn't. He said calculations. Present them.
You ain't got no calculations. You've got if magic.
You said
there must be some form of math, some form of calculation that you've claimed exists that works.
I'm telling you. I'm just telling you. Can you guys at least?
Yeah, he
work
has.
with
You've been
me?
asked for the calculations, Lion.
But I'm
You've been
saying,
asked for
if
the
you have a
calculations.
firmament,
what are the calculations?
would
You
it
just said the
affect the propagation of light and sound?
You said there was
radio waves?
calculations. Provide the calculations.
What do you? I'm asking. No, I'm. Oh, gosh,
You said there was calculations, mate. Did you make
the
a mistake?
the same
Ryan,
calculations that you're the same calculations that you're talking about, where they bounce radio waves off of the moon, or lasers with the the one with the retro
what you're
reflector that they had on the
admitting
moon.
to is that flat Earth isn't nice and simple, like flat earthers like to claim. It's actually got magic, and it's kind of complicated, and it all smushes together and kind of works, and you don't really know anything about the moon.
Exactly, dude. Exactly, because at the end of the day, I'm humble enough to know that I'm just a man on this earth, and that the cosmos and the world around us is so complicated. I don't expect any of us to ever figure it out. Now, you can come up with a pragmatic working model that has utility and predictive abilities, but that doesn't mean that that's exactly how the cosmos is mapped out, dude. Go ahead.
Yeah, it kind of does. When you can actually do work with a model, that model's probably right, and yours stinks of piss.
And Lion, there's lots of Christian scientists out there trying to figure out the heat problem. Very smart people. Very smart people. Why aren't there any smart earthers trying to figure out these calculations? Or you say there's calculations, there must be someone doing them then. Where are they?
Dude, what are you talking about? Are you like lost in the conversation? I'm referencing the calculations that you guys have made regarding the distances of the moon and the sun based off of target range finding or whatever the hell you guys call it.
Bouncing radar off of it. So your claim is there's a magic substance in the air that slows down the radar signal so that not even slows it down, speeds it up to the rate that it returns quicker than the distance, so that we get a bigger number. No, fuck that. Sorry, other way around. No, yeah, it slows it down.
Slows it down.
It's actually it's actually 3,000 miles away, but we get several million miles because it gets slowed down through the jello, the magic flat Earth jello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's exactly my argument. Thank you.
You're being very good.
What kind of brains it take to hold a position of such ignorance of the world and assumed lying of it? Like, the paranoia and the lack of faith in us being able to understand shit. Like, we have computers using quantum technology, mate, and you're sat there going, magic butter gravity world.
So, can I just check? It sounds. I'm kind of going to paraphrase some of what Yino just said. Would you agree, Lion, that if the Earth is flat, what is happening is that creation, presumably God, is, if not deceiving us, then doing a lot of work to allow us to deceive ourselves into thinking we're on a ball?
To be fair, this is okay. So I've thought about this before, even right now with the propagation of radio waves. Like, it's not my, I've meditated on this, and this is what this is what I hypothesize is going on. But when it comes to the creator, why would he make reality like this? I've also meditated on this, and in my honest opinion, the creator has a sense of humor. He does.
But that's not just a sense of humor. Like, it'd be a sense of humor, I think. Like,
that's lying.
To make something funny, but that is just wrong, right?
Yeah, that's lying.
So I think we need a bit better than sense of humor.
It's not lying.
Your God is Loki. Do you realize that? If that's true, your God is Loki. He's playing a fucking prank on all of us.
He is. And the funny thing is that people that rely on their own understanding to decipher the world instead of relying on the scriptures will probably come to the conclusion of the globe model. And I don't blame you guys for that, because if you depart from God and you seek knowledge aside from God, apart from God, I don't fault you for believing in the globe model. I don't. A lot of times, our natural
a prank on us.
Unlike, I'm not like other flat earthers in here. Like, I will admit that natural observations lean to the globe model. They do.
That's why I'm impressed with you. Like, you're saying that. Here's what I would propose, though, is a slightly more believable conspiracy. And that is that in the early days of writing the Bible, some people managed to get in there and change stuff and add stuff. And that's where the deception snuck in, putting the flat earth stuff in the Bible. Right? But you could still have a God existing and us being in a special place. But what makes us special would be God's love, not some geometric location.
Well, I mean, if you said a lot in there. Yeah, I don't think that God would allow his word to be completely twisted to that extent. Now, there is room for textual criticism, but not to that extent, dude. Second, what was, the nature of the earth.
Just claim that,
Hold on, dude. Second thing, the nature of the earth, whether it's flat, concave, or globe, is not a salvational issue. That's not really something that Christians should be fighting over, because it doesn't. At the end of the day, it's vanity to really be fighting over that. Though it helps to have the correct cosmology because it leans towards a divine architect. You can make an argument for the globe model also pointing to a divine architect because of the fine tuning argument, the theological argument. It works on both.
And if I right now accept Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior, and I still proclaim the Earth is a globe and it's not geocentric, it's heliocentric, and we live in a universe and dark matter exists, but I accept Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior, and God is a creator of all universe, you'd be okay with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Interesting.
It's not a salvational issue. Yeah.
I've got two questions for you. One, do you think the flat Earth is infinite plane or contained to the Antarctic icefall?
The Earth itself seems to be contained the way it's described in the scriptures in Job and in Isaiah. We have a description of the creation of the circle itself being engraved in the great abyss, the icy.
I don't care about the law. Do you think it's an infinite plane or not? I don't care about the law.
Hold on.
Do you think it's an infinite plane?
Let him say it. Well, hold on. Let me just say this because
I really don't care. I'd rather go get lunch if he's gonna just give me law. I asked a very simple question. Do you think it's an infinite plane or not?
No, well, it's kind of a tough question because it's not a yes or no, because our Earth itself has boundaries, has an icy boundary. The firmament actually touches down in the waters, but beyond the firmament, on the other side of the firmament, it could be infinite. I think it is infinite.
Cool.
And
that's a good answer. Thank you. You don't need to go on to all the scripture. I don't care. So because my other question was going to be that you would then have to think that God would give us such a restricted space to work in. That he either didn't decide to, or it was incapable of creating an infinite universe for us to explore. But if you default to the infinite plane, then you must have an expectation that we should be able to get past the firmament someday.
That's a complicated thing, dude. I can give you my answer, but again, I had to extract things from the scriptures, so it's inevitable, dude. I'm going to tell you.
It's one way or another. Either it's that one day we'll get out, and he has given us an infinite space to go explore and learn from, and appreciate, or he's put us in a pathetic zoo. Kind of a prick if he's done that.
That's fine, but so if you read the accounts, right?
I don't care about the scripture. I'm gonna go have some food.
It's not just the Hebrews either. It's across the board, right? The Greeks, the Mayans, the Sumerians, the Egyptians. They all talk about a cosmic ocean that surrounds us. So instead of the vacuum of space, the ancients all unanimously agreed across the board that we are in a cosmic ocean, right? And that our world is like a bubble in that cosmic ocean, and the bubble being the firmament. Now, it's not just one firmament, it's 7 firmaments. So there's actually layers above us and other realms above us. You might scoff at it, you might think it's crazy, but that's what I believe. And eventually, beyond this cosmic egg that we all exist in, including the 7 layers of the firmament, there seems to be nothing but darkness. Infinite darkness, no matter, no planets, no galaxies, nothing. It just the pure darkness. Go ahead.
Can you at least agree that the only reason you believe this is because someone decided to write it down like a couple thousand years ago, maybe not even 1,000 years ago, 500 years ago.
No, that's not the only. That's not the only reason why, dude.
What are the other reasons?
So again, this was unanimous across the ancients, and I can pull up sources corroborating what I'm saying. I have them in my phone. Across the board, dude, they believe this, and I've had my own relationship with the Creator. I've had Him manifest to me through His Son. It's not something that I would expect you guys to understand, but other Christians could relate. And to me, the heavens above and the ethereal realm is more real than what you've managed to contrive using your mathematics.
I can grant you that, like, God, like, talked to you and all that other stuff, but specifically about there being exactly 7 firmaments. Isn't that because just some guy wrote it down, and then you think you believe in the same God that they believed in, basically?
It's called theological justification for my beliefs. So I depend on the Word to discern my reality. So I gain my knowledge not through science, but through the Word of God. Go ahead.
Lion, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
I guess too. What is the name of your God?
Yahweh. Yahuwah.
Yahweh.
Jehovah.
Elohim? Not Elohim? Not El?
Yahweh Eloheinu.
Okay. Do you know what El is? In general, what God it is, where it comes from, its origins? It's a Canaanite God, right?
No,
okay.
no,
It's not. It's not a Canaanite God.
It's not a Canaanite God. That's
all Canaanites, including the Jews, my people, were some had some form of religion. And the most popular among all the Canaanite tribes, including the Jews, was El, the cult of El, or Elohim, the creator God.
Yeah.
Right. Why do you think that your God now has the same name? Out of curiosity.
Well, hold on. Well, let me explain, because you're kind of poisoning the well. You're attributing Yod He Vav He with Canaan, right? Now you have to understand, who was Canaan, in your opinion? Do you know who Canaan was?
Canaan, the Canaanites are a group of people in the land of Canaan, which is in the Fertile Crescent.
Yeah, but if you're a Jew, buddy, you should know who Canaan is.
No, I know what you mean, but I'm talking from a strictly historical, archaeological point. I don't want to discuss theology.
Well, that's what you're asking me to talk about theology, but you don't want to discuss theology. So, do you know who Canaan is? Yes or no, dude? If you don't, it's all right. I'll tell you who Canaan is.
I'm aware.
I'm not talking about. I'm not through academia, through the Torah, right? So, not what academia told you. I expect you as a Yahudi to know who Canaan is.
Yes, I know who he is. He's the son of Ham.
Thank you.
Grandson of Noah.
So who did Noah worship?
Elohim. El.
Who did Shem worship?
Shem worshipped Elohim. El.
And then they existed before Canaan, right? Canaan.
Mm-hmm.
So
do you think that using a name, a popular name that also is a name of a group of people, nullifies what I'm asking? The Canaanite people, which Canaan got his name from, existed long before he was born. He was a Canaanite himself.
Exactly. So
the cult of El existed long before Shem or Noah were born.
What's your evidence for that?
Archaeological evidence of the Canaanite people going back at least 10,000 years ago.
So you'd rather go against the Torah and appeal to academia when
I'm not really. I give up.
Hold on, dude. When the Torah explicitly states that Canaan was a son of Ham, son of Noah. So Canaan would have been grandson of Noah ontologically, right? The Canaanite people didn't even exist until Canaan was born. Canaan is the patriarchs. Hold on. Canaan is the patriarch of the Canaanite people. Of course, Canaan would worship the same God as Noah, Shem, and his brothers and his whole family, because they all came from the same line. So when it's not, hold on, it's not surprising for me that the Canaanites had a god named El and also a god named Baal.
So it's pronounced Canaan, by the way, his name, as I said. Second of all, I stopped going to temple when I was 12. I'm no longer religious. I don't associate myself with Elohim. The fact is, the name Canaan existed because the people who lived in that region were Canaanites of the land of Canaan. Like, for example, right now, there are multiple people named America. They exist, right? And therefore, that doesn't justify America's younger than the people who are named America. Get me, right?
Yeah.
It was a popular name which was used. The Canaanite people existed long before he was ever born. And they followed the cult of Elohim, the God, the creator God, who lived between the two rivers.
But
we're on track on that. I'm not religious.
Yeah, I'm tracking. Your hypothesis is that the Canaanite people existed for 10,000 years or 10,000 years
archaeological
before.
Evidence.
Okay, that's fine. So the Canaanite people actually existed before Noah, before the flood, before Shem, before the man Canaan was born.
Noah
of the
was
line
a
of
Canaanite.
Ham.
He was a Canaanite.
All right, so now Noah was a Canaanite in your worldview. That is insane. That is absolutely absurd.
Noah was a Canaanite. Moshe
that's
was
fine.
a Canaanite.
Listen, okay, that's fine. You can believe that all you want. You can appeal to academia. I will not do such a thing. I have justification for my belief, both in the book of Yovelim.
You have no evidence for
Hold
those.
on, dude. Bro, you gotta chill out, dude. All right, go ahead, dude. Go ahead. What you gotta say, bro?
No, I mean,
you gotta interrupt me.
No, I enjoyed the line finish.
It's all good, but he apparently had something really important to say because he interrupted me. So go ahead. What do you got to say? No, that's all right. I'll continue. All right. So listen, it's fine, bro. You can have your worldview. I'm just stating that my justification for my worldview, you'll find the table of nations in the book of Yovelim, in the book of Bereshit, and in the Dead Sea Scrolls, right? And you have also connecting witnesses and hostile witnesses across the neighboring lands of Israel, right? So Canaan, according to his historical account, was a son of Ham. His lot was in Africa, right? So Ham's children, Mitzrayim, which is known as Egypt, Put, Cush, and Canaan, they were inherited Africa. They inherited Africa. Now he didn't like his lot. He coveted after Shem's lot. He wanted Shem's lot, which is that everybody fights for today in Israel. And he actually went and he took that part of that lot, and he violated the lot that was made because the inheritance. Noah gave all his children inheritance, after the flood. He didn't like that part, and he took what we know today as ancient Canaan. He took that part, but originally that wasn't Canaan's portion. Canaan's portion.
So
that's well documented.
Okay, I'm going to repeat this again. We have somebody in the Torah named Canaan. They were named Canaan because his forebearers were from the land of Canaan, Fertile Crescent, now where Lebanon, Jordan, Gaza, Israel exist. It's named like that because it was a popular name and because those people were his people.
So, okay,
it's a sad coincidence that you're using now to justify your arguments. It is like you saying to me, if I meet somebody named Germany today, therefore Germany has to be younger than that person.
No. That's not what I'm saying at all, dude. I have theological and just historical accounts showing that Canaan stole that land because when the lands were divided after the flood, especially that area of the Fertile Crescent, the Cradle Civilization, Mesopotamia, that land was divvied up amongst Noah's children, and it was allotted to his children. Canaan forcefully took that land that belonged to Shem, and because he took that land, he went against an oath that was made that they all agreed upon. It's like you inherit land. Canaan was cursed We know that they forcefully took that land. By the time you get to the Exodus, way later, thousands of years later, when they were freed from the house of bondage, when they were freed from Mitzrayim, and they finally inherited the promised land 40 years later after roaming the desert, when they entered the promised land, that was known as the land of the Canaanites. But it was the land of the Canaanites since Canaan, not since Noah and before Noah. In your opinion, that's just a hypothesis that you have that you can't actually justify. You have no evidence for your claim. I at least have historiography on my side. I have texts that are ancient, 300 BC, that are on my side, stating what I'm stating.
That's
you have
fine.
nothing. The archaeology can be interpreted towards my direction too. When you start looking at the steel tablet, when you start looking at the language that came from the ancient Phoenicians. Anyways, go ahead. I don't want to monologue too long. Go ahead.
So the proof that you have is the Bible. And I don't think that's a historical book in the sense of having actual history in it. It's a historical book for different reasons, as it's an artifact from a religion that is still being in use. Now, my proof is literal digs with literal artifacts touched by the literal people of Canaan. Things that they made, that they drank from, they shat in, that they covered themselves with, that they fought and slaughtered for, that they opened their enemies' bellies with. These things I have as evidence, archaeological evidence in multiple prestigious universities and museums. Multiple. The land of Canaan, actually, if you don't know, in archaeology, in academia, is one of the most researched topics. Like, the only reason why we stopped doing research is because of ISIS, actually. The only reason why we lost a lot of artifacts is because of Middle Eastern conflicts. But it is literally one of the most researched places when it comes to history and archaeology in the world. We have tons of written material, tons of photographs, tons of evidence. Your Bible is not convincing because it's not an academic document.
Yeah, you could, but I'm trying to explain to you. Okay, you can disregard the Bible, which is foolish to do because I consider it history. It documented the Chronicles. You got Chronicles 1 and 2. You got Kings. It documents the kings. It documents everything, dude. But you don't have to use the Bible. There's the book of Yovelim. Yovelim. Have you heard of Yovelim? It's just as old as the Bible.
Yes.
Right? So Yovelim is amongst the Ethiopian Orthodox Yahudim, and it's also found in the Dead Sea Scrolls amongst the Zadok priests themselves. The Zadok priests that Yahweh ordained to preserve the covenant, preserve the Moedim, they have in their possession the temple library, and including the book of Yovelim that documents all of this as historical fact. You can say, oh, it's just fantasy, we can't be trusted. I don't care, dude. I trust the source. You can critique the source all you want, but you can't actually rebuttal it with archaeology. Because even the archaeology is on my side. I believe the Canaanites were of the same family as Noah and spoke the same language as Noah, which was the ancient Ivrit. If you look at the alphabet, it's the ancient Ivrit. That's why when you look at the Phoenician alphabet, when you look at the Canaanite alphabet, it's the ancient Ivrit.
So can I ask what this conversation even evolved into? Like,
well,
it's just Ryan that's been talking and talking and talking for almost an hour since I've been in here.
So the question is, the biblical account that, or the angle that Lion is going for, is the Canaanites descended from Noah, from his son Cain. Whereas my understanding is the academic view, or Zoidberg's view, is that the Canaanites were the people of Canaan, from Cana, and they predated the existence of Noah and all of the Israelites. The
Israelites were Canaanites. Sorry to correct you, actually.
Yes.
They were just one tribe, one tribe of Canaanites. Yes.
Yeah, so they moved from Cana, and they turn up in Israel building Canaanite dwellings with Canaanite alphabet.
Explanation is way too long for a synopsis, but what does any of this have to do with any kind of science or flat
I'll
earth?
tie back with I promise I'll tie back with a nice bow. The idea was, excuse me, the idea was that Lion, my friend Lion here, is disputing the possibility of inaccuracy of the Bible to the point where it is impossible for the earth to be anything but flat according to the Bible, not Lion. I think Lion accepts the view that the earth can be a globe, not to misrepresent him. And I'm saying is the God in the Bible, God of my people, who are Canaanites, by the way. We have genetic testing with mitochondrial DNA tracing back around, I think, 15,000 years after. I will give you the articles later. The God of that Bible has absolutely been modified throughout that entire time. When he became a god, a creator god to Canaanites, not all, a subset of them, including the Hebrews, who are not the Hebrews at the time, they were just a Canaanite tribe. And he lived between the two rivers. And I think, and please check me on this, the Tigris and the Euphrates rivers. That was his domain. From that God, we evolved to the universal creator God of the Abrahamic faith, Abraham being a Canaanite, by the way, to the Abrahamic faith, which also in the Bible, and again, Lion does not hold necessarily this view, states that the earth has to be by necessity flat. Now, I'm only introducing this to give verification to the possibility of that God and his holy texts and his holy words being modified in the past 15,000 years from a Canaanite God, God of other gods, by the way, which was a pantheon, to a single God, right? A monotheistic God. That's all I wanted to say. Eggshells, that was the point.
Yeah. If it is true that they are descended of Canaanites,
no, I'll
then it
produce
throws
all
the
the stuff.
They are. It throws the whole question into question.
Yeah, that's a complete inversion, though. And I mean, it's surprising for a Yahudi like yourself to appeal to the academic consensus.
I'm no
on
longer
this matter.
religious.
That's
Okay.
fine. That's fine. But I just want to go ahead. The feminists want to speak up.
What does them being Canaanites have to do with what shape the earth might be or how gravity works or anything like that?
If they're wrong where they come from, then you can take their ideas about the shape of the earth with a grain of salt. I think is that right, Zoidberg?
Yes. Given how the God himself, Elohim or El, has been modified to suit the purpose of one particular tribe, a Canaanite tribe, which was a common Canaanite God, which was shared among many Canaanite tribes, it would be safe to assume that what is recorded as his word or as the things he performed and did might not be entirely accurate given the evolution of said God.
All right, but listen, bro. There's a couple things here, right? One thing is that it's not just the Hebrew culture that believed in this cosmology. It was across the board in the ancient cultures, right? I already brought up earlier the ancient Sumerians, the Maya. Everybody had the same idea that we lived in a cosmic ocean surrounded by some type of barrier, right? With that being said, when you bring up the titles El, Elohim, Elohe, right? These are simply titles, just like the word God in English. Now, when you ask people, well, what God do you worship? That word God isn't exclusive to the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, right? God is just a title. Even in the Torah itself, it says, what does it say? There are many Els, right? There are many gods. There was plenty of demigods. When you actually break down etymologically the title El, it just means chief. And you can see it being used for the patriarchs like El Abraham.
But El
Moshe, right? El Moshe. It just means chief, leader, right?
Yes,
of authority. That's all it means. So the Canaanites worship the God with the title El, right? And because of that, this guy thinks that they're worshiping the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Absolutely not. Go ahead.
The problem with this is that you already acknowledge that Elohim was the father god or the chieftain god in a pantheon. That was the point why this was mentioned in the Bible. This is a leftover from his evolution from polytheism to monotheistic god. He used to be the main god in a polytheistic configuration, and now he's the only god in a monotheistic configuration.
No, dude, hold on. So what you said does not negate anything that I just said. So what I'm trying to convey to people here that are listening, the audience, El is a generic term. It's not a proper name at all, right? Lord is not a proper name. Lord is just a title. God is just a title. Elohim is just a title. In the scriptures, in the Torah, in the mitzvah, it says, "You shall have no other Elohim before me." Right? It's just a title, dude. Don't get caught up in the title of God.
I understand
Hold on, the Father in heaven has a proper name, and it's Yod. It goes by the 4-letter tetragrammaton Yod He Vav He. That's the proper name.
Okay.
Not El.
Can I say something? So one of my issues here is, God, this is going to sound bad to say it, and I don't necessarily mean it bad, but do you ever go back and listen to how you communicate this information to people? Because you don't discuss things and converse with people and let them share ideas back or anything. You just sit here and tell people that what you believe is what's true and what they have to believe. And that's really not going to convince anybody. You don't ever say anything like, this is what I believe.
Oh man, I'm hearing double.
I think it's somebody's got an open mic.
Somebody doing a really good
impersonation. Dude, that's one of you is enough. I don't need to hear double.
I think somebody's feeding back in somebody's. I think we have to be humble, given the origins of this monotheistic religion, in regards to the accuracies of the Bible. Now, I'm not dismissing the Bible holistically, but I can talk about Michal and her sons, how in one chapter she has 2 sons, and in another chapter it said that she died without bearing any kids. Fine, we can go into all of this. But the problem that stays here is that the fundamental assumptions about the shape of the earth in accordance to the Bible and the religion of my people, and subsequently built upon the religion of the Canaanite group of people, the Canaanite ethnicity, which existed in the Stone Age, right, is not verifiable, meaning that the knowledge in the Bible is not verifiable. It's not a historical book. It's not a science book. And like mythology, specifically when it comes to gods, right, metaphysics and theology included, are subject to change, and I have changed a lot since the Stone Age people worshipped Elohim or Yahweh to now. Like, you have to admit this. And what Writing on Eggshells is saying is not preposterous, and it should not be dismissed easily. The fact that people may have injected certain things into the Bible, not maliciously, but because they misunderstood previous texts and context, is not something irregular that happens at all. It happens all the time, specifically, even in the Torah. There's the disputed chapters all the time, disputed sentences, disputed lines.
I'm sorry, 30 seconds for a question?
That wasn't the question.
No. May I have 30 seconds for a question?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Did I hear you say that Stone Age people worship the God of the Bible?
That was the entire conversation.
Oh my God, for real?
Are you done?
No wonder none of this has been making sense. Oh my God. You think that Stone Age people, Neolithic people, worship the God of the Bible?
We have evidence for
Is that a
this.
question or what's up?
Yeah, did you
we have evidence for this.
We do not have evidence for this. Wait, oh my fucking God. Are you guys young Earth creationists?
What is Stone Age? What is Stone Age? How long ago is Stone Age? Wasn't it the one before?
3,000 years ago. Literally posted an article that talks about a tablet of one of the oldest found so far, texts written in primordial Canaanite language. Literally posted.
Wait, no. Texts written in a Canaanite language are not going to be one of the oldest that are found. That's just completely wrong.
No, he's actually right about that.
It's the first ever sentence discovered that is this old.
And this is the evidence.
So the Canaanites are older than the Sumerians. Then I thought the oldest we had was
no, the Hindu culture is probably much older than the Canaanites.
No, dude. We're talking about archaeological evidence, right? Like tablets of stone. What are the oldest language written on stone?
It is, the article says, it's SciTech Daily, it says 3,700 years old old tablet. Scientists discovered the first sentence ever written in Canaanite.
Oh, in Canaanite. I thought you were saying Canaanite is the first language we have recorded.
No. I may have misphrased it. The first sentence ever written in Canaanite, recorded on the tablet. I posted the article. We're talking about literally Stone Age people. Like we're talking about hunter-gatherers here, right? In that period.
Hang on, hunter-gatherers could write. I thought that virtually didn't go together. I thought you only really got writing once you got civilization, once you had cities and bureaucrats.
I mean, I'm looking at the date, which is 1,800 BCE, which kind of fits with that period. Kind of fits with hunter-gatherers, but I'll check again.
Well, that's not, like if you actually start looking, like underneath Israel, there are caves and tunnels that there's Canaanite writing all underneath the city of Jerusalem. If you go into the mountains, they found the cursed Moabite tablet, or not the curse. It's a Moabite tablet. They also have the steel tablet. If you actually look for the most ancient inscriptions that we can find, they're gonna say it's Canaanite language, but it's honestly Ivrit. It's the same. It's the same language that Noah, Shem, all of them would have spoken and written in. Go ahead.
I was wrong. I want to correct myself. So it seems that the Paleolithic or Old Stone Age or Mesolithic, Middle Stone Age, and Neolithic, New Stone Age are between 30,000 BC until 3,000 BC. So this is at least 1,000 years after what we consider Stone Age.
Okay.
I mean, there are other evidences. There was an episode of the Flintstones where they go to Sunday service.
That's crazy.
That's true.
Wait, is that stone of comb then? Is that what that is? To remove lice? So like these cavemen, hunter-gatherers, like...
I correct myself, they're not cavemen, hunter-gatherers. They seem to have some sort of civilization.
Yeah, and one that they're concerned with lice in their beard and their hair.
The Neoliths had agriculture, settlement, and pottery, and at the end of that period, it was their technologies weren't actually discernible from those of the early Bronze Age and certainly the early biblical era.
Yeah, so just sorry, pause real quick, if you don't mind. The Canaanite people specifically existed, or are considered to be a thing since it says prior to 4,500 BC. Hunter-gatherer society slowly giving way to farm. Yeah, those are Canaanites.
So in other words, they would exist at the millennia in the Stone Age, exactly. Pretty much.
I guess they would. Yes, and those people, the Canaanites, gave birth to the Canaanite god Elohim or Yahweh, and that god later evolved from a pantheistic configuration to a monotheistic configuration, which is the Abrahamic god, who later became the god of the three major Abrahamic religions.
So you guys are calling 4,000 whatever years ago the Stone Age?
Well, that's what archaeologists call it. This is the categorization. Stone Age doesn't mean living in a cave hitting people over the head with clubs. That's not what the Stone Age is or was. It's
the Neolithic period, yeah?
That's one of the periods in it, yeah, the last one.
Which is like millions of years ago.
No.
Millions?
No. Millions of years ago?
Please go and check that. It's not true. You're talking about the early precepts of the Stone Age, are anything between a third of a million years and 2.5 million years, depending on what framework used to categorize them. But the Neolithic went up until and overlapped with the Biblical Age. Literally, it's bounded by a time when civilizations were using stone tools at the very end, coming through agriculture, settlement, social communication structure, pottery, jewelry, blah blah blah, right through to the Bronze Age.
Hearing is that you are totally discounting all those millions of years and just talking about the end of the era 4,000 years ago.
By the way, the date
Hold on,
where
can I get
this
in
stuff.
real quick? Dude? All right, dude.
Sure, go.
No, finish what you're gonna say.
I was just gonna say the end of the tablet specifically that I pointed out that was discovered fits within the Chalcolithic period, where there's early metal working and farming. So these people definitely worship. We're talking about 4,500 BC to 3,500 BC, which is like 1,000 years, but it fits. The tablet is dated to be 3,700 years old. And it fits that. It's either that period or early Bronze Age, where they have written records now, essentially. So
yeah, so
these people worship the Abrahamic God.
I posted the language, the evolution of linguistics. You have here the Proto-West Semitic, Proto-Sinaitic, that turns into the Proto-Centro-Semitic, Proto-Canaanite, which it became Archaic Phoenician, and then it splits off from there to Paleo-Hebrew, Aramaic, Phoenician, Ugaritic. It's all in there, bro. And then if you go into the evolution of the alphabet, you can see the Proto-Sinaitic become the Phoenician. The Phoenician and the Canaanites lived alongside each other, bro.
Well, guys, I agree with like Coco. Like
languages are different.
You guys are attributing like the Stone Age, but you're only talking about like 99.999% of the total period. Like you guys were making it sound like, oh, it was as old as the Stone Age, but you're talking about like the very end. So it kind of like
no, we weren't saying the entirety of the Stone Age.
That's not the point. I was just giving.
It was just a passing comment of Stone Age people.
We have diluted the conversation too much. I was simply talking about the fact that the origin of the god Elohim and his mythology and his pantheon and everything around him has modified for at least 4,000 years. So the things that exist now in the Bible may have been leftover vestigial beliefs that came with, because of the previous frameworks, came with the newly developed stuff in terms of Elohim being a singular god, right? Into the Bible, right? They don't have to necessarily be lies or maliciously injected there, but to use the Bible in terms of us to like describe the place where we live in this case, the main debate here was the flat Earth, right? Would not be a valid way to do so. And again, I have to specify, Lion does not hold these views necessarily. I don't want to be dishonest or misrepresent my companion.
Okay. So I also keep hearing talk that all this is to help prove flat Earth and stuff like that. But I still just keep hearing Bible and people's personal religious beliefs and don't really hear anybody addressing how this informs us that of a flat Earth. Like, no.
Well, I don't know if you know this.
On that.
I don't know if you know this, but this server is not exclusive to like flat Earth or science even. Omni, who is the administrator, he's the owner. He's a Christian. He don't mind philosophical debates. Yesterday we went on for hours on philosophy alone. Today we touched a little bit on the Bible and the history of the Canaanites. That's perfectly allowed. If you don't like it, you could just dip. You could just dip out.
Religion all the time. So why am I hearing today that all this was supposed to be to
this isn't 24/7. If you don't like to go to 24/7 where Bible talk's not allowed, go somewhere
is that
else.
Jeremy with a voice changer?
So I'm curious about something, because I attempted to have this discussion at one stage before with Lion and got dominated by him. How would one come to a conclusion archaeologically that the Canaanites predate the Israelites? Is it just like
Linguistically,
That's a fact. No, hold on. That's a fact. The Canaanites predate the Israelites.
Sorry,
That's a fact.
it predate Noah. Predate Noah. I should have said.
No, yeah. That's where I disagree with him on.
Yeah, that's.
I don't know how he would come to that conclusion unless it's only through the linguistics, which I posted, which the Canaanites had the same language. The Canaanites had the same language as the Israelites, so I could see how they might make that conclusion or jump to that conclusion. Go ahead.
But you're using that same information to say, well, that says they're descended the other way around.
Yes.
So I'm trying to find out, like, what would Zoidberg's answer be for how he would date the Canaanites as earlier than Noah.
Okay, I will give you my answer, Charles, but that's predicated on the fact that my companion, my discussional partner, is using a young Earth creationist lens, meaning that the Earth is 6,000 years old. I would point out to the fact that discoveries about the Canaanite people have been done for at least 6,000 years and more, in terms of their presence in the Fertile Crescent. That would be my first argument, which will be validated by academia and archaeology, specifically archaeological discoveries, digs, and evidence. Then I'll point out the evolution of Hebrew and early Canaanite proto-languages, right? Well, the languages that the Canaanites spoke, they're not called Canaanite proto-languages. Some either like Semitic or Indo-European. I think he posted
it in the chat.
Yeah, he posted the language groups, and you can track the development of Canaanite languages to reach like either Aramaic or modern Hebrew through that lineage. You can establish that. Yeah, you can establish that the Canaanites existed before with those two things, those two components. You can establish that the Canaanites existed before the record of Noah in the Bible. In the Bible, also,
so let's touch on one or the other. When it goes to archaeology, how do you tell that Canaanite, like the land of Cana, is populated 6,000 years ago?
Well, in the Wikipedia article, there's like evidence in terms of like the type of historical artifacts that we found from the Canaanite people in that area, and they're dated and.
So radiocarbon dating or something? Is that just?
I don't know how they do that in archaeology. I'm not an archaeologist. This is above my pay grade. Writing.
And then the other one I have is like, how do you tell, like, language evolves? How do you tell which way it's going? Can you tell, like, if you've got two languages that are like one another, how do you tell that? Because I think Noah's example would be that the Canaanites spoke whatever Noah did, and the counter argument is Noah spoke whatever the Canaanites did.
So even though I'm not familiar with that specific language group, usually we would analyze the languages in terms of syntax structure and vocabulary, and we'll look for words. Since we can, I presume from your question, we already know that these languages are related to a primordial language or a like some sort of a proto language of these two. Then we can track, given that we have records for all three of them, we can track similarities in terms of linguistics, semantics, and semiotics between those languages in terms of vocabulary, root basis word. Sorry, I don't know how to say this in English. Like it's the basis or the root of specific words, and if they retain the same meaning or similar meanings, and what's the context of the change if there was change, but the meaning is still in some sort of in proximity, and then we can establish the path of evolution, and also we have to have historical context.
I think it's.
I'm sorry, maybe I'm not explaining it very well.
No, you are. You actually explained it pretty good, and the etymon or the root word in the Hebrew would be like the prefix part of the word, like usually the first 2 or 3 letters of a word is the root word. Is that what you're talking? Yeah.
But keep in mind, actually, that we must have essentially some knowledge of all 3 languages in terms of vocabulary, in terms of like records made in those languages, like, and then we have to know the context in order for us to like derive or established connection of evolution and what direction and how.
Okay. I think I've somewhat answered it, and I think I just need to look into it way more myself. But thanks for the answer. It's one I've been curious about since I discussed this with Lion.
I love this topic, dude. It's one of my favorite topics. I'm actually happy that we have an actual Yahudi in the chat to bounce ideas
I'm not
back
religious
and forth.
anymore.
I know that, and it's unfortunate that you're not. But still, it's interesting, to engage with you, regardless whether you're religious or not.
I've always said I'm the ultimate skeptic. I'm open to all concepts as long as they're convincing. Like if you present me evidence for the existence of God, then I'll embrace it. I have to modify my opinion in accordance to what reality is. I always want to be correct.
So then to take it back to Flat Earth, what do we think about the pre-existing story from Gilgamesh, the Epic of Gilgamesh, that necessitates a flat enclosed Earth, but also necessitates many gods?
I mean, that could... The problem is
Lion already agreed to that. There's one main god and many godless.
You drag, specifically the Abrahamic God, drags a lot of quote-unquote baggage from his previous, cult or his previous worship. It is... In history, we observe how, people repurpose theology to suit a particular need, a context for their society and age. So it's not a surprise that Yahweh became a father god to a pantheon of gods, to a singular god, who now exists in this domain, heaven, while he previously lived between the two rivers of Tigris and Euphrates, right?
I just want to respond. He still is a singular god amongst a pantheon of gods. It's always been the case.
Where are the other gods?
What happened?
Where are the other gods?
Who are the other gods?
I think you said where. Where are the other gods?
Where or who? I had. You said where?
I said who and where. That's two questions, I guess. Who and where?
Well, if you understand the biblical narrative, right? There's divine principalities in high places. There's principalities in Deuteronomy, in Devarim 32:8. It talks about Yah, after the fall of Babel, ordaining principalities or demigods above every nation. And we have this concept of fallen angels, right, that are deified by the people. We have the Prince of Persia in the book of Daniel. We have the Prince of Gog and Magog, the Prince of Tyre. These are divine principalities, divine gods. And then you have the Canaanite gods, right?
Thing, or
no, literal? literally. And
no, I'm asking if you were interpreting it figuratively or
no, literally. So when God gets mad at Israelites for worshiping other deities, they're literally worshiping other demigods, and Canaan was included in the rebuke, right, of them worshiping Baal, right?
Do you know who Baal is, by the way? He's the son of El. In the Canaanite religion, he was the son of Elohim. Yahweh gave birth to Baal, his son.
Right. Well, if you understand the Watchers, the fallen angels, they're B'nai Ha-Elohim, right? Sons of God. There's more than one son of God, and many of them have fallen and want to be deified, want to be worshipped like the one true El. That's the narrative in the Bible, right? So there's always been a pantheon of gods and a divine council. Even in Psalms 82, Tehillim, you have the word of God rebuking the divine council, right? Because they were worshipped as gods.
Would you argue that the existence of a trinity is a problematic thing among, especially the Christian flavor of the Abrahamic cult?
A trinity? What do you mean? No, Christians, a lot of Christians are Trinitarians. Why? Why would that be a problem?
That's what I'm saying. Isn't that a problem? That creates three distinct entities who are also supposed to be a triune God, but they're distinct entities with distinct properties.
Yeah, that's not a Christian idea or a Catholic idea. That's an ancient Hebrew idea. If you go back to Bereshit chapter 2, God says, and Elohim said, "Let us make man in our image." So right there's more than one in the creation process.
It could be a royal us.
Right. Well, it's not a royal us because you have the definite qualifier right before the R, right? Let us create man in our image. And all over the place you have examples of the triune nature of the creator, where there is more than one entity in the heavens. So when you think of Elohim is it's plural, it's more than one. You have the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. It's been the case since Genesis, since the beginning of the book.
If I can get in here quickly, Lion, some people were expressing about the religious talk. Did you tell them just to go to a different server, or did you tell them just to use a different VC?
I told them both. I told them because Coco's under the impression that this server is only for science or like flat earth talk, and I made it clear to her that this is Omni server. Omni happens to be a Christian, and there's no problem with talking about philosophy. Yesterday we spent hours talking about philosophy. Today we're just touching the topic on the ancients, and she has a problem with it. And I told her if she don't like it, she can just log out, go somewhere else. Like,
yeah, let's try and push people to other VCs rather than just somewhere else and logging out. Okay.
Yeah, but all she does is bitch, dude, and complain.
No, I don't care. If you're going to put a narrative on someone to go somewhere else, tell them to use a different VC. Don't just tell them to fuck off to a different server, because that's how
Coco,
it'll be taken.
Coco, you can fuck off to a different VC.
Cool.
Nah, but she's annoying, dude. Like, you didn't hear her earlier, bro? Like, interrupting the flow of the conversation just a bitch. Oh, why are we talking about the Bible?
No, remember, you started talking about scripture, so I went and had lunch.
No, I actually didn't bring this up at all, dude.
No, but when I left,
it's
name? Because you started to try and go to scripture again, so I left. So that's why I weren't here.
All right. I did bring up the firmament, but other than that, I didn't. This guy went deep into it though.
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't know his name, dude.
It's Zoidberg.
So we can change the topic, dude. Like, it's not a problem. If the group wants to change the topic, I'm down to change the topic. But if we're having a flow and it's actually pretty good conversation, just because she doesn't like the topic, like, who's her to come and change the topic? Like, nobody. If like the SC or one of the head mods is going to change the topic, I have no problem.
VC to try and flow people there if they want to have those kind of discussions.
Sorry, guys, I didn't know. I didn't know, like, I didn't want to cause any. I just wanted to, I guess, help out Eggshells in the sense that I think he was making a correct argument against flat Earth.
Yeah, sorry, but you were kind of bringing it up to kind of falsify flat Earth in a way, and I don't think that was explained to Coco what you were doing. She thought you were just going on the side of religion or something.
No. It was just that the Bible was used as an argument. Where
do I go if I want to discuss whether I can discuss flat Earth? That was not bad.
But this all gets it. Also, you can pull evolution into this and the origin of men, anthropology, paleontology. It's all related. It's all connected, dude. Our worldviews. It's all connected, bro.
Somebody tell Omni to come here, like, we're gonna talk about flat Earth.
Yeah, I'll drag him up. I've dragged you up, Omni.
Hi.
I think it's fascinating because it is much more related to reality, where obviously I think flat Earth is not. So my major fascination is in psychology, and history is a Yeah, it's an interesting way to look at it. Even down to like psychology of what you choose to believe in or how you choose to get a degree of confidence about the age of one text or civilization over that of another. And yeah, it goes all the way from what did they say to morality to the shape of the earth. Because Lyon openly, I think quite boldly admits that he takes a quite literalist view and acknowledges that there's good arguments for the globe, but he chooses theological arguments for flat earth.
You know what's kind of interesting though, actually? Eratosthenes lived around 200, 280 BC to whatever. So when people were using those texts, right, which is a fully formed religion, at least the Hebrews, they were aware of those experiments. They were aware of the fact that Eratosthenes, for one, discovered the Earth is a sphere. For two, discovered the diameter of the sphere, right? Something.
You have a writing of that? You have like a writing that the Hebrews knew Eratosthenes?
No, he existed in that time, and his work was, especially specifically because he was in Egypt, his work was accessible.
I exist in your time, and you don't know what work I do.
No, I'm strictly speaking of hypotheticals, right? Like they existed in close proximity to each other. Yeah. And Eratosthenes, who was a famous, I guess, philosopher, had made that experiment available, and it was known throughout that specific period. What he discovered, he recorded it. There were plenty of Hebrews who were academics at the time. They probably had access to some of his work.
So you have some of his original source text?
All right, we know you're doing this Mr. Jones's HVAC system. We know things about you.
Yeah, I do think that's interesting, but I also could easily see why they would, cling to the earlier texts they had that clearly, have the dome and the portals with the, sentient sun and moon passing through them and all of that stuff. That you could hear about these crazy Egyptians/Greeks who think that the earth is a ball and just think, yeah, but they worship, parrot-headed gods, so they're all nuts. I think it's an interesting point. I don't mean to throw it out as a point, but I can also easily see how they would disregard it. Because it seemed very, particularly the Israelites and also the, the Sumerians before them, seemed really parochial. Like they didn't seem to travel very great distances. And that, I think, is the difference that makes the difference for whether you become a glober, is whether you've travelled great enough distances to notice the effects of seasons and stars and all of the things that are good indications of a ball.
I posted
Sorry, go.
I posted some quotes from Homer in the chat. It's a meme. He describes his cosmology, and it lines up with the Hebrew cosmology of the time. Maybe they were influencing each other, but either way, this was across the board. And I'll keep posting. Go ahead.
It would be interesting to see that.
There's a famous Indian mathematician and astronomer who lived around, I think, 400 something CE to 500 CE, something like this. And he also discovered that the Earth is a sphere. Right? So from both sides, geographically, from Greece and India, and through one of the major trade routes of the ancient world, from China to the Middle East, we had knowledge and technology of mathematics that proved that the Earth is a sphere. Yeah, somebody has to pick it up for sure. Like knowing academics, they're all nerds, and they'll copy new information to store and save and work on. So I assume this spread out.
Yeah,
but it was
I could easily
convincing, I guess.
We see that today as well, don't we?
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. They would probably. It stands to reason they would probably be aware of it, particularly because it was back in that day when sort of all academic texts tended to always be in the same language, wasn't it? Like you'd all use whatever the current smart language was.
I think Greek was used a lot, not only by the Greeks, but by a lot of people in, I guess, the Levant and Mesopotamia. Sure, Greek was used a lot.
It was the
In
lingua
Africa,
franca.
Greek
It was like English today. Back then, it was Greek.
And then from the east side of things, I think I'm not sure. Some version of Hindi.
Sanskrit.
Sanskrit. Sanskrit. Is it Sanskrit? No, Sanskrit is a dead language, no?
Yeah. Sanskrit was the academic language for a few, hundreds of years.
Yeah, so assume if it was
now
Sanskrit.
it's turned into Hindi, and it's basically the same language. It was just written quite differently and slightly different pronunciations.
Yeah, I assume that was the case. Then that probably spread out from India to Persia, because Persian is probably like a big language. People used Persian like a major political superpower in that region. So, and Persians had access to Greek, and they exchanged a lot of correspondence and documents in Greek. So, information probably was translated multiple times. So yeah, they had access, but wholly ineffective. Why?
Are you asking
And it's
even
like,
today
specifically
about the same question? So it's evidence that people are still similar to the people of that day, but for some reason those people were primitive.
I honestly think Sanskrit came from white folks. That's my instincts anyway. Just having a look.
How do you get that instinct?
Well, is it Lithuanian? I forget which. I forget the peoples, but if you look at the languages side by side, there's many words. They're almost identical today.
Indo-European languages are very similar. Yeah.
Well, Welsh is the old Colburn language is in there too. But I'm just saying, if you on my old computer, I had side by side comparisons, and it's crazy how similar
Why does
they
that
are.
mean that the brown people are speaking a white man's language rather than white people are speaking a brown man's language?
Yeah, well, I've got this sort of idea in my head that there was a sort of, I think it was perhaps the Scythian tribes or something like that, and they went round and sort of, put their spirituality out there, because they were around China a lot as well. So
Josephus records the Scythians being ancient, connected with the ancient Macedonians. The ancient Macedonians were considered Scythians, and that they also are connected to ancient Indo-European, Japhite, Shemitic races. It's all connected.
All of this is superfluous. We literally have established Indo-European connections between all Indo-European languages. The language I speak right now has words that were mentioned and uttered by people 6,000 years ago. Like you can open any linguistics specific origins of languages, historicity of languages, right? And book, university course book, and you can read that. They'll give you examples with words. Like, I'm not even joking. Some of them will astound you how they still persisted until this day. What was the famous example I gave? A second.
But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if an ancient Iranian connected to ancient Assyrian bloodlines traveled eastwards towards India and settled in India, and originally thousands and thousands of years ago were white.
Yeah,
that wouldn't surprise me at all.
You can still see that influence in northern India, can't you? Because they're the sort of Bollywood people.
The word father comes from a Proto-Indo-European language in Svater. It still exists to this day, has changed very little. Fater, father. It's crazy.
Mother
is the same. Brother is the same. Sister is Svesor is sister in the Proto-Indo-European languages. Words you have been speaking have been uttered by human beings like 10,000 BC, probably. It should be like humbling and incredibly amazing as well for everybody here.
Are you talking like at the Tower of Babel, like when all the languages were changed?
The word for 2 and 1, by the way, and 3, 4. I'm reading 5. Yeah, water, plow, fire. Like they still persist. Basic words that like give people like life, or just family, food, still the same. They have not changed.
But yeah, when you talk about the Aryan bloodlines, why was the occult so fascinating? I'm saying, well, yeah, why is the occult in like Nazi Germany fascinating with the Aryan bloodline and Theosophy and Madame Blavatsky and like, you know, the ancient Iranians, Aryan, Assyrian bloodlines? Why is that bloodline so like sought after?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's my current like, and this could change obviously, and it's heavy speculation on my part. But I honestly think like Lao Tzu and Buddha and lots of very influential people were part of this tribe. Blue eyes, blonde or red hair, very tall. Yeah, the more I look into it, the more I'm like, there is a thing about Buddha where they say, you know, because the blue eyes, the very earliest depictions of Buddha with blue eyes, they talk about, well, it's more symbolic because of the lotus flowers and this kind of stuff, poetic. But I'm not so sure. Well,
I don't understand. What is this like obsession with race?
Very tall. What?
What is this obsession with race? Why do they have to be white?
Yeah, that's the bit I'm not getting.
The thing is, like, I've had to sort of like I like multiculturalism. I like the fact that we've got this situation now where we want to look at everyone as equal and all that good stuff. You know, no supremacy. I like that. But the more I've looked into it, the more I've seen that, wait a minute, it looks like they were a sort of hierarchy. And
so are you saying that brown people can never achieve anything? So brown people can never achieve anything, and everything achieved in history is done by white people?
Dude, if it came to the thing where all the stuff I've seen, they were black folks, then I would be saying that, right? So
I'm just not understanding the logic that because the language in white people countries is the same as the language. Like, I presume you get the idea that almost all languages on Earth, with a few notable exceptions, are meant to descend from Proto-Indo-European, right?
You have evidence for that.
Say again, do I have evidence? No, I've just heard smart people say.
I said we have evidence, like academia has evidence for that. That the European languages descend from Indo-European.
So there's a good what I'm getting at is to Andy is there's a good reason why white people should speak a language that appears around the Indus Valley, like Pakistan area. I'm not getting why that would be an indication that white people are speaking a brown man's language. Now, I think the point about like depicting Buddha with blue eyes might be a stronger example to say, well, maybe he was blue-eyed and the whole region there were blue-eyed people. But I think the challenge would have to be when you depict non-godlike creatures, because Buddha's also depicted with like insanely long earlobes and is meant to have not passed through a birth canal unless we're going to accept the divinity of Buddha.
And that's
then you have to say some parts about his story have been faked and his appearance.
It's interesting though, actually, because I kind of like scratched it, and I'm going to talk about it. The people of India are Caucasian.
Yes, most proper Caucasus.
Wait, what?
But they're white. not white, but they're considered Caucasian.
What?
Right?
That's new to me.
Let me explain. Let me explain. The ancient Yamnaya people, right, which are the progenitors of quote unquote white Europeans, come from Central Asia. They mixed with Anatolian Neolithic farmers to produce what is now the European. But the people of India are considered Caucasian. They have the same origin as quote unquote white Europeans.
Yeah.
Right? If you trace down if you trace down mitochondrial DNA, if you trace down if you look at PCA charts and see how like alleles cluster, right? So not alleles. If you see how people cluster paternal DNA and so on, right? You come to the conclusion that Europeans spread from today. Majority of our genes come from people from the mountainous regions of India and Central Asia. The Yamnaya people.
Wow.
And the whatever mix was existing here in Europe were Neolithic farmers. Like I think the Sardinians and the Corsicans retain the highest percentage, around 60%, of ancient European DNA, which shows exactly that. We come from that region.
Which kind of makes sense as well.
Northern India, northern Persia, northern Iran, the Caucasus.
Yeah, and the beliefs in the caste system and inherent to parts of Hinduism are that as you're higher up the social hierarchy, the paler and paler your skin is. So the idea of Aryan comes from there, and it's believed, I think, by anthropologists that was a sort of way because the Dravidian people are down in the south. They're much darker, and their language is not Proto-Indo-European. It's noticeably different and doesn't have a lot of the same root sounds. Like one of the notable examples I can think of is the word for no in almost all Proto-Indo-European, maybe there's some exceptions, has an N sound. So
and yeah,
nay, like da 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 da. Whereas it's illa in Tamil, which is a Dravidian thing, and they think that it was used as a justification for subjugating darker peoples, is to say, well, our difference is that we're paler and therefore we're more godly.
Yeah, but it wasn't the sort of picture I've been painted a lot by Ashologos. You know, Christopher Beckworth. He seems to be the authority on the Scythian tribe. They wasn't. It wasn't. They really looked up to these people. It wasn't like they had such honor, virtue, you know, righteousness. When they took over they literally imparted wisdom onto these people. It wasn't
the
like
Aryans conquered India.
It wasn't like 12 years a slave, Eggs. That's the picture. You know, we talk about slavery today, and it's not like we think of it then. And
I don't understand what I was saying implied. You can implied any of that. What was I saying?
Well, I'm just trying to. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll post the Ashologos stuff because I'll never do it justice. Like the sort of, yeah, it's like the Scythian tribes and the roots and its branches, and they absolutely went everywhere. And so, yeah,
the Aryan people conquered northern India, and eventually, like, subdued the majority of the kingdoms there. Not to mention, they ruled over Persia for the longest time, right?
Yeah.
That's why Iran is Iran or Aryan. That's where it comes from. Those dynasties were the dynasties of the Aryan people. That's why northern Indians are very different than southern Indians. And I was pointed out linguistically they're different too. Not to mention genetically. We can look at genetic research and see clustering. If you open a PCA chart for Central Asia and South Asia, you'd see that people in the north of India, especially the mountainous regions, differ in terms of their genetic makeup.
There's definitely some grab
from an ethnic standpoint than people in southern India.
Yeah, I'm just going to say I think there's definitely some hidden history.
But they're not white.
I don't throw out all of history, but there's definitely some grabble. I don't know.
it's surprising that Zoidberg says that. That's what I believe happened too. That the Iranians established themselves in India thousands of years ago. But where did the Iranians originally come from? They come from the Fertile Crescent. Right? They're part of the ancient Medes and Assyrians that commingled. That's why you get the word Aryan comes from the suffix of Assyrian.
I don't know if that's true.
I'm just telling you. I'm telling you where I think happened. So I think that some of the Assyrian tribes that also were part Mede, which would have been, you have Semites and Japhites that commingled, that eventually migrated to the east towards where India is now. Whether there was
because
people,
they come from the light of Shem, you're using it that way, right?
So
that
this
and the
video,
language that they spoke.
This video I'm just posting, even the titles like captures your imagination a bit. The interconnectedness of the Aryan people, the royal Scythian Gothic connection, royal Scythian. That already you're like, okay, that seems to point to some kind of branching off right there. But like I say, just that content is so good. I love Ashalogos. He's done a lot of homework in that area. So
I'll be very skeptical of this.
Well, of course you would. That's fine. I watched Tom Cowan video yesterday. I think that's his name. He there's a channel called UK Column. I think they've been booted off YouTube now, but it is really good. It's really good. I think Omni's just about to come in and interrupt because we're talking about it. But the title of the video is "Has a virus ever actually been shown to exist?" And it's it just goes through the whole
we need
thing.
to skip. We need to skip that.
It's a really good video. UK Column are really good because they exposed a lot of charity grabble. And they exposed the fact that there's a guy called Brian Garish, he's an ex-Navy man who's on there. And he was sort of saying there's 175,000 charities in the UK and they're all basically at the top of that pyramid is what were they called? Oh yeah, the company's called Common Purpose, and they essentially use that money to bribe politicians and police and do all kinds of nefarious shit with that money. So,
Are they Aryan?
I don't think so. Yeah, I didn't mean to change the topic. I'm just saying, shout out to UK Column.
Like the one about
they do some good stuff.
The Aryan conspiracy now.
But we just can't talk about it, which is a shame.
Yeah, I'm not going to go into detail. I'll just.
What is this about giants? Somebody mentioned something earlier. Somebody claimed they're giants. What is this about giants? I hear so much about these giants on TikTok. People talk about giants and.
You missed it yesterday, but I mean, if he's here, he can give you a rerun of it. But it was, and I don't think I'm strawmanning too badly when I say this, but yeah, he's gone. What does he go by again? Prove me wrong. BB Wolf posted a video where there is what I would see as an obviously carved footprint into sandstone next to a temple, which is a really common Buddhist thing to do. And was like, I want to hear your excuses for this. Oh yeah, he's posted it again in the chat. And we were like, well, I was particularly like, I think somebody's carved that there. And his argument essentially was people can't carve things like that, therefore it must have been a giant footprint. Or Shu actually thought it was like
not carving the rock eggs.
Would that be the only evidence for a giant? Or I assume that if you have a footprint, would be something like skeleton, fossils.
There's plenty of evidence, dude.
Okay, so first of all,
there might be better evidence.
Yeah, none of this was evidence for giants. I was simply asking for people's excuses for what they see.
Sure, you were pretending.
So it's like a ink, the ink test, right? What is it called?
Rorschach test. To see how retarded people are.
Gotcha. To see how honest
with the Bigfoot.
was a dwarf with the big foot.
It could be a dwarf with a really big foot. Yeah, could it have been that? Prove me wrong. Just a guy with a really abnormally large foot. Tiny little man with a massive foot. 3/4 of his body mass is just in his right foot. Left foot, sorry.
I mean, sure, whatever.
So that's the thing. Prove me wrong doesn't seem to actually want to make the claim it's giants, just obviously be arguing that it's giants without saying it.
Now,
But you
know, a good lawyer only presents evidence.
No, they make a closing argument that shows the conclusion. That's just dumb and wrong.
They make no claims.
Yes, they do. They make a closing argument and an opening argument, both of which is filled with claims that the evidence is meant to support. I will show you that that person definitely murdered those people.
Hold on. Well, he said a good lawyer, and that would be subjective, good and bad in both of your worldviews. So typically you're giving your opinion of what you think a good lawyer is, and he's giving his opinion. So you guys really can't decide on what is good because you don't have like an external standard.
If you get a lawyer that doesn't make an opening or closing argument, you don't just have a bad lawyer. You've got somebody who's barely even a lawyer.
Yeah, that's your opinion.
That is a really, really
Do you know
nice
what a claim
to defend
is?
a dumb claim.
A claim is stating something as being true. Now, a lawyer would never do that because that would
Yes,
put a
they do.
lawyer in a position where he would have to prove something.
Well, they do, though. That's exactly how they make their case.
No, they don't.
Opening and closing arguments, they make a bunch of claims and then they attempt to show you through the evidence that those claims are true. But they will stand there and they will say, do you want me to pull one up right now? Like they say, I will show you through the evidence that there is easily reasonable doubt, or the other guy will say, it is beyond a reasonable doubt that so-and-so committed this crime. They will make that claim. It's
Guys, I just wanna
absolutely balmy to suggest that's not the case. It's just like wanting to double down on one dumb claim about a footprint with another dumb claim about lawyers.
Guys, I just want to correct myself from the previous conversation. Well, it's not a correction, but it's a nuance. The earliest records of living people, right, settlements or whatever, in the Fertile Crescent are at least 14,000 years ago. The earliest confirmed record for Canaanite culture is at least 4,000 years ago.
Okay.
Just wanted to, I don't want to be called the sons. Sorry to divert the subject.
So now that you're aware, prove me wrong, that lawyers can make claims about what their evidence shows, are you willing to claim that your evidence shows that that footprint was left by a real foot, which is clearly what you were claiming yesterday?
Again, I've never made any claims. I'm just presenting evidence.
Okay.
That itself is a claim.
Okay.
I mean, for some reason, you really want me to make a claim so that you can like attack. That's it.
Well, no, I'm happy with you not, because it shows you're too cowardly to.
Well, clearly
back your
not,
own
because
claim,
you keep wanting me to make a claim. So clearly not. You're clearly not okay with it.
Well, I'm kind of fine either way, because it's obvious that's your position. So we can still make
about it.
Yeah, we can still make fun of the position, which is clear that you hold, and then we get the subsequent lols of you not wanting to actually defend that position. Because
Wait, but why? Why do you want to do that? Like, I don't understand.
So basically, you're masturbating. That's all you're doing.
Yeah, like, what are you doing, dude? Yeah.
Okay, my question is, and I'm asking you guys,
hold something to be true and isn't willing to defend it?
Listen, you're just masturbating at this point, man. That's all you're doing.
Sure, you're masturbating too.
I don't think you don't want to discuss it at all. Like,
I'm not willing to discuss it. Do you think?
You're only willing to discuss it if someone makes a claim about it first. That's what
I'm willing to make the claim that it's carved. Like, have you seen the footprint? Do you want to take a look at it, Tora, and say whether you think it would be possible or impossible for humans to carve a footprint?
No, I'm not interested in that. I was just interested in you two going back and forth and talking. That's all.
But what are you doing?
I'm
Are you just going back and forth and talking? Have you joined in the masturbation? There's three of us wanking now. This is a good old circle.
I'm listening, and all I hear you is you're just taking shots at BB for some reason. Why don't you just like he's presented the claim? You're saying it's carved. What do you
No, he
think,
hasn't.
BB? Is it
I thought he
carved?
said
No, he
hasn't.
didn't present a claim. He didn't.
Oh, you're
actually
lying
claim.
now. Who's
Yeah.
who's
Wait,
masturbating?
what did I?
He's
What?
edging.
You
What
said
are you talking
you're saying
about?
he presented a claim. The whole thing he's saying is he didn't present
No,
a
I
claim.
said
Pick a
BB
side, man.
presented. No, you presented a claim saying it's carved based on his evidence. So what do you think, BB? That's what I just said.
No, you said he
Oh,
presented
done
a
it
claim.
backwards.
I heard you word for word.
Yeah, he said,
Yeah, to me
you
it
might
does
have
not appear
misspoken and said
carved.
it backwards.
Okay, sorry, I might have misspoke. I didn't mean it in that fashion. I meant that
All good.
Eggshells is making the claim it's carved. What do you think, BB?
Yeah, it doesn't look carved at all.
I mean, yesterday you were saying people couldn't carve sandstone like that.
Yeah, they can't. They can't.
There's
Who can't?
if
Why?
it
What
was
presents
let's say it was carved.
Mm.
Geologists or whoever would notice that it was carved, dude.
Yeah.
You
What
could
do you think
tell
they say
because
about
it's
it?
because of the erosion would be, or you wouldn't have any erosion and look freshly carved.
Well, only
Compared to
Wait,
the
are you
rock around
telling
it.
me? Wait, Eggshells, you're
couldn't
saying
carve
you
it.
just think it looks carved by looking at it, like you don't have other archaeologists or geologists to back up your claim?
Oh, I mean, I can find them if you want, sure. Like,
Will
I
they?
guarantee if I search for them,
I thought
they
that
will
was. I
say
thought that's
this
why
has
you
been
would
carved
say
this way.
that. What do you
Why?
mean? You
When did
just
I say
made
that?
that up?
Did you make up that I said that? Are you getting upset about
That
making
it's
things up
carved?
after having just made something up?
No, you said it was carved. So you just
Yeah,
like
I think it
ad
looks
hoc
carved.
that?
Well, because it
Like
looks
ad
carved.
hoc rescue device?
Rescue from what? A thing that looks carved is probably carved because giants probably don't exist. And if they do, their feet would look like feet and not look like carved feet.
Giants don't exist.
I wish I had I have a hard drive at
Take a
home
look at it
filled with.
before you defend it.
There's a
Cora,
dude
before you
named
defend
Andre
it.
the Giant that literally existed. So I don't know what you're talking about.
He's only like 7 foot tall. Just take a look at the foot. First, I would
How big
really
is it,
strongly
please?
recommend before you jump into BB's defense, take a look at the foot in question, then come back
right.
and
What
see
is
how
your
fast
deal
it
with
is.
like jumping to defense of this or that? I'm just trying to have the conversation move on from your weird like I'm trying to pick a fight with someone thing.
Yeah, you sound like you're doing all of the things. Each time you bring something up, it sounds like you're doing the thing. Like, take
Yeah,
a look
who
at
we
the foot.
fight
Tell me what
next?
you think.
Who we fight next? I'm
No,
on
well,
it.
actually,
It's circle jerking. We're not fighting today. It's a three-way wank fest. Let's
Fuck
grab
it.
one of those elbows.
BB, where'd you post it?
I'm not down for that kind of fight.
Oh, I posted the
Oh.
video in the chat. I can't post images, so it's
Oh,
just
it's a
the
video.
YouTube
It's a
link.
video. All right.
Yeah, so the video starts
Think about
exactly
something.
where the quote unquote carving is.
I'll link it again immediately. But
I didn't keep a copy of that screen capture I did yesterday.
Yeah. Oh,
Hey,
maybe I did actually.
what are you
because I
talking
did it on
about?
my phone.
What carving
Giants.
is that? What are you talking
Here we
about?
go. I'll post a screen grab in the chat so we can know the foot we're talking about. We're saying that I've just posted in the chat. Hang on, it's popping up now. 26 minutes past the hour. So the question is that left by an actual real foot that belongs to something, which is obviously the position BB holds and probably doesn't. Well, oh, did I just hear Dora switch sides?
Yeah, that one looks freshly carved, dude. I just got to be honest. I don't know.
Yeah, baby.
Now, did you actually look at the footprint itself?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
you
looking
can
at it.
kind of tell it's freshly carved, dude. But just because if you compare the erosion around it, it looks like if that was thousands of years old, you could tell, bro. It looks like they just carved it. It's in probably a few years.
Oh well, I'm not talking about thousands of years old. But here's the thing: that doesn't look carved. If you actually look at it, it looks like it was imprinted when whatever it was soft.
I mean, there is something to that. Like, I still think it's carved, but I get what BB's saying, which is if you look at the sort of, it almost looks like the ripple that goes around it behind the heel, which you could imagine it's sort of squelching in mud, pushing a little wave backwards. Like, I can get why he's saying it. It just, to me, that's not what a foot looks like. That's like what a 3-year-old drawing a foot looks like.
But
So
BB,
remember,
I
the
got
truth.
the
truth always.
If that
hold
is
on, the truth-
sandstone, if that is
hold on.
sandstone, how did it hold from being wet?
hold on.
To the hotness of today.
Go ahead.
That's a
BB.
good question.
It needs pressure. Yes, so it must have quite a overburden to compress it.
Well, I don't know, but I'm just telling you what it looks like. And when you actually
Mm.
investigate it, when you actually
But-
look at it, it does not look like it's carved at all, because you can actually see where the impressions of the toes are that are being left from when it was soft. When you actually look at it, remember, truth requires investigation, not a glance.
Yeah,
I understand, but just to be fair, bro. Hold on.
Don't you think those two toes looks rather square? I mean, if you look,
Those don't look like toes to me. Again,
it doesn't to me.
Hold on,
If that's the case, then the toes must be very
listen.
square, rectangular shape.
Listen, the truth requires investigation. So when you look closer at the photograph, you'll discover that actually looks like some kind of shoe. And you can actually see where the toes are imprinted above those squares in the whatever it is, this material that we're looking at, upon investigation, not a glance.
Or upon
It could be
investigation.
the case. I just want to say real quick.
Know how sandstone gets hard.
Right after
gets
Stefan.
hard. We know how sandstones get hard. They need quite a big pressure or overburden.
So I have this weekend. I'm going to bring this topic up again when I'm ready for it. Right now, I don't have all the photos, but I have a specific folder in my hard drive at home filled with footprints of giants from the past in the Americas, in the Himalayas, around where the monks are. There's footprints that don't look like this footprint. This footprint looks freshly carved, but I have other footprints that look legit, BB, bigger than that one. Or around the same size.
So it's a very common thing for Buddhists to do, and there are examples of them carving footprints that look way more like feet. Like, really, you'd be pressed. I mean, some of the challenge with them, I think, is they're right next to other stone carvings, increasing to me the probability that these are stone carvings. But according to BB, part of the evidence I think Tora should know is BB saying that sandstone can't be carved.
No, I hear what you're saying, and yeah, I mean, it looks. I see what BB's saying. Like, is it like a shoe with a sandal, and then the whole thing was like down? And I don't know if it's during the flood or something. But what's the reason, Eggshells, that they would carve a foot into the mountain?
Well,
was that just like a tradition of theirs to say like we've walked here or something?
Yeah, I think it's meant to be this idea that Buddha's foot was there because Buddha in some incarnations, particularly in the Zen Buddhism, is depicted as being like 30, 40 foot tall.
Okay, so they also have this They also have like a depiction of giants as well in their religion. Just his name was Buddha.
Well, one giant, yeah. And in some sects of Buddhism, whereas I don't think it was ever written about Buddha that he was massive. It's just, and I'm not even sure. I don't think that Zen Buddhists now or ever believed that he was giant. Just that they depicted him as giant, as in he was a giant that walked among men, trying to signify his importance rather than suggesting he physically was that size. But I could be wrong on the latter. I'm not sure. I'm not.
Like how people in science say we like stand on the shoulders of giants, like that kind of like an idiom thing.
It could be. That's the way I interpret it, but I could well be wrong. Maybe they did think they were, genuine giant footprints. But there are some really true to life looking massive footprints in many Buddhist temples.
Don't we tend to venerate great men by constructing humongous statues of them?
Yeah.
Typically we do, and that's my question. So the existence of giants, in your opinion, is just like non-feasible.
I wouldn't say it's impossible. I would find it improbable, but absolutely not impossible. Certainly something that big, I think, it's only going to reach a certain amount of height. And I think, humans could potentially be 3-4 times taller before it starts presenting problems for physics and biology. But I wouldn't consider a footprint that looks like a 3-year-old carved it to be good evidence for that. I think that other things would be better evidence for it. Right, like historical accounts could be one of them, but I would also expect to find dwellings of theirs or burials chambers where they've been
bones, tools, clothing.
Yeah, like the same evidence we find for other dead things. I would hope to find evidence, and that would increase my probability. that
So
giants
it could
exist.
be a minuscule amount of them, maybe. Yeah, okay, I hear you. But what would like? How would the evolutionary, like, say it did become like, okay, yeah, there's definitely giants. Like, evolution would answer like, were they our ancestors that we came from them, or just like another species that came out of the water from a bigger fish or something?
Yeah, it could be.
Nice one.
Like it could just be the opposite answer to the what are the pygmy people? And there was also like, what is it, Homo florensis and stuff, where we found these humanoids, particularly on tiny islands where it seems that nutrients are quite small, where they're not dwarves.
I'm pretty sure.
Say again?
Olympus.
Yeah, Omni, what do you think? Do you think it's possible there were giants? Like, do you believe they were ever giants?
I don't think there were, but I think it's entirely, like, it's possible, but I just don't think it's the case.
What about you,
Andy's
Omni?
a way better example.
Do you think that Goliath was a giant?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I was wondering, Omni, like, do you believe in giants like Goliath? Like, I don't know, 9 foot tall?
Yeah, I think Goliath was probably, I don't remember, was it 9 feet tall? I mean, they gave him a height, right? It wasn't like 3 stories tall. It was something.
Yeah, they were, the giants after the flood were different than the ones before the flood, right?
I'm just saying, I I mean, I've seen Andre the Giant, and he was pretty big. I don't know if he.
Well, who was it? Who was it in the Bible that they said that when they saw them, they were as grasshoppers to them?
Joshua and Caleb.
Abraham was pretty big, right? In height, at least. Solomon.
I would think all of
King
them
Solomon
were pretty tall,
was very tall.
Yeah, considering their ages and stuff like that. Yeah, for sure.
You got King Og, also, which is in the same family as Goliath, or the same tribe, around the same type of people.
Yeah, what was it? They said they brought back, like, Joshua and Caleb brought back, like, grapes that were gigantic. Like, they were huge, right?
They seen the giants carrying grapes that were like, I forget the cubit measurement, but it would have been equivalent. A cluster of grapes was 6 feet tall, dude. So somehow they were manipulating the plant genetics to make them grow extraordinarily large.
That's the part that I wonder, like, eggshells, don't you think it's possible to, like, manipulate the genetics of a human so that way they don't stop growing at, like, 20 or whatever, that they just continue to grow? Just like how you do with plants, you know?
Yeah, I just think the argument is, which I haven't really crunched the numbers on, but you get up to a certain height and then your overall mass is so great, particularly if it's above your center of gravity, the problem gets worse and worse exponentially, that you would need enormous sturdy legs, and then you could no longer occupy a bipedal form where we've got these skinny little ankles and these delicate little feet with arches, right? So if you see, the argument goes that, like, if you look at animals that are massive, they're kind of triangle shaped. So elephants, kind of blocky triangle shaped, quadrupedal. T-Rex, bipedal, but...
Are you saying your feet didn't grow since you were a baby?
No. What I'm saying is there is an upper limit that you can get to. For all I know, like, it could be near 20 foot tall, but there is this upper limit you get to where it's just not feasible to maintain the same physiology, and you would end up either being quadrupedal, having 4 legs, or being kind of triangle shaped like a T-Rex, where he's got these massive claw feet, giant hench thighs, like he never missed a leg day, but he skips every arm day because he can't carry mass that high up in the air.
Yeah, I don't think a T-Rex is
like
feasible,
the elephant.
bro.
Yeah, the leg.
Yeah.
No, it's like the legs of the elephant, which has a special taut skin to be able to maintain the blood pressure and get the blood to flow back to the heart. So yeah, there's a few physiological problems being a giant.
Yeah, I just think, like, the whole thing, like, to accept a T-Rex but not a giant is kind of, like, weird in my opinion, just because, like, I own chickens and I have a human imagination. So yeah, I could definitely imagine, like, a giant chicken. But yeah, I don't know. Like, just this giant predator thing with tiny arms. Like, I don't know, man. Sounds weird.
Yeah,
Well,
but
I
then
don't
again,
think
it depends on the size of the heart and the blood system, and they have sort of the same systems as today's elephant does to
Yeah, I mean, you're
keep.
talking about
Yeah,
a feathered, like big chicken, dude. Is essentially what you're saying. Yeah,
T-Rex didn't have feathers.
it was a chicken is a descendant of it.
Yeah, from what's it called, Oxtrix or something like that, and those types. But they're just tiny.
Yeah, but
Feather.
if you reverse engineered that and just like studied a chicken and then had a wild imagination, you could totally come up with the idea of a T-Rex or something. I could like see that.
Aren't they kind of
It's chickens comes from a different branch of dinosaurs.
Yeah, aren't they depicting dinosaurs with feathers now since they found certain fossils? Like
They
even
have
like
found
the raptor
yeah. They have
might have
found
had
quite
feathers.
yeah. Yeah, but I can't remember the name of that. There's one famous bird or sort of halfway between a bird and a dinosaur. It has the characterizations of both animals at the same time. Those have feathers.
They were warm-blooded, they're saying, not cold-blooded.
Yeah, not reptiles, right? I'm talking
Yeah,
about
not
these things were
reptiles.
birds. Yeah. So
They
yeah,
were
like when you
warm-blooded.
have a chicken, yeah. You ever observed chickens for a while, Stefan? I mean, it's like Jurassic Park, bro. Throw them some food.
Yeah, I took one look at that T-Rex tour. I was like, no, that was never a thing. So sorry.
It's crazy to think that was a thing and giants weren't a thing, in my opinion. I don't know. It's just like, what the heck?
So would your view be, because the idea is T-Rexes have been dug up sometimes by archaeologists, but also my understanding is many of their fossilized bones have been found by ordinary people who then call in the archaeologists. So for you, what you're saying to be true, I would need to believe that all of those incidents are faked, and conversely, the same has happened in the opposite direction when it comes to the existence of giants, that never has it been that an ordinary person in the public has found a massive, 4 foot tall human looking skull. And, or they have, and they've called up the archaeologists, and men in black have come and whisked it away and, whacked people and hidden that knowledge from us. And that's the bit that I find improbable.
You found a T-Rex skull?
Well, I mean, many T-Rexes skulls have been found.
Yeah, they have multiple T-Rex. The argument that I would make is, did they actually put the anatomy together correctly?
That's a good
depict
question.
An actual. I'm not sure if they did put it together correctly.
Yeah, because there was that phase when
it was like a dragon or something. You think?
I think it was a dragon, dude.
Well, I'm just asking ChatGPT what its arms could do. This is quite funny. Muscular and strong, each arm could lift 400 pounds. Oh, what the fuck? Equipped with 2 claws that were about 4 inches long, lightly capable of limited movement, including flexing at the elbow, possibly grasping. What could T-Rex use its arms for? Holding on to prey during close bite attack. The arms might have helped hold struggling prey. Mating behavior. They could have played a role in gripping during reproduction. Helping to stand. Some argue the arms might have helped push the body up from a lying position, although others dispute this. What couldn't they do? Reach its mouth. The arms were too short. Grab or manipulate objects with finesse. Defend itself effectively. They were too small, limited in range for combat. Yeah,
that's funny.
Yeah, it's funny. I looked at. That was the first thing I looked at. I mean, obviously, you can't help it. You're like, what are those little arms? that doesn't look right.
The thing is, theoretically, and I'm just hypothesizing here, but theoretically, T-Rex could have had wings, but the wings were made out of some type of cartilage that wouldn't have petrified or fossilized like the rest of it. I don't know, though.
just like turkeys have wings, but they don't actually fly. The T-Rex might have had some type of wings. Not that it was that it could go. What's the word I'm looking for? Not airborne, but it could, probably jump a little bit and use its wings to try to maybe get into a higher plateau or something.
And that's kind of how I see the T-Rex's arms. Is that like, sure, it's got arms, but they don't do much arming. As the chicken has wings, but they don't do much flying.
In the Jurassic Park movies, though, they got another version, if I remember rightly, where it did have long arms, right? I mean, or is that just fantasy? I don't know.
Multiple predatory dinosaurs were big. Will sometimes have big arms so they can grab to things and help themselves to whatever flesh they can like take from the animal, and sometimes it's small when they count more on their hind legs or their jaw. There are multiple predatory dinosaurs that are as big as the T-Rex that have like functional arms. There's just a different species of dinosaur.
Did they ever like balance on their tail and kick things with their legs like a kangaroo? Maybe.
That's what I think as well when I say small arms. But yeah, like to me to say that T-Rex couldn't have existed, if we found, I've been Googling it, like 30 odd have been found, 15 to 30 fairly complete T-Rex skulls have been found. Deposit that they go on a different creature, I think you're just going to end up with a creature that is very similar to a T-Rex anyway.
Yeah, like a dragon of some sort, I hear you. But like it would make more sense with like, are we saying this thing's a reptile or like what is a T-Rex?
I don't know. It wouldn't matter to me. Like they're meant to be birds, effectively, not reptiles.
So then like what, like, so yeah, I guess like speciation, kingdom, class, all that's just kind of arbitrary anyways.
What is a dragon though? Like the Asian dragons who are just big snakes, or like what kind of a dragon?
It's a class of its own. It's a tanin. It wouldn't be a reptile because reptiles are cold-blooded, and they need the sun to warm them up. But their masses are so large, it would be impossible to get, homeostasis with the sun, dude. Think about it. So these things were a class of their own. Like the Komodo dragon, the biggest dragon that we have, or the crocodile, the alligator, the Nile crocodile. These things are cold-blooded. They need to maintain their internal temperature. A creature the size of T-Rex or bigger would be impossible to maintain their core temperature.
I mean, I've seen footprints of man right next to the footprints of these like giant things, petrified. And I don't. Isn't the story that man and dinosaurs didn't live together?
Yeah, I certainly think they shouldn't be in the same layers.
Which image are you talking about? I've heard about.
I feel like it's a Ken Hovind. I think
it's
Ken
Ken
Hovind
Hovind,
shows it. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's been debunked. So.
No, it hasn't been debunked, dude. There's multiple footprints with. No, there hasn't. No, it hasn't, dude.
No.
Someone just said. First of all, it's gonna be hard to debunk something like that, in my opinion, in the first place, because like you're gonna have to say like someone made it that way. You know what I mean? Like otherwise, like you're talking about something we weren't there for. So how could you officially debunk it? You know what I mean?
The only way that I can think of them debunking it is if you could prove that somebody carved those footprints into the bedrock.
No. It has to do with the study of the footprints, and they are not human.
So yeah, just speculation. Yeah. Okay. So
I don't think so, because the specialists who study these things, they're
not Neanderthal footprints.
Have people walking across different mud and sand and gravel and whatnot.
What if it's the missing link, though? Like, how do you know what their foot looks like?
What if this? What if that? Well, from what I can remember reading about it, the specialists who looked at how the footprints are set up, the heel and the what do you call it? The front part of the foot does not match humans.
Okay, fine. Hold on. Wait, one second. Yeah, 1 second. But the point is that in your model, you don't have hominids at all. at all alongside dinosaurs, dude.
Yeah,
That'd be anachronistic.
correct.
Even if it was some type of other interlinked species or whatever of human.
So the human footprints are said to have determined to be elongated dinosaur tracks, river scour marks, and hoaxes.
Yeah, I know that people say that, but if you actually look into it, bro, like there's multiple footprints around the world. In the Americas, they have like 2 different spots where they found and they're not hoaxes at all. Like you can't assert it's a hoax without justifying why you think it's a hoax. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like when you really look into it, the evidence for it being a hoax is weak. It's really just opinion. Like they don't have any real justification for calling it a hoax.
Yeah, I mean, to me, a hoax would have to be you found the person who carved it. You know, like they did with the crop circles. You know, the people who did them came out and admitted they were sneaking out at night and doing them.
Yeah, like caught in the act or something. Yeah, something like official like that would make it for sure a hoax.
Claiming tracks were made by mythological giant humans. Da 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 da.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I watched a lot of Time Team. Have you ever watched Time Team with Tony Robbins? It's a British show. But anyway, I quite like it. I like the fact that the experts they'd fall out like we fall out. That made me feel really good. Like just to find something in the ground. Oh, it's a show about archaeology. I should point that out just in case. So they found something in the ground. And then they argue about what potential uses X would be. So, they found and the geophys was wrong quite a lot. It became like a running joke, and the whole show. So, they might find some barbed wire or something like that, or they had sort of illusions of grandeur or whatever. But the point is that the experts would literally be arguing with each other, like really, like worse than we do. No, I think it's this. I think it's this. I think they were doing it this way. So it's, I don't know. It just made me feel better about things. It's not as set as we think it is. I think that's why I like history as well, because it's certainly not an exact science. So there's a bit of mystery there, isn't there?
Yeah. But I think that's what they should do. Discuss and try to figure out what it actually is, instead of just one saying, "No, this is it," and forget it. I don't care what you are saying. I think that's a good way of trying to figure it out eventually.
That's what I mean. Sort of healthy skepticism, like each having a sort of a theory about what it might have been, sort of thing.
Yeah, and as you said, even within the professions like archaeology, they do that, the specialists. But talking about giants, we have a story from the time of the Vikings. He was from my local area. It was called Gungarulf. And at those times, the Vikings used like Shetland ponies. That was about the size of the horses. But he was so tall that if he was sitting up there, his feet were touching the ground, so he had to walk. And I think he ended up in Normandy eventually.
Didn't they find some like some tall people, redhead people in China, or is that has it been shown to be a hoax? Has anybody looked into that? I feel like they found some corpses that were over 6 feet tall with red hair.
So I posted a dinosaur footprint that was vandalized in Australia. They say it's a 150 million year old dinosaur footprint. In addition to dinosaur footprint vandalism in Australia, there have been incidents of vandalism of dinosaur trackways in other places, including America. Now, I don't have all of them, but I remember looking into it, and apparently Richard Dawkins was caught like leaving an area where there was a famous footprint with a human footprint right next to each other. And he was seen by witnesses that were on site leaving with a pipe in his hand, dude. Now, I don't know, dude. It's just hearsay. But we have the pictures of the before and after of that footprint. You can see the vandalism that's very clear. They literally destroyed it, dude. And it was the one where it showed human and dinosaur footprints alongside each other. This is a big thing, dude. Go ahead.
Hasn't like the Smithsonian also been like caught in some like nasty scandals as well?
Like what?
I know, like hiding of stuff and just not putting it on display. People bringing it to them and then just not getting it on display and stuff like that. And then like putting together bones with just one bone and just kind of making up what they think it looks like. I don't know. Isn't that kind of weird?
I mean, it depends. You have to give me a case and I have to read about it.
Well, like if you found a dinosaur bone, why not just hang the dinosaur bone? Why are you making it look like an entire dinosaur? Like, I don't get it.
They claim that the weight is too massive to actually sustain the dinosaur, like the actual dinosaur on display, model it out. It'd be too heavy. So instead they used clay models and stuff for parts of the dinosaur.
Yeah, they make casts. They don't use the actual bone.
Always an excuse.
No, that's not an excuse. They literally make casts of the bone, but it's well known.
Yeah,
Nobody's hiding this. What? Why would it be an excuse?
But yeah, regarding the elongated skulls in Sardinia, Italy, you ever heard about that?
No. What? Link me. I'll read about it.
I've heard you bring up Sardinia since I've met you.
I brought
probably.
Sardinia as like because Sardinians and Corsicans retain the oldest European population genes, so like up to 60%. So they're the oldest Europeans genetically.
That's fine, but since I've met you, you brought up Sardinia probably 5-6 times. Today you brought it up a couple times.
Yeah.
Well, Sardinia is unique in its archaeology because of the elongated skulls, the giant skulls that they found on the island. Now it's very close to the Caspian Sea, where they're also finding giant skulls near the Black Sea, between the Caspian and Black Sea area, which is the ancient Russian steppes, right? The Canaan area of the world. And then you have in Peru, also they're finding elongated skulls. And Brian Forster, he's actually sent samples of the skulls. He's actually sent whole skulls to never, and they get stolen or they get lost. He never gets them back. So he stopped sending skulls to independent laboratories because sometimes he doesn't get the skulls back; they just disappear. And then when he asks for samples, they don't give him any results. They're like, "Oh yeah, we can't get any results on the DNA. The DNA is too fragmented or whatever." So what he does now, he'll send samples of his skulls to independent laboratories to get third-party testing on them, and they're coming back with DNA that is part human, part unknown.
So there are a few things in there that was interesting. So giant skulls, because I've seen the ones where it's like they think they've bound their head and the skull grows weird, but it's a ordinarily human-safe skull. That's not interesting, but that they're giant. Like, how giant are we talking?
Not as giant as the Bible, but for like you can find an adolescent boy be 6 foot tall. So probably 9 feet, 8-9 feet when they grow up to adult age, but like not due to any type of deformity, but that's just that's how big they grew. And they are like, they not only do they have fetus specimens, like they have newborns, they have 7, 8, 9-year-old, they have all like across the board, they're all bigger than their modern humans. There's actually a law in Peru where they're not allowed to export the skulls. Like there's a black market trade for this stuff, and it's against the law to sell these things on the black market. Like if you do find a specimen, you can keep it. They won't confiscate it from you, but you're not allowed to sell it or export it out of the country of Peru. And there's hundreds and hundreds of these skulls all over the place. And it's not skull binding. Initially, people are trying to hand wave dismiss. Oh, it's just skull binding. They're just binding their skulls from, babies. They're binding baby skulls. Nah, dude. It's already been debunked. It's not that.
It's not only that, right? It's the sutures on the head as well. Did you mention that, Lion?
That's a little bit more complex when it comes to anatomy and biology, but like because some of the skulls have sutures and some don't. There's like it's a mixed bag of Nephilim skulls that some have the suturing and some don't, depending on the phenotypes.
That's an issue.
Or the genotypes, whatever you want. Yeah.
So to accept that, I would need to accept this like skull of a 6 foot baby is in fact of a baby, but also that the adult skulls can't be found, only the small ones, indicating that if they were adult, they would be huge. Would that be right?
No, I didn't say 6 foot baby. They don't have 6 foot babies. I'm saying that the babies of these giants are huge, bro. Like their skulls right out of the womb are disproportional to their bodies and nothing like a human baby.
So what's the biggest adult skull of this collection?
So they have some, dude, they have some in Peru in their museums. You can go see them for yourself. They have the Homo sapien skull next to the elongated skull. I would say they're 2 to 3 times bigger. And then they also have the same type of skulls they're found in Sardinia, Italy, and also near the Caspian Sea area of Georgia. Georgia and Russia, they have these skulls. In Bulgaria, they're finding these skulls. And they're huge, bro. Their cranium is humongous, dude, compared to us.
So, okay, what would I do? Okay, Google, I guess, giant skulls, Bulgaria.
Why Bulgaria of all places?
Well, big brain people.
I don't know, dude, but
because Bulgaria, gotcha.
No, it's
but they happen to be red-haired giants in South America and Peru. These skulls have like dirty blonde, red hair still attached to them. And when Brian Ferster got these things tested, they came back. The haplogroups in the mitochondria DNA, the haplogroups came back to be from the Caspian area of the world. So why would people from Peru have connection to the Caspian area of the world or the Appalachian Mountains? Not Appalachian, Caucasus Mountains.
The only ones I'm finding are elongated, which would suggest somebody, a cone head person that's ordinary person size, but not a giant person. Am I not finding the right things?
You got to understand that this stuff it's not easily discoverable on Google. It's suppressed, dude. And if they're going to hand wave dismiss, they probably call it pseudo-archaeology. But if you go look at Brian Forster's work, if you actually go look at like L.A. Marzulli, people in the field, you know, digging this stuff up, or just look at the Peruvian museums, dude. Go look at that.
You're talking about a baby's head, though? Like it's a baby's head? Because don't those come off misshaped sometimes? And then your baby's head gets like normal.
From your guys' theory, do you think these like are a mix between angels and humans, or angels, or like?
No, I don't. Not these specimens.
Yeah, these are crazy. These are like not like Toro just saying maybe they're this, but no, these are unmistakably wacky when you see them. You're like, what the fuck? But it does seem like there were some, as far as I could tell, it looked like there were some humans that were perhaps trying to emulate them in some way by wrapping the skulls, because they're way more recognizable to what we think of as a skull. Just slightly more. Yeah.
You guys know the pharaoh? You know about the pharaoh that has a similar elongated skull? Surely you guys know about that guy?
I don't.
No?
Tell us.
Nefertiti? I'm talking
I forget his name, but there's a pharaoh that has a skull like that, and it's got like a weird body. He looks like a freakaloid.
What, King Tut?
Not like that, but yeah.
I don't know.
King Tut had a weird body, which would have made his skull look weird because he was all like
inbred,
sort of malformed. Yeah, inbred is the. But yeah, all I'm finding for these massive skulls is just like an ordinary size skull with a bigger top bit. I was expecting like, you know, human proportions, but like 3x the size.
Dude, I'm gonna. I don't have it all in front of me, dude. But I promise you, it's not hoax, dude. It's not fraudulent material. These skulls are legit. The best argument you could have is that they're probably some other type of hominid, not humans. But to say that they're just fraudulent or it's skull binding, no, it's not skull binding, and they're not fraudulent.
I'm not saying any of those things.
No, just in case. Just in case.
Yeah, I'm just saying I'm struggling to find them.
But yeah. So you got the forum magnum, which is the part of the spine that connects to the skull. In a human, it's centered underneath the skull. In these beings, even in the babies, it's not due to some genetic. It's not due to some type of. Because you know how sometimes babies are born and their heads are kind of like alien looking. That's not what I'm talking about.
I found out these, by the way. Apparently, alien-like skull unearthed in a 1,000-year-old cemetery in Mesoamerica, I think, Western Mexico.
Yeah, in Sardinia, Italy, dude, bro. If you compare the skulls, they're very alike in their anatomy. The forum magnum is pushed back to the back of the skull, making him look very alien-like. And then that can be produced through skull binding. That's a genetic component right there. And then the volume of the brain is also greater. That can't be changed. You can't change the volume of the brain with skull binding. And then the sutures, that's another. The difference in the human sutures versus these things are some of them have sutures, but they're not like human sutures, and then some are missing sutures altogether. No sutures at all.
That's right, and have a look at what size the skulls are supposed to look like. I just posted something that's pretty huge, right? You gotta admit.
Let me see. It's a good one. It's the 13 minutes. All right. So where's the size?
36 past the hour.
Oh, I'm going 6 past the hour. 36. Did you say 36 past the hour?
Yes.
Oh God, I'm at a half-hour time zone. Yeah. So I'm seeing that one's 13 minutes. Where's the bit where they show the size? Stupid fucking.
It's in the picture. You don't see the. It's in the description picture. You can look at the video. Yeah.
Oh, so again, we're talking about how elongated it is, not overall bigger everything.
Well, my point is the weirdness of that king, right? It's just one king that stands out. Yeah, and I believe he's the same one that wanted to change the religion to monotheistic. I could be wrong on that one, but I believe it's the same one.
So in the last picture I posted, you can see the Forum Magnum and where it's located. And this, the person handling it is actually like analyzing it, and he's a PhD. I forget exactly what he is. But he, yeah, I don't know.
Akhenaten, it is. Akhenaten and Nefertiti. And his son was Tutankhamun. Some are saying it's artistic conventions. Others propose concrete explanations. Cranial deformation, head binding, medical syndromes.
So
the thing is, this is only one king. That's why it stands out, right? There's only one king in Egypt, I believe, that did that. Yeah.
So in Mesoamerica, in that region of the world, these people were considered royalty, right? They held the highest class in society. They were the equivalent of pharaohs, but in Mesoamerica. And they all had elongated skulls, and they had a specific genotype, where they had red hair. They were carbon dated to around 24,000 years old, though. So it's anachronistic. Like they're like when we talk about the Inca and the Maya, that's like post, like the Inca, like what, like 600-700 years AD, right? These things are 2,400 years old.
Look, Lion, let's be honest, right? It could be explained by binding, like Maxime just posted, right? There's cultures that do that, even the ones with the long necks. You've seen the rings there with the long necks. But
yeah,
the sutures is what caught my attention, right? Because how could that be? Like it would have to be like a medical, something wrong, something medically wrong.
Yeah, it's not just that. It's go ahead.
Some of the suggestions are hydrocephaly. Sorry, I had a few there. Just a second. Hydrocephaly, Marfan syndrome, and a few others are suggested as possible medical ones aside from artistic conventions and head binding are the suggested solutions for Akhenaten and Nefertiti and Tutankhamun.
Yeah, but how about the sutures, the skulls that are found without the sutures? That's what caught my attention. And those are the ones Lion was talking about with Brian Forster.
What's a suture? I don't know. Sorry, guys.
It's
lines that are on
stitches.
top of the skull. Yeah.
Staples. I'm not sure, but I just think that, like Maxim's posted, without sutures, you could possibly do it by like foot binding. Just keep binding the skull from a very early age before the plates have formed together, and it'll, gradual pressure over a long time could elongate it. I'm not saying it is the case. I don't get it.
It's not there. It's not there at all. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so they have skull binding also in the same area in Paracas, Peru, in that culture. But the reason they even did that is because they were influenced by the original ones that were not they had that. It was genetically natural for them to have that type of skull, right? So there was both, and you can compare. Like Brian Forster has had both skulls, one due to skull binding, and one that was naturally their phenotype. And then he compares the differences between both of them. There's big differences.
It's a little bit like, in Barcelona, what is the language they speak there? It's not Spanish, it is
Catalan.
But like they had a ruler who had a lisp. And then they all just were like,
"Oh no,
we've
you're
always
talking about Castilian. You're talking about Castilian. Castilian Spanish is the one with, like, they say cocina instead of.
They're like, what? We've always spoken like this. This is the cool way to speak, guys.
I heard that there. It sounds like that sounded like a factoid to me, Eggs. I don't know.
It might not be true.
I don't think it's real. I just think it's the fact that it's like some form of regional dialect related to the Gallic people and the Gauls in general. Because like Castilians are a mix of Ostrogoths and Visigoths and Gauls, and it's probably a feature of the language itself. I don't think it's the king, but that's where I know the story for Castilian. King Sancho, I think. Sancho the First.
It would be a funny story, though, right? We'll
mean-
just all talk like this so we don't feel insecure.
Well, every time you go to Madrid and they spray you every time they speak. It's crazy.
My phone died and then I got kicked. What happened? Was I defended by Zoidberg or is it a factoid? It could well be.
No, I just said that I heard it for the. I said it. I heard it for the Castilian Spanish, not the Catalonian people.
Oh,
King
no,
Sancho
really?
the
Sorry,
First
Dave.
was. Well, you're correct.
Some
So
things are
hold
just
on, which
best
one's
in mystery.
Castilian? Is that inland or is that off? Because there's
Northern
islands off
Spain.
of Spain, northern
Castilla
Spain,
and
and then
Leon are in northern Spain.
which one's the island off of Spain?
The Canaries, I suppose.
No.
My question is, you guys think it's a coincidence that it happened back in Egypt? Or could it possibly be the same people that came in and took control of Egypt at the time? Just a coincidence, head binding, like in Africa and in North America or Central America?
Keep in mind that the Nile River connected multiple cultures. The Nile River starts in goddamn Ethiopia, no, Tanzania, I think. Let me check. Take this with a grain of salt. So multiple cultures were connected through that river. So fashion trends also propagate this way. Nowadays, fashion trends propagate the same. It's the same way. We just use more sophisticated tools, but yeah,
I could believe though, like if we were to grant the position that it could be that you had these advanced species come down that needed more cranial space because they were advanced and smarter, that then ordinary humans, like I would take it for granted that ordinary humans would start doing things like head binding to imitate them because they would be an exalted form. And I also should defer to Andy. I've just Googled it, and while it is a widely held belief, it might be an urban legend about people copying the king to do that.
Yeah, it does sound like that, doesn't it?
It does. You got me.
The Nile does not start from there. It starts from, I guess, Sudan, South Sudan, and Sudan, White Nile, and Blue Nile. Yeah. So that's the closest thing. Maybe some parts in Ethiopia, but yeah, cultures tend to flow with the river, so that's could be just a fashion trend that existed and was spread from.
Just a coincidence, I think.
Right.
But what these skulls show is anachronistic because it depicts gingerish humans in the Americas 2,500 years ago.
How would you get like hair follicles with a specific color from dead people that died so long ago?
Well, they know not only through they know through the genetic haplogroups, but because there's still hair on them, dude. Like if you look, they have multiple skulls still with hair on them, dude. And the hair is red and dirty blonde. Now some people say, oh, well, maybe it's because of oxidation or over time. But no, when they tested these skulls, these the haplogroups go back to the Caspian and see the Black Sea area of the world, dude. I'm not joking.
People usually mention the Caspian Sea or the Black Sea or the Caucasus in general as like the place where the flood happened. Are you implying is that like they spread from there because of the flood? And
no, what I'm trying to say is the people that ended up migrating to South America, however they got there, however long ago it was that they got there, originally their origin, according to the genetics that was tested, they come from the Caspian area of the world, the haplogroups. I can post all that. It's all Brian Force's stuff. He's the one doing all the testing, paying for all the testing.
Yeah, this guy's freaking good, man. Shout out. But didn't they find a red hair one?
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah.
Yep, more than one. That's what I'm trying to tell these guys, that it doesn't fit the narrative, right? We think that all the people in the Americas were all brown skinned for like thousands of years, and that's just not the case. There was actually black people here, white people here, gingers here, and then the red tone Cherokee Indians here.
I see.
Well, I used to think the Tolmecs was proof of black people, right?
Native.
Everyone tells me no, they're Indonesian looking. So I don't know. You guys know about those giant stone heads, right?
In Easter Island?
No, in Central America.
No, then I don't.
Kind of
No, you're talking
so
about-
I can't post it, but I'll post a picture after.
The giant heads, you're talking about like I think you're talking about what's that place called?
I
Like
think
near
they're called
Indonesia.
Tolmec? No,
talking
bro,
about
in the
Indonesia.
Americas, bro, in the Americas.
Oh, in the Americas. All right.
Once I finish eating, I'll find it and post them for you guys.
Left Lane was going to say something. What's up? I got maps, bro, that seem to go against the mainstream consensus. There's maps from like the 1500s, late 1400s of like Columbus discovering America. Like around the maps, you'll have like artistic expression of Columbus like meeting the natives. And Columbus looks white, and he's wearing a red garment, and then he's meeting people that have both dark skin complexion and light skin complexion, like white. So the natives that Columbus is meeting, there's black and white natives that Columbus is meeting in those maps.
Yeah, I was going to say that Cherokee Indians that look like African Americans, that was due to the Cherokee Indians. I mean, they actually had slaves, and then some of them integrated into the tribes. Some of their descendants still claim Cherokee descent, even though they're like descendants of mixed marriages and things like that. But the native Cherokee Indians did not look like African Americans.
No, I didn't say that. But when you're talking about like within the last 400 or 500 years, I get the whole slave trade thing, right? But what I'm talking about is thousands of years ago, right? Before the slave trade and all that, there was already African, what would perceivably be an African American in the Americas before the whole slave trade. So
well,
not
like
only
a population of a particular people in the Americas of like what looked like African Americans.
Yes, there was already black people to say it bluntly, there's already black people in the Americas before any slave trade occurred because of the European slave trade that happened. Before the Spaniards got here. There's already black people and white people here. We have, the Polynesians got here, the Vikings, the Chinese. I would go further back than the Polynesians and say that even the Canaanites got here. The same ones we were talking about earlier. The Canaanites got here, the Egyptians got here, and the Israelites with the Assyrians got here thousands of years ago. So when you
posted it, Lion,
sure.
Everybody, this is what I'm talking about. What does this look like to you? To me, that looks like a black man, but some say it looks like an Indonesian. And they were here way before Columbus.
Yeah. It's not so far-fetched. I mean, all you got to do is follow the coastline, dude, into Alaska, and just keep following the coastline. You end up in California. You keep following the coastline. Boom, you're in South America, dude. It's really not. I don't know why they act. Oh, it's an impossibility that the Assyrians or the Persians, the Phoenicians, which were shipped. What's it called? Forget the name, dude.
So the proper name are Olmec. Olmec. I said Tolmec, but I made a mistake. Olmec. This is the civilization I'm talking about. But that ain't no white dude. That's for sure. So we got to keep our minds open in everything they tell us. Cosmology, science, history, and especially old cultures, especially that.
Anybody want to bring up a topic? I mean, trying to keep it alive in here, but you guys is killing me right now. I'm just joking.
People are absorbing the new information that they're learning.
Are they though?
That's it. Yeah, exactly. Or are they just saying, it's SC, forget about it. Don't even listen.
Yo, Lion. You have any stories about pigs in the north?
I didn't hear nothing you said. What happened? What'd you say, bro?
I don't know if my mic is working.
No, it's breaking up.
Jesse, yeah.
And you guys were talking about the Antikythera mechanism before I couldn't talk. Don't forget that it's based on the Earth being at the center. You guys missed that part. So the Antikythera mechanism is Earth central. Just putting that out there. You can debate if they thought the Earth was flat or a globe, but that's not debatable.
Yo, this morning I woke up to SC tripping out. Yo, it was mad funny. He was like, "You're wrong. The predictions were wrong." He said it like 30 times, dude.
Yeah, because they don't want to bypass it. So I got to drill it in. Yeah.
I was laughing. Dude.
It can't be that bad. It's SE. SE going cuckoo. What do you call it cuckoo? When he hits this moment, I don't even think it's that bad. But wait, I haven't heard in a minute. I mean, he used to make fun of me going, "This is like the honey time moment" or something like that, sweetheart. Like that was funny as shit, though. I mean, yeah, I see it all the time. So, but I don't see him getting crazy. Did you get crazy, or just getting loud?
No. He was fine. He was fine.
That's what I figured. Okay.
Nah, he was fine. Some person complained, but nah,
of course.
He was just joking around, dude.
Yeah, it can't be that bad. It's SE.
A little fun of Blue, and he got his knickers in a twist, you know. So yeah, my old buddy Blue.
Blue marble terrorism. You should stop that, blue marble. Good morning, everybody, though. I just want to start the day off right because I'm new to the day here. So good morning, or good afternoon, and good evening, and good night.
I don't typically respond well to someone childish enough to mock someone else's accent, SE.
Come on, Blue. You've been taking digs at me for years now. Just chill out,
I
bro.
don't mock you, SE.
Sure, you don't
I haven't mocked you. You've never heard me mock you.
Oh, no, you didn't.
Or anyone else. I don't do that.
Everybody's accent, Blue. Like, what's? I don't get it. What's the problem? You don't hear people mocking me, calling me boo boo. I sound like this and that. Like, what are we, children?
I know I sound culture as fuck, blue marble. I'm sorry if I'm making fun of your accent right now.
I want an ant, and I want an ant now.
You know what? Fuck this place.
I think Blue's point is he doesn't do that.
Nah, come on, Blue.
Come on, Blue.
Oh, he left.
No.
Damn, man. I didn't want him to leave. No, but people mock SE all the time for his accent, his Canadian French accent that he got. I don't know what's going on. It's not even French. You just have a unique accent.
I can't
Yeah, you don't
believe
sound
you have such thin skin, man. It's like, I don't get it.
Maybe he's just tired.
I got with I personally, you know, I got a southern accent. When it's repeated back to me in a dumb sense, it is insulting.
It can be if you're being derogatory on purpose and trying to be condescending and putting somebody down, like, okay, retard, and you're making an act country. I mean, yeah, it's not funny. In that way,
They
I get
make
you.
fun of my accent every day. Rakia used to make fun, oh, the French Canadian, and it's a freaking joke, man. I mean, really, you got such thick skin that you can't take a y'all or something like that. Like, really?
I mean, we've been around here for a long time. Yeah, I mean, years of these same people. You think by now we'd be joking around at least about this stuff. I mean, I do with people, and it's okay. I think this, yeah, people get guarded sometimes. On who knows?
And as a matter of fact, the Southern is one of my favorite accents. Like, for real. I love it. Like, you know, and I'm a fan of languages and accents. I find it fascinating. I mean, you can't take a little joke. I don't get it, man.
It's the easiest one to mock too. It really is. I'm sorry, I'm touchy too, and I can mock myself really easy as well. Even worse.
It's so weird too because the more south you go, like the less you hear that accent. Because I think I'm more south in America than most people.
Let's go to Alabama. Alabama, oh my God, sometimes you can barely hear a word comes out of their mouth. I don't know if they are words, hon. There's a whole made-up language. So it depends on the specific spot, you know, and stuff that you go to.
Check this out, Stace. I remember we went on vacation once, Florida. So we landed at the airport and we ordered a couple of hot dogs, right?
Yep.
So my friend, of course, Canadian, he said, "Can we have 2 hot dogs?" No, sorry, that was me trying to do the accent. No. My friend said, "Can we have 2 hot dogs, but in a Canadian accent?" And the person said, "What? Say what?" So I said, "Could we have a couple of dogs?" And like right away, right? So it's just an accent, man. And my friend said, "Well, didn't I just say the same thing as what I said?" And I said, "No, man, you didn't. You sound completely different to them."
I do here too.
So what's the big deal?
Is Omnivore available?
Yeah, I'm here.
Right. Yeah, I sent you some DMs exposing the self-righteous hypocrisy of your mod Yino. He timed me out about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago for saying something was psychosis whenever in an hour earlier, well, he called it hate speech. My argument was gender dysphoria is just a branch of psychosis. He deleted the comment, called it hate speech, but then again, an hour before he called, me saying something was psychosis hate speech, he literally played that same card with the Bible, called it psychosis. I sent you a screenshot of what he wrote in the chat. I'm just wondering, how long do you expect your server to last if, it's been known that rules for thee, not for me, is still applying?
What were you saying about gender identity?
I said my argument was gender dysphoria is a branch of psychosis. He deleted the comment. Censored me without a warning, by the way. I mean, unless the warning was to censor, because this is also the second time that he censored me having a warning beforehand. He censored me off of I mean, it was my argument. I said, change my mind at the end. I mean, I'm still not. He timed me. He did something to where I couldn't do nothing, and then he timed me out. Well, that hour timeout has expired, and I'm still not able to text in the main chat.
I mean, your
I'm
point
just wondering why
with the scripture too, right? It says that it is gender dysphoria.
Well, basically, Omni, I'm just wondering why he can label something as psychosis and not consider it hate speech, but whenever I try to label something psychosis, it's hate speech.
Well,
why is that, Omni?
So first off, gender dysphoria is not technically psychosis. That's just not correct.
I said a branch of psychosis.
Well, why were you saying it? What was going on with that?
I'm not sure at the time. I was actually
And
talking
actually, I can
to someone else.
I can chime in on that a little bit if you don't mind.
Okay.
Technically speaking, yes, it can be classified as a form of psychosis. And I actually have personal experience with that because, one, my wife and I are non-monogamous. We engage in consensual non-monogamy across many platforms. And at one time, we were actually dating two transitioning men who were transitioning into women. And they both recognized and identified that they did not feel comfortable in the male gender. Thus, as a form of psychotic identity, legally speaking and technically speaking, their gender dysphoria was a form of psychosis, and they both willingly admitted that. So he's not in the wrong.
So I don't think that's technically accurate. So psychosis is and we're not gonna litigate that here. We can have that conversation some other time, just because I don't think it's useful. But the reason why I think it's not is because psychosis is loss of touch with reality. And so far as I know, no people who are transitioning literally think they are the opposite sex biologically. So
are they not kind of lost in touch with reality because they
no.
want to change their body due to the fact they feel so uncomfortable or needing the fact of acceptance, whichever it be? That is a psychosis in itself, that they feel the need to transition into something different.
Wait, what? Now that's so. Would you say the same thing about somebody who got a nose job?
That
To a
comes
degree,
down
yes.
reason?
personal
For what
reflection
reason?
of
Yeah, it would come down to a
I'm
reason.
asking Stace. I'm asking
Yeah, for
Absolutely.
what
It depends
reason?
on if it exactly what's the nose job done for. If they can't breathe, they have certain problems, and they need a nose job
No,
for
what if they
medical
think their
reasons,
nose
different
doesn't
thing.
look? What if they think their nose
That's
doesn't look good?
then that's a
then it's
psychosis
done out of
problem.
vanity.
Okay, so no,
Yep.
that's not. No.
Yes, it is.
Says who?
If it's done out of vanity, then
Omni, you want to get
Says
a nose
logic.
job? Don't lie.
So what's your basis for saying it's psychosis?
Because a person doesn't feel happy enough to accept themselves the way they are, the way that God created them or the world created them, however you want to look at that and judge that. I don't get to that conversation. They feel they need to change something within themselves. The same thing with the boob job. The same thing with anything you're changing because you don't feel comfortable enough to do something naturally. You have to do something different. Absolutely. Psychosis. I'm aware of this. This is something that I can actually admit.
Oh no. So if we're talking about somebody dyeing their hair,
Women that wear makeup are in psychosis. Yes.
Once we have gone
To
to
a
the
degree.
point where somebody dyeing their hair is identified as psychosis, the word has lost.
Yeah, where you go from
Why
there?
do they dye their hair? Most people won't leave the house without makeup on. Some people will. Seriously, a lot of these girls won't even leave the house without makeup. You want to tell me that's not psychosis?
I don't know, guys. With this conversation has fell into absurdity. It's it's already broken.
Well, it's like
psychosis requires immediate medical attention. It means someone's in danger to themselves. That's
I
psychosis.
don't know about that because societal norms can turn into forms of psychosis as well. Like that's definitely the case. I mean,
they can, but they aren't.
Yeah, but
So
you know,
you
like
could-
when a kid is really young and they go all goth and they paint their fingernails and all that, you think that's just like, you know, there's like something wrong in that person's head. You know what I mean? Like,
That's not psychosis. So I'm going to say this, Matthias. Having heard the arguments for it, I think that we need to keep in mind here is,
it's gay.
What?
You have to
He
remember,
wants
is gay, so that's gonna bother him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he always says to people that they need to eat his ass. That's pretty gay.
Okay, I don't think I got that, but I think first off, I would recommend not, just why have a talk about gender dysphoria? Why bring that up? And number two,
I'm not the one that brought it up to begin. I was actually talking to someone else that had brought it up and presented the argument that gender dysphoria was a branch. I didn't say that it is exactly psychosis. I consider it a branch of psychosis, not full blown psychosis, but a branch from,
Well, yes, but Stace considers wearing makeup or dyeing your hair to be psychosis.
It's very part of it. If you psychologically have to do anything unnatural, well, you will just wake up, and that's how you are.
Look,
That is
if I
part
go
of the
around
psychosis.
saying
But
that
it's
flat
very,
Earth
very, very, very sad. It's not the
is
same as someone who
psychosis.
feels they need to change their entire body and their gender. It is not the same psychosis issue.
I think I can make a stronger case for flat Earth being a form of psychosis.
You're gonna have to present the non-fallacious globe claim then.
Right.
Well, we have the fact that celestial navigation works on the globe can't be fallacious.
Begging the question. You assume
Not
the
beg-
globe.
not
and all-
beg-
you
no,
assume the
no,
globe.
not-
You
not
assume the
begging the
globe.
question.
Yeah, we can assume the celestial sphere. That's fine.
Okay,
Yeah.
so no, you can't. So that doesn't work. And if instead of having that conversation right now, no, Tora, I suggest that you go and learn as much as you can before, I think, Wednesday when we have our event on it, about how celestial navigation works. Like, really read into it. It's not that
If
complicated.
you really think that celestial navigation works on a flat Earth, you're welcome to go onto MC Tune's channel and accept his challenge for $10,000 US dollars.
So they're not going to do that because flat earthers have made bets that you can't win because they just won't acknowledge it. So
of course not. Because
That
they
dude's
held it.
profile
Just a
picture
minute.
says
Just a minute.
safety.
Let me finish this up.
That dude's
So
profile picture says safety or don't
hang on a
give
second.
birth.
Let me finish what I'm saying here. So I believe that I can make a better case for flat Earth being psychosis than you can for a person dyeing their hair being psychosis.
Oh no, shit,
Well then,
Sherlock.
so you're gonna go ahead and say
All right,
because I have
okay,
theological
so
justification. No,
Matthias,
because I have
pretend I gave you
theological
your answer,
justification.
the answer that you wanted, and Tora talked over it, so you'll never know what it was. But I did my best to answer your question, and Tora wouldn't let me, so we're good.
Actually, no, Omni. My question was why does Gino have this self-righteous, narcissistic mindset that he can label something psychosis and it not be hate speech, but whenever somebody with an opposing view of him or her, I don't know what they are yet, and they probably don't either. Well, why is it that they call it whenever they label psychosis, then it's
I think if I were you, Matthias, I would not be harping on somebody for being self-righteous.
Well, dude, look at Omni.
you're
Look
not
at
gonna
what
answer
he
my
wrote,
question.
dude.
I know.
Matthias posted it. He wrote, "Yeah, scripture is dumb. Words written by man claiming to hear the voice of God. That's called psychosis."
I think Matthias, to accommodate the situation, if you felt like you were wrong, I apologize for that. We'll try to do better in the future and be aware of those situations.
Thank you, Lovely.
Yeah, I agree with that.
The apology. Well, I agree with it too, but I've already had the first encounter with Gino, which censored me without a warning. Omni, you said you was going to. It's nothing. It seems to be changing. He timed me out once again with his, hypocrisy of what psychosis is being considered hate speech. I mean, when is it going to end? When are your mods actually going to obey the rules you made?
Well,
just like everyone else.
So I agree he should not have timed you out without warning you for that. And I'm telling him that now, and we're going to monitor it and try to prevent that from happening. So I agree that also he should
you
have
have
said,
snowflake mods in the first place.
You said that same thing a week ago, Omni.
Yeah, why do you have these snowflake retarded mods in the first place?
We've got FE mods. We try to balance
Literally
it out as good as we can, and I mean all we can do is try, right?
Yeah. Well, what I'm
Well,
saying,
people,
Omni,
you got
basically what I'm
Eno
saying.
Guns, this guy that talks
You have to
about
keep
eating
telling
butt and he bans
God.
everyone, and he's
Nice.
definitely like retarded.
You guys act like any of us are easy to handle. I mean, myself, I have my days. I'm sorry, you guys have all your guys' days too in characters. You guys are so much of a character. It's unreal. Okay, we're almost like a family that doesn't get along. It's a very dysfunctional family. And how you're difficult to deal with sometimes too. Why can't sometimes we just be accountable and go, look, it was maybe me. I was a little rough, or who fucking cares? Excuse my language. It's a server, guys. We need to breathe. Get about the topics that are important. And yes, shit happens around here. But it's not going to always be fair because we cannot have both sides on the playing field and act like you're not going to be muted sometimes because someone doesn't like you. You know what? I was up with Earth Wickings and Easton was there as a mod every day and call me bitch sometimes. And I had to just deal with it and go with it and laugh around it because that is life. I'm sorry. I'm just sorry again, bitch. No offense, guys. Let's move along. Have a great day.
Yeah, the term herding cats comes to mind. Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
Omnivore, obviously, you talk.
I mean, you got some weird guy going around telling everybody to eat his ass. He's banning them. Like, what's the point of that, Omnivore?
What?
Somebody.
Yeah, real quick, Miss Sandro, there's some beeping. A hot mic or something, Miss Sandro?
You're hearing my 3D
Say
printer
on.
running in the background.
Yes, please. Do not hear that, please.
Yep.
There's not much I can do about it except for muting my channel. And if anything else is coming through, that's probably my birds.
You could probably push to talk. You might have to do temporarily.
What are you 3D printing? Mobile headset. Right now, I'm just printing a calibration cube.
You sure about that?
So I have told not to mod you for a couple of weeks, Matthias. That doesn't mean nobody else can mod you, but I'm telling him not to do that. I'm also reiterating to him that he has to warn people first before taking action. However, that's not that is a best case, or that is the case that we want to have. It's not that automatically the case that you will have. If you post gore, if you misgender Brenda aggressively, you can find yourself timed out immediately. So I recommend not.
I didn't do
I'm just letting you know that it's that is all right. Well, I think you either you understand what I'm saying or you're not letting me talk to you. So whichever the case is, I hope you get it.
No, I thought you was done. I long pause, and so I started speaking. But go ahead.
So those rules are best case scenario. If in the case of something egregious, you're still going to get timed out. However, I'm telling him not to mod you for a couple of weeks, and we'll see how it goes. If there's no problem, then we're good, and then maybe going forwards, we just we'll say, okay, if Matthias is really rubbing you the wrong way, then we're not going to do it. Then you shouldn't be modding him ever. So if that's the way you'd like it to be, then try to be as accommodating as you can.
I just want your mods to follow the same rules that are expected for me to follow.
I don't know. I mean, you've addressed it. It's been handled. What else do you want done?
Thank you for the interruption, mod. Appreciate it. That's excellent mod behavior.
Well, I mean, we should move on, dude.
What do you mean, move on? I think you've expressed out for an hour. Same.
Oh, that's what you want. You want him to be timed out as turnabout fair play. It's kind of childish. I think we've addressed the issue. We should move on.
I agree. Matthias, just chill out, dude. It's been handled, Matthias.
Oh, that was pretty cool what Left Lane just did. He apologized. He said he's going to do better. I mean, what more do you want, bro?
Yeah, let's time Matthias out again.
Let's just move on, man. Come on, like, be a man, accept his apology, and that's it, man. My opinion, anyways. That's my opinion.
Right.
Take it or leave it.
Well, I'll expect an apology from whenever he gives it, but not from his white knight.
Well, I'm not white knighting. I'm representing the server, and to close this,
let speak for him.
Omni has made great effort in trying to balance the mod sides represented equally. Without one side, the other side is dead. So we're not out here trying to step on opposition and drown them out. We want it to be a fair platform where we can have fun and talk to one another, represent both sides.
So
just drop it, Matthias.
Matthias,
dude, just drop it, dude. Please. I already see things not going well for you, dude. If you keep antagonizing these guys.
It's called demanding respect.
I thought you said respect. You told me respect had to be earned. Wait a minute. Well, hold on, Stacey. So Matthias told me that respect had to be earned. How are you earning it? Because I had that exact conversation, that we should treat people with respect, and Matthias came right back at me as you did, right? Saying respect got to be earned. So now you're demanding respect? Did I hear that right, Matthias? Because that's some pretty rank hypocrisy right there.
Respect from me.
Yeah, what about respect from
Whenever
me?
you guys have shown zero respect.
So you're demanding
No,
respect
whenever
from me, but you think respect has to be earned. That ain't how it works.
Just let me know whenever.
Yeah, you might want to call your mom and ask her about that, because someone should have told you a long time.
My mom's actually deceased. Thank you.
You know,
Thank
you guys,
you for being.
this is why Lion said it. I don't see it going too good for you if you keep going, honey, because the respect that you asked for was given. Okay? You're lucky that people said, I'm sorry. We'll try to fix that. I'll help around here. I'll even talk to you. You know, all these things were addressed to you, and it still wasn't good enough. And this is where it becomes a problem. So the respect was given, and now you're not giving it. Damn.
Because Stacy, I don't accept someone else's apology from what someone else did. Gino has not apologized to me yet for what he did, and until he does, then
you can take that
you
up
know
with
if
him.
you did something wrong to someone, you can go up to some and apologize. You're going to do it yourself, ain't you?
That's what you need to do. You need to address him directly, and everything else has been addressed that needs to be.
We'll get Gino in here and have him, apologize to me. He was tapping his keyboard in the chat a while ago.
Why does he need to apologize to you publicly? This is not for the VC. It's part of the server things that we say here.
So we're all good now?
I'm fabulous over here eating my bacon gravy. I don't know what's going on.
I'm good, dude.
Good stuff.
I'll be good when Gino apologizes to me for what he did.
I wouldn't count on that, dude. I wouldn't wait on that.
I know. I ain't gonna.
You can't force anybody to apologize. Like we can't force him to apologize to you. And even if, like, let's say theoretically, Omni force him to apologize to you, dude, so he wouldn't get kicked out. If that's what you wanted, it'd be a fake apology, dude. You want a fake apology, dude?
I know. That's not what I'm asking. I would actually like for Gino to man up and realize that he played the exact same card an hour before I did.
Oh, let's fucking move
whenever
on.
he played it, it was legit. And yeah, let's move on from the self-righteous hypocrisy of the mods. Yes, let's not
Let's just
expose
move on,
that
dude.
to the server.
We've already spent enough time on it.
Yeah. Brush it all under the table, under the rug. It'll never happen again, I'm sure. Just like Omni promised me.
Stop crying.
Yeah,
man.
Well,
if you can't hit, like I said before, you're
just like Gino.
Bro. It's not like Geo's.
Know your own.
No, this is definitely not like Geo's, honey. Because it would have not been talked about still on the server. Okay, it was addressed. It was not thrown under the rug. Again, I will tell you that it was addressed.
We wouldn't even be talking about this right now in Geo's, dude. Because this is all meta mod stuff. This gets handled. You submit a ticket, dude, over there. You got to complain about the modding in here, dude. It would not be talked about right now in the public stream, dude, at all. This is a waste of stream.
Just like filling out a fucking ticket, right? It's just my time because obviously nothing's going to be done about it. So why even have the fucking ticket group?
You just got to be more tough skin, dude. That's it, dude.
Oh, the guy that tied me out for doing the exact same shit an hour before I did. Well said.
Life's not fair, bro. It really ain't. Life's not fair.
Well, no shit, fucking Charlotte.
But yeah, there's people. Listen, the people don't like me either, bro. I butt heads with people, some of the mods. It is what it is, bro. I don't expect an apology from any of them, dude. I already know I'm in the belly of the beast when I come in here, dude. And in the morning, sometimes it gets hectic, dude. I don't get easily offended. Sometimes I get a little offended, but I throw some insults back, and then that's it. We call it a day, dude. I move on. The next day, it's like it's a brand new day, dude.
It's all good. I'm going to expose all this bullshit in as many servers as I can. In a few months, I'm sure, because it's never gonna stop. And in about a few months, nobody's gonna be in the VC because everybody is gonna know what the server's about. Rules for thee, but not for me. It's just another server with a bunch of fucking.
Hold on a second.
I'm gonna make it clear. I didn't leave EA for those reasons, and I was a mod over there. I did not leave for that reason.
If you're just gonna complain about the moderation, just leave, man. Just go to 24/7 where it's all mostly flat earthers, and then you'll feel more comfortable, man. Don't come here if you don't like it.
Thank you, Karen, for trying to bark orders at me from behind your fucking screen. Appreciate it.
Again, if you don't want to be here, just don't come here. If it's that unfair.
You're in a den of wolves, bro. These are the ballers. These are the top, the top wolves. They're gonna be taking chunks out of you, bro. I mean, that's the way it is.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell him, SE. I don't know, dude. What do you want, dude? Like a playground, dude? Little sandbox, we all play together.
Echo chamber. He wants an echo chamber. That's what he wants.
Wow. Yeah, that's why I'm in the opposing server, huh?
Why are you here to complain all the time? All you do is complain, dude. Why are you here?
You obviously have no fucking clue what echo chamber means.
I know exactly what echo chamber. What do you want? How exactly do you want this server to be run?
But for the rules to apply to everybody, and if something is going to be labeled psychosis by a mod, but not considered hate speech, I mean, come on.
I don't agree with that stuff either, but it's out of my control, dude. They made the rules. We got to follow them. I don't like the rules either, dude, but it is what it is, bro. What am I going to do, bro? Bitch about it every day?
What?
Just go to 24/7 where it's all earthers, man. You'll feel more comfortable.
Oh, but it's not even a rule if not every, if 100% of the server doesn't have to follow it. It's just, rules for certain people.
Yeah, we felt the same way over at EA. Hold on. We felt the same way over at EA when we couldn't post, when I would post something and I would get timed out I would get timed out for 7 days. So I don't want to hear you complaining over here because have you been timed out for 7 days at all?
Yes, most of the times in that server. In fact, I just came out
in this server.
You listen up here,
Have you been timed out for 7 days?
I call the shots over here. If you don't like it, no, I'm just kidding. That was a joke.
I don't get this because in real life, honey, this is not happening either. I know you want to go with server and your server should be 100%. Everybody has to be running the same way. I can't even get my own damn crew to do that, right? 14 people. I don't even get 8 people, right? They're still not in line to doing what they're supposed to be doing, sweetheart. What are you talking about? I cannot make everybody do the same damn thing. I can sit here and talk about it all damn day, and it doesn't mean that seriously Lions ought to get it one morning and have it just a moment. And he's literally just going up, or I'm going to have it the next day. This is just people. You can't control them. As much as you scream, you can't control me, don't censor me. The same thing you're asking for us to do to life. Because I cannot censor everyone every day, neither can this server. Please calm down.
I'm not really yelling or anything, so I'm pretty calm.
Why'd you get timed out
hearing it over and over?
Why would you get timed out in Geos for 7 days multiple times? Do you remember? I don't remember. I'm just wondering.
I think part of the way the spot is set up is like if you have multiple, I think the first offense is 10 minutes or something like that, and then the second offense is 30 minutes, and then it just keeps building up until the multiple offenses until it finally reaches 7 days, and I think the 7 days is the maximum.
So you're a serial offender then, through multiple servers. You're getting timed out.
Well, I mean, here's a quote. Here's a quote from what I was timed out for 7 days, and I don't know if it was cumulative or what. And I typed UG, UG, UG. Now, Andrew is going to teach us math. Period. That's what I said. and I got timed out for 7 days for it. I was disparaging towards Andrew.
Yeah, I don't
I was
understand
kicked
that
out of
much.
24/7 for talking about an angle. An angle.
Yeah, makes sense. They don't like that over there.
It happens. See, Matias, it happens, dude. Just gotta deal with it.
I got kicked out of the 24/7 server within 5 minutes because I posted a question about how an equatorial mount works on a flat Earth.
I was the first person that ever got kicked out of Earth Awakenings for telling somebody to prove it 47 times in a row.
Wow.
Oh, the monster just completely toxic.
Well, I guess what I'm basically saying is, I see these Discord servers as a type of community, and in the in a community, there are certain standards and rules and regulations. I think that if you're going to have, then it should apply to everyone. Once again, not just the select few that believe that they are above, just
That's how
because
you
of the
get kicked out
status.
of geos. If you don't like stars, see, because the stars don't exist at a certain height. And when I bring that up, the geo goes, oh, la di da, and he loves the stars and horoscopes, and I say, prove it. And then he gets mad at me. And then I don't care who says what. If they say some goofy stuff, I'm like, nah, I've never seen that shit, and that shit don't happen. I'm gonna say prove it to a flat earther or a glober. And then Geo don't like it, Jeremy, like all the flat earthers don't like it when you tell them to prove stuff too, right? And I find that weird. So it's like they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Why they wholeheartedly like put their, why do they even say it all day long or like push it? Like, oh well, the horoscope of this guy and this means something. No, it doesn't. What's the horoscope mean when their stars disappear? The fuck? Nothing.
What does a star mean if it's not in the bucket in the lab, though?
Well, I don't know, but your brain must be in a bucket in the lab because I don't know what the fuck that means. Go get high altitude footage of a star in a fucking lab. Go outside where there is no lab and get high altitude footage of some stars, some planets, some meteors, some comets, some asteroids, a fucking whatever you think, space debris. Go get anything but sun, moon, and the earth below you, and then I'll be a glober again.
To be blunt,
it
that's
doesn't have
already
to be
been
in a
done,
bucket.
Demok. You just don't accept the evidence.
No, I don't think so. I think
Listen, you
I
don't
could
know
I
what
could
high
find a
altitude
picture
footage
of.
is. 120,000 feet live. Go get some fucking stars. Go film the
I could.
curve. Go film it all from 120,000 feet. First, you got to get there from 0 feet. And I want to see the whole way from start to finish. And then maybe a third point of view, another balloon filming the other one. Let's do her.
All right, so let me see.
You don't know what
So I
proof
have
is.
me in a balloon. So me in a balloon, right? And then another guy in another balloon filming me, and then we go up to how high?
You go up to 120,000 feet.
Okay,
And
120,000 feet.
film
And I
the
take
ISS while you're up there. Film the stars.
okay.
I'll bet you money you ain't
We
filming
need to.
shit but blackness
Yeah,
and a
we need
moon
to.
and a sun.
Yeah, we need to.
My money's on moon and sun. Slow
Go
down.
fund
Don't
me.
talk so fast.
We
Okay,
need to go fund me
guys.
this.
By nothing.
Did we
They might
really
be
just
confused
go
by
from
darkness.
constant chaos to this?
Darkness might confuse these fucking retards, everybody.
Okay.
What the fuck?
So let me get this straight. I get in a balloon. I have another guy filming me in
Yeah,
another
fucking
balloon.
retard. Go
And
do
I
it.
get
What are
up
you
to
waiting on? Fucking
120,000
show.
feet.
Stop fucking telling
And
us
I
what
film the
supposed we ain't gonna
stars.
do.
And what else? What else should we do?
You guys
What else should we
cannot
film?
do
The
that.
ISS.
Loser.
Okay, come on.
And
Either
then
way,
what?
and I'm sorry, but
And then let's say I do this and I come back with all this
120,000.
footage. What are you
One
gonna say when I come back with all this
at
footage? It's fake. It was faked. I gotta film the Earth from sideways. I gotta go into orbit sideways, horizontally, from the ground.
somebody's muted him. I don't know.
Yeah.
Bound to happen.
That's
It's
what
a
happened.
crazy moron.
Easy way to
Calm
test
down,
this is just to use Mr. Sensible's Mage 2 project, which went up to 37 kilometers with a rectilinear lens, two cameras videotaping that, and match the predictions of the globe, which were made before the balloon was launched. I don't think you can get any more irrefutable than that.
It sure did, but
ISS,
unfortunately,
high
they don't
altitude.
accept that.
Everything from high altitude start at 0 feet, and we'll see the ISS at 10 foot up, 20 foot up. Every 90 minutes it's supposed to go past, and they're supposed to tell you where it's at. So you should know. Send a balloon under where it's going to go over your head, and by the time
And
it gets
Mage
up to
2
the
did that,
highest
Diamok.
altitude, it would have
He
filmed
launched
it
it from
3
0,
fucking times.
went up to
It would
37
have filmed it
kilometers.
once at 0 feet up, another time at farther than that, and then all the way at the end of 120,000 feet, it's going to see it the whole fucking time. And it's
How
going
about
to
we
film
buy
it
you
in
a
slow
telescope?
motion,
Here's a
right?
counteroffer for you, Diamok.
We're going to get
Contact
high
Saturn
altitude
Millionaire and have
footage
him
of
do it.
ISS and stars and space debris and comets, right, boys? You
How about we
fucking
buy you a
retard.
telescope for
Right,
Christmas, and
retards?
then you can see it yourself?
Hey, retards. You're going to prove your telescope can see that far once you get to 100,000 feet and see the same thing, huh, retard? With the same telescope, huh, retard?
Yeah, okay. We're
Yo,
not doing
come on,
that.
Diamok, chill out a little bit. Chill out.
Retarded.
Retard.
Diamok, dude, he always crashes out, dude. He just can't resist. Oh.
I'd like him
Yeah,
to
but how am I
explain
gonna go
why
from
the
one
telescope
crash
wouldn't
out
be
to the
able to see
next?
that far in the first place. I mean, what stops a telescope from actually seeing anything? What physical limitations does the telescope have?
It doesn't.
I don't know.
Many, depending which
Really nothing.
telescope are you talking about? Visual?
Well, yeah, a visual optical telescope. I mean, what limitations does it have besides the aperture size, the focal length, the elements that are composed of, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? What are the physical limitations that prevent any optical telescope from seeing for whatever distance he thinks it can't see to?
In reality or in your model? Because in your model,
Reality.
there's no limitation. Like, but even in your model, there's dust and stuff that they claim that they can't see through.
And then they just use different telescopes. They use radio telescopes.
Yeah, that's why I asked them what kind. Yeah.
Yeah.
And even with an optical telescope, depending on the wavelength of the light, you can still see through certain dust clouds. And that's why they are illuminated, because of the elemental composition of those dust clouds. They act like a filter.
And your point is?
That it still doesn't limit the distance of how far we can see, unlike what Diamok is claiming.
Yeah, you in your cosmological model, you think you can see back in time. You think you think it's a time machine. You've been convinced that you're looking back in time.
Why do we think
Again.
that though? Why do they think that?
Am I allowed to claim psychosis? No offense, I'm just joking. I'm just.
Here's a
I think as long as you don't look up, you could think the Earth
Yeah,
is flat.
you can't say you're a mod. It's legit whenever a mod does it. Go ahead.
Here's a question to put the speed of light to the speed of something else into comparison and contrast. If you're traveling down the highway, it obviously takes you time to get somewhere, correct? Now,
yes.
Imagine that distance is extended across the cosmos. Light travels at a set speed. If it travels at a set speed, obviously it is going to take time to get somewhere. You can watch this happen. And you can start off watching a vehicle in the distance come to you. Likewise, we can see light from a distant star come to us, but it takes time to get here. That's the concept that you're not understanding.
Like a ping. Like if you have bad internet or it's slow, you're basically a time traveler.